Chapter 192, Super Big Warhammer Star. The transport plane was shot down after flying over a valley. The billowing smoke from the plane's crash was like a signal. When it appeared, greenskins swarmed out of underground caves all over the mountains. On the red sandy soil in the valley, only one signal tower-like structure stood isolated. A Gretchen was thrown onto the signal tower by its boss. The Gretchen then put on a performance costume that was quite magnificent in the eyes of the greenskins, held a wire in its left hand, and another wire in its right hand, making itself a conductor for the current to pass through the wires. Deafening music echoed throughout the valley. The greenskins assembled, restlessly waiting. Until a greenskin, much larger than a Baneblade tank, slowly emerged from the cave, gnawing on a Gretchen's head. If Qin could see it, he would realize it was a greenskin war boss. It was a general-like existence, similar to a human general commanding infantry kids and space marines bosses. The war boss chewed on the Gretchen's head, swaying, and burped after eating its fill. The greenskins became restless, continuously hacking at the ground with their weapons. They were not waiting for orders, but for a roar that would make everyone wadaik. The war boss took a deep breath. Wadaik. The greenskins surged towards the crash site amidst the wadaik cries that echoed through the valley. Next to the smoking wreckage of the transport plane, Vulcan stood ready, Warhammer in hand. Qin, empty-handed and unarmored, tensed his body as he watched the green tide sweep over the mountains. He became serious. The Fire Dragon Lord proactively charged at the rushing greenskins, smashing through greenskin kids along the way and sending a boss flying. Qin charged in the opposite direction from the Fire Dragon Lord. A greenskin boss, armed with a cleaver, howled and lunged at Qin after its kids in front were shattered by the shockwave. Just as it was about to swing its cleaver, Qin snatched it away, then plunged the blade into the boss's mouth. The boss died, its cleaver falling from its grasp. Qin smoothly caught the cleaver, killing 3 kids in front of him. Another boss attacked from behind. He turned and swung fiercely, but the now dull cleaver only left a scratch on the boss's skin. His glowing right eye saw all the actions the boss would make within the next 10 seconds, while his dark left eye still only saw reality. Qin called upon his psychic power, then he felt like he had been injected with a hormone biana. His reaction speed increased, his strength increased, and he could speed up. This was a spell that enhanced the body with psychic power. Qin squatted with astonishing speed to dodge the boss's chop, then seized the boss's arm and threw it over his shoulder in front of him, shattering the boss's skull with a single punch. Next, he pulled out a tusk and threw it like a dart, killing a greenskin kid who was preparing to fire its machine gun. These greenskins were not strong at the moment. Qin could kill them in droves even without high knight equipment, just using psychic power. But large-scale psychic damage was not visually impactful, and in the eyes of these greenskins, it was not wadaik enough. Qin tried his best to hack and slash the greenskins in close combat, occasionally snatching weapons like cleavers to use, and sometimes fighting barehanded. After turning the battle into a slaughter show, and continuously killing dozens of greenskins with the crude cleaver in his hand, which surprisingly didn't dull but became sharper, Qin knew the effect was coming soon. Qin could even clearly hear what the surrounding greenskins were roaring. I reckon this big shrimp is very cool. No wonder he's so good at fighting. I'm gonna chop him. I'm gonna chop him. Chop him. Cough, cough, cough. Chop him. Which big mech made that cleaver? I want a cleaver that fears too. Dismembered limbs flew everywhere. The kids rushed into Qin's vicinity like they were eager to enter a meat grinder, then were slaughtered. If it were any other race, if it weren't a high morale army, they would probably have been killed to the point of collapse by now. But the greenskins showed no fear, becoming even more excited. Accompanied by intense music and wadaik cries, the greenskins were killed one after another, and challenged Qin one after another. There were too few humans present, only 2. There were too many greenskins present, covering the mountains and plains. The greenskins' attention was completely focused on the 2 humans. The spectacular performance of these 2 humans made the greenskins extremely excited, causing them to constantly speculate and ponder, leading to a qualitative change from quantitative accumulation. The greenskins had already witnessed how wadaik Vulcan, this big guy, was, but it was their first time seeing Qin. However, after fighting until now, they thought, good, this is very wadaik. When many greenskins had their gaze drawn by the red and blue figure amidst the flying limbs of their comrades, and genuinely felt that the appearance of this big shrimp was very particular, the colors, which in greenskin perception have practical effects, also began to work on Qin. Red made Qin's speed astonishingly fast. Blue made Qin lucky. A greenskin standing on a distant boulder, holding a rocket launcher, pulled the trigger at Qin. The rocket spun twice in the air before flying straight towards Qin, only for its trajectory to change again, blowing up a group of Gretchen who were watching from afar and beating war drums. Hiss! The rocket kid put down its rocket launcher, slapped its bald head hard, baring its teeth. This damned big shrimp is both blue and red. How am I supposed to hit him? The kid's gaze dropped, seeing a Gretchen nearby, joining the fun, carrying a bucket of blue paint. I got a plan. The rocket kid stepped forward, kicked the Gretchen away, grabbed the blue paint, poured it onto the rocket launcher, then took a rocket from its back and dipped it in the bucket. Perfect. The rocket kid shouldered the rocket launcher and aimed at Qin. Die, big rocket launch. Boom. In Qin's peripheral vision, an explosion flashed on the distant boulder. But Qin Xia did not pay attention to the sudden explosion, instead looking further away while fighting. The greenskins' war machines and artillery stood 2 kilometers away. They had been standing 2 kilometers away from the start, never moving, never firing. Qin Xia surmised that the greenskin war boss here must be a war boss who enjoyed taking too much pleasure from battle and preferred close quarters combat. Otherwise, if those war machines had roared even once, he would have had to teleport back to the fortress, and Vulcan would have had to be transported back by the greenskins to respawn. Additionally, perhaps in this war boss's view, this planet or the current war was not important, at least not as important as entertainment. The greenskins of this world, they might be waiting for something. Qin Xia punched through a jumping Gretchen, then turned and shouted at Vulcan not far away. Vulcan was even faster at killing greenskins, like a combine harvester speeding through a field. Stay safe. Vulcan merely replied. While speaking, the Fire Dragon Lord was blasted in the head by a boss with a shotgun, but it caused no damage whatsoever. Vulcan was already strong, and his armor was green, which in the eyes of the greenskins meant strength, making Vulcan even stronger. This slaughter went very smoothly. Until the greenskins realized they could not possibly defeat these 2 large and extra large shrimps, until the war boss's interest was once again piqued by Vulcan, and not just Vulcan piqued its interest, the boss appeared. The music became more stirring and noisy. The greenskins roared like a tsunami, but no longer surrounded them. Vulcan and Qin Xia quickly moved closer. The green tide in front of them swayed left and right, parting to form a path. The ground trembled. A stout, 4-meter-tall figure appeared in the vision of the greenskins and the 2 humans. Muscular, tall, with skin so green it reflected light. SAWA Swift Axe Shrimp Butcher. The war boss named SAWA walked out amidst a booming announcement, his great axe planted on the ground. Many fresh space marine heads hung from the battle axe, like decorations. He's very fast, Vulcan whispered a warning. Qin Xia stared at SAWA. SAWA had no armor and did not look difficult to deal with. Vulcan didn't give SAWA a chance to speak, charging straight at him and raising his warhammer to strike SAWA's head fiercely. How many times have I told you? Stinky big shrimp. Don't interrupt my war cry. SAWA quickly dodged the hammer blow, chopped his axe into Vulcan's back, and then pulled the axe handle to tear off a piece of armor and flesh. Qin Xia finally understood why Vulcan had been defeated before. Because this war boss named SAWA was so fast he was almost imperceptible, a creature of such immense size should not be able to move so quickly. But SAWA probably was fast even when he was a kid, so the greenskins all thought he was fast, and the more they thought he was fast, the faster he became. The power of I reckon. And Vulcan's reaction speed and agility among the Primarchs were relatively slow. Turn your head and look at me. Qin Xia suddenly roared, baring his teeth, you're called Shrimp Butcher? Hey? I'm Green Tide Butcher. I butcher you weak and crippled living plants. SAWA turned to face Qin Xia, casually ducking to avoid Vulcan's second hammer swing. This is my butcher's knife. Qin Xia deliberately mimicked the greenskin's rough voice, raising the cleaver in his hand, see that? This cleaver had been picked up casually a few minutes ago and used until now. It cut greenskins like slicing melons and vegetables, incredibly smooth to use. Qin Xia was already contemplating using this cleaver to cut open SAWA's neck. Then Qin Xia saw the future. His cleaver was deemed by the greenskins to be no match for SAWA's battle axe. So Qin Xia casually threw away the cleaver. A group of greenskin kids immediately rushed forward to snatch the discarded cleaver, even breaking into a conflict over it. You big shrimp are no good. SAWA paced wildly, don't believe me? Try me. Qin Xia charged at SAWA. SAWA charged at Qin Xia. One man and one beast rushed towards each other. Killing SAWA was not actually difficult, psychic power plus high knight equipment would surely be enough. But Qin Xia pondered for a moment, wanting to kill SAWA in a more Wadaik way. The psychic power, deliberately manipulated to be invisible to the naked eye, no longer had a flashing and snowing effect. The psychic power seeped into SAWA's head, affecting the greenskin's mind. SAWA anticipated Qin Xia's trajectory and swung his axe rapidly. Qin Xia didn't even make a move to dodge. From SAWA's subjective perspective, he had already struck the big shrimp in front of him, yet his abdomen was pierced, and his spine was gripped by the hand that had entered his flesh. From the onlooker's perspective, Qin Xia pierced SAWA's abdomen much faster than SAWA. I am Green Tide Butcher. The roar echoed through the valley. Qin Xia leapt up and circled behind SAWA, one hand still gripping SAWA's spine and twisting it 180 degrees, the other hand grabbing SAWA's half-meter-long tusk, using psychic power to shatter SAWA's flesh, and only then pulling out SAWA's head along with his spine. At this point, the greenskin stopped waaging, silent and stunned, with only the music remaining in the valley. Qin Xia picked up SAWA's battle axe, burned the space marine heads on it to ashes, then hung SAWA's head on it. This weapon, which once belonged to the war boss, was now wielded by Qin Xia to continue slaughtering greenskins. And after the war boss died, the greenskins present, completely convinced that they could not possibly kill Qin Xia and Vulcan, decisively chose to flee. Qin Xia merely continued the slaughter but did not pursue them. Until all the greenskins scattered like birds and beasts, the crazed, warlike expression on Qin Xia's face vanished without a trace. He leaned on his axe, panting, the more they flee, the better. Thank you, Vulcan said, walking towards Qin Xia with his warhammer. I couldn't have defeated the war boss without you. Everyone has their specialties, but at least for this war boss, I think you were right, Qin Xia said with a proud smile. Vulcan nodded, looking at the battle axe Qin Xia had taken from the war boss. Qin Xia's intention was clear. He wanted all the greenskins to know about the existence of the green-tide butcher, and the dead war boss's head hanging on the axe was like a signboard. You rest first, Vulcan said, turning to leave. Qin Xia watched the fire dragon lords retreating back, unsure of what he was going to do. When Vulcan returned, he was dragging an iron chain, with about 10 heads hanging from it. All the heads were greenskins, including bosses and war bosses. Here, Vulcan handed over the chain, I thought these might be useful before, so I hid their heads. Qin Xia took the chain and tied the greenskin heads one by one to the battle axe. It seems primarches are still the strongest. Vulcan humbly shook his head. After hanging the heads, Qin Xia examined the battle axe in his hand. He could guarantee that this weapon, once displayed, would make the greenskins feel, I reckon this weapon is effing warlike as hell. We must have wiped out a tribe, Vulcan said, surveying his surroundings. But not every tribe prioritizes close combat like this one. Perhaps next, we'll encounter those who use tactics, who use war machines. If we encounter those, I'll summon the titans to deal with them, or blast them with psychic spells, Qin Xia said fearlessly. Trust me, my titans are also super warlike. Vulcan froze for a moment, titans, what you said about titans before wasn't a joke. Of course not, Qin Xia said, carrying his axe and walking into the distance. All right, Vulcan stepped forward. The stout and tall fire dragon lord. Qin Xia, painted in red and blue. The two walked side by side in the afterglow of the setting sun. In front of them were the greenskins war machines. The fire dragon lord and I, green-tide butcher, will act together, constantly executing decapitation tactics, branding these two images into the greenskins' minds. Then they will actively seek us out, and the world we are in will become a battlefield that greenskins flock to. This is truly too warlike. What exactly does warlike mean? I always heard the Xenos shout that when I first returned to the 18th Legion. Warlike means nothing, or anything can be represented by warlike. Alright, it seems you are better at handling orc Xenos than I am. Don't be so humble, fire dragon lord. Let's all warlike. Together, let's turn this damned world into a super big warlike star. Okay. But, are you normal now? Won't imitating greenskins cause you to be strangely affected? I don't want my brother to come here and find his adoptive father has turned into a greenskin. WAAA. Cough cough, don't tell Angron about this, okay? In the distance. On top of a power armor, about 1.5 meters tall and resembling a Gretchen in appearance, a Gretchen stood on the Gretchen armor. The green-tide butcher's back was reflected in the Gretchen's right eye's electronic observation device. Hiss hiss. I think this big shrimp isn't warlike enough yet, hiss hiss. His appearance is more warlike than last time, hiss hiss, but still not warlike enough. As the Gretchen muttered to itself, static crackled in its earphone, followed by a roar. Hurry up and collect brains for me, then get back here for experiments. Now. Chapter 193, Legend. The tribe was in utter chaos, firelight illuminating half the night sky, and roars and screams echoing across the desert. Amidst the dilapidated houses, the greenskin kids were in complete disarray, some fled and hid, while others, warlike and brave, charged into battle. On this chaotic night, Qin Xia raised his battle axe and strode along the dirt road that ran through the tribe from north to south, slaughtering every formidable enemy in his path. Vulcan, holding his warhammer, stood back to back with Qin Xia, never leaving his side, helping him clear out the clever greenskin kids who tried to sneak up from behind. Qin Xia and Vulcan had conducted such massacres 5 times in the past week, each time teleporting directly into the tribe and striking with targeted methods based on the characteristics of the local greenskin kids. When they encountered an easy target, they used the simple and brutal method of direct slaughter, just as they were doing now. However, Qin Xia was different this time. He was wearing a set of extremely crude power armor. This armor was far less precise and refined than the Space Marine's power armor. When he moved, the 2 chimneys on top of the armor would even spew gas, but its effectiveness was astonishing. Waiaic. Just as Qin Xia killed a greenskin kid boss, he suddenly heard a war cry from his side, and a larger, incredibly fast greenskin kid charged out from the shadows of a dilapidated shack. His muscular body surged forward, but he held no weapon, instead raising a piece of armor at least a meter thick. Qin Xia quickly pulled his axe back and chopped, the great axe easily splitting the armor in 2 as if cutting tofu. This battle axe, snatched from a war boss, was now even more formidable, clearly imbued with an unreasoning sharpness by the greenskin kid's I think power. The greenskin kid boss seemed unsurprised that the armor in his hand was useless. As Qin Xia's axe was about to cleave him, he turned and sprinted backward. Waiaic. The boss, fleeing as if running for his life, continued to let out the greenskin kid's characteristic war cry. Qin Xia paused for half a second. He had never seen a boss whose charge and retreat were so seamlessly connected. But the opponent was running incredibly fast, and chasing him wouldn't change anything, so he continued to hack at the greenskin kids around him. The fleeing boss sprinted a kilometer, then stood on an oil drum, shading his eyes with his hand, looking into the distance. Qin Xia's figure, slaughtering his brethren, was clearly visible. Gusa. Gusa. Look back at us. Who are that big shrimp and that big green guy? Why is he slaughtering us? Questions arose from behind the boss. The boss who had just fled from Qin Xia turned and looked back, seeing hundreds of bewildered green-skinned kids huddled together, staring at him. These green-skinned kids had smooth skin, no scars at all, clearly not having grown out of the ground for very long. The oldest among them was probably born yesterday. I've already told the others. Gusa, the fleeing boss, jumped down from the oil drum and roared impatiently. Told us. The leading green-skinned kid scratched his head. We haven't heard. The others, another green-skinned kid said. Gusa said he told the others about that big guy and big shrimp. But we haven't heard. Gusa was even more confused. We grew out later. We are the later us. Not the previous us. I understand everything you are saying, but why haven't we heard? Gork and Mork. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. I'll tell you. Gusa interrupted the squabbling of these new green-skinned kids, tipped an oil drum over, and sat on it. Hundreds of green-skinned kids immediately gathered around. Gusa, however, did not immediately begin to tell the story of the big guy and big shrimp. He suddenly got up and picked up some branches and iron scraps. After returning to the oil drum and sitting down, Gusa piled the branches together and scraped the iron scrap with his fingernail. Sparks flew onto the still damp branches, igniting a pile of flames. By the flickering bonfire, Gusa slowly began. This story goes back to when I was just a green-skinned kid. In the distance, a green-skinned kid was sent flying by Vulcan, screaming as he cut through the night sky, like a gavel, making the restless green-skinned kids focus their attention. I was born in a super big ship, and along with other green-skinned kids, I was thrown onto an ugly, dirty big ball, which is the ball we are on now. Gusa patted the ground. Back then, I didn't know what this ball was called, but later I found out, it's called Super Big Warhammer Star. Me and the other green-skinned kids worked together, ate together, until one day a big guy named Sawa appeared. This big guy was incredibly strong, carrying a super big choppa and chopping anyone he caught in the tribe. This isn't important. What's important is that one day, that big green guy and that big shrimp came to our tribe. They killed that big guy named Sawa, chopped off Sawa's head, and hung it on Sawa's original axe. Gusa heard the green-skinned kids present begin to whisper, but he ignored them and continued his story. The big guy is cruel and powerful, and the big shrimp is powerful and cruel. I watched with my own eyes as the two of them destroyed our tribe. I fought them and survived, went to other tribes, and then one day that big guy and that big shrimp appeared again, and I fought them again, and the tribe was messed up by them again. Until recently, I came to you guys. Gusa said, pointing to the wounds on his body, all of which were scars left only after being hit by bullets. The green-skinned kids were impressed without understanding. I think you must be awesome, a green-skinned kid said enviously. The point isn't me. Although I am indeed awesome. Gusa continued, that big green guy and that red and blue big shrimp, they killed countless bosses of bosses. The big shrimp wields Sawa's battle axe, and this battle axe was fiddled with by the big shrimp and became even more warlike. Anything can be chopped by it. I saw with my own eyes the big shrimp, holding the battle axe, just one chop at a dead big truck, and with a bang, that big truck that could smash your houses apart just split. Bang. Crash. Gusa dramatically covered his head, as if it were his head that had been split. The green-skinned kids all shivered with fright. In the last tribe, that was a damn tribe ruled by a big mech, full of meat boys. Big mech. Do you know what that means? They're the guys who can build super big trucks just by fiddling with a pile of scrap metal. That big mech built himself a suit of armor, an awesome 3-meter tall thing, invulnerable to blades and guns when worn. But what was the result? The big mech was killed. I saw it with my own eyes. His armor was snatched by that big shrimp and worn. I also saw a pair of stinky Gretchen fawningly help the big shrimp paint the armor red and blue, but those Gretchen were also killed. That big shrimp is a green-tide butcher. A green-tide butcher who specializes in killing us. Hearing Gusa speak to this point, the green-skinned kids present looked at the big guy and big shrimp who were slaughtering in the distance. Indeed, as Gusa said, the big guy was cruel and powerful, and the big shrimp was powerful and cruel. Especially that big shrimp wearing armor. Dozens of green-skinned kids carried a cannon with a 10-meter-long barrel and blasted the big shrimp, but the big shrimp's armor could directly withstand direct cannon fire, walking out of the smoke unharmed. The battle axe in the big shrimp's hand was even more indestructible. And then, a green-skinned kid urged. And then. Gusa raised his right hand and scratched his scalp. There's no and then. I estimate this tribe will still be destroyed, and I will still survive, because I am very strong. I think so too. The green-skinned kids nodded. Under the envious and worshipful gazes of the green-skinned kids, Gusa slowly stood up. He couldn't stay here doing nothing but telling stories. He had already witnessed the destruction of so many tribes, and now he had to do something. Then how can we become as strong as you? A green-skinned kid asked loudly. Gusa pondered seriously for a moment and replied, we will only get stronger by fighting. Charge up and fight that big shrimp and big guy. Fighting is the only way to get stronger. Green-skinned kids worship the strong, and both the big guy and big shrimp who invaded the tribe were strong, and Gusa was also strong. The green-skinned kids all hoped to have such a muscular body and the ability to fight the big guy and big shrimp repeatedly, just like Gusa. So when Gusa stated the method for becoming stronger, the green-skinned kids immediately cheered and looked for weapons. The big guy and big shrimp are coming. Gusa yelled, holding an oil drum, prepare to fight. I'll lead you green-skinned kids to fight. The green-skinned kids found suitable weapons and gathered again. These green-skinned kids even began to argue over who would stand at the very front to face the fierce and powerful and fierce big guy and big shrimp. They didn't want to leave the opportunity to become stronger to others. Fight! Fight! Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay. The green-skin kids cheered excitedly. Qin Xia and Vulcan had already approached. Seeing these green-skin kids suddenly shouting and fighting furiously, Qin Xia was slightly surprised and slowly advanced, holding his battle axe. Qin Xia, wearing power armor, took heavy steps forward. The heads of the green-skin kid war bosses he had previously slain were impaled on the back and shoulders of the power armor, and a string of heads also hung from his battle axe. Such an image perfectly fit the image of a green-tide butcher in the eyes of the green-skin kids. As for Vulcan, he was still in his big green guy form. The Fire Dragon Lord found it difficult to accept using alien weapons and armor. Wah-ayk! Qin Xia quickened his pace, raising his battle axe with both hands. After 2 steps, Qin Xia stepped on a landmine. With a loud bang, firelight illuminated the night sky. The shockwave from the explosion blew away all houses within a 200-meter radius, and instantly killed a row of green-skin kids standing closest to the front. Vulcan was pushed back several steps by the shockwave from the explosion, steadying himself just before he almost stepped on another landmine behind him. From the dense smoke, Qin Xia, wearing red and blue power armor, emerged. The explosion had caused no damage to the armor or to him inside the armor, even the warboss heads impaled on the armor were completely unharmed. The green-skin kids' wild cheers gradually subsided, as they felt their chances of winning were slim. But in the eyes of the green-skin kids, there was still a boss named Gusa on the scene, and this powerful boss had fought the Big Shrimp and Big Guy multiple times and survived. The green-skin kids simultaneously looked around. One green-skin kid saw another green-skin kid as foolish as himself, and that other green-skin kid saw an even more foolish green-skin kid. The green-skin kids' gazes swept over every one of their kind present, but no matter what, they simply could not see Gusa's tall, muscular figure. It's about time. The helmet of the power armor, modeled after an orc head, sprang open, revealing Qin Xia's smiling face. The green-skin kids ultimately waag head forward, and in the end, they were easily slaughtered to the last one by Qin Xia and Vulcan. Among the green-skin kid corpses, Qin Xia leaned on his axe and rested for a while. The tribe had been destroyed, and the head of the warboss who ruled this tribe was now impaled on a spike on the power armor's right shoulder. How did the power armor we snatched this morning become so tough? Vulcan asked expressionlessly. Last night, when it was on the green-skin kid, it couldn't even withstand one hammer blow. This armor looks cool and is well made, that's one reason. Secondly, it seems our deeds have spread, and they're getting more and more exaggerated, Qin Xia said with a smile. Vulcan nodded expressionlessly. All right, that's very whack. The Fire Dragon Lord was already numb from killing green-skin kids, although he had been continuously slaughtering green-skin kids for a week without rest, his mood was already very weary. We'll be able to go back soon. Qin Xia scanned the area, looking for any remaining green-skin kids. This planet has already become a super big whack star, the kind that's well known among the green-skin kids. Upon hearing this, Vulcan looked up at the sky. As Qin Xia said, this place had indeed become a super big whack star. Vulcan's gaze pierced through the clouds, through the darkness. The Fire Dragon Lord saw dense green-skin kid warships floating in the void, and countless green-skin kids pouring down like a torrential rain onto the equator of this world. The green-skin kids or bosses were not the raindrops of the downpour on this planet, the vehicles transporting the green-skin kids were. This planet was like a reservoir, already accumulating an astronomical number of green-skin kids. Vulcan lowered his head and looked again at the tribe they had destroyed. The current joy and smoothness could not hide the increasingly critical and heavy, suffocating overall situation. Chapter 194, Gork's Grin. The greenskins of this era are truly a breed of beasts. Qin Xia walked through the tribe, an axe slung over his shoulder. Vulcan did not share the sentiment, for in his view, the situation with the greenskins had not changed, whether in this era or the previous one. The two were not on the same wavelength. Qin Xia was thinking that in the era 10,000 years later, a single greenskin warlord could manage a large army, rule a world, and possess several warships. But in this era, there were many warlords on this world alone. While Qin Xia believed this was partly due to him and Vulcan's continuous slaughter spreading the name of the Green-Tide Butcher, causing a massive influx of greenskins to this world, it was also because greenskins in the 30K era were inherently powerful. There would be an orc empire in the future, after all. They are like one gang after another, with no strategic goals whatsoever, and no unified chain of command. It's hard to imagine a real army abandoning many worlds that should have been conquered, simply to dive headfirst into this one world because there's a powerful enemy to challenge. Vulcan sighed. Recalling the greenskins the 18th Legion had dealt with before, it was the same situation. They swarmed wherever there was a strong enemy. Utter chaos. They simply don't have a general like the Emperor or a Primarch guiding this great crusade. Qin Xia agreed with Vulcan's assessment, but I have an even more terrifying hypothesis. Hearing this, Vulcan stopped. In the surrounding ruins, some Gretchen were still scavenging corpses, looking for materials they shouldn't have been able to get, then playing with them. Occasionally, a green-skin kid would jump out of the ruins to ambush them. Then, without even looking, Qin Xia would remotely explode its head. What terrifying hypothesis? Vulcan asked seriously, leaning on his warhammer. Qin Xia thought for a moment, then responded with equal seriousness, perhaps these orcs we're facing have no organization at all. They're just swarming over like locusts, rather than genuinely intending to conduct a planned great crusade. Vulcan found this unlikely, because no matter how warlike greenskins were, it was improbable they would swarm over without intending a great crusade, merely to seek battle and slaughter. Qin Xia continued, I think they were driven here by something. They once faced enemies stronger than us, and then they began to migrate, perhaps because their living environment was compressed or they weren't tolerated, or something like that. In any case, they migrated here. Vulcan thought about it, then suddenly found it plausible. Because these greenskins were too unorganized, everywhere revealing a casualness and looseness even greater than what greenskins typically possessed. So what drove them away? Vulcan asked, following this line of thought. Organized and command-obedient greenskin forces, Qin Xia said, an empire, a greenskin empire, because there exists a warlord more powerful than a warlord, or even some kind of leader more powerful than a warlord, this leader established a greenskin empire, and those greenskin forces unwilling to submit and obey it would be expelled. Vulcan frowned slightly, feeling a sense of déjà vu from Qin Xia's words. Qin Xia saw it and explained, I know you might have heard that Angron and I aren't that obedient to the Imperium and the Emperor, but I'm absolutely not using greenskins to allude to the Imperium and the Emperor. Vulcan nodded slowly, thought deeply, then made a decision, I think you have a point. I will do my best to convey this matter to the War Council, and then have the War Council convey it to my father. A greenskin empire may have been established and risen. It's not may have been established and risen, I believe there's a 99% chance that what I've said is already a foregone conclusion. Qin Xia turned and continued walking. Vulcan picked up his warhammer and also continued forward. The two searched the tribe for a while, scaring away the greenskins who weren't foolish enough to continue challenging them. They needed to let some greenskins live to spread their deeds, making this world, which was already a super big Wadaic star in the eyes of the greenskins, even more Wadaic. As they walked out of the tribe, Vulcan suddenly asked, my Emperor's ambition is to make humanity rise again. What is the ambition you and Angron wish to pursue? Qin Xia looked at Vulcan, realizing that Vulcan might think he didn't want to do the same thing as the Emperor. What I want to do is the same as the Emperor, and Angron is the same. Qin Xia said, otherwise, why would we undertake the Great Crusade? Hearing this, Vulcan pondered for a moment and nodded silently. Qin Xia added, personally, my ambition is to prevent an impending disaster that will sweep across the entire Imperium. This sentence was not fully spoken, Qin Xia had a second half. I want to find someone to help me convey the matter of the Horus heresy to the Emperor. This person must be deeply trusted by the Emperor, and the method used must be credible. Of course, I must keep the matter of Angron, who will inevitably not participate in the rebellion, to myself forever. Qin Xia did not say these two sentences. He just looked at Vulcan, feeling that he had found the right person. Fire Dragon Lord. After a brief silence, Qin Xia asked Vulcan, if someone told you that your children would do something that would betray you and all of humanity, what would you do? I would kill the person who said that. Although the question was irrelevant to the topic, Vulcan answered without hesitation, because my children bring me glory, they defended the lives of ordinary people before my return, and I will never allow anyone to slander them. Qin Xia nodded, that's right. 1 mile from the blazing tribe, Qin Xia and Vulcan stopped, going no further. According to experience, the greenskins who were searching for them would learn of the situation here and then come to kill them. The next step was to kill this greenskin force, likely an elite unit, and then move on to the next tribe. However, this time, it was no longer a greenskin army led by yelling warlords. Gork's Grin. Qin Xia looked ahead, murmuring a name. In the distance, sand and dust rolled, and within the earthy yellow dust cloud was a colossal silhouette, a bright yellow behemoth trudging through the sand. Greenskin armies mounted on war buggies surrounded the giant, sweeping forward like a massive wave stretching for 1,000 meters. Orc Titan. Vulcan uttered the name he had given this gigantic war machine. Gork's Grin appeared very suddenly. It might have been slowly built by the local greenskins during previous wars, or it might have been dropped by greenskin fleets spread across the star system. Regardless, when this behemoth appeared, it meant that the war on this world would quickly reach its climax. Are you going to wear this armor? Qin Xia raised his hand, tapping his chest plate with a huge steel claw on his right hand. I hate Xeno things. Vulcan shook his head. Qin Xia raised his hand, then I'll continue to wear it, even though it won't be of much use to me in the upcoming fight. Snow-white psychic radiance spread, rippled, and surged in Qin Xia's eyes. Psychic power, like white flames, erupted from the powerful psyker's eyes, indicating that he was exerting his utmost to channel his psychic energy. OM. An ethereal hum echoed across the desert. A large area of rapidly falling snow covered Qin Xia and Vulcan's position. Behind the two, where the snow was thickest, reducing visibility to less than half a meter, a 25-meter-tall figure slowly trudged out of the ice and snow. A God King Titan emerged from the snow. Vulcan looked at this war machine, which he had previously thought was Qin Xia's joke. Snow-white psychic energy flowed backward through the God King Titan's structure, armor, weaponry, reliefs, and decorative grooves, then converged behind the behemoth into a translucent energy aggregate resembling a snow-colored cloak. A shield and a spear were held in the Titan's left and right hands, respectively. The God King Titan's long legs stepped over Qin Xia and Vulcan's heads, plunging into the snow ahead. After a roar, snowflakes surged like ocean waves. Qin Xia lowered his hand. The wind and snow howled, sweeping towards Vulcan and Qin Xia. When Vulcan's vision was completely shrouded by the dense snowfall, and the wind-borne snow then diminished enough to no longer obstruct his view, he found himself and Qin Xia on the God King Titan's top armor. The God King Titan continued to stride forward. From an aerial view, the vast desert was divided into two, left and right. The God King Titan walked alone through the gradually melting snow, while opposite, amidst rolling sand, Gork's Grin and a large number of greenskin armored units advanced together. It seems my 12th brother's foster father is not only strong but also very stylish. Vulcan looked at Qin Xia. Qin Xia walked to the front, standing at the forward edge of the God King Titan's top armor, arms crossed over his chest, head held high, gazing ahead at the rolling green tide accompanied by swirling dust. It was just that the armor he wore, which wouldn't be of much use in the upcoming battle, looked too crude and rough. Right. Qin Xia turned and smiled. Vulcan stepped forward to the edge of the armor, contemplating what he could do in the upcoming battle, utilizing his close combat abilities. Qin Xia, however, continued to stare at Gork's grin ahead, his brow furrowed, unable to utter any more humorous remarks. To be honest, he didn't want to fight Gork's grin in the greenskin armor here, because the win rate wasn't 100%. But it was also not good to show cowardice in front of the greenskins, otherwise, if the greenskins knew that the Green Tide Butcher feared Gork's grin, then Gork's grin might truly become the Green Tide Butcher's bane. Fight first, and if it's really not feasible, severely damage Gork's grin and then make a dignified retreat. Qin Xia thought so. The two sides were not far apart. A thunderous roar echoed across the desert. And before the sound was heard, a giant cannon, which even Qin Xia didn't recognize, mounted on top of Gork's grin, had already fired. Then the God King Titan's void shield lit up, making the cannon shell disappear without a trace. The attack was completely absorbed by the void shield and transferred into the warp, but the shockwave alone, stirred up by the flying shell, sent sand and snow within several hundred meters flying into the sky. Qin Xia didn't recognize the giant cannon, but he guessed it must have been modified and added by the greenskins. The name Gork's grin comes from the two greenskin gods Gork and Mork. It was not surprising that Gork's grin was equipped with the great weapons that greenskins considered treasures. Under Qin Xia's psychic control, the God King Titan raised its spear. Crimson light accumulated at the tip of the spear, finally forming a straight beam of light that shot towards Gork's grin. The beam caused an explosion in Gork's grin's abdomen, but Gork's grin merely paused for a moment before continuing its advance, as the greenskin kids inside, skilled in maintenance and repair, quickly restored the damaged area. At such a vast distance, these colossal war machines could not harm each other with long-range fire. The God King Titan accelerated, taking bigger, faster strides. Its integrated various long-range weapons swept all enemies except Gork's grin. Vulcan noticed that the God King Titan's speed and agility should not be possible for such a massive war machine, so the Titan must have used some technology to suppress inertia. Gork's grin stopped advancing, and its weapon, named Super Shuda, quickly opened fire, projecting dense firepower at the God King Titan. The firepower projected by the Shuda alone in 2 seconds was enough to destroy a fortress without void shield protection, but its rain-like barrage was all absorbed by the void shield. The greenskin vehicles equipped with heavy artillery stopped with Gork's grin, then also opened fire on the rapidly charging God King Titan. The God King Titan continued its charge, holding its shield in front and its spear resting on the shield. Moments later, the void shield overloaded and dissipated under concentrated fire, but the God King Titan vanished from its spot just before the dense firepower was about to hit its body. When the Titan reappeared, it was beside Gork's grin, its spear accumulating energy and then thrusting out fiercely, piercing the behemoth's abdomen. The spear wind howled, even some of the greenskin's light vehicles were thrown into the air. Chapter 195 Reinforcements. It can still move. Vulcan watched as Gork's grin raised its giant claw to grasp the spear, and the autocannon connected to its other shoulder rose and aimed at the God King Titan's head. Qin Xia's face was stern. He quickly raised his left hand and waved his other hand. A psychic barrier rose in front of Qin Xia, deflecting a small number of attacks, while the shield pushed the autocannon upwards as large sparks splattered on other parts of the Titan's top armor. The spear was pulled out from Gork's grin's abdomen. In the vast and flat abdominal space of Gork's grin, the orcs gathered like ants, looking up at the spear, which resembled a small building, being pulled out of the hole. The Titan's hand, holding the spear, wrestled with Gork's grin's giant claw, which was gripping the middle of the spear. Vulcan looked around to assess the situation, finally jumping off the top armor and landing on the Titan's arm that held the shield. He then sprinted along the arm, deftly climbed to the top edge of the shield, jumped onto the autocannon, and sprinted to the connection point between the autocannon and the Gork's grin's shoulder. Some vehicles equipped with anti-aircraft gun-like weapons fired at Vulcan, but there were very few such vehicles. Most orc vehicles were still focusing their fire on the God King Titan. Vulcan, at the connection point, completely ignored the attacks whistling past his ears, raising his warhammer high with both hands. As a primarch skilled in forging, the hammer Vulcan crafted was far from being just an ordinary large hammer. Flames spread across the warhammer. When the weapon was slammed by its owner onto the connection point between the autocannon and the Gork's grin's shoulder, it produced a visual effect similar to an explosion, but what truly mattered was the EMP effect that accompanied the flash. The autocannon sank like a broken arm. The God King Titan's shield pushed the autocannon upwards, pulling its entire arm and the heavy shield backward, then swiftly thrusting it forward to smash into Gork's grin's head. This did not have the same stunning effect as hitting the head in a biological fight, but it did push the Gork's grin backward. The spear broke free from the giant claw, and the teleportation function was also fully charged. Under Qin Xia's control, the entire God King Titan leaped backward, stirring up dust, and then teleported behind Gork's grin. The spear thrust upwards, piercing into Gork's grin's abdomen through the wound and emerging from its head. The entire length from the spearhead to the hilt slowly charged energy until it finally released a dazzling flash, completely blowing Gork's grin apart. This Gork's grin is a bit scrawny, not as strong as I imagined, Qin Xia said to the returning Vulcan. Vulcan nodded, then quickly scanned the surroundings. The orc vehicles were still focusing fire on the Titan, but the Titan's armor easily withstood the less destructive attacks. The Titan teleported again, this time appearing not far from the orc vehicles. Its shield blocked in front of it, and its various long-range and close-range weapons fired in turns. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on a vehicle, and the orcs inside would explode. Vulcan no longer needed to act at this point and looked up at the sky. Dense orc warships still hung in the star system, and the orcs continued to deploy into what they saw as the super big Warhammer star, rushing to this world to challenge the already renowned Green Tide Butchers. Now, only the war bosses and the slave-like orcs driven by the war bosses were willing to challenge the Green Tide Butchers. These war bosses were willing to flock to this world just to challenge the Green Tide Butchers. Vulcan couldn't help but agree with what Qin Xia had said earlier, these orcs truly seemed more like refugees who had been driven out and were doing whatever they wanted. The God King Titan slaughtered the orcs like a butcher, but no matter how strong it was still a ground warfare weapon and could not destroy the fleet in the star system. But fortunately, the reinforcement fleet had arrived. Vulcan saw the brief flash of light in the star system, which was the flash of the warp rift torn by the human warp engines assisting the ships in entering the reality universe. A small fleet has warped into the star system, drawing away some of the orc warships. We will be able to engage the enemy in void combat in the star system. If the situation on World 8923 is still relatively not so desperate, we will be able to delay until other legions arrive in this star system. Saline reported the situation and progress to the Primarch by the tactical table on the command deck. A somewhat anxious Angron turned to look out the viewport. Outside the viewport, the White Knight battleship was not visible, only the enemy ships left in the star system could be seen, along with the main fleet of the 12th Legion and the ships of the 18th Legion that had been scattered on missions and gathered by the Legion after entering the Onus sector. The orcs are rushing here like mad. Angron withdrew his gaze and looked at World 8923 displayed on the tactical table. This planet looks similar to Nuceria, and its current situation is also similar to the Nuceria of the past, the same hell. All companies are ready for battle. Kill walked over quickly to report. Angron pondered for a moment and commanded, leave half the men to assist the fleet in combat. The rest, including the 30,000 men from the 19th Legion, will go with me to Little Nuceria. Yes, Kill quickly went to execute the order. The fleet began engaging the orcs, breaking through the orc warship's blockade of World 8923 in a tight formation. The orcs' behavior seemed as irrational as the race itself. They had completely gained control of the entire star system, at least before, but they had not destroyed this world and all its inhabitants, except for using orbital bombardment. That's good too, Angron muttered to himself. At least we can delay here until other legions arrive, and it will be much easier during the final counterattack. Saline did not understand ground combat but also thought it was quite good. The orcs were either already in the star system and deployed to 8923, or they were on their way while attacking human worlds. Their chaotic behavior, regardless of their intentions, would ultimately benefit the human side. It was just that their numbers were too vast, far too vast. The command of the void battle is transferred to you. Angron's gaze shifted from the tactical table to the two enemy ships outside the viewport that had inexplicably fled, then he turned and walked out of the command deck. Saline saluted the Primarch as retreating back, taking over command of the not-so-difficult void battle that was to follow. The fleet would not have arrived so late, it just took a bit more time to install some weapons. But the time spent was definitely worth it. The Primarch walked out of the command deck, where dozens of company captains, assigned to ground combat missions by Kill, had already prepared and were waiting. Upon seeing the Primarch emerge, they immediately followed silently behind him. The group proceeded along the flagship's spine corridor into the ready deck. The gladiators of the Blood Drinker Guard and the Centurion Guards of various companies had already donned their Terminator armor and were waiting there. Upon Angron's arrival, the guard stepped forward and stood with him. Everyone was teleported to the planet as a vanguard, but they were not the first wave of teleporting troops. Fal and his exile forces were the first wave. Prepare for battle, Angron drew the chainsword axe that Perturabo had modified for him. Amidst the buzzing of the chainsword, the second wave of teleport personnel arrived on the planet at the fortress held by the 18th Legion in the blink of an eye. The fortress was besieged by a massive number of orcs. The defensive walls, which had become even larger and taller than before, could still hold out, but the interior of the fortress was already riddled with holes. Just as Angron wondered what could have punched a hole inside the fortress through the void shield, a mechanical worm burrowed out from underground. The Primarch leaped up, his chainsword axe, modified by Perturabo, easily sliced through the orc's armor, which looked crude but had astonishing defensive power. Upon landing, the worm was split in two, and so were the orcs inside. But more worms emerged and deployed a large number of orcs. The Blood Drinker Guard quickly cleared them out. Angron scanned his surroundings and saw Brown, adorned with 5 ancient relics, descending from the city wall. Brown was also wearing the anti-psychic device that Qin Xia used to carry everywhere. "Where is my father?" Angron asked preemptively before Brown could speak nonsense. "He's not in the fortress," Brown said. "But his 2 wives are." Angron paused, then eagerly asked, "They've progressed that quickly? What did I miss?" "Just kidding," Brown said with a laugh, shaking his head. "You bastard, that's boring," Yuchuka grumbled, looking back at Uechula, who was killing orcs not far away. "I thought you'd witnessed something more exciting than my brother dating Kleist." "Wait. Kleist, the strongest among you before your transformation?" Brown looked incredulous. "Uechula seems quite normal." Angron raised a hand to interrupt their conversation, asking about the main matter. "Don't waste time. Where are my brother Vulcan and my father?" "They're acting as Green Tide Butchers, attracting more orcs to this world to challenge them," Brown replied. Another thing is, we have all the time in the world to waste. Although the intensity of the orc siege on the fortress is 100 times higher than before, fortunately, the people here have the help of the ancient relic wielders. Angron looked at the fortress's defensive walls upon hearing this. Each defensive wall had an automated artillery piece, and those cannons continuously released beams that harvested a large number of orcs. Those were the ancient relics once held by the High Knight, normally palm-sized, but they would enlarge when thrown onto the ground for use. The fortress's situation was indeed not very critical. However, Angron quickly overturned his view, as he saw a large orc in armor walking inside the fortress. The armor looked heavy and crude, perhaps humans could also design such crude weaponry, but they would never shape the helmet into the form of an orc's head. Yet, many orc heads were stuck on that armor. And next to the orc was a prim arch. The arrival of the orc immediately put everyone on alert. The orc slowly walked in front of everyone, then the orc head-shaped helmet flipped back, revealing a handsome yet resolute familiar face. It was Qin Xia. However, Qin Xia looked like he had just washed his face, his temples damp. Sorry, the aircraft Vulcan and I were on crashed, so we're a bit late, Qin Xia said, shrugging. Angron sighed in relief, a smile on his face. Vulcan sized up Angron, then walked forward and extended his hand to Angron. Thank you for your support, brother. Angron grasped Vulcan's hand. Everyone has been praising your benevolence along the way. Now I finally get to meet you. But I haven't done well enough. The Onus sector has already paid a huge sacrifice. At least you didn't abandon those who are still alive. The orcs attacking the Onus sector are so numerous that they cannot be estimated or counted. Hearing Angron's word attacking, Vulcan fell silent for a few seconds. Now he firmly believed that the orcs were not attacking at all, but were being driven out. Driven out by something more powerful. As the Primarches conversed, more space marines were teleported into the fortress by the ancient void shield. The company captains directed their respective companies to assist in the defense. Supplies that were previously impossible to transport and resumed. With the arrival of the 12th Legion, the pressure, at least for now, had significantly eased. Chapter 196, Unique Green Tide. The green tide are swarming into this world like schools of fish. On our way here, there were even worlds that were originally under green tide attack, but then the green tide on them left. Although I'm talking about a minority of cases, it's clear that turning this world into a green tide reservoir is effective. Angron walked towards the underground command center, discussing what he had seen and heard along the way. Qin Xia seemed slightly pleased after hearing this. As expected, my idea is useful. Vulcan wasn't pleased, he just let out a long sigh of relief. What Vulcan cared about was the evacuation of mortals in the Onus sector. This world was transformed into a super big Waa'ik star in the eyes of the green tide, attracting them to rush here, which made this world more perilous. However, it at least had a hugely positive effect on the evacuation of personnel from worlds already under green tide attack within the sector. While Vulcan was feeling relieved, the three had already entered the underground command center, descending flight after flight of stairs into the command room. At this time, Brown, who was outside, went to deploy an artifact seized from a High Knight. This artifact was connected to the holographic projection equipment in the command room, then displayed the situation of the entire world, and even the entire star system, in an incredibly intuitive way. The vast space of the entire command room was directly replaced by the stellar void. Every world in the star system was presented at a fixed ratio. And in front of the three, there was an image of a planet the same height as a Primarch. This planet was precisely the war world where the three were located. Even the ships engaged in void combat in the star system were displayed, with vessel after vessel floating and swimming around the three like fish. The void combat is proceeding smoothly, Angron said, looking down at the warships fighting in front of him, making an optimistic assessment. Vulcan walked to the front of the war world, instinctively leaned closer, and then every corner of this world was displayed in his eyes. Including how many enemies existed in this world 9,929,293,912 of them. And where these enemies were dense red markers all over the planet's surface and underground. The Eye of Insight, Angron said, looking at everything in the command room, stating the name of the ancient artifact. Vulcan was not familiar with the situation of those ancient artifacts, and he deliberately avoided learning about them, to prevent friendly forces from thinking he had any interest in those artifacts that warranted caution. He thought that the ancient artifacts used by the team members Qin Xia brought were all of them, but apparently, they were not. Brown held back a card. As for the reason Brown held back, Vulcan felt he shouldn't ponder it. Billions of green tide, Angron observed the planet in front of him seriously. It feels like there aren't enough green tide accumulated here yet. Perhaps I should order the Legion fleet to avoid attacking green tide transport ships as much as possible, as the larger the scale of war on this world, the more beneficial it is for the entire sector. Angron hadn't learned in detail why this world was used as a green tide reservoir, or why his foster father wore green tide power armor, but he had already deduced it. And the reason he could deduce it was based on the experience accumulated from observing the green tide's behavior along the way, as well as his perception of Vulcan. Without needing much explanation, Angron could instinctively know a lot. The green tide's technology will advance, they might construct teleportation facilities, Qin Xia said, pointing towards the planet's low orbit. We'd best still blockade the orbit, there's no need to leave a channel for green tide ship forces to deploy. That's even better, Angron said, tapping the orbit. The new star orbital defense platform has always moved with the fleet. The platform can unleash devastating orbital strikes on the green tide, which can create an astonishing advantage for us. Mentioning the defense platform, Qin Xia recalled the time he bombed the fortress where the High Knight family was located, in the mid to late stages of the World Eaters' uprising. The defense platform's tools, originally used for sculpting planetary terrain, possessed astonishing power. The green tide numbers are immense. Even the 18th and 12th legions combined can only extend the defense time of this war world, allowing this green tide reservoir to accumulate more green tide drawn by its reputation, Angron said, pointing to the world's only fortress, the one they were currently in. We'll wait for the other brothers to arrive before counterattacking or even completely annihilating the green tide in the entire sector. Vulcan had the same thought and nodded silently. You two Legion Masters can handle the command matters, Qin Xia said, looking down at the green tide power armor on his body. I'll continue to play my role as the green tide butcher, attracting more war bosses to lead the green tide into this world. Angron agreed. After all, the reason this world could become a green tide reservoir was partly related to these green tide attacking the Onus sector being able to do whatever they wanted, but also related to the green tide butcher's reputation. Challenging the green tide butcher was too tempting for powerful and dominant individuals among the green tide. Vulcan's thoughts were naturally the same, but now that he had a moment, he could also frankly express his concerns. The green tide will evolve powerful individuals in war, and the green tide individuals on this world will also evolve. Perhaps eventually, a super green tide will evolve in the war. There are gains and losses. Qin Xia had long realized this was a form of raising gu. By creating a green tide reservoir, we've alleviated pressure on other parts of the Onus sector. The side effect of this is that extremely powerful green tide will be born in this world. Saying this, Qin Xia looked at Vulcan, then at Angron, and continued, but it doesn't matter. Even if other primarches don't arrive, we have 2 primarches in a powerful sector. I also have a powerful soulless one as a trump card, which is enough to handle it. Vulcan did not object to Qin Xia's optimism, he merely stated a potential scenario so that everyone could prepare in advance. Here, Qin Xia suddenly took off the ring on his hand and handed it to Angron. When Qin Xia made the gesture of taking off the ring detached from his middle finger and passed through the armor into his hand. It was the ring Tark had used, possessing multiple astonishing functions. It could create temporary war machines from any material, and expand buildings like magic. Scientists on Nuceria had once analyzed this ring and made a deduction about its abilities. All of the ring's abilities were essentially about manipulating atoms and molecules, but the ring was like it had preset programs, allowing the user to manipulate atoms and molecules in certain specific ways. Now that there are more people, the fortress should be expanded, Angron said, taking the ring and putting it on his hand. Just like the bionic arm used by Yuechula, this ring also had an adaptive function. When Angron took the ring, it naturally and smoothly enlarged, allowing him to put it on his hand. Many high-night pieces of equipment had similar adaptive functions, showing that this kind of incredible function to modern people was extremely common in ancient times. That's it, I'm going. Qin Xia nodded sharply, and then his helmet was activated by this movement. The helmet, which looked like a large orc head, automatically closed. Be careful, Angron said. There's nothing safer on this planet than inside anti-green tide armor. Qin Xia's voice came from the helmet, processed by the armor's built-in amplifier, sounding like a green tide speaking. Me and the butcher fought, a bloody battle. The butcher chopped my back with an axe, and I turned around and punched the butcher in the head. And then guess what? My punch had no effect at all. The butcher punched me back, and my big nose started bleeding like crazy. In a certain tribe, Gusa was surrounded by all the green tide, standing on a platform built by Gretchen, vividly narrating the story of the green tide butcher to his kind. At this point in the narration, Gusa paused, turned around, and displayed his magnificent, muscular back to the assembled orcs. A deep, bone-visible wound was clearly visible. The green tide gasped, whispering among themselves. The war boss in the tribe sat on a throne made of a pile of Gretchen, whispering to the boss bodyguards on either side, I reckon that green tide butcher is a bit too awesome. I think so too, the bosses nodded continuously. The war boss turned his gaze back to Gusa on the platform, eagerly awaiting Gusa to continue his story. But Gusa didn't continue, instead, he turned to look at the wound on his back, lost in thought. The wound was deep enough to see bone. It seemed to become a path, leading Gusa's consciousness deep into the night this wound was made. That was on the way to this tribe. The feeling of hunger was fresh in Gusa's memory. He hid in the dark, watching a green tide patrol, watching the supplies the patrol carried. Then came the fight, and then, Gusa's back was violently hacked by a boss with a cleaver. Keep talking. I want to hear. The war boss roared, raising his hand and continuously slapping the bald head of the green tide boss next to him, creating a sound. Gusa's attention was forcibly pulled from his memory, and then he continued, I was knocked unconscious by the butcher. When I woke up, I saw that butcher sitting in front of me, having built a bonfire, and roasting the kind of food their shrimp-like race eats over the fire. I immediately wanted to pick up my cleaver and fight the butcher, but the butcher raised his awesome big armor claw. I remember I told you about the butcher's armor. Anyway, he grabbed my thick neck, as easily as pinching a Gretchen. Then, the butcher said, I remember you, you're that green tide who often challenges me. Since you're good at fighting, I won't kill you, but you have to spread my story. At this, Gusa puffed out his chest, a proud expression on his face. Hearing Gusa's words, the green tide present all looked at Gusa with reverence. The atmosphere on site was astonishingly good, the worshipful gazes from his own kind made Gusa a little disbelieving. In the previous tribe destroyed by the green tide butcher, he hadn't received such treatment, the orcs wouldn't entirely believe the stories he told. Perhaps. It's because my story has already become widely known among the orcs. Gusa thought. So. The war boss raised his hand and scratched his scalp, saying with some agitation and impatience, "So you survived, just like the legends in other tribes say. You survived the butcher's hands, and then you tell us these good stories." If I were you, I'd ambush him and fight him to the death." That's what I'd want." Gusa looked at the war boss, reading a hint of disdain and contempt in the words of the orc before him. The war boss stared directly at Gusa, sizing up the orc, wondering why this orc always managed to survive the butcher's great axe. Finally, he thought Gusa might indeed be uniquely gifted, as an orc with such a large physique was still quite rare. "Going head to head is useless," Gusa said, pacing slowly on the platform, speaking forcefully. "No one can beat the butcher, no matter who it is, not even that super big Wadaik orc." Saying this, Gusa raised his hand and pointed to his head. "You gotta use your brain. I'm not only smarter than you guys whose brains are as big as Gretchen, I'm even smarter than you." Gusa said this with unusual confidence and honesty. Because it was the truth. There were two things Gusa was most proud of. First, he had survived the Green-Tide Butcher multiple times and had fought the Green-Tide Butcher. Second, in Sa's tribe, which was the tribe of the Green-Tide Butcher's battle axe's original owner, he often managed to stir up conflict and conceal the truth through his words. His glib tongue was Gusa's most relied upon skill. "Use your brain." The war boss stood up angrily and walked onto the platform. "Using your brain just makes you, just like you, always defeated, you idiot. I reckon who among the shrimp-like race isn't smarter than you?" Gusa was silent, looking levelly at the war boss. The war boss looked levelly at Gusa. The two orcs stood at loggerheads. Chapter 197, The Butcher's Foe. "This is the difference between me and you," Gusa suddenly said. The war boss glared at the exceptionally glib orc before him, but still had enough patience to let Gusa continue. Regardless, this war boss was very interested in Gusa's story, just not in Gusa's assertion that brains were more important than brawn. If Gusa wasn't as strong as him now, he would have gladly kept Gusa by his side as a chatty kid who could tell interesting stories. "Many orcs have survived the Green-Tide Butcher's hands." Gusa looked at the greenskins present, raising his voice, "but they are foolish, they wouldn't be as eloquent and talkative as me. Those orcs can barely string a sentence together. That's the difference between them, who also survived the Green-Tide Butcher, and me." Gusa tapped his skull. "My brain was licked by Gork and Mork, so I'm smarter than you, and I'm also more articulate." At this point, Gusa suddenly fell silent again. Articulate. This word, uttered from Gusa's own throat, seemed to wrap around his fangs for a few turns, the echo lingering on his teeth. Even Gusa himself felt it was not easy to utter this word, and it was quite stunning. Articulate, what a clever summary. Living until now, Gusa had come to understand a law of survival, a path to becoming stronger, a way to achieve class ascension from a greenskin kid. That was being articulate. To other orcs, Gusa would say how brave, how strong, and how intelligent he was, so much so that he could repeatedly fight the Green-Tide Butcher and survive to this day, even earning the Green-Tide Butcher's favor and admiration. However, to himself, Gusa was much more honest. "I never fought the Green-Tide Butcher to the death, I'm just a coward, but my mouth is quicker than all of yours, which is why I'm getting more and more awesome." This was what Gusa said to himself most often. In contemplation, Gusa fell silent. He wanted to say more, but felt it would be useless. "There's already a chasm between me and you orcs," Gusa thought. "Keep talking." The war boss urged impatiently, "Tell me your wonderful stories, just don't spout your stupid theories. I only like to hear your theories. No, I like to hear your stories." Gusa sneered inwardly and slowly began, Boss. A Gretchen scrambled and stumbled to the stage. This Gretchen's mouth had been modified into a loudspeaker, and its body was painted with alternating white and red markings. Such a unique appearance indicated the identity of this small Gretchen to the orcs present, the war boss's jester. The jester Gretchen knelt before the stage, then breathlessly reported, "The Green-Tide Butcher, the Green-Tide Butcher is here. The Green-Tide Butcher is here. Boss. The Green-Tide Butcher is here, the Green-Tide Butcher is here. Boss." The Gretchen's repeated words were cut short when the war boss tore off the jester Gretchen's head. "Why are these Gretchen all so stupid?" The war boss clenched his fist, crushing the Gretchen's head, and roared at the orcs, What was I going to say?" Gusa watched the war boss's actions, and though he said nothing, his eyes showed displeasure. Gretchen are stupid. This was a common understanding, an ordinary Gretchen often couldn't even speak clearly. But Gusa knew two Gretchen, twins, two Gretchen who emerged from an underground cavity together. Those twin Gretchen were very smart, even knowing how to build friendships with other higher-ranking and stronger orcs. Gusa actually missed those Gretchen. After all, when he was just a kid, he always felt that only those two clever, weapon-making Gretchen in the tribe truly understood him. As Gusa reminisced about his Gretchen friends, the war boss raised his power claw, which had replaced his entire left arm, and roared to the sky, "The Green-Tide Butcher is here. We're going to challenge him now, after all, that's why we came." Awoo. 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 The greenskins howled to the sky. Among all the orcs present, only Gusa remained expressionless, even disdainful. He didn't know why the orcs of this tribe were so stupid as to imitate the cries of a local desert beast, instead of using the Wadaik, which contained the condensed essence of the greenskin race's ancient history and the supreme wisdom of Gork and Mork, the two supreme true gods. "Gusa, the Green-Tide Butcher's foe." The war boss raised his power claw and pointed at the silent Gusa, he's in our tribe. Our battle will surely go smoother now. But before we go to war, we need to arrange a super AWO gear for Gusa. I think that's fine, Gusa didn't object. He also felt he needed some awesome gear. Of course, this awesome gear shouldn't be described with AWO, but rather with Waik. Some greenskins in the tribe had already begun to deal with the Green-Tide Butcher. Gusa, led by the war boss, came to the tribal underground cavern and met the orc responsible for manufacturing and maintaining weapons and equipment in the tribe. That orc was a big mech who had replaced many of his body parts with mechanical components, with many spider leg-like appendages connected to his back. This is my big mech. The war boss introduced to Gusa. I thought your naming customs here were truly unique. Gusa almost didn't understand what big mech meant. Normally, there was no such title. Our tribe is different from other tribes, the war boss said. We're not a tribe. Our tribe is different from other tribes. Our tribe is the tribe of other tribes. Even a cunning and cruel orc like me serves other cruel and cunning orcs. Our tribe. Gusa ignored the war boss's rambling and silently walked up to the big mech. The big mech took off his sunglasses, which had an unclear purpose in the dark underground cavern, and walked with a sneer to an iron box, then unscrewed the bolts on the iron box. After the bolts fell off, a set of armor was teleported out of the iron box. It was a set of armor even more armored than the Green-Tide Butcher's armor, Gusa thought. The Green-Tide Butcher's armor didn't come from a super tech genius like a big mech at all, but merely from a technician. However, Gusa wouldn't reveal this secret, because that would make the Green-Tide Butcher less terrifying in the eyes of other orcs, and if the Green-Tide Butcher became less Waik, he, who had survived the Green-Tide Butcher's hands multiple times, would also appear less Waik. Although Gusa hadn't yet realized that this tribe had developed strict class titles, he could at least realize that his fate was tied to the Green-Tide Butcher. Green-Tide Butcher's foe. Please let me help you put on my masterpiece, specially crafted for you. The big mech disassembled the armor components one by one. Gusa didn't need the big mech's help, he could put on this armor by himself. And after putting on the armor, this orc, who was incredibly brave and tenacious in the eyes of his peers, immediately began searching for suitable weapons in the underground cavern. Fighting the Green-Tide Butcher in close combat was purely suicidal, it was better to use ranged weapons. With this thought, Gusa rummaged through the underground cavern. While rummaging, a device suddenly caught Gusa's attention. In the corner of the underground cavern, two large jars filled with heads stood out among the low-lying equipment. A chair was placed in front of the large jars, and on the chair sat a Gretchen used by the big mech for experiments. Gretchen being used as experimental material was very common, sometimes Gretchen were even emergency rations. But the Gretchen sitting on the chair caught Gusa's attention because that Gretchen was unique. What is this? Gusa asked. The big mech stepped forward to explain, this is my brain eater machine, as long as you put a head in, the device will process the brain and transfer it to an orc. When speaking of this creation, the big mech's face was full of confidence and pride. He wanted to use this device to gain unparalleled intelligence and become the most AWO super big mech in this world. But Gusa didn't care about the big mech's ambition and corrected his question, I'm asking about that Gretchen. A Gretchen I picked up, the big mech replied, a smart Gretchen. The phrase smart Gretchen seemed to activate some function, upon hearing it, the Gretchen sitting on the chair immediately opened its eyes. I'm a smart Gretchen. Squeaky fart. I'm a successful experiment. Squeaky fart. Don't destroy me. Squeaky fart. Squeaky fart. Hearing this verbal tick, Gusa's right eyebrow raised, and he stared at the smart Gretchen, are you Squeaky fart? The nickname Squeaky fart also seemed to activate a switch for some function, but what was activated in the self-proclaimed smart Gretchen was not the countless repeated pleas, but a memory forgotten in a corner of its brain. Gusa. The Gretchen named Squeaky fart tentatively asked. It's me. Gusa patted his chest, the power armor humming with the impact. Squeaky fart. I remember you should only be 2 meters tall. Squeaky fart raised his eyes and looked at the strong and tall orc before him, this orc's appearance was nothing like the kid in his memory. Before the two old friends could catch up much, the war boss spoke impatiently, are you old acquaintances? More than just acquaintances, Gusa turned to look at the war boss, his gaze beneath the helmet exceptionally deep, he and I were the first orcs to see the Green-Tide Butcher. After speaking, Gusa fell into recollection. The first meeting with the Green-Tide Butcher was not in some desert on this super big Waik star, but on a super big Waik star covered in steel and concrete. At that time, the Green-Tide Butcher didn't look Waik at all, just an ordinary, unremarkable, unarmored runty orc. But at that time, the Green-Tide Butcher was already very Waik, he just didn't look as Waik, he alone could challenge many orcs, and incidentally rescue a group of big runty orcs and a group of small runty orcs. You, then I ask you. The war boss scratched his scalp, didn't you say you, said you were born on a ship? When did I ever say I was born on a ship? Gusa casually uttered a lie. Then. The war boss became agitated, patted his head, then I must have remembered wrong. The big mech looked suspiciously at Gusa, then at the war boss, in his memory, Gusa had indeed said he was born on a ship. Do something useful. Gusa stepped forward, pulled Squeaky Fart up, and placed him on his shoulder, there's no time to waste, this time, I will ruthlessly slay that Green-Tide Butcher. Awoo. The war boss was excited, rubbing his hands together. Gusa strode out of the underground cavern like a general. The tribe was already filled with smoke and flames reaching to the sky. Just as every time the Green-Tide Butcher suddenly appeared from somewhere, bringing such a doomsday scene to a tribe. Green-Tide Butcher. The war boss pointed to a distant figure slaughtering in the green tide. Gusa, who had met the Green-Tide Butcher more than once, noticed that the Green-Tide Butcher's condition had changed quite a bit. For example, his power armor was a bit larger than before. Gusa felt he should boast less about how awesome the Green-Tide Butcher's armor was in the future. But then he thought, it had nothing to do with him anyway. After all, now all orcs knew of the Green-Tide Butcher's existence, and the stories about the Green-Tide Butcher from those low-intelligence peers were getting more and more exaggerated, just like his own stories were getting more and more exaggerated. As expected of the Green-Tide Butcher. The war boss howled excitedly, the defenses around the tribe are enough to prevent thousands of runty orcs from even touching our fur, but the Green-Tide Butcher can cut through our defenses and directly enter our tribe, truly worthy. The Green-Tide Butcher might have teleported in. Squeaky Fart stood on Gusa's shoulder, gripping a protrusion on the armor and looking ahead. He doesn't need to fight your defenses, he just needs to teleport over and directly face an unsuspecting tribe. The war boss paused for a moment before saying, no, the Green-Tide Butcher is stronger than all the runty orc armies combined, that's the key to his ability to slaughter us. Squeaky Fart looked at the war boss. No, his abilities are perfectly suited for solo combat and slaughtering us, nothing more. Go to hell. The war boss was too lazy to argue with the Gretchen and walked straight ahead, preparing to fulfill his purpose of coming to the super big Warhammer star. This purpose was to challenge the Green-Tide Butcher. Chapter 198, Orc Warlord. The goal of the super big Warhammer star combat plan is to create a greenskin reservoir, alleviating pressure on other battlefields in the Onus sector. As I said in the recorded footage before, I intend to create an opponent that greenskin strongmen will flock to, which is why I want to become a Green-Tide Butcher. And the key to creating a Green-Tide Butcher is to make the greenskin think you are very powerful, like advertising, marketing. Qin Xia muttered to himself inside his power armor, speaking into the camera integrated into his helmet as if being interviewed. The camera recorded Qin Xia's every action and realization during this war. This information was meaningless to him, but it was of great significance to others. It was all a summary of combat against greenskin. Just like now, I've washed off the red and blue paints, but I still have the speed and luck that the greenskin think I have. Qin Xia darted behind a boss, his battle axe striking with the speed of a dagger. The boss's head flew up, spinning and knocking a Gretchen away. Sometimes I wonder why my story spread so widely and so quickly, and why the supernatural effects I desired from the greenskin arrived so rapidly. As I said in my previous records, I once knew a general. He was an ordinary man, but because he had fought the greenskin for too long, he was believed to possess extraordinary skills. He had a bionic eye that originally had no offensive capability, but the greenskin believed it could fire lasers, and so the bionic eye truly could fire lasers. And what happened to him was the result of a lifetime of fighting the greenskin and achieving astonishing feats. Qin Xia wielded his battle axe, his body moving like a whirlwind, his power armor not affecting his speed and flexibility in the slightest. In the few moments of recording, he had already created a landscape of scattered limbs. Butcher. A roar interrupted Qin Xia's leisurely recording. A massive warlord leaped from a helicopter flying overhead, roaring as he landed, and instantly swung a great blade at Qin Xia's neck. The great blade chopped down on the power armor's helmet, leaving not even a scratch, and not even a speck of the paint sprayed by the greenskin who made the greenskin armor fell off. As for the warlord's blade, when the warlord adjusted his stance and stood firm, all that was left in his hand was the hilt of the blade. Qin Xia swung his battle axe. The warlord dodged backward. The two sides created distance. Facing the infamous Green-Tide Butcher, the warlord, who had traveled from another planet just to challenge the butcher, showed no fear, a crazed, bloodthirsty look on his ferocious beast-like face. Seeing Qin Xia swing his axe again, the warlord directly took out a remote control from his waist and pressed the crimson button on it. With a loud boom, the ground where the warlord and Qin Xia stood shattered, and one man and one beast fell into a spacious, large pit. Qin Xia naturally suffered no harm. The warlord was also unharmed. One man and one beast stood at opposite ends of the pit, confronting each other. And in the tribe above the pit, the greenskin began to rush along the paths leading to the pit, to participate in or witness the earth-shattering battle between the tribe's warlord and the butcher's foe against the Green-Tide Butcher. Before the greenskin arrived, the warlord had no helpers. This was planned by the warlord. Lure the Green-Tide Butcher to a place where bombs were set, then create a dueling environment where no other useless individuals would get in the way. However, there was one thing the warlord hadn't planned. Gusa, the butcher's foe, was not present. Gusa. Get out here. Were you blown to bits? The warlord kept one eye on Qin Xia, while the other scanned the surroundings, using this dual-threaded visual processing to search for the figure of the butcher's foe, on whom he had placed great hopes. But even after the smoke and dust in the pit gradually cleared, there was no sign of Gusa. Helpless, the warlord had no choice but to brace himself and prepare for battle. I know my weapon can't hurt you. The warlord picked up a cylindrical object from his waist, so I brought the Great Beast Emperor's stuff. Qin Xia only became alert after hearing the words Great Beast Emperor, Great Beast Emperor. Your Orc Emperor? The Greenskin Emperor who established an empire. What the warlord said made Qin Xia feel that the Ulaner War was imminent. The Ulaner War refers to the brutal conflict that erupted between 30k humans and the Greenskin. In this era, a beast similar to the Emperor of Mankind appeared among the Greenskin race. This beast was named Emperor Ulruk. He was incredibly powerful, and his power was not only in martial might but also in intelligence. He established a great empire called Ulaner. When the Ulaner Empire's Greenskin Emperor threatened the Imperium of Man, the Emperor of Mankind even had to personally participate in the war and charge into battle. This kind of charging into battle was not like dealing with the Tyranid aliens in the North Shendak star system, where the Emperor of Mankind would jump to the surface and display his charm with a golden, shining greatsword. Instead, it was a true charge into battle, to face a terrifying and powerful enemy that only the Emperor of Mankind could deal with. The Emperor of Mankind's life was even threatened during his engagement with the Greenskin Emperor, hanging by a thread. This was something that would happen in the future. Historically known as the Alainer Crusade. However, just as Qin Xia was even beginning to consider what to do if the Alainer War had already begun, the warlord's answer dispelled his vigilance. No, not that Emperor Ulrich who drove us true Greenskin away, but the true leader born among us true Greenskin, we call him the Great Beast Emperor. Qin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's fine. He had thought this warlord in front of him had some connection to the leader of the Alainer Greenskin Empire, but it turned out, the Great Beast Emperor in his mouth was just a new warlord who had risen in war and won a gladiatorial contest. Although a warlord can lead warlords in organized combat, judging by the way a large number of Greenskin are pouring into this world, it can be concluded that the newly born warlord is nothing more than a supersized combat enjoyment seeker. Qin Xia charged towards the warlord. The warlord adopted a fighting stance, pressed the switch on the cylindrical object in his hand, and a green beam of light extended from the object, forming a weapon similar to a lightsaber. Qin Xia swung his battle axe after reaching the warlord. The warlord swung his lightsaber. Qin Xia had intended to take the blow with his anti-greenskin armor forged by Greenskin, but when his right eye saw what would happen a few seconds later, he abandoned that idea. The lightsaber swung by the warlord left a deep scratch on the power armor, but because Qin Xia adjusted his posture and quickly retreated in time, the lightsaber did not directly harm Qin Xia's flesh. Is your warlord's name Darth Vader? Qin Xia paced with his battle axe. Warlord. The warlord suddenly became manic. Don't call the Great Beast Emperor by your shrimp-like ways. Our Great Beast Emperor rose in the war of slaughtering you shrimps. He will guide us to kill all of you, then kill our way back to our original homeland and chop off the head of that self-proclaimed Emperor Ulrich to use as a food bowl. Our shrimp-like way of addressing. Qin Xia was unconcerned. Haven't you noticed that we can communicate normally? Does the term warlord from my mouth not automatically translate into your so-called Great Beast Emperor in your ears? Humph, the warlord suddenly fell silent, retreating several steps to create distance from Qin Xia. Once the distance between them reached 30 meters, the warlord looked around and roared loudly, Gusa! Gusa! Where's your beast? It's time to get out here now. Get out here! Gusa still did not appear. The warlord scratched his head in confusion, wondering where Gusa, who had been inseparable from him just now, had gone. Could he really have been blown away or even killed by the bomb? This question remained in the warlord's mind for no more than 2 seconds, after which the warlord was overwhelmed by the excitement of challenging the green-tide butcher with a super weapon in hand. This. Look at this. The warlord pointed at the lightsaber in his hand. This was researched by the Great Beast Emperor. Super strong. We've tested it hundreds of times, and we all agree this thing can chop off your shrimp head. Qin Xia looked at the lightsaber, genuinely feeling that its power was a bit absurd. It seemed that the warlord had manufacturing capabilities, perhaps he was a big mech in the strict sense, or merely possessed both combat and manufacturing abilities. The weapons and equipment technology used by the Greenskin are imprinted in their genes, so it's not strange for a warlord to be able to make weapons. This junk can't even pick my shrimp vein. Qin Xia tried to make the warlord doubt the power of the weapon in his hand. But the warlord only roared, hear that? I'm gonna chop off your shrimp head. Big shrimp. This warlord was clearly skilled in combat, the lightsaber in his hand was not swung randomly, but with a savage but extremely effective and deadly routine, as if he was in close combat with Qin Xia right now. After swinging for a while, the warlord spun around with the lightsaber, and when the blade grazed the rocky ground, the rock was vaporized, leaving a smooth gap. The warlord swung the lightsaber again to chop. This massive greenskin moved with astonishing speed. Even so, Qin Xia merely stood in place, leaning on his axe, watching silently. Ah hey! The warlord lunged with his sword, but he did not charge towards Qin Xia, so it was still just a display of skill. A master who doesn't show off their abilities is unlikely to grow into a warlord among the greenskin, only those who show off beautifully like this guy in front of him can gain huge benefits from their peers or quadaic energy. This was also a kind of greenskin wisdom. Qin Xia pondered what method he could use to safely kill his opponent. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try to psychologically attack the warlord with words. The warlord paid no attention to what Qin Xia wanted to say, continuing to swing his lightsaber. Wait, buddy, just hear me out first. Ah hey. Ha. Tremble, shrimp, today is the day your so-called butcher gets butchered. Stop, just listen to me. Die. Die. While the warlord continuously showed off his combat skills, Qin Xia interrupted him several times, trying to stop him. But the warlord paid no heed. Qin Xia lost his patience and decided to act directly, so he raised his palm. I can give you 1 round. The warlord hadn't even finished speaking when his head suddenly exploded. A muffled thud and flying skull fragments simultaneously reached or splattered at Qin Xia's feet. Then the warlord's mountain-like muscular body suddenly stiffened, then knelt on the ground, and finally fell with a thud. Qin Xia stood with his palm raised, his face beneath the helmet showing only calmness and helplessness. You didn't think I fought in close combat with you because I'm good at it or enjoy it, did you? Chapter 199, Destiny. Squeaky, I reckon, that warlord's weapon is very useful, Squeaky. Gusa lurked in the tunnel beneath the cavern, observing the cavern through a small hole with a periscope-like object. Squeaky Fart perched on Gusa's shoulder, observing the situation in the cavern with him. He also saw that the green-tide butcher killed the warlord of this tribe with just a look, and the divine artifact the warlord had acquired from another beast was completely useless. It seems I can add another plotline to my stories, Gusa muttered to himself, calculating how he would boast about the green-tide butcher's battle. Of course, that included boasting about himself. Squeaky Fart suddenly jumped from Gusa's shoulder and crawled into the cavern through another small hole. Gusa subconsciously reached out to grab his old friend's leg and run, but when he made a sound, Qin Xia's head turned towards their location. The next second, Gusa and Squeaky Fart were teleported inside the cavern, next to the warlord's corpse. Squeaky Fart frantically picked up the lightsaber from the warlord's hand, completely ignoring Qin Xia and the terrified Gusa. Why is your power armor more exquisite than mine? Qin Xia leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on his axe, looking at Gusa and his power armor with interest. Gusa could understand what Qin Xia was saying, but he was too terrified to speak. Squeaky, he won't kill us. Squeaky Fart picked up the lightsaber and hung it on his waist, speaking a foolish remark that sounded like utter nonsense to Gusa. But Qin Xia looked at Squeaky Fart, recalled for a moment, and then smiled, saying, "Oh, I remember you. You're the Gretchen who was carried on a greenskin boss's back in my first battle after I arrived in the Onus sector. You also look like the Gretchen who assembled that backpack and helmet from scrap metal." Qin Xia now even possessed the ability to distinguish greenskin appearances. This ability was just one of the many benefits the greenskin had brought him, the most insignificant one. Lord Squeaky Fart trembled, fawning, the beast who made the backpack and helmet, Squeaky, and then got blown up was my brother, Squeaky, he wasn't warlike enough. Qin Xia nodded, his gaze returning to Gusa. Every time he was stared at by the green-tide butcher, Gusa felt a chill deep in his bones, originating from his heart. If he wasn't wearing his helmet, if he was recognized by Qin Xia, he would fall into a terrifying situation of being exposed and seen through. Gusa was terrified precisely because of this. Other beasts considered him a super warrior, a chosen one whose brain and muscles had been licked by the two supreme true gods, Gork and Mork. Other beasts considered him brave and fearless, repeatedly engaging the green-tide butcher in battle, losing more and more, yet fighting on, even earning the green-tide butcher's respect. But the green-tide butcher stood before him now, and Gusa knew he understood his truth, a coward who had gradually grown strong through lies and deception, a piece of trash. Gretchen, Qin Xia stared at Gusa, speaking slowly, his voice carrying authority, casualness, and a hint of arrogance. Give the lightsaber to this warlord, let him duel me, and then become a decoration on my armor. Squeaky Fart almost instinctively went to carry out Qin Xia's order, which made Gusa wonder if his old friend wanted to gain some benefit from the butcher. Lord. Squeaky Fart placed the lightsaber in Gusa's hand. Gusa and I are clever beasts. If you have a plan, perhaps we can sit down and talk like shrimp, Squeaky, like humans. How about we fight first, like you greenskins? Qin Xia refused. Gusa had no choice. After seeing Squeaky Fart's affirmative glance, he slowly picked up the lightsaber, slowly stood up, and then, like a shy maiden, slowly moved to a position 10 meters in front of Qin Xia. I have never seen such a cowardly warlord as you. Qin Xia raised his battle axe. Gusa heard the warlord heads hanging on the battle axe sway with the butcher's movements, colliding with each other and making terrifying noises to greenskin ears. The warlord head stared at Gusa. Gusa was unsure if this was an illusion. And when Gusa was still a greenskin kid, his first master, a warlord named Sawa, seemed to have a cold light emanating from the empty eye sockets of his head, enveloping him. Waik! Gusa's war cry sounded weak as he roared and charged at Qin Xia, then swung the lightsaber. But Gusa was indeed giving his all, because he knew that if he didn't give his all, he probably wouldn't last even one round against the green-tide butcher. Facing the lightsaber, Gusa slashed down. Qin Xia raised his axe to block. The lightsaber landed on the handle of the battle axe, sparks continuously spraying onto the armor of the man and the beast. Gusa could hardly believe that the lightsaber, which could cut through armor in the warlord's hand, was so fragile in his own hand. Qin Xia had seen the effect of Gusa using the lightsaber, which was why he raised his axe to block. Look at you. A fragile greenskin warlord, yet your Waik energy is surprisingly high. When your cowardice extends to the lightsaber, this lightsaber can't even cut through my weapon. Qin Xia said leisurely, parrying the lightsaber and striking Gusa with the axe handle. Gusa didn't even react, falling to the ground from the axe handle's impact. By the time he subconsciously tried to get up, the axe blade was resting on his neck. How could you be this weak? Qin Xia held the axe in his right hand, extended his left hand to grab Gusa's helmet, and with a gentle tug, removed the helmet and tossed it behind him. Gusa watched his helmet bounce a few times on the ground and then roll into a corner. He looked up helplessly, half avoiding, half meeting the green-tide butcher's gaze. You're that greenskin boss who charged at me with armor before, and then ran away with a shield. How could you? Qin Xia looked Gusa up and down, recognizing this unique greenskin. However, Gusa was no longer a kid but a warlord, with a massive physique, extremely robust body, and wearing power armor. But in the recent battle, this warlord's performance, in Qin Xia's eyes, was inferior even to an ordinary boss. At least a boss wouldn't be knocked backward and fall by an axe handle. You should have just hidden in the tunnel. How can there be such a cowardly greenskin like you? You're too cowardly to even be hung on my battle axe. Qin Xia raised his hand and patted Gusa's smooth bald head. I gave you a chance to challenge me, and you're still useless, aren't you? Gusa lowered his head, ignoring the insult from the large shrimp in front of him. Even he was surprised at how quickly he lost, without even the ability to fight back. Qin Xia closed his eyes, pressed on Gusa's head, and read his memories, learning Gusa's origin and experiences. Then he realized why Gusa had become strong, and why he was so weak. Gusa preached his heroic deeds everywhere. All the greenskin in this world had heard Gusa's stories, and they all knew the Green-Tide Butcher's stories. In the eyes of the greenskin, a greenskin who could repeatedly challenge the Green-Tide Butcher must be a powerful greenskin. This was why Gusa had transformed from a cannon fodder kid into a warlord-level greenskin. Gusa described himself as very strong and very brave, and the more he did so, the more he established a collective mindset among the greenskin. No matter how strong Gusa was, he was still the Butcher's defeated opponent. Due to the greenskin's I-reckon power, Gusa was subjected to a certain destiny. That is, Gusa could not defeat the Green-Tide Butcher. Interesting. Qin Xia smiled, patting Gusa's smooth green head again. Gusa remained silent, enduring the humiliation. If he were the kind of greenskin who would jump up and start hacking when faced with humiliation and challenges, he wouldn't have survived. Why didn't your greenskin power I-reckon you into a fearless strongman? Qin Xia asked. Why are you still so weak that your I-reckon power can even change the function of a lightsaber? Gusa remained seated on the ground, head bowed, not daring to look into Qin Xia's eyes. Qin Xia's power armor was even I-reckon to be over 5 meters tall, and his towering presence put even more pressure on Gusa. Squeaky Fart stepped forward, rubbing his palms, because in the eyes of other beasts, Gusa is not necessarily a brave challenger. Squeaky, at least not all the beasts in this world consider him a brave challenger. Qin Xia shifted his gaze from Gusa, looking at Squeaky Fart. This Gretchen was very unique. Your companion is a construct shaped by false lies, but your intelligence is genuine, Qin Xia said. Lord, Squeaky Fart clumsily imitated a human bowing. I know what you want to do, Squeaky, so I decided to boldly emerge from the tunnel, Squeaky, and propose an offer that is very beneficial to you. Qin Xia said nothing. Squeaky Fart continued, the newly risen warlord, Squeaky, that great beast emperor the damned warlord spoke of, he's a tough character, Squeaky, I've seen him. He wants to challenge you, kill you, but before facing you, he wants to kill Gusa first, Squeaky, if you hadn't come to this tribe, then my companion's fate would have been to be killed by the warlord, Squeaky. Gusa suddenly looked up at Squeaky Fart. Qin Xia scrutinized Squeaky Fart, sensing with his psychic power, and then realized that Squeaky Fart was telling the truth. So, Squeaky, you can let Gusa replace that warlord, Squeaky. This is beneficial to you, Squeaky, and equally so to us. The future I see, Squeaky, can prove my optimistic prediction. Green light shimmered in Squeaky Fart's eyes. Both Qin Xia and Gusa looked at the Gretchen with confusion and surprise. Squeaky Fart's proposal and ideas were very sudden, but this was precisely the style of those who could see the future. Because they could see the future, they could seize the initiative, doing things beneficial to the future in inappropriate situations. Replace that warlord. Qin Xia pondered. Gusa might have no chance against him, but dealing with others was another matter. His physique was evident, and the I-reckon power of his kind strengthened him. For Gusa, this was a double-edged sword. His kind's I-reckon made him stronger, but also made it impossible for him to ever defeat the Green-Tide Butcher. I have equipment that can reveal a creature's future, Qin Xia said slowly. I see your future, Gretchen. It is fixed. You will be useful to me, so I will not kill you. As for your companion, his future is changeable, because everything about him comes from the I-reckon power of his kind, not from himself. Saying that, Qin Xia raised his foot. The power armor leg plate, similar to an orc's leg, lifted, and then the foot, with its sharp metal claws, stepped onto Gusa's shoulder. Gusa lay prostrate like grass pressed by a stone. His story might be well told, but I don't think he's very likely to replace that newly risen warlord, and besides, the war here is just one battle in the future war of my race against you greenskin. For a war that doesn't even count as a minor decisive battle, am I to rely on a greenskin full of boastful words? Gusa had no power to resist, nor the will to resist. Seeing that he seemed about to be trampled to death by the Green-Tide Butcher, Squeaky Fart hurriedly said, a boastful clown might only gain some money among the human race, but among our race, he will gain a lot, Squeaky. Qin Xia said no more, looking at Gusa. Finally, he slowly moved his leg, looking down at this extremely unique greenskin. He can at least serve as a warlord, jumping out and stabbing the warlord when my race and your warlords clash in the future. That's enough. Qin Xia looked around and added, no beast will see how you survived, and when the other greenskin in the tribe rush into the cavern, they will see you defeated by me again, and me leaving in triumph. This is something that can guide an orbital bombardment. Qin Xia threw a sphere to Squeaky Fart. The Gretchen, seeing his companion released, was overjoyed and relieved, quickly catching the orbital bombardment beacon and storing it in his belly. Qin Xia's psychic vision saw that this Gretchen had been heavily mechanized, its belly contained no organs or stomach, only tools and parts. Once you can meet that warlord, use the beacon to mark his location, and then you know what to do. If you achieve this, it's not impossible for my race to let you live, because I see that you seem to want to live more than just kill like other greenskins. Qin Xia's voice was calm yet dignified, thinking that no matter what, this greenskin named Gusa was beneficial to him, a greenskin who could never defeat him in destiny but would continuously grow stronger, Tisk. Just as Gusa was about to say something, the first green skin suddenly emerged from the tunnel leading to the cavern. Qin Xia, with his power-armored giant claw-like hand, grabbed Gusa's head and easily threw this green skin, whose size was equivalent to a warlord. More and more greenskins rushed into the cavern. They had intended to swarm him as they had on the surface, but then they saw the headless corpse of their own warlord lying on the ground. The beasts realized with dismay that the warlord could no longer pose the slightest threat to this green-tide butcher. Even if the warlord carried the great beast emperor's lightsaber, it was still no threat. The beasts then looked at Gusa. Gusa was utterly unable to retaliate, even having his arm grabbed by the green-tide butcher when he threw a punch, and the armored fist was used as a weapon to pummel Gusa to the ground. This tribe has no more strong enemies. Qin Xia stepped over Gusa's body, gradually disappearing from the beast's sight. The greenskins looked at each other. The big mech who had previously outfitted Gusa with power armor squeezed through the back of the horde and stood at the front. The big mech, wearing another set of armor, cast a merciless glance at the headless warlord's corpse and ordered Squeaky Fart, "Go strip that warlord's armor, it's still useful." Squeaky Fart stood still, as if he hadn't heard the command, but his eyes seemed to say, "I heard you, but I don't care." Just as the big mech was about to teach Squeaky Fart a lesson, Gusa, who was lying on the ground, suddenly leaped up, jumped in front of the big mech, grabbed his head, and with his other free hand, violently pierced the big mech's chest, pulling out a mechanical heart used to strengthen the body. The stronger the green skin, the taller and more robust he becomes. The big mech would modify himself to be even taller and more robust. But the corpse of this taller, more robust inventor was casually tossed away by Gusa, as easily as a child discarding a rag doll. Now this tribe belongs to me." Gusa roared at the beasts, "Belongs to me. All you beasts and all your things are mine. The great beast emperor will send beasts to take over the tribe." A big mech stepped forward and said. The big mech was instantly flattened into a pulp by Gusa's palm. After killing one opponent, Gusa charged at the other big mechs, ramming through a dozen greenskin kids in his path, plowing a bloody path among the greenskins, finally slamming the targeted big mech against the wall, shattering him. Another big mech met his end. These elite-like presences were utterly powerless before Gusa, easily killed by him. "Great Beast Emperor? What Great Beast Emperor?" Gusa roared among the greenskins, pacing and wildly slapping his powerful chest muscles. "This warlord. He didn't last a second before the butcher before losing his head, but I challenged the butcher repeatedly and lived. From now on, this tribe belongs to me. All of you are mine." Gusa killed another big mech. "Follow the warlord." Hiss hiss. Squeaky Fart jumped onto Gusa's shoulder, beckoning. Gusa walked through the beasts, heading towards the surface. The greenskins followed behind. Gusa's terrifying demeanor and his domineering, kill anyone who gets in his way attitude conquered most of these greenskins, but some were not swayed by Gusa and were merely considering when would be the best opportunity to challenge him. Led by Gusa, the greenskins arrived at the big mech's workshop cavern. Squeaky Fart found a helmet and placed it on a greenskin kid's head. The kid scratched his ear, looking up at the helmet with a puzzled expression. This was left by the big mech. He originally intended it for Gusa. Hiss hiss. Squeaky Fart said, "It's for reading minds, but now this thing belongs to us." Hiss hiss. "I'm going to use it in the right place." After speaking, Squeaky Fart looked at the kid. Wearing the helmet, the kid woodenly spoke the answer to the question set by the helmet. "I don't believe Gusa's story." Gusa immediately understood that this helmet was a device similar to a lie detector. And as soon as he realized this, he grabbed the kid and tore him in half. "All beasts must be tested," Squeaky Fart said, pointing at the blood-stained helmet. "All beasts." Hiss hiss. Some greenskins tried to run on the spot but were grabbed and torn apart by Gusa. The remaining greenskins could only blankly queue up, taking turns to wear the helmet and be tested on whether they believed and obeyed Gusa in everything. Looking at the obedient comrades before him, Gusa fell into thought. He felt that perhaps he could never kill the Green-Tide Butcher, and perhaps he was merely a tool in the Green-Tide Butcher's eyes, used to replace that newly rising warlord. But it doesn't matter. I didn't plan to fight to the death with the shrimp in this star system. Gusa thought so. Perhaps one day, we'll have a chance to go back. Gusa suddenly muttered to himself. Squeaky Fart looked at Gusa. "What? Go back where? This is our home. Go back to our original home and compete with Emperor Ulrich, who drove us out." Gusa said. "You're thinking too far ahead." Hiss hiss. Squeaky Fart scrutinized his companion. "You're not as big as him, not as wide as him." Hiss hiss. "A week ago, I wasn't as big as I am now, and I was just a kid ordered around by the big mech." Gusa said, "We must have dreams. What's the difference between a greenskin without dreams and a squig?" Squeaky Fart thought for a moment and felt that while his companion's intelligence couldn't compare to his own modified and enhanced intelligence, he had the advantage of natural intelligence, the ability to conceive of an unseen, intangible goal and strive for it. "First, kill the warlords of nearby tribes." Hiss hiss. "That way you'll be qualified to see the warlord." Hiss hiss. Inside the fortress. When Qin Xia emerged from the teleportation gate, he found that the place was still under continuous attack, and the assault was growing fiercer. The greenskins swept over the fortress like waves in a tsunami. The fleet, which had completely seized control of the star system, continuously bombarded the greenskins, yet even under these circumstances, the greenskins were still able to replenish their numbers in large quantities. Their technology had become slightly more advanced. Some greenskin big mobs have broken into the fortress. Run, lads. Brown walked over, speaking calmly to Karn and the others following him. Qin Xia was in no mood to argue, he walked past Brown, then remembered something, stopped, and asked, where did Vulcan and Angron go? Why don't I see them fighting on the city walls? As he spoke, Qin Xia looked at Karn, they and all of you should be fighting on the city walls, showing the greenskins your strength, this would be greatly beneficial to you. There's nothing worth lengthy discussion in the command center during a defensive battle. You need to go to the command center to see. Karn bowed, there's something that the Primarchs have to discuss carefully in the command center. Qin Xia nodded and walked straight towards the command center. Brown and Karn went to support the more critical defensive walls. After quickly teleporting into the command center, Qin Xia emerged from the snowy ground, looking at the two Primarchs squatting on the ground. What have you found? Hearing Qin Xia's question, Angron and Vulcan turned their heads simultaneously. Their expressions were as serious as could be, they both stood up, leaving a gap for Qin Xia's gaze to pass through. An Eldar corpse lay on the ground. The corpse had horrific tearing wounds, proving that it had not died by human hands but at the hands of greenskins. How is this possible? Qin Xia knelt to examine the Eldar corpse. How could Eldar Xenos appear in this god-forsaken place? I know that wars of this scale often evolve into multiracial melees, but is this Eldar's participation a bit too sudden? Angron spread his hands, I think so too, but they just appeared, and Fal, leading members of the 19th Legion, all witnessed Eldar Xenos while performing assassination missions against greenskin warlords. The Eldar Xenos appeared suddenly, like NPCs that periodically refresh in a game to advance the plot. As he spoke, Angron looked at Vulcan, explaining, NPC, refresh, those settings that appear in ancient games, I don't know if there are games on Nocturne, can you understand? Vulcan merely nodded silently. The Fire Dragon Lord gazed at the Eldar corpse. Like Angron, Vulcan was hostile to Eldar Xenos. Unlike Angron, Vulcan harbored immense hatred for the Dark Eldar. Because back when Vulcan landed on the planet called Nocturne, the local people were always raided by the Dark Eldar, and the raided people became Dark Eldar slaves. Becoming a Dark Eldar slave meant being unable to live or die. Did you not try to sense him? Qin Xia looked up at Angron. Angron shook his head, he was already dead when he arrived, it was a corpse sent back by Fal's people. I can't sense a dead thing. Qin Xia nodded, placing his hand on the Eldar corpse's head. Surely we have better ways of acquiring memories than eating brains. Vulcan said, I know space marines can acquire memories by eating brains, but I personally believe this makes warriors bloodthirsty. I'd rather die than eat brains. Qin Xia said, closing his eyes. The past, not the future, of this corpse appeared in Qin Xia's psychic vision. An Eldar warrior walked out of a webway gate, he and his kin carried no identifiable equipment. The Eldar and greenskins fought each other. After clearing an open space, a type of logistics personnel called a bonesinger emerged from the webway gate and began controlling spirit bones to construct necessary facilities and build a defensive base. Others brought out a shadow shield, a shield that could keep a large area in shadow, making it imperceptible and undetectable. But Fal of the 19th Legion and his guard happened to observe this battle and took the opportunity to snatch an Eldar corpse. When Fal looked back, he saw a war machine similar to a Night Titan emerge from the webway gate. It was an Eldar Wraith Knight. The Wraith Knight wore something that could be used for identification. Tuantar Ark World. Qin Xia opened his eyes, the Tuantar Ark World whose entire fleet you annihilated with your cheat. Them again. Angron only felt helpless, this is incredible. If I couldn't find their Ark World, I would definitely take people to blow up their mothership. It should have been blown up long ago. Qin Xia stared at the Xeno corpse, they have webway gates, maybe we can find a way to go with them to where they came from. Angron fell silent, pondering whether there was a way to directly pinpoint the Ark World, but then he thought that directly pinpointing an Ark World was not difficult at all, it was just that an Ark World wasn't a planet, it could move. Father. Kill entered the command room, bowed, and reported, the Lord of the 4th Legion has arrived, the fleet just jumped into the star system. Angron turned, as if facing a formidable enemy. Chapter 201, Steel Lord, farewell. A small transport ship carrying Perturabo and a small number of iron warriors entered the atmosphere of Little Nuceria. Little Nuceria. Angron directly used this name as the official designation. Inside the transport ship's cabin, Danchiok stood before the Steel Lord, fully armed, ready to receive instructions from his Gene Father, and to immediately join the battle and establish a defensive line once the transport ship reached the surface fortress. Perturabo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at his son. After a brief silence, the Steel Lord slowly spoke, you don't need to participate in the battle. I have other arrangements for you. You will come with me to see that scoundrel Angron. Danchiok said nothing, but he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. During the last Nefshenko Dock 5 battle, the Lord of the 12th Legion saved his life, Danchiok, and the lives of many other iron warriors. However, Perturabo ordered him to steal the Lord of the 12th Legion's weapon. There was nothing Danchiok could do but comply, as he hoped that the large camp he led and the warriors who had previously escaped the Steel Lord's tithe would be able to return to the Legion. Now that the Steel Lord had spoken again, Danchiok didn't know what wicked scheme he was brewing, or what arrangements he had for him. We are here to fight, my lord. Please allow me to command the operation. Danchiok tried to find a reason to fight for himself. Facing the orcs with his battle brothers was much easier than facing the Lord of the 12th Legion with his Gene Father. Why should you fight, even if you are my trident? Perturabo said, you don't understand my thoughts at all, and you can't implement the principle of being hard both inside and out. Why should you command the battle? Yes, I will accompany you to see the Lord of the 12th Legion, Danjiok said. Perturabo saw dissatisfaction in Danjiok's eyes, but he didn't care. Because to have Danjiok, a son familiar to Angron, accompany him to see Angron, the only way was to belittle him with words Danjiok would least accept. This was the legitimate reason for not letting Danjiok command the battle. Angron might not be willing to see me, or he might give me a show of force like I did to him last time. But you, Danjiok, have Angron's approval. Would he really ignore you? The Steel Lord thought to himself. Danjiok didn't hear these words echoing in his Gene father's mind. He forcibly suppressed his dissatisfaction and stood behind Perturabo. Perturabo walked out of the cabin, into the loading bay. 10,000 iron warriors were already neatly arrayed on the deck of this bay. The heavy armor, of which the 4th Legion was so proud, was also neatly arrayed like soldiers. There were even some weapons not in the hands of the warriors, but stored in black and yellow patterned containers. Even the weapons were very orderly, everywhere revealing the Steel Lord's high demands and high standards for his legion. Some legion servants were present, performing miscellaneous duties, trembling as they looked at the grim and formidable superhuman warriors before them. But the Steel Lord was not as calm as he appeared on the surface at this moment. As the transport ship approached the fortress, Perturabo's worries grew heavier. When he last parted with Angron, although Angron was still quite particular about taking a photo with him, it felt somewhat like having done his utmost. The feeling wasn't born out of recognition and admiration for his, the Steel Lord's, strength and ability, but rather out of legion camaraderie, forcing himself into the photo. The more Perturabo thought about it, the more he felt that one thing was highly likely to happen. Angron resented him and would give him a show of force, not welcoming him at the fortress. If he doesn't welcome me, so be it, even better, stay away from me, Perturabo thought to himself. Angron's ability was too unreasonable, too tyrannical, too excessive. The ability to directly expose the inner thoughts of others. Perturabo pondered, feeling that Angron was like a sea breeze, pervasive, and as the sea breeze invaded the fortress, the iron would rust. He really should stay away from Angron. He had already been corrupted and changed by Angron. If they truly became friends, who knew what he would turn into? He was too unreasonable, just like his ability. As he thought, Perturabo's expression grew increasingly stern. The Tridents who had just assembled saw the Steel Lord's profound back, sensing that their Gene Father was not in a good mood. These elites among the elites of the 4th Legion, the Tridents, slowly slowed their steps, making as little noise as possible, lest they be picked up and beaten by their Gene Father like some unfortunate soul before. Or, like Danjiok, receive an insufficient evaluation of being steel-like, which was also bad. See if there's anyone near the landing zone, Perturabo suddenly ordered, his voice exploding like a cannonball in the grim and silent cabin. A servitor quickly went to check, then returned to report, the Lord of the 18th Legion is at the landing zone. Only the Lord of the 18th Legion. Perturabo wanted to ask that, but the words caught in his throat, feeling it wasn't appropriate, so he swallowed them back. The servitor, having received no command, and seeing the Steel Lord silent, quickly scurried away. The transport ship was getting closer and closer to the landing zone. The ship, like other warships, had no portholes to adhere to Perturabo's principle of never having weaknesses. Perturabo couldn't see what was happening outside, which was truly uncomfortable. The transport ship gradually stopped. The hatch slowly opened. Vulcan, with his warlords, was there to welcome the arrival of the Lord of the 4th Legion. He was stunned when he saw Perturabo's expression. Perturabo, this brother, gave the Fire Dragon Lord the first impression of being very difficult to get along with, the kind of difficult to get along with that was extremely difficult. Brother, Vulcan said, steeling himself. The Fire Dragon Lord was always gentle and humble, no matter who he faced. Even if Perturabo seemed to have difficult to get along with written all over his face, Vulcan felt that as long as he remained consistently humble and gentle, Perturabo probably wouldn't bother him. Perturabo silently walked down the transport ship. Iron warriors surged out of the transport ship, and then servitors began to move the supplies brought to this world. Why bring the orcs to this world instead of just blowing it up? Perturabo frowned, scanning the surging green tide outside the fortress. Such a failure, such a failure. Letting the orcs gather in one place and then fight to the death on a worthless world, I really don't know what you and Angron are thinking. Vulcan's expression also turned grim, disperse the orcs evenly throughout the sector. Angron and I doing this at least ensures that more people in the sector can be evacuated because the orcs don't care about them. Evacuate civilians? Even dumber, Perturabo said indifferently. The people of this sector should only have one outcome, and that is to die in battle. If they cannot have an iron hard will, they deserve to die under the butcher's knife of the orcs and whatever other strange xenos. Survival of the fittest, Perturabo added. Your home world, Nocturne, has such a harsh environment. Don't the people there already know the principle of survival of the fittest and natural selection? Don't tell me it was the people there who taught you to be this way. Vulcan's nostrils flared, and steam like hot breaths puffed from his nose. The Fire Dragon Lord glared at Perturabo, gripping his warhammer. Perturabo's expression was cold and stern, his brows furrowed. Although our philosophies differ, at least you came to help. A voice came. Angron, Xia, and some captains of the 12th Legion walked towards the landing zone. Perturabo smiled faintly. Danjiok. Angron walked directly past the Steel Lord and came before Danjiok. Are you all right? Perturabo's smile vanished. Very well, Lord of the 12th Legion. About last time. I apologize, Danjiok said. It's nothing, Angron shook his head, then walked before Perturabo. Brother, you longed for me to welcome you, but you worried that I, like you, would give an unnecessary show of force, leaving you stranded at the landing zone, just as you did to me before. A bit of projecting, Steel Lord, Qin Xia said with a smile. Angron looked at his father, and they exchanged a smile. I think so too. These two together are a real headache, Angron said. Perturabo, you just thought that, right? But I also know you are very happy that I didn't retaliate like you did. Perturabo frowned and said, the battle situation is so tense, yet you're chatting here. My master of defensive warfare brother can't tell that we're holding our own with ease. Angron said, you're a bit stuck. Perturabo didn't want to say anything. Angron extended his hand, thank you for coming to support us, brother. With your 4th Legion participating in the Onus sector, a counterattack is just around the corner. Perturabo raised an eyebrow and shook Angron's hand. Angron then looked at the others, the weapons and equipment in those containers are gifts from the 4th Legion. Take them away. The captains immediately arranged for manpower to transport them. I didn't say those things were yours, Perturabo said in a deep voice. Didn't you? Angron extended his index finger and tapped Perturabo's chest plate with his knuckle. That's not what you're saying in your heart. Don't worry, I'll accept your gift and say thank you. Ha ha ha. Qin Xia suddenly burst out laughing. Support righteous punishment. Perturabo glared at Qin Xia, remaining silent. Dan Xiok observed his Jin father and noticed that his Jin father had no temper at all at this moment. It seemed the Lord of the 12th Legion's ability was indeed very unreasonable, it made the Steel Lord behave strangely. Quadrant slowly walked over. As the recorder, he was to document this scene. Come, Quadrant, take a picture of me and my brothers. Angron put one arm around Vulcan's shoulder and the other around Perturabo's shoulder. Perturabo frowned. You know what I'm going to say, Angron interrupted. Perturabo stopped talking, silently posing for the photo with Angron and Vulcan. Quadrant took the photo, then divided it into 3 copies, giving one to each of the 3 primarchs. Vulcan took the photo and tucked it into his chest plate. Angron took the photo and put it in his pocket. Perturabo took the photo and casually tossed it to Dan Xiok. Dan Xiok seemed to have found something in the Steel Lord's temporary office, so he quickly raised his hand to catch the photo and put it in his backpack. Let's talk about something serious, Perturabo began. I cannot accept using this planet as an orc reservoir. I think we should destroy it and let the orcs disperse, so we can deploy more forces to various parts of the entire sector. Angron didn't even look at Perturabo, saying to Vulcan, the 4th Legion is here, we're stable. Vulcan nodded. Angron then looked at Perturabo, our brother here is a master of defensive warfare. No matter how many orcs gather on this planet, as long as we have him, we can hold it. Perturabo was silent for a moment upon hearing this, then declared, give me command, and I can make our defensive line on this planet withstand all orc attacks. Chapter 202, The Art of Slaughter. Command Center. Perturabo stepped into the command room and was momentarily stunned when he saw it transformed into a star system, with the current world they were on appearing close at hand. The Steel Lord quickly walked into the command room, looking around. The effect of the ancient relic, which displayed the star system's real-time situation, was too captivating. Perturabo stared at the scene before him, lost in thought. He even discovered that this ancient relic could real-time track the forces and deployments of both friend and foe, as well as the changes in every combat unit. The most advanced satellites or orbital spy facilities were not even a thousandth as effective as this ancient relic. The Foresight chip, Qin Xia said, one of Nusaria's ancient relics. I heard from a very old fellow that this thing was once used to manage a star system, an auxiliary tool for the boss's desk. Upon hearing this, Perturabo quickly turned around, crossing his arms over his chest, his gaze sharp as he stared at Qin Xia. After staring for 2 seconds, he then looked at Angron and Vulcan. Even Dan Xiok received a glance. After expressing his dissatisfaction and doubt with his eyes, Perturabo said coldly, you have such advanced things, and yet you fought the war like this. You only know how to senselessly expand fortresses and create construction waste with whatever strange things you have on Nusaria. You don't know how to utilize terrain, how to set traps on the enemy's inevitable paths, or how to build defensive positions that can deal with the most enemies with the fewest people. This ancient relic is truly wasted in your hands. Perturabo ranted for several sentences until Angron interrupted, isn't this why we're waiting for you? You're a master of defensive warfare. Only when you arrive can we make proper defensive deployments. Otherwise, what if we haphazardly build a few fortresses and interfere with your performance? Perturabo was like someone had stuffed a bun in his mouth, instantly falling silent. Dan Xiok looked at Angron, thinking, it has to be the Lord of the 12th Legion. Then, perhaps feeling it was undignified to be silenced by Angron like that, Perturabo pondered for a few seconds and spoke again, you. How can we fight if you don't come? Angron said. The 18th Legion is too few in number, and the 12th Legion specializes in assaults. There are nearly 10 billion orcs in this damned world. If you, the Lord of the 4th Legion, don't come, how can we counterattack? Perturabo was choked again. He paused, then muttered quietly, enough. Flattering me is useless. I hate talking too much. Angron nodded with a smile. Perturabo frowned, his expression strange and unpredictable. In the end, he still took the command authority seated by his 2 brothers and began to formulate a battle plan. The Steel Lord walked to the tactical table, tearing off its outer casing like paper, then placing some kind of device into the tactical table's core. The entire tactical table transformed, displaying not only a specific scene from a corner of a fortress defense battle but also many useful functions. For example, fortresses, strongholds, trenches, and defensive walls in the style of the 4th Legion. There were also some defensive battle environments that Perturabo liked to use, such as layered, progressive positions that could assist in counterattacks while defending. In short, Perturabo simply modified the tactical table to better suit his habits. Truly worthy of being a master of defensive warfare, Angron said. You should be thinking about how you and your legion can be effective, not flattering me here, Perturabo said in a deep voice. I'm speaking truthfully. Angron shrugged. Brother Lemon, you, and other strategic masters like you, have always been my goal to learn from. But unfortunately, you don't have military treatises, and the War Council's records of your operations are not detailed enough. Perturabo still wore his characteristic scowl, silently looking at the tactical table and beginning to arrange defenses. Are you willing to write a book on defensive warfare for me? Angron's face showed surprise. Vulcan, who had been silent all this time, clearly paused. Although the Fire Dragon Lord had heard that Angron had a talent for insight into human hearts, he thought it was only about perceiving and absorbing emotions, not reaching the level of mind reading. Perturabo was a little helpless. He had just had the thought, but Angron had already perceived it with his unreasonable ability, so he could only coldly admit it. Vulcan silently watched Angron. The Fire Dragon Lord's heart held no joy from seeing Angron repeatedly torment Perturabo, nor any apprehension or fear of Angron's ability. The Fire Dragon Lord's heart held only pity for this brother. Being able to perceive others' emotions, to read minds even if this ability distinguished between friend and foe, it would still cause the user great pain. If it didn't distinguish between friend and foe, it was likely that even the thoughts of those orcs outside could be perceived by Angron. One person's pain and mental torment were already terrifying. 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, a vast quantity of emotions would surge in Angron's heart like a tsunami. Vulcan found it incredible that Angron could be so optimistic, and he also wondered if he was only optimistic on the surface, with a sea of emotions hidden within his heart that would make anyone who saw it feel despair. A sea of emotions, formed by the pain, joy, and various other emotions from every sentient being, surging and roaring. Vulcan looked at Qin Xia again. Angron had much to learn, but clearly, Qin Xia couldn't teach him too many aspects of knowledge. Vulcan thought. This was an objective analysis. However, as long as Angron wasn't driven mad by emotions and didn't become someone who feared contact with others and only wanted to hide from the world, that was the most important thing. Recalling Qin Xia's optimistic attitude, Vulcan felt that such a person accompanying Angron's growth would be perfect. The Fire Dragon Lord's thoughts were naturally perceived by Angron. Angron and Vulcan met each other's eyes, then Angron bowed slightly to this brother, who appeared incredibly robust yet was very gentle and kind. In silence, the Steel Lord finalized the defensive battle plan. A defensive line, composed of green light points created by a projection, not yet existing but destined to appear in the future, was intuitively displayed above the tactical table. It was not stacked up, without layer upon layer of outrageously tall and thick fortifications and fortresses. In places where the defensive line would inevitably suffer the most violent orc attacks, fortifications and strongholds were sparse, and their positions were not neatly arranged. On both sides and behind that defensive line, places with terrain advantages had more fortifications, and even fortresses would be built. In any case, this future defensive line conformed to Perturabo's strategic thinking. Every fortification, every trench, and even every warrior within it would inevitably hold value in Perturabo's strategic intent. Qin Xia looked at the defensive line, wondering how he would deal with it if he were an orc. Orc combat style was all about brute force charges. The Blood Axe clan didn't exist yet, so they wouldn't have special forces covered in cardboard that could brazenly infiltrate human defensive lines under the watch of sentries. But orcs would still choose to attack the weak points of the defensive line, which would be the front, seemingly unimportant in Perturabo's design, with only sporadic fortifications. Orcs would primarily attack the front of the defensive line, and then they might gain some advantage, entering the defensive line. After that, the hidden fortifications and tunnel firing ports around the passages would come into play in the subsequent slaughter of the orcs. If the orcs chose to attack the flanks of the defensive line, then the fortifications and fortresses meticulously arranged by Perturabo would turn the orcs into corpses lying in the line of fire. The placement of every heavy weapon within each fortification was uniquely arranged by Perturabo. Their fields of fire and firepower were all taken into consideration, and several heavy weapons would perfectly form a terrifyingly efficient meat grinder. If any unforeseen circumstances arose during the battle, then the meticulously arranged trenches, marked as absolutely forbidden for mortals, would become crucial transportation routes for Space Marines. Most of the Space Marines forces would be stationed in barracks connected by transport trenches. They would not usually engage in combat unless a certain area needed support, and then they could quickly reach the required location. If a part of the defensive line became a meat grinder for the orcs, then the barracks connected by nearby transport trenches could quickly mobilize forces to make the meat grinder even more efficient. These were just the most superficial and easy to understand parts of the defensive line that Qin Xia observed. There were many other arrangements that seemed like puzzling, confusing behaviors, or even seemed somewhat unnecessary, but Perturabo would not waste any efficiency or resources. This defensive line was a perfect counter to all kinds of situations that would arise during orc attacks, both in the present and in the future. This defensive line was an artwork that would grind down the orcs, spanning the present and the future. An art of slaughter. Perturabo slid the defensive line projection on the tactical table, packaging and storing the information, then sending it to Danxiok's device, specifically used for directing the labor force to construct the defensive line. Danjiok saluted his Gene father, then quickly ran out of the command center to mobilize personnel and resources to build the defensive line. I don't know what the point is of fighting to the death on this planet. Perturabo looked at his two brothers with disdain. But since you just want to attract the orcs to this planet so that others in this Onus sector have more time to evacuate, then I suppose I'll have to indulge your meaningless mercy. The other two legions haven't arrived yet. Our forces are not enough to spread across the entire sector and eliminate astronomical numbers of orcs. Until they arrive, we'll just play this game of showing mercy here. Vulcan was displeased by Perturabo's arrogance and coldness, but Perturabo was helping regardless, so he said nothing. Angron also said nothing. Because Perturabo's coldness was not entirely feigned, a part of it stemmed from a certain principle he genuinely believed in. For example, Perturabo's view of the Onus sector was that its people should stay and fight to the death, regardless of gender, age, or infirmity, rather than evacuating. If the people of this sector were worthy of survival, they would survive. If they were not worthy, they would not. As for the people of this sector dying out in the war, or dying to the point where they couldn't sustain the sector's existence, leading to it being unable to do anything against the next invader and the entire sector, which belonged to the human race, falling at light speed, that was not something Perturabo was responsible for or had to deal with. Deploy your respective legions, Perturabo said. Standing here doing nothing won't eliminate the enemy. Thank you. For some reason, Vulcan thanked him without explanation, and under Perturabo's puzzled gaze, he turned and left the command center. Perturabo interpreted this thank you as sarcasm and turned to Qinxia and Angron, saying, if the mortal forces of this sector were as reliable as your Nusaria mortal forces, even just one legion could spread throughout and defend the entire sector. Why is it like this? The Onus sector just fought the aliens. It's already good that the people here can continue to fight, Angron frowned. We cannot demand superhuman standards from ordinary people. Then what is the meaning of mortals' existence? To hide behind us, waiting to share the fruits of our victory. Perturabo asked with a sneer. I don't want to argue with you right now. Angron and Qinxia walked out side by side. Perturabo watched Qinxia and Angron's retreating figures, somewhat surprised that the two of them hadn't engaged him in a verbal battle. Chapter 203 Warlord. Another transport ship arrived inside the fortress, this time carrying a large number of servitors and engineering equipment. Under Danjiok's command, the 4th Legion warriors began construction according to the defensive plan provided by the Steel Lord. The fortress was only the most basic and core part of the future defense plan, it would be modified by the 4th Legion to be suitable for expansion. Qinxia and Angron walked on the defensive wall directly facing the most violent Greenskin Kid attacks. The 12th Legion Space Marines and some Nusaria troops brought by Angron, together with the 18th Legion warriors, held this defensive wall. Where is Kleist? Qinxia looked around, expecting to see Kleist, who commanded the regular army, but did not see the female general present. She went to fight in other parts of the Star Sector with some people, Angron said. It's not just this planet that needs support. Qinxia nodded silently. The Nusaria soldiers quickly saluted when they saw the two God King Titans walk past them, then continued to focus on the battle. Below the defensive wall was a vast sea of Greenskin Kid, maintaining a tireless offensive, and even intensifying it. This seemed to be because the presence of the famous Green-Tide Butcher in the fortress had been discovered and spread. The 12th Legion Space Marines were as brave as ever, although they were not good at defensive warfare. This kind of battle was nothing more than holding the defensive wall and shooting, with no difficulty. And the Nusaria people's performance was as good as ever. The mortal soldiers wore bulletproof armor and helmets, communicating on the comms channel. Combat squads were deployed by their generals to suitable locations, and then held their ground, only leaving the battle under two conditions. The first condition was when explicit orders to retreat or relocate were conveyed to the soldiers. The second condition was fighting until the last one died. Some Greenskin Kid broke through the dense firepower network, desperately trying to climb the defensive wall. The soldiers immediately surrounded them. Warriors specializing in close quarters combat raised their shields and wielded high-voltage current batons, gradually forcing the Greenskin Kid to gather together. Then two soldiers ran from the side, deployed a heavy machine gun, and quickly opened fire. The heavy machine gun, with the caliber approaching 20 mm, quickly mowed down the Greenskin Kid that had climbed onto the defensive wall. Warriors of the 18th Legion rushed from other parts of the defensive wall, using flamethrowers to incinerate the Greenskin Kid and the ground they had trodden on. After dealing with the Greenskin Kid that had climbed onto the defensive wall, the mortal soldiers returned to their previous combat positions and continued firing at the Greenskin Kid below the defensive wall. What presented itself to Qinxia and Angron's eyes was a highly formalized method of combat. Any Greenskin Kid was much stronger than Nusaria's bodybuilding champions, but facing such opponents, the Nusaria mortal soldiers showed no fear, even looking forward to fighting them. Beneath the surface of formalized combat and seamless coordination lay the thrill of killing powerful alien enemies like the Greenskin Kid in a thirst for battle. Perturabo must like them very much, Angron suddenly mused. Only these genetically specialized people can meet that guy's high demands. It would have been good if you and he could have swapped home planets when you were in the amniotic tank, Qinxia nodded. Angron thought about it and felt that, in terms of personality matching, it was indeed true. The Nusaria people were warlike, bloodthirsty, lacked empathy, and had a fanatical pursuit of discipline and high organization. This was what their genes gave them. For Perturabo, only one thing on Nusaria was not beautiful, the high knights who monopolized yet wasted ancient relics. These regular armies perform astonishingly in combat, Angron recalled Brown's investigation of the mortal soldiers. They only lose combat effectiveness en route when their casualty rate exceeds 90%. The remaining 10% is because I require at least one person from each combat squad to retreat after everyone else dies, bringing back the relics and last wills of the others. They are prone to getting hot-headed in battle. Trading lives, mutual destruction. But they aren't like the green-skin kid who only care about charging, some tactical knowledge seems to be in their genes. They know how to fight better, just as they know discipline is extremely important. At this point, Angron paused, then continued, born warriors. 10,000 years ago, an evil company that genetically modified its employees left all this behind. So how do you plan to use them? Qin Xia asked. Regarding the future role, responsibilities, organization, and tactical forms of these regular armies in war. Angron had also been pondering this question, ever since he led the World Eaters' rebellion out of Nuceria. They should be equipped with a large number of armored vehicles and various heavy artillery. As for the form of combat, it will be trench warfare. I think in large-scale wars, these people can even perform as well as Space Marines' legions. Angron's plans were all old ideas, he had long intended this, but only now had a complete plan. Qin Xia agreed as always. What Angron wanted to build was the primitive version of the Astrum Militarum. In Qin Xia's memory, 10,000 years later, when the Primarch era ended and the Space Marines' legions were broken down into individual chapters, it was the Astrum Militarum that took on the heavy responsibility of defending the Imperium. The Astrum Militarum was undoubtedly the main force against the enemy. Lord of the 12th Legion. Dan Xiok ran onto the defensive wall and saluted Angron. The defenders on this defensive wall need to advance about 30 kilometers in the direction of the enemy attack, this is the most crucial part of the expansion. Understood, Angron nodded. Dan Xiok saluted again and turned to leave. Angron began to dispatch Legion warriors. Since most of the 12th Legion members were also responsible for clearing Greenskin Kid worm vehicles, Angron did not want to dispatch too many warriors to fight with him. Dispatching 10 companies nearby, along with the Blood Drinker Guard, plus the existing troops on this defensive wall, was entirely sufficient in Angron's view to achieve the goal of expanding 1 kilometer into the Greenskin Kid Sea. As the Primarch's orders gradually spread, the operation began. The fleet, which had been assisting in defense with orbital bombardment, began to concentrate its bombardment on the land outside the fortress's front defensive wall. Angron led the guard, standing with Qin Xia at the main gate below the defensive wall. Other warriors followed behind them. The main gate slowly opened. The orbital bombardment cleared a large area, but these areas were then filled by the Greenskin Kid. Advance. Angron raised his chainsword axe. Everyone walked out of the main gate and engaged the charging Greenskin Kid. The Blood Drinker Guard protected Angron, and the gladiators not only fulfilled their duty of guarding the Primarch but also performed their most good at proficient attacks. The gladiators coordinated closely, fighting just as they had on the Ildari flagship, each person was like a part of a killing machine, fitted together. The wails of the slaughtered enemies and the sound of weapons cutting through flesh formed the roar of the killing machine. The Greenskin Kid swept in like a tide, the guard easily blocked them, then continued to slaughter and advance. The Space Marines were dispersed among the mortal soldiers, forming the middle and rear parts of the formation. While the entire formation continuously advanced, a small number of people would stay behind to consolidate the already opened up land. The entire formation was like a piece of dough, gradually stretched out. Gunships occasionally swooped down to bombard the enemy. The crimson light columns representing orbital bombardment occasionally lit up at the very edge of the field of vision. Inside the fortress, the 4th Legion's artillery provided continuous fire support. Qin Xia stood beside Angron, occasionally releasing psychic spells to assist in combat, but did not use ancient relics, nor did he summon a God King Titan to participate. Because the current situation was slightly peculiar. The Greenskin Kid's weapons and equipment didn't look very good, and the Gork's-Grin and war vehicles, which had been seen in previous battles, did not appear. This situation had only two explanations, either the Greenskin Kid tribe currently attacking the fortress was not a powerful one, or the Greenskin Kid's commander intended it to be so. In any case, the current situation was far from needing ancient relics and titans to resolve. With everything going smoothly at the vanguard, the engineering units began to leave the fortress, establishing simple positions and fire points in the areas they passed through. More Nuceria soldiers poured out of the fortress and began to attack outwards along the cleared route. Perturabo stood on the defensive wall observing the battle, his gaze briefly drawn to the mortals who dared to bayonet charge the Greenskin Kid. And in the distance, another gaze was also observing. Waik. A Greenskin Kid boss charging towards Qin Xia was grabbed by the head and, after a brief struggle, had its entire upper body torn off. Qin Xia, wearing power armor, threw the boss's corpse away and moved to the right to kill. The Greenskin Kid were attracted by the butcher and flowed along. After Qin Xia entered a Gobi desert, the Greenskin Kid besieging him, the butcher, suddenly decreased significantly. Amidst the slaughter, Qin Xia found that the weapons and equipment of the Greenskin Kid he had killed were gradually becoming more refined. He was even more convinced that he had made the correct decision, so he chopped and fought even harder. Butcher. A roar that echoed across the Gobi reached Qin Xia's ears. This roar seemed to flip a switch for the surrounding Greenskin Kid, both the Greenskin Kid and the bosses all retreated, clearing a wide and flat area. Qin Xia was searching for the source of the sound when his precognition ability suddenly activated briefly. The next second, he quickly moved several meters backward. A massive dark shadow descended from the sky, the mere impact force of its landing sent sand and stones flying nearby. Amidst the swirling sand and stones, Qin Xia saw a stout orc, about 5 meters tall, glaring at him menacingly with 2 blades in hand. This was a warlord. Qin Xia realized. The orc in front of him was a powerful Greenskin Kid cultivated on this super big Waik star, Perhaps it was once just an ordinary warboss or boss, but it was now the master of all green-skin kid on the entire planet. The most warlike and strongest orc. An orc warlord has appeared here with me, Qin Xia told Angron through the comms channel. Angron, who was fighting, looked towards Qin Xia's location. Since the two had killed in different directions, they were now about a kilometer apart, and the Primarch's vision only saw endless green-skin kid, without Qin Xia's figure. I'm coming right away. Angron immediately wanted Qin Xia to open a portal. But Qin Xia only informed him and did not want Angron to intervene, because if this battle between the green-skin kid butcher and the warlord was won alone, even if it only injured the warlord, it would have strategic value in the war against the green-skin kid. Just have the fleet ready to execute orbital bombardment in case of unforeseen circumstances, Qin Xia said, then cut off communication. The warlord did not immediately begin to challenge his longed-for opponent, but instead slowly paced in circles in the empty space cleared by the other green-skin kid. Qin Xia also paced slowly. One man and one beast searched for each other's weaknesses. Qin Xia quickly thought of 3 strategies: superior, medium, and inferior. The superior strategy was to kill the warlord in close combat. The medium strategy was to kill the warlord with psychic powers. The inferior strategy was to retreat gracefully, then watch as orbital bombardment rained down to blast the warlord to death. Having made up his mind, Qin Xia raised his battle axe and advanced. As the green-skin kid cheered wildly, he actively launched an attack on the warlord, who then met him with his twin blades. Both sides intentionally probed each other, engaging in successive close-quarters skirmishes. Sparks flew as they more or less figured out each other's capabilities, then both quickly retreated at the same moment. However, the warlord quickly swung his blade during his retreat, with a tricky attack angle. The blade left a deep gouge across the chest plate, and the immense force of the warlord's swing knocked Qin Xia back several meters. Chapter 204, The Beheading of a Warlord. It didn't use this much force during the close-quarters combat earlier. Able to hold back and play dumb, this is no ordinary greenskin. Qin Xia pondered. He found these greenskins exceptionally intelligent, relatively smarter than the average greenskin species. Whether it was Gusa, that Gretchen, or the warlord before him. The best strategy of winning through close combat had become an impossible luxury. Qin Xia could only choose the middle path, which was to win with psyker abilities. Currently, these greenskins seemed to favor close combat, so not winning through brutal and fierce melee combat would naturally be less effective, but he could only settle for that. While he was pondering, the warlord swung his blade again. Qin Xia raised a psyker barrier to block. The warlord's first and second strikes did not break through the barrier, but his offense was exceptionally fierce, and a crack appeared in the barrier after successive blows. As the warlord noticed this crack and put all his strength into another strike, a psyker impact came head-on. The warlord instinctively raised his arms to block, sliding back several meters on the ground before steadying himself, glaring at Qin Xia with a cruel, bloodthirsty expression. Qin Xia observed the warlord with psyker vision. A green energy surrounded the warlord, forming a storm, and the warlord was at the center of this storm. Greenskins themselves are a psyker species. Even these greenskins who highly favor close combat will generate psyker effects if they are large enough. The psyker effect on this warlord made him bigger, faster, and stronger, while also giving him resistance to psyker attacks. Qin Xia looked around. Green energy also surrounded him. The green energy was the greenskin's Warlike energy, an utterly absurd, purely subjective supernatural psychic power. If it weren't for playing the role of a green-tide butcher, which looked and sounded very powerful, Qin Xia believed his power armor would not have been able to withstand the warlord's blows, and his own strength would have been insufficient to clash blades with the warlord in a test of strength. A greenskin warlord, forged in war and earning the admiration and respect of his peers step by step, could be a match for a Primarch, and it would be hard to say who would win. Qin Xia observed for a moment, in psyker vision. This took a relatively long time, but in reality it was only the blink of an eye. As Qin Xia tried to crush the warlord's head with psyker abilities, the warlord leaped over, chopping down fiercely with both blades. Qin Xia raised his giant claw, and this weapon, thought to be extremely powerful by the greenskins, blocked the blades and the warlord's strength. Qin Xia seized the opportunity to concentrate. If crushing someone's head was like an ordinary person crushing an egg with one hand, relatively not too easy but not difficult either, then crushing the head of this greenskin warlord was like crushing an apple with one hand. Not only crushing the head, but all psyker attacks applied to the warlord were similarly affected. In the greenskins' view, there could be no attack that could kill a warlord without warning. This belief would become an omnipresent defensive barrier. Only a more powerful psyker attack could break through the barrier. Qin Xia had once envisioned such a battle. All the enemies present were psykers, and then the psykers applied their psyker abilities to an individual, creating a powerful individual. Just like the current situation, the greenskins themselves were psykers, and the warlord was the most powerful individual they had shaped. In such a battle, one way to successfully eliminate the powerful individual shaped by psyker abilities was to draw psyker abilities for one's own use. Psyker abilities have no owner, they are a public resource. As long as a psyker is strong enough, they can use them however they wish. But facing the greenskins now, this approach was not suitable. Because although greenskins are also a psyker species, the principle of their psyker use is very unique. Their Warlike energy, the basis of their Warlike energy, although also a form of psyker ability, does not originate from the warp, but is energy spontaneously generated by the greenskins. Psykers other than greenskins need to allow psyker abilities to permeate into the reality universe and then manipulate them, but the greenskins' Warlike energy does not need to slowly permeate reality from the warp and be used. it exists within the greenskins and is also difficult for non-greenskin psychers to use. Where's your skill? Butcher. The warlord pressed closer, chopping continuously while Qinxia pondered. Qinxia kept blocking, realizing that all unfavorable factors had converged in this battle, and he could only change his approach. The idea of using psyker abilities to deal with the warlord in the middle strategy was not limited to psyker abilities, other ancient relics or surprising tactics were the same as psyker abilities. With just a little thought, Qinxia had a new plan. After swiftly dodging the warlord's chop and creating distance, Qinxia used psyker teleportation to quickly leave the battlefield. The warlord watched the butcher disappear into a patch of ice and snow, scratched his head in confusion, and turned to look at the other greenskins. The greenskins were equally puzzled. Just as the orcs were about to believe the green-tide butcher had fled, Qinxia suddenly emerged from the ice and snow again. Qinxia was still in the same attire as before, greenskin-made power armor, a war axe belonging to some warboss, looking no different. Only Qinxia himself knew that the ancient artifact capable of suppressing psyker abilities was placed in the chest of his power armor. That artifact, which Qinxia had just retrieved from others, suppressed psyker abilities, and the power armor couldn't even function normally, but Qinxia could still assist the power armor's operation using the characteristics of his psyker talent. At least the power armor wouldn't fall apart. The ancient artifact, which didn't block the path for psyker abilities to permeate reality but only suppressed them, also had an effect on Wadaic energy. In Qinxia's psyker vision, the green storm around the warlord and himself had weakened significantly, meaning the benefits brought by Wadaic energy were dissipating. At this moment, using psyker abilities could easily kill the warlord in front of him, but there was another equally easy and beneficial method. Fight. Qinxia raised his war axe and pointed at the warlord. The warlord roared and lunged at the butcher, just as before. But this warlord-level greenskin's movements were much slower, becoming more realistic. How could a giant beast over 5 meters tall normally be as swift as the wind? How could it jump and leap as agilely as an acrobat? The ancient artifact, capable of suppressing psyker abilities, was precisely what made everything within its range conform to reality. The surrounding greenskins, observing the battle, felt uncomfortable and retreated further. They could still watch the battle. If they were greenskins specializing in manipulating psyker abilities, they would even explode from the suppression, potentially causing a chain reaction that would kill all greenskins on sight. The characteristic of these greenskins, who favored close combat and disliked witchcraft, gave them strong resistance to psyker attacks, but now this characteristic no longer existed. At least, that was the case around Qinxia. The warlord's attack was easily dodged by Qinxia. The giant beast charged a long distance like a wild bull before stopping. Even inertia became his enemy. Qinxia dragged his war axe forward. The war axe, which had been lighter than a dagger in his hands before, now became a burden, but Qinxia still chose not to discard it. He dragged the war axe and walked towards the warlord with heavy steps. The warlord gnashed his teeth, looking at Qinxia, and also wondered why he felt so uncomfortable, but his brain, which should not normally possess the ability to think, made his thoughts exceptionally slow. Seeing Qinxia suddenly raise his war axe, the warlord met him, amidst the cheers of the other greenskins, to continue the fight. The war axe fell, and the twin blades met it. The war axe, using gravity, severed both blades, and the axe blade chopped into the warlord's right shoulder. Qinxia raised his hand, and his giant claw pressed on the warlord's neck. He exerted force with both hands simultaneously. The sound of flesh tearing erupted, the warlord roared in anger or pain, and finally, as his roar abruptly ceased, his head was pulled off. Qinxia stumbled back 2 steps. His situation was not as good as it appeared on the surface. The ancient artifact also suppressed his psyker abilities. His power armor and the war axe in his hand had both become burdens, incredibly heavy, and at the same time, he was using his psyker talent's characteristics to counteract the artifact's suppression effect. Psyker abilities surged and then dissipated, maintaining auxiliary control over the power armor before dissipating, similar to the puppet-like control applied to the God King Titan. This process was not painful, it just made Qinxia feel as if his mental energy was being rapidly consumed. In any case, this warlord-level greenskin had been beheaded. The cheers of the surrounding greenskins had stopped the moment Qinxia tore off the warlord's head. The greenskins watched the scene before them in disbelief. The warlord has been beheaded by me. Qinxia held up the head and walked towards the greenskins. The greenskins retreated, looking back every 3 steps, running further and further away. They were like a group of gang subordinates who had lost their boss, either fleeing in fear or realizing they shouldn't be cheering there anymore and running away. Qinxia took off his helmet and removed the recording device inside. After checking and confirming that the recording device had fully captured his every move, he sent out a backup of the recording. Having done this, Qinxia put on his helmet, looked at the warlord's head in his hand, and fell into thought. A moment later, Qinxia sat in a chair, gazing at the warlord's head. After the warlord's death, all the greenskins besieging the fortress retreated. They still had to fight among themselves for a while to elect a new leader before they could continue their attack. Of course, they would also spread the news of the green-tide butcher beheading the warlord. However, Qinxia, having won a victory, was not joyful. He merely gazed at the warlord's head, deep in thought. Just now, he had only wanted to relieve pressure on Angron and the others, which was why he had gone to kill in another direction, completely unexpected that this warlord would appear. This happened too suddenly. I thought it would be much harder to deal with. Brown walked over, stepping on the warlord's head, and gestured for Quadrant to take a picture of him. Quadrant completely ignored Brown, observing the battle records Qinxia brought back with the Olina sisters. Angron was also watching the battle records, learning how to deal with a warlord-level greenskin. Its combat power is similar to a Primarch. At least, it appears that way. Quadrant analyzed. Alina shifted her gaze to Qin Xia. Since that ancient artifact that suppresses psyker abilities has a special effect on this warlord, why didn't you just teleport back and get the artifact? To demonstrate. Qin Xia stopped thinking about the warlord. Everything I've done in this war so far has been to demonstrate the characteristics of greenskins and effective ways to deal with them. In this universe, no power is invincible, even someone as strong as the Emperor has natural enemies. Qin Xia rose from the chair and walked to the warlord's head, gazing into the warlord's unfocused eyes. Only one fighting style has the potential to be invincible, targeting the enemy's characteristics, using different methods, and combining them with one's own characteristics. Humans have not fought greenskins many times yet. Every lesson we learn in every battle recorded in this war is valuable. With that, Qin Xia continued to gaze at the warlord's head. There was nothing special to look at on this head. What truly concerned Qin Xia was what lay behind this head. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out again, meaning the greenskins had once again begun an active assault. I thought they'd behave for a while, Angron said, like continuing their civil war and fighting out another warlord or something. There might be more than one warlord. Qin Xia pondered the battle he had just fought with the warlord. This warlord, in any case, doesn't seem like the kind of warlord who could create a lightsaber. It doesn't seem like the kind of warlord who could create a lightsaber. Chapter 205, Research Subject. A few days later. Amidst rolling sand, Gusa, clad in a white robe, slowly ascended a hill, gazing out at the human fortress. As far as the eye could see, countless of his kind were attacking the only territory on this planet belonging to humans, and the fortress seemed to undergo immense changes almost daily, even hourly. The fortress grew larger and larger, until it appeared to exceed the definition of a mere fortress. The humans' defensive capabilities and territory are increasing day by day, Gusa commented in a deep voice, a hint of worry in his tone. They always intended to tie us down on this planet, Squeaky Fart said. Squeak, squeak. It doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with us. Gusa's gaze shifted from the fortress to his own kind. The kin attacking the fortress were no longer the backward tribal beasts wielding choppers, they began to use more advanced weapons, equipped with armor, guns, and even large armored vehicles. Gusa could even see a Gork's grin, that war machine slowly approaching the defensive wall, penetrating the void shield, and then being intercepted and ultimately destroyed by an incredibly cool-looking human war machine. A God King Titan. Gusa knew the humans called that war machine by that name, it belonged to the Green Tide Butcher. Once, in a battle in the desert, a God King Titan appeared, battling a Gork's grin and ultimately winning. At that time, the other beasts were still foolish enough to think that as long as they built a bigger, grander, more Wadaik machine, they could just stomp the Butcher to death, but the result was, the Butcher's war machine was even more Wadaik. You've arrived. A familiar voice sounded from behind, and Gusa and Squeaky Fart quickly turned to look back. On a small mound nearby, the Green Tide Butcher stood tall. His nearly 6-meter-tall massive power armor, the scars left from legendary battles, and the warlord's head hanging from his waist, all indicated that the individual inside this power armor, though a human, was absolutely the most Wadaik and most powerful human. We've arrived, Gusa nodded, walking towards the mound. This spot was about 2 kilometers from the fortress, a place resembling an open-air cave environment within a deep pit, far from any strategic strongholds outside the fortress, where no beast or human would come. 2 days ago, a clever young beast, driving a new siege weapon and eager to try it out, made an operational error, blasting out this excellent secret meeting spot. In my impression, after your warlord dies, you usually quiet down for a while, but why did you launch another attack less than 2 hours after I killed that warlord wielding 2 blades? Qin Xia asked. Gusa looked up at the Green Tide Butcher. The Green Tide Butcher, as when they last met in the cave, leaned on his battle axe, looking down, his tone not contemptuous but also not respectful, much like a boss questioning a subordinate. While Gusa was in a daze, Squeaky Fart had already begun to explain, that, squeak, squeak, the warlord killed by you was born on this planet, squeak, squeak, and the warlord who gave the war boss the lightsaber on the night we first met, squeak, squeak, is an outsider like me and Gusa. The gifted, modified Gretchen spoke as articulately as ever, when conversing with a member of the human race, the Green Tide Butcher, it tried its best not to use those annoying-sounding greenskin words. Except for the squeak, squeak it simply couldn't correct. So that outsider warlord replaced the warlord who fought his way up on this planet. Qin Xia said. Then it's normal that you didn't take long to launch a new attack. It was you who slew the warlord who gradually rose on this planet through fierce fighting, squeak, squeak, that outsider merely picked up the scraps, the Gretchen rubbed its palms, a cunning smile on its face. Being praised by a Gretchen or greenskin did not make Qin Xia happy, but Squeaky Fart, this Gretchen, was very special. Qin Xia was silent for a moment. Seeing that the butcher no longer spoke, and unable to discern his expression through the helmet that looked like a warlord beast's skull, Squeaky Fart wondered if it had flattered him in the wrong place or at the wrong time. As the Gretchen pondered, Qin Xia slowly raised his increasingly sharp battle axe with his right hand and rested it on Gusa's shoulder. The Gretchen was startled and panicked. Gusa, however, showed no reaction, merely glancing at the axe blade. So you also know the situation with that warlord, and you know that your greenskin masters simply kill the small ones to bring in the big ones. Then why didn't you carry out the task I gave you before? That orbital bombardment beacon. Why didn't you use it to blow up that stronger warlord? Qin Xia asked coldly, tightening his grip slightly. Gusa also wore power armor, and the armor's shoulder resisted the axe blade, but when the butcher applied slight pressure, the shoulder plate dented, and the force transmitted by the battle axe to Gusa's body compelled him to kneel. We can't even see him. Gusa's low growl carried helplessness and fear. We never wanted to fight you, because we were exiled and want to fight our way back. If there was any chance to kill that warlord who is not rallying all beasts to die here, we would have done it long ago. These beasts attacking the Onus sector were exiles. Gusa once again indirectly indicated this. However, Qinxia had already confirmed that these beasts were related to the Alainer Empire, so he hadn't specifically inquired. Why can't you see him? Qinxia asked. You should have your own tribe by now, right? You should be a war boss level beast by now, right? Before, two warlords fought each other, now one warlord is dead, and another automatically fills the void. Why wouldn't he want to unify you and command you from your neck? No chance to see him? I think you are still not taking my matter seriously. With that, Qinxia lowered his battle axe and raised his massive claw, seizing Gusa by the throat. Gusa was slowly lifted. The news of the Green-Tide Butcher slaying the warlord had spread throughout the planet. It wouldn't have spread so quickly normally, but greenskin technology was advancing, developing rapidly, not only producing warp gates but also more advanced communication equipment. More advanced and efficient communication methods allowed the greenskins to quickly learn of the warlord's demise, and in their mutual exchanges, they imagined the Green-Tide Butcher becoming increasingly absurd. As the Green-Tide Butcher's iconic equipment, the power armor was the most absurdly imagined item. It became extraordinarily powerful, so powerful that it could grab a beast of Gusa's size like a small chicken. However, in Qinxia's view, Gusa's current powerlessness had another partial cause. Squeak, squeak. That warlord, who calls himself the Great Beast Emperor, squeak, squeak, he will invite Gusa to the capital in 3 days. Before, he refused to meet Gusa. I don't know why he changed his mind. Squeaky Fart eagerly explained for his companion. Capital. Qinxia was a bit confused. A settlement built in a cave, squeak, squeak, it looks like a slum. Squeaky Fart continued to explain. He imitates Emperor Ulrich, the most powerful and authoritative figure now, by declaring himself emperor, and also by setting up a capital like Emperor Ulrich. Squeak, squeak. Qinxia released his grip on Gusa's neck. Emperor Ulrich. Emperor of the Alainer Greenskin Empire. He established a new greenskin order within the greenskin race, which had a chaotic hierarchy. A unifier emerged among the greenskins, who had been chaotically warring like primitive people and ancient barbarians, and a nation appeared. The greenskins began to emulate Emperor Ulrich. Qinxia deciphered this information from Squeaky Fart's words. What about the Ildari? Qinxia brought up another matter. Those pointy ears, what are they doing? Fighting us, Gusa spoke this time. I led beasts to fight them the day before yesterday. They just took a beating like turtles hiding in their shells, doing nothing. Qinxia nodded. He thought this was consistent with the information he had received. Gusa was not lying. My lord, squeak, squeak, once Gusa and I meet the warlord, we'll use the orbital bombardment beacon to blow him up, Squeaky Fart said. What do you think is the probability of successfully blowing him up? Qinxia asked. Squeaky Fart truly thought about the question seriously, then replied, 70 to 80%. Squeak, squeak. He has some protective equipment, I heard. So, to be safe, you activate the orbital beacon first, and I and others will form a decapitation squad and teleport over. I will handle the rest myself, Qinxia said. Squeaky Fart nodded. Whether or not that warlord died had nothing to do with its own interests. Qinxia pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, aren't you afraid I'll discard you after you've served your purpose? Squeak, squeak, the Gretchen thought for a moment, rubbing its palms, its cunning and sly nature evident. Gusa and I want to gain status within the entire race and achieve some goals. Squeak, squeak, for you, we can cooperate. Squeak, squeak. The Gretchen paused, then added, besides, this war won't be the only war, I mean between our race and humans. If Emperor Ulrich goes to war with humans in the future, squeak, squeak. Gusa and I will still be useful. Upon hearing this, Qinxia nodded. However, in his opinion, the potential role Gusa and Squeaky Fart might play in the future was not very important. Greenskins were ultimately a warmongering race, and merely gathering intelligence was not very significant. The key was that he wanted to test how far Gusa, this greenskin who sought fame, could go. Gusa was an accidental occurrence, a collection of various coincidences, made controllable by his destined inability to defeat the Green-Tide Butcher. He was a perfect research subject. Remember, activate the teleportation beacon and wait for me to teleport over. Or if you can dismantle whatever is used to obscure perception at the warlord's location, that works too. Qinxia slowly retreated, gradually disappearing into the wind and snow. Squeaky Fart stood on Gusa's shoulder, awkwardly imitating a human's bowing gesture. After confirming that the Green-Tide Butcher had disappeared, Squeaky Fart looked at Gusa. He's not easy to talk to, is he? I know you might not. Gusa shook his head. I've come from a lowly position to where I am now, gaining things and status I never dreamed of. For that, anything I pay is worth it. Another 2 days passed. After a transport ship arrived in the star system, the 3 primarchs and the high-ranking officers of their respective legions on Little Nuceria gathered at the landing site. This time, it was again to welcome the arriving primarchs. Fulgrim and Ferris are both more arrogant than the other. We've come with so many people to personally greet them, they'll surely put on airs as soon as they arrive, and then cooperation between our legions will become a breeding ground for internal conflict. Continue to listen to me, or listen to them both in the future, you must think carefully. Perturabo gazed at the transport ship slowly descending from the sky, muttering incessantly. Angron stood next to Perturabo, Qin Xia stood next to Angron, and the Fire Dragon Lord stood to the right of the two. They're two peas in a pod. Seeing that Angron and Vulcan showed no reaction, Perturabo squinted at Qin Xia, continuing to mutter. Once they unify their opinions, they will certainly think it's foolish for us to fight a war of attrition with the greenskins on this planet, completely unnecessary to waste time here for the lives of those mortals. At that time, if the two of them just leave with their legions, or drag Angron and Vulcan along, there's nothing we can do. Angron turned to Perturabo, smiling. Sounds like Fulgrim and Ferris are even harder to get along with than you. Humph. Perturabo rolled his eyes at Angron. You'll understand when you are forcibly taken away by them like some lackey, watching helplessly as tens of billions of greenskins flood into various parts of the sector. Chapter 206, The Phoenix and the Iron Hand. You are the leader of this war, and that won't change. Don't worry that Fulgrim and Ferris will usurp your leadership. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to come here after learning about the situation on this planet, they would have directly led their legions to counterattack the orcs throughout the Onus sector. Angron was a bit annoyed by Perturabo's nagging and chose to address Perturabo's biggest concern directly. Leadership. Perturabo said in a deep voice, this isn't about leadership. You insist on dragging me to this god-forsaken place. As he spoke, the Steel Lord gradually fell silent. He probably remembered Angron's abilities and whether his own arguments were meaningful. Qin Xia squinted at Perturabo. Perturabo's gaze met Qin Xia's at that moment. But Qin Xia didn't know why Perturabo was looking at him, or what the Steel Lord's expression at that moment was meant to convey. As someone without Angron's mind-reading ability, understanding Perturabo's thoughts was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Steel Lord, Qin Xia began, any psychological analysis theory appears childish and helpless when applied to you. You are simply a bane to psychologists. Your psyche is like the fate of the warriors culled and killed in the 4th Legion, completely random, without warning. Perturabo was silent for a few seconds before speaking. A warrior like you in the 4th Legion would be disciplined 10 times a day. Fortunately, I am not a member of the 4th Legion, thank heavens. Qin Xia averted his gaze. Anyone who becomes your subordinate or close associate is utterly unlucky, because from the moment they meet you, they are as if held beneath the sword of Damocles, never knowing when misfortune will strike. Perturabo was silent. The transport ship slowly descended to the landing zone. A small number of 3rd Legion warriors slowly walked out in formation after the ramp gradually lowered. The premarches of the two arriving legions brought only a small force. They had informed their brothers before coming that they would deploy more forces in other parts of the Onus sector to prepare for a counterattack after the mortals were fully evacuated to safe star systems. Following the 3rd Legion warriors was the 3rd Primarch, Fulgrim. The moment this Primarch appeared in everyone's sight, everyone who hadn't seen him before was astonished. Because this Primarch, whether in temperament, physique, appearance, or any other aspect, was like the perfect protagonist sculpted in some book, the perfect image of a hero from ancient legends and modern myths. Fulgrim wore purple armor. Purple represented nobility, splendor. In Terra's extremely distant past, there was a phrase born in the Purple Room. Fulgrim's descendants, the Space Marines of the 3rd Legion, also had predominantly purple armor, adorned with double-headed eagles and lightning bolts on their shoulder pads. That was a grace personally bestowed upon the 3rd Legion by the Emperor. They were allowed to wear the symbols of the Emperor and the Imperium, and to call themselves the Emperor's children. This was a powerful legion, and their perfect gene father Primarch. Ferris Manus was beside Fulgrim. Compared to Fulgrim, Ferris's image appeared much more understated, with his equipment predominantly black. His radiance as a Primarch was somewhat overshadowed by Fulgrim. But Ferris didn't mind this. He walked along, chatting and laughing with Fulgrim, clearly indicating that his relationship with Fulgrim was uncommonly good. Ferris's legion was called the Iron Hands, but at this time, the legion members had not appeared before everyone, only he himself landed here with Fulgrim. Angron, Vulcan, Perturabo. My brothers. Fulgrim's voice was exceptionally pleasant, and he approached the 3 Primarches who had been waiting there with a light, graceful posture. He first embraced Angron, then tried to embrace Vulcan but was refused, so he changed to a dignified bow, and finally, when facing Perturabo, he only shook hands. And Perturabo didn't even glance at Fulgrim. Although he had long heard about the Steel Lord's appallingly bad interpersonal skills, Angron still wondered what Fulgrim had done to offend Perturabo. Until he perceived Perturabo's state of mind at that moment. A sense of jealousy, dissatisfaction. Perturabo was jealous of the praise and attention the 3rd Legion received from the Emperor. In his view, the achievements of the 4th Legion and the 3rd Legion were nearly identical. In fact, many opponents that the 3rd Legion found difficult to resolve could only be defeated by the 4th Legion, yet the Emperor had never paid as much attention to the 4th Legion as he did to the 3rd Legion. Oh, my brother's foster father, librarian of the 12th Legion. Fulgrim looked at Qin Xia, walked in front of him, bowed slightly with dignity, and then extended his hand. Qin Xia and Fulgrim shook hands. From the perspective of a newcomer, Qin Xia observed Fulgrim. If one didn't know that Fulgrim would later become a Daemon Prince of Slaanesh, transforming from the noble phoenix who now made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze into a serpent, then spending time with Fulgrim would indeed be quite enjoyable. You know my father? Angron asked. You mean, know him from meeting him? No. But I know his and your great names, and your deeds. Fulgrim replied with a smile. that extermination campaign against the Ildari Xenos was astonishingly beautiful, simply perfect like art, brother. Angron nodded with a smile, then glanced at Perturabo. Perturabo frowned and narrowed his eyes, starting to ponder with dissatisfaction what Angron's sudden glance at him meant. Then Angron sensed that Fulgrim's praise was also sincere, with no falsehood. Compared to Fulgrim's vivacity, Ferris was much more silent. Only after Fulgrim had said what needed to be said did Ferris step forward, narrowing his eyes and observing the Space Marines fighting in the fortress. The 18th Legion had few people, and the 4th Legion was busy underground at this time, so most of those fighting the orcs were 12th Legion warriors. As expected of the 12th Legion. Ferris spoke in a muffled voice, their gene seed has no mutations, they are numerous, they charge fiercely, and they can afford to die. If anyone else had said this, it would undoubtedly be a provocation, both to Angron, the lord of the 12th Legion, and to Fulgrim. On one hand, Fulgrim's 3rd Legion's gene seed had severe mutations, with a disease called the Blight spreading through the Legion. On the other hand, for the 12th Legion, charging fiercely was true. After all, the 12th Legion had previously been divided into several units, dispersed among various expedition fleets for use as assault troops, and had earned countless honors and respect for their gene father Angron. But the remark about being numerous and able to afford to die, no matter how it sounded, did not seem like praise, even though it was a fact. But the problem was, Ferris, who uttered these words, had no intention of provoking, the praise and respect in his heart were genuine. He was trying to use a compliment to build rapport with a brother he was meeting for the first time. Angron sensed this and could only respond with an awkward smile, indeed, indeed. Xia and Angron exchanged helpless glances, both knew that Ferris was someone with relatively low emotional intelligence. However, Ferris was not a bad person at heart. His personality wasn't that difficult to fathom either. Nor was he moody or capricious. Thinking this, Angron looked at Perturabo again. Perturabo tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his mind. But the Steel Lord's mind was keen, after all, not as dull in interpersonal interactions as Ferris, so he quickly understood the reason for Angron's two glances at him. After a cold snort, Perturabo turned and left under the bewildered gazes of everyone except Angron. Angron quickly followed him. What is this situation now? Vulcan frowned. Fulgrim smiled but said nothing. Ferris said expressionlessly, Perturabo is just that peculiar, trying to understand his thoughts is like a fool's errand. Xia thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Indeed. Inside the command center. Perturabo had somehow recovered, sitting silently in a chair. The other Primarchs sat in chairs just like the Steel Lord. As an important participant in this war, Xia sat beside Angron. A total of 6 people held a war council together. Since everyone from Angron to Perturabo had expanded upon Vulcan's initial strategic ideas, Vulcan was the first to introduce the current war situation in the Onus sector. Before Angron arrived, I and the 18th Legion learned of the Orc invasion only after dealing with the Xenos. The star speakers in the border star system transmitted a star message before they died. Then I arranged for Legion warriors to disperse throughout the sector to evacuate civilians, while I fought on this world, which was suffering the most intense attacks, because I believed my participation could draw most of the orcs to this world, reducing pressure on other worlds. Later, the 12th Legion arrived, and this world had accumulated a huge number of orcs, while evacuation work proceeded normally. Until now, the evacuation work is mostly complete, and you have arrived. There is no longer any need for this world to exist as a reservoir to attract most of the orcs. As Vulcan spoke, the ancient artifact that visually displayed the star system status adjusted the displayed scenes with his words, from past moments to present ones. Fulgrim stood up from his chair, walked to the tactical table, and observed the status of the entire sector. The status of the entire sector was not presented by the ancient artifact, but came from reconnaissance by combat personnel, space marines, or mortals, throughout the sector. This method of information acquisition had a significant delay, but it was entirely sufficient as a source of information for controlling the macroscopic situation. On the sector strategic map, it could be seen that the orcs had opened a transport route directly to Little Nuceria in the sector, occupying the worlds near the transport route. Most of their forces were now advancing towards Little Nuceria, or had already arrived at Little Nuceria. Like a swarm of ants discovering honey, they dropped everything they were doing and headed straight for the honey. Perfect. Fulgrim nodded, this is perfect. Perturabo looked at Fulgrim. Fulgrim said excitedly, we have created a bait that the Xenos flocked to, then lured them here. Those who would have died in the evacuation operation have survived, they can now retreat to safe star systems. Then we will counterattack, directly eliminate all Xenos enemies in this sector, cleanse them, and wipe them out completely. This way, the civilian casualty figures won't be ugly, and our strategic mission given by our father will still be accomplished. A win-win situation. Except for Perturabo, the other Primarchs all nodded in agreement. Angron noticed that Perturabo actually agreed as well, he just didn't express it. You all received the other details on your way here. Xia took over the conversation. Now is the counterattack phase, but before that, we must eliminate the warlord-level orcs on this world. The orcs' performance in this war has been utterly chaotic, pursuing more intense combat purely by instinct. But if a warlord appears, and this warlord comes into contact with the massive number of orcs on this world and gains their rallying power, then our war will become difficult. Chapter 207, The Turning Point of War. Then let's start with an assassination and take out the warlord. Fulgrim suggested. Everyone shared the same thought. Xia then took the opportunity to propose his plan, the Orc warlord possesses some kind of anti-psyker detection technology. Previously, some warriors from the 19th Legion did not find the warlord's location during intelligence gathering, but I have a way to find it. The only problem is how we kill it once we find it. With that, Qin Xia looked at Vulcan. Qin Xia had a plan, and that plan was for all the Primarchs to go with him. No matter how strong the warlord was, it couldn't defeat 5 Primarchs. They would rush in, deliver a righteous beatdown, open a portal back to the fortress, and then blow up Little Nuceria. However, he wasn't sure if the Primarchs would be willing. An orc of warlord caliber might not be able to contend with Primarchs like us, Vulcan said. I suggest we all go together. Just shatter the star system, Ferris said. Just blow up this planet. We don't need it anymore anyway. Even if the orcs scatter everywhere, it's only a matter of time before Fulgrim and I arrive and clean them up. They have teleportation technology. After we blockaded the star system, they used teleportation technology to come to this world, Angron said. Fulgrim nodded, deep in thought. In fact, Qin Xia alone might not be unable to deal with that warlord. The current warlord was only slightly stronger than the previous one, it was just not a sure thing. Since they wanted to achieve 100% annihilation, there was nothing wrong with going together. It's settled then, Perturabo suddenly said, making the decision. Somewhere in a cavern. Gusa and Squeaky Fart were escorted into the cavern by 2 war bosses. The 2 orcs looked around and found that the cavern here was surprisingly large and housed a tribe. This was the capital, the Great Beast Emperor's capital, but it was only nominally so. The dilapidated metal shacks visible everywhere here could not prove that this was a capital, only a wooden sign saying capital was the only thing related to a capital. However, Squeaky Fart was neither surprised nor disdainful of this place, because it knew that whether it was the warlord who called himself the Great Beast Emperor, or this so-called capital, they were merely crude imitations of Emperor Ulrich, who had expelled all orcs from their homes. One of Squeaky Fart's hands rested on its waist, clutching the beacon. It's, here, the war boss pointed to the largest shack ahead, which read Wa'aik. Wa'aik. Great Palace, indicating for the 2 orcs to get inside. Gusa entered the shack. Inside the shack, the warlord who called himself the Great Beast Emperor sat on a skull throne made from the heads of local beasts. Gusa examined the being seated on the skull throne. This orc's size seemed similar to the warlord who had been slain by the butcher before, but it was more technologically advanced. Both eyes had been replaced with crimson electronic eyes. Its right hand was replaced with a mechanical claw, and its left hand with a small cannon. There were numerous mechanical structures attached to its legs. Gusa couldn't understand the purpose of these structures at all, only Squeaky Fart could tell that all those structures had a function. The skull throne beneath the warlord, who called itself the Beast Emperor, was releasing energy. Squeaky Fart saw that the throne was accumulating the Wa'aik energy of all the orcs in the capital, gathering it into a storm that enveloped the cavern. From a higher perspective, the inside and outside of the storm were completely different scenes. There were other things in the shack. A miniaturized teleportation gate. The structure of this teleportation gate reminded Squeaky Fart of something it had seen when it first entered the cavern, a huge, strangely structured and shaped gate. It seemed this warlord was teleporting troops to this world. You, the Beast Emperor stammered, you saw the butcher, that who? I saw the butcher kill Roar Bloodblade, Gusa answered quickly. Before that, all orcs thought the butcher was just a strong shrimp, until that day he tore off Bloodblade's head in front of all of us. Then you, I ask you, are you? Yes, I have fought the butcher many times and survived to this day. What, the butcher is fierce. The butcher is definitely a fierce character. It was smart of you to call me here to discuss countermeasures with you, otherwise you would also be slain by the butcher. Hiss. The Great Beast Emperor suddenly slapped its head, rubbing the back of its skull, and asked with a grimace, why do you speak so fluently? I have stuff in my head, but I just can't say it. Gusa again examined the modifications on the Beast Emperor, and like the Beast Emperor itself, believed that it definitely had stuff in its head, it just wasn't good at expressing itself. The lack of fluency in speech was compensated by swiftness in action, which was also a blessing from Gork and Mork. Today, I called you here for something, the warlord who called itself the Beast Emperor stood up. I want to test my contraptions on you. The situation suddenly shifted from a gentle conversation to an abrupt confrontation. Gusa had already prepared for this when it arrived here. Because it was well known among orcs that the Beast Emperor wanted to use it for experiments, to test whether its creations were strong enough to deal with the butcher. Watching the Beast Emperor begin to rummage through the contraptions it had personally manufactured, Gusa felt no fear, only that this warlord was very pathetic. As a warlord, the Beast Emperor wasn't thinking about how to win a war, or how to conserve strength until the day it could fight back to Olaner, but was instead only obsessed with manufacturing contraptions and stubbornly testing the contraptions it made. Such a warlord seemed to have no other value, whether to shrimps or orcs, except to constantly Wa'aik other orcs to rush to this great Wa'aik star. Hiss. Squeaky Fart reached for the beacon. It knew that this cavern was like a place in a dense fog for humans, neither physical nor psychic means could penetrate it. And the effect of the beacon in its hand would be like releasing sunlight in the fog, directly guiding humans to teleport here. After being modified by the Big Mech and having the intelligence of many orc heads merged into it, Squeaky Fart possessed such astonishing insight. But Gusa cast a complex look at Squeaky Fart, who pondered for a moment and silently put the beacon back in its place. Squeaky Fart had already guessed what Gusa wanted to do. After the Gretchen on its shoulder jumped to the ground and hid in a corner, Gusa drew the great shield and cleaver from its back and slowly approached the Beast Emperor. Wait a moment, the Beast Emperor continued to rummage. Don't come looking for death yet, I haven't found something yet. Still want to do tests? Do you think I came to see you because I liked your tests? Gusa roared as it charged, its shield slamming hard into the Beast Emperor's back. The warlord-level orc, with multiple modifications all over its body, staggered a few steps from Gusa's impact, then became enraged. A spherical object on its chest flashed a few times, then suddenly released a shockwave that pushed Gusa back 10 meters. Gusa held its shield in front of it, gritting its teeth as it slowly approached the Beast Emperor. The object on the Beast Emperor's chest glowed even brighter, and the shockwave it released became even more violent. Gusa continued to endure until the Beast Emperor raised its hand towards it. The mechanical claw flew out swiftly, gripping Gusa's throat. You, how dare you, dare, how? I am more qualified to lead them than you. Gusa roared, raising its hands, striking and cleaving towards the Beast Emperor's head with its shield and cleaver. The Beast Emperor's mechanical claw suddenly flew out again, pulling Gusa a dozen meters away and pressing this challenger into a pile of debris. Among the debris were some explosives, which were activated by the impact of Gusa's body, causing a violent explosion in one corner of the shack. Squeaky Fart watched the explosion from its corner, its hand again on the beacon. It knew that Gusa wanted to challenge the Beast Emperor, then gain the warlord's status, and finally command all orcs to do something that Gusa considered very important. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Gusa and the Beast Emperor still had to duel. From the smoke of the explosion, the unharmed Gusa charged out, grabbing a weapon and firing at the Beast Emperor. The weapon accumulated energy for 3 seconds, then released a green energy orb. The orb hit the Beast Emperor, but was blocked by a shield that suddenly activated around the Beast Emperor. Gusa threw away the weapon and charged at the Beast Emperor, grappling with it. The two massive orcs roared and fought, occasionally leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on each other. The orcs serving as generals for the Beast Emperor noticed the fight here, but they did not intervene, instead cheering for this legendary duel. After fighting for a while, Squeaky Fart looked at the two blood-soaked behemoths, realizing that neither Gusa nor the Beast Emperor could defeat the other, and it was time to use an outside trick. You are just the butcher's, his defeated opponent. And you will be my defeated opponent. Squeaky Fart listened to Gusa and the Beast Emperor's roaring insults, slowly moving its body, approaching the two orcs in the shadows of various debris. About 2 meters from the Beast Emperor, Squeaky Fart suddenly pulled out a grenade it had made itself, then charged at the Beast Emperor. An appendage that was restraining Gusa suddenly extended and grabbed Squeaky Fart's neck, lifting the Gretchen, which had no combat power in terms of pure physical strength. Gusa immediately pounced on the appendage, but was forced back by a shockwave released from the Beast Emperor's chest. Squeaky Fart struggled under the appendage's grip, and upon realizing that it could not escape the appendage no matter what, and seeing the Beast Emperor's fierce gaze directed at it, the Gretchen slapped the grenade. An EMP blast surged outwards. The Beast Emperor's appendage crushed Squeaky Fart's neck before completely losing power. Gusa froze for a moment, then roared, its muscular body charging wildly at the Beast Emperor. What followed was a pure physical power confrontation. Gusa stepped on the Beast Emperor's head, grabbed the Beast Emperor's mechanical claw with both hands, and violently tore off the prosthetic limb. Then it tore off the Beast Emperor's other leg, gouged out the Beast Emperor's eyes, and finally, after continuous blows with both fists, smashed the Beast Emperor's head. Gusa gasped as it stood up from the corpse, rushed over, tore off the appendage, and then checked on its companion's condition. Squeaky Fart was dead, and the beacon given by the butcher rolled out of its pocket. Gusa silently put Squeaky Fart's body on its back, collected the teleportation beacon, and looked up at the orcs cheering for it. The next second, the giant orc roared and charged, using the force of its body to smash a big mech to pieces. After venting its rage, Gusa looked at all the orcs present and those gradually arriving. The orcs gradually fell silent, looking up at their new warlord. Leave here. Gusa said. Go back to where we came from. Chapter 208, Bloody Battle Axe. Prepare yourselves. The ancient void shield of the unyielding resolve will transport us over once the teleportation beacon lights up, then we'll swarm them and beat that warlord until he can't even fight back. Xia wore his greenskin power armor, wielding the chain sword axe, the iconic weapon of the Green-Tide Butcher. The other 5 primarchs were also fully armed. After the unyielding resolve received news that the beacon was in a standby state, Xia and the primarchs quickly armed themselves, ready to teleport over and kill the warlord. No warlord, no matter how powerful, would require 5 primarchs plus a powerful psyker to deal with, but while they could deal with him, Xia and the primarchs wanted more than just to deal with him. They wanted everyone to swarm him, to eliminate that warlord with 100% certainty, and to do so extremely quickly, ensuring no accidents whatsoever. But just as everyone was waiting for the teleportation beacon to fully activate, the situation outside the defensive line suddenly underwent a massive change. The greenskins who were attacking the defensive line suddenly stopped, then made different choices. Some chose to stay and continue the attack, while others fled. Some greenskins even started fighting each other directly, settling old scores and grievances, making the situation utterly chaotic. What happened? Angron pressed the button on his chain sword axe, stopping the roaring chain from operating. Did the warlord die? The primarchs exchanged glances. Xia was also a bit confused. But there was only one explanation for the current situation: the warlord, who called himself the Beast Emperor and had absolute dominion over most of the greenskins on this planet, was dead. The greenskins had fallen into chaos again. Although neither Qinxia nor the Primarchs, who had originally planned to assassinate the warlord, had done anything, the warlord was dead. This was an obvious fact. Perhaps it was Gusa. Qinxia's expression was complex, and he already had a guess in his heart. Gusa and that Gretchen named Squeaky Fart must have met the Beast Emperor earlier, then pulled out the teleportation beacon, preparing to use it. But perhaps for some reason, the beacon couldn't be used, and Gusa and Squeaky Fart either actively or passively engaged the Beast Emperor, and ultimately killed the warlord who called himself the Beast Emperor. Qinxia found this unbelievable, but after thinking it over, only the deduction that Gusa killed the Beast Emperor fit the current situation. The Beast Emperor was definitely dead, without a doubt. Qinxia was very surprised. He had never imagined Gusa's potential could be so great. From an unknown kid, he grew into a big mech, then into a warlord, and now he was capable of killing a warlord-level greenskin. A greenskin kid who was good at lies and deception, whose only skill was his glib tongue, grew to this point relying solely on deception, storytelling, and piggybacking on the Green-Tide Butcher's reputation. Qinxia thought about it and felt this was a classic example of the butterfly effect. The series of butterfly effects he caused as the Green-Tide Butcher had spawned such a unique greenskin as Gusa in this war. That saves us trouble. Angron hung his chainsword axe back on his waist. Qinxia also hung his chainsword axe on the back of his power armor. The Primarchs put away their weapons, somewhat dazed. What do we do next? Vulcan scanned each of his brothers. Ferris pondered deeply, then spoke. Perturabo spoke before Ferris: gather the troops and leave this place, then blow this cesspit of a place to smithereens, letting those damned Xenos perish in a doomsday-level catastrophe. Begin the counterattack. Ferris said, complete this war with maximum efficiency, we've wasted enough time already. The Primarchs looked at each other and reached a consensus. But there's one more thing to do before we leave. Qinxia said, regarding those Eldar Xenos. Everyone knew that the Tuantar Ark-world Eldar had already arrived in this world. Although those Eldar didn't know what they were doing and hadn't done anything to humans, they existed, and it was certain that they were preparing some kind of conspiracy. We at least need to figure out what they want to do. Fulgrim said, otherwise, they will surely jump out and bite us hard at some point in the future. Agreed. Vulcan muffled his assent. Qinxia was calculating a plan in his mind. After everyone had discussed what needed to be discussed, a communication connected to the communicator Qinxia was wearing. Beacon activated. Qinxia frowned upon hearing this, wondering why Gusa would activate the teleportation beacon at this point. A beam of light descended from the sky. In the gradually dissipating specks of light, the figure of the Green-Tide Butcher gradually appeared. Qinxia, inside his power armor, looked around and found that he was inside a shack, and not far away, there was a miniature teleporter that was roaring. There was only one greenskin inside the shack, and that was Gusa. Gusa now looked over 5 meters tall, and the weapons he held were much more refined, changing from a crude metal shield to a blade with an energy field, and a large shield whose wondrous purpose was temporarily unknown. Gusa was still wearing armor that was more refined than Qinxia's power armor. Although this refinement didn't provide Gusa with greater strength or agility, it merely looked more warlike visually. But without the legendary story bonus, and without the fear of the greenskins, Gusa's power armor would certainly not seem as warlike to the greenskins as the armor on the Green-Tide Butcher. Where's that Gretchen? Qinxia looked around. Gusa was silent. Your tongue is hundreds of times glibber than most greenskins, but when talking to me, it's still not as glib as that Gretchen's. Where did he go? After Qinxia asked again, Gusa turned his body. This giant beast exposed its back. Squeaky Fart was tied to Gusa's back with a rope. Qinxia could clearly see that Squeaky Fart's head and spine had been separated, then crudely sewn back together by some greenskin method. The Gretchen was undoubtedly dead. Perhaps because the current greenskin medical technology hadn't developed much, the decapitated Squeaky Fart was truly dead. What a pity. Qinxia shrugged. Initially, I wanted to cooperate with him more, because I found him unusual. Gusa turned his body again, facing the Green-Tide Butcher directly. I killed the Beast Emperor. I smashed his head to pieces, but if it weren't for my Gretchen pal, I would have been killed by the Beast Emperor long ago. Hearing Gusa say this, Qinxia interrupted, a warlord who crowned himself the Beast Emperor. You killed such a beast, not a super greenskin emperor equivalent to Emperor Ulrich. Gusa was silent. Qinxia continued, although that so-called Beast Emperor wasn't strong, at least he mastered a shortcut to survival and becoming stronger within your species, bragging about himself, at least making himself seem very powerful to other beasts. Gusa was silent for a few more seconds, then nodded, but I killed him, and I lost a good pal because of it. Saying this, Gusa paced back and forth in front of Qinxia, sometimes pounding his chest, sometimes raising his voice indignantly. Squeaky Fart was my good pal, he and I were close when I was just a kid. He was very smart, Gork and Mork above, I don't know why he was so smart. And after we parted ways, Squeaky Fart's brain was modified by a beast who called himself a big mech, and he became even smarter. I only know how to fight with brute force, if it weren't for this little pal, I would have died under the Beast Emperor's big claws. It was me who wanted to kill the Beast Emperor and seize his position. Squeaky Fart decided to help me, and then my decision indirectly killed him. At this, Gusa stopped pacing and stared at Qinxia. But I still helped you kill the Beast Emperor, you might have had to pay some sacrifices, some price. I helped you kill him, letting you reap the benefits. Qinxia also stared at the giant beast in front of him, thinking that although Gusa was intelligent, he was still no match for Squeaky Fart after all. Storytelling was Gusa's true forte. So what do you want? Qinxia walked towards Gusa. The power armor on the green-tide butcher roared as he moved, the creaking sounds of mechanical parts and transmission devices indicating instability and unreliability to a human engineer. But to the greenskins, those creaking sounds were a prelude to slaughter. I didn't tell you to kill the beast emperor. I said, activate the teleportation beacon, and I would handle the rest. And what happened? You thought you were so clever. Qinxia swung his massive claw. Gusa instinctively raised his shield to block, and the massive claw slammed onto the shield. The shield flew from Gusa's hand, spinning to embed itself in the ground nearby. Gusa tried to block with his blade again, but the cleaver in his hand was easily knocked away by the green-tide butcher, and his own neck was gripped by the green-tide butcher's claw. You have great potential. Qinxia looked down at Gusa. The claw-like structure of the power armor's hand buzzed, and wisps of electricity and leaked energy flowed and pulsed between the massive claw structures. Perhaps you can kill a warlord, and even in the future, you might kill Emperor Ulrich, the true greenskin emperor who drove you greenskin mongrels to the Onus sector. But everything you are is built upon deception and lies, built upon my interest and tolerance as the green-tide butcher. Gusa couldn't speak, his hands resting on the massive claw, trying to pry open the 5 fingers gripping his neck. Your story will spread even further. One day in the future, perhaps all the greenskins in the galaxy will know what happened here, know about the green-tide butcher born from this war, and his enemy named Gusa. They will know that you killed a warlord, by virtue of your great strength. They will also know that you repeatedly fought and lost against the green-tide butcher, your kind's reality-warping psychic energy made you stronger, but also imposed a shackle on you. At this, Qinxia released his grip. Gusa fell to the ground, gasping for breath in pain, and gradually calmed down. He regretted and was angry about Squeaky Fart's death, so he hadn't been able to control his emotions. Qinxia saw the Gretchen's corpse behind the giant beast as Gusa lay prostrate on the ground. Perhaps due to the death of a unique research subject, Qinxia felt a slight regret. He also didn't want to treat Gusa, who had just lost his pal, so roughly. But since it was communicating with greenskins, it had to be done in the greenskin way and style. Cruel, irritable, easily angered, quick to resort to violence, this was the greenskin way and style of communication. Conversely, if not done this way, it would only lead to greenskin contempt. I want to ask if you have a way to revive my pal. Gusa knelt on the ground, looking up and asking. Find a beast highly skilled in healing, and pull his soul back before Squeaky Fart's soul returns to Gork and Mork, binding it within his body. Qinxia said. Gusa was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up, preparing to do as Qinxia said. What are you planning to do next? Qinxia suddenly asked. Take a portion of the beasts and leave Super Big Wadaik Star, and find a way to return to Olaner. Gusa replied, but before that, I have to revive my pal. Qinxia nodded. In the future, humans would also need to deal with the Olaner Greenskin Emperor, this could be considered a form of cooperation, Qinxia thought. Most greenskins were warlike, bloodthirsty, and impossible to communicate with, let alone cooperate, but every race always had a few unique individuals. For example, 10,000 years later, the Blood Axe clan would trade with human inquisitors and serve as mercenaries. That's a good idea, but I suggest you don't go looking for death just yet. Qinxia said, you are not strong, and not all the greenskins on this planet obey your command. A considerable number of greenskins think you're a coward who survived by kneeling and begging the green-tide butcher for mercy. Gusa thought for a moment, then responded, Squeaky Fart made a plan for me, he told me to cultivate a super tribe, learn the army system of the shrimps, and make unified uniforms like boots and military clothes, learning tactics from the shrimps instead of foolishly charging like other beasts. This Gretchen is indeed astonishingly smart. Qinxia nodded. Squeaky Fart also designed a totem. A chain sword axe dyed blood red. Gusa said, the tribe's name will be the Crimson Battle Axe. Oh, I thought the tribe's name was Blood Axe. After speaking, Gusa walked towards the teleporter. The greenskins outside who were willing to follow Gusa were already using the large teleporter to leave Super Big Wadaik Star. Remember your goal, fight your way back to Olaner. Qinxia pointed at Gusa, don't let me see you in the Onus sector. Gusa nodded, and then the entire beast disappeared into the light of the teleporter. Chapter 209, Assassination. The warlord who called himself the Beast Emperor was dead. His successor, Gusa, had already left. There was still a massive amount of greenskins on the Super Big Wadaik Star, but the greenskins' attacks on the fortress were no longer as fierce. Most of the greenskins were embroiled in infighting, with some ambitious individuals attempting to become the new war boss. Only a small number of greenskins stationed close to the fortress would continue to attack, but they could be easily repelled by even fewer warriors. Humanity began to withdraw from the world the greenskins called the Super Big Wadaik Star, a process that would take some time. Is Gusa truly the founder of the Blood Axe clan? I've thought about this question repeatedly, and I don't believe he is. If I hadn't used the greenskins' characteristics to create the butcher myth, Gusa would forever remain just a greenskin kid. However, such a beast might be blessed by Gork and Mork and gain other opportunities, it's hard to say. Qinxia sat on the southern defensive wall of the fortress, which was no longer under attack, gazing at the night desert landscape, speaking into the recording device in his power armor. Regardless, Gusa will play a role in the future war between the Imperium of Man and the Ulaner Greenskin Empire. But Gusa is also a greenskin, also an enemy, just an enemy with temporary shared goals with humanity. When we no longer have common objectives in the future, I will eliminate him. Having finished recording, Qin Xia opened the recording device, saved the newly recorded content into a secret database, and then separately extracted and compressed his previous research on green skin characteristics, as well as the creation of the green-tide butcher image and the super big Wadak star incident. Finally, he extracted the compressed and packaged content onto a chip. After doing this, Qin Xia used his psyker abilities to call Olia. Olia quickly arrived on the defensive wall, sat beside Qin Xia, and tilted her head, blinking as she looked at him. This younger sister of the Olina sisters was unlike her elder sister, she was always warm, cheerful, brave, and direct. Here. Qin Xia handed the chip to Olia. What is this? A love letter. Olia took the chip, inserted it into her neural interface, and began reading its contents. Upon discovering that the chip contained data about green skins, Olia smiled and said, "It's written very romantically. It makes me want to reply with an even more romantic one, also stored on a chip." Qin Xia gazed at Olia, puzzled, and said, "Sometimes I wonder if you and your sister are truly one soul split into two, your personalities are so vastly different." But as soon as he spoke, Qin Xia suddenly felt that the vast difference in their personalities wasn't abnormal at all. Because Qin Xia suddenly thought of Perturabo. A person's personality is not singular and fixed, and their attitude towards certain things is often not singular and fixed. If your and your sister's souls hadn't been split into two, but had been born as one person, Qin Xia suddenly sighed, then you would definitely be difficult to get along with. Sometimes I feel that way too. Olia suddenly became serious, it might turn into a Perturabo New Guard 1 clone. Ha 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 ha. Qin Xia burst out laughing, Perturabo New Guard 1 clone, that sounds like something only I would say. I learned it from you. Olia shrugged. The two gradually fell silent, gazing into the night sky. The first batch of warriors, according to the plan, had already boarded transport ships and were heading into the void beyond the orbit. Olia reread the contents of the chip and asked in confusion, "By the way, why did you give me this chip full of green skin data? Do you need me to back it up?" "No, this is a gift for you." Qin Xia lowered his head to look at Olia, his expression serious and solemn. "I heard that the researchers on New Guard 1 are interested in greenskins and are developing and manufacturing weapons and equipment specifically for them, as well as planetary purification technology to eradicate spores and so on." Olia nodded. She had heard about it. New Guard 1 and the 12th Legion fleet had always been in contact and interaction, and occasionally New Guard 1's transport fleet would come to the Legion fleet to transport some supplies and so forth. Olia, of course, knew the research direction on New Guard 1. "Just take this chip back and publish it as a research achievement, and both you and your sister will be able to enter the Labor Council and become research representatives. Trust me, the contents inside are definitely weighty enough." Qin Xia said. Upon hearing this, Olia immediately sat up straight. "You want to send us back to New Guard 1? "Not sent back," Qin Xia explained. "I see your sister isn't very keen on staying in the fleet to fight. I don't have Angron's perception abilities, but I can tell. And you sisters are always inseparable. If your sister returns to New Guard 1, how would you stay here by yourself? Then you must have seen wrong. My sister always gives the impression that she dislikes whatever she's doing." "Alright. Anyway, the contents of the chip are a gift, you can use it however you like." Qin Xia spread his hands. "Besides, I already know what's in this chip, and I, as one of the new Star Divine Lords, can't go to New Guard 1 to be a representative." Olia removed the chip from her neural interface and placed it in a special chip holder used for storing valuable recordings. Then she suddenly hugged Qin Xia's arm. Qin Xia pretended to be nonchalant, shifting his gaze towards the transport ships in the sky. "It's a bit prickly." "What?" "Your arm guard, it's a bit prickly." Qin Xia and Olia gradually fell silent, enjoying the peaceful moment. This time, there was no longer a need to deal with the tsunami-like green skin attacks as before. In the night sky beyond the defensive wall, beautiful satellites hung, and in the desert beneath the night sky, 2 or 3 Gretchen and green-skin kids were playing around. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Until the peaceful scene before Qin Xia's eyes was suddenly replaced by a surge of psychic premonition. In the premonition, Qin Xia saw himself from a third-person perspective, sitting on the defensive wall, enjoying the hard-won tranquility. And on the top of a watchtower diagonally opposite the defensive wall, a fully armed Ildari warrior gradually materialized, setting up a heavy shuriken weapon. Then the Ildari warrior opened fire, and crystalline, flashing projectiles shot out from the weapon. At this point, the psychic premonition dissipated. Olia felt Qin Xia beside her move slightly. She looked up in confusion, only to see Qin Xia stand up and raise a psychic barrier behind him. A series of flashing crystals hit the barrier, having no effect whatsoever. Olia had just realized that an Ildari alien had infiltrated the fortress. As she instinctively activated her ancient relic for protection, Qin Xia's eyes glowed, and then a shockwave erupted from the distant watchtower top, with smoke mixed with alien fragments soaring into the sky. In the shadows of the fortress, a squad of Ildari moved through the shadows, swiftly traversing narrow spaces difficult for humans to navigate, using their agile bodies and movements, heading straight for the depths of the fortress. When the shockwave appeared at the top of the watchtower, this squad of Ildari glanced over, mourning the death of their comrade while continuing their rapid advance without pause. Alarms suddenly blared throughout the fortress. Spotlights lit up throughout the fortress, leaving no blind spots, illuminating every shadow. The Ildari warriors were discovered. The surrounding space marines immediately converged on the aliens' inevitable path. The iron warriors formed a tight formation, with the front row holding large shields, and the row behind extending bolters through the gaps in the shield wall. With this formation, they intercepted the Yildari warriors. Qin Xia suddenly teleported in front of the shield wall. With a twist of his hand, only one of the charging Yildari warriors survived, all the others had their necks crushed. The last surviving Yildari warrior leaped up, long sword in hand, preparing to kill at least one enemy, when he was suddenly surrounded by wind and snow, and the next second appeared 2 meters directly in front of Qin Xia, suspended in midair. The warrior lost balance and fell, caught by Qin Xia's hand on his head. Just as he was about to resist, he took a punch from Qin Xia, his helmet shattered, and his face a bloody mess. The warrior sneered and reached for his waist, preparing to activate the device hanging there. Qin Xia's glowing right eye saw what would happen 2 seconds later, an explosion that would suck the souls of everyone nearby into the warp. Qin Xia reacted immediately, tearing off the Yildari warrior's belt and teleporting it away. 2 seconds later, outside the fortress, a white light curtain rose from the ground. What other tricks do you have? Qin Xia asked coldly, looking at the warrior whose head he was holding. The warrior glared at Qin Xia. Qin Xia punched him unconscious. 1 minute later, the Yildari warrior slowly regained consciousness amidst a call from his soul. He instinctively struggled, finding himself bound by heavy iron chains. Looking around, the human who had knocked him out, and the 5 dangerous biological weapons created by humans, were all present and staring at him. Destroyer. The Yildari warrior's gaze locked onto Angron, and he cursed irrationally. Angron looked helpless and paid no attention. It wasn't until 2 more minutes had passed that Fal entered the dungeon. Fal, originally a Shadow Lord of the 19th Legion, had now been given to Angron by Korix to command as a reconnaissance and assassination unit. Previously, Fal had led those exiled warriors from the 19th Legion, like himself, to assassinate greenskins everywhere, collecting greenskin intelligence, and later specifically responsible for finding traces of Yildari. I was just chasing them. Fal went straight to the point. I chased them all the way to this fortress. They charged in like madmen, and I and others killed a few on the way. The rest kept rushing without even collecting the bodies. Have the locations of the Yildari aliens on this planet still not been determined? Angron asked. Fal shook his head. Their locations change. We can find their footprints anywhere, and I've even heard from thousands of warriors that they've witnessed alien strongholds in various places. Angron frowned. Before, we couldn't catch them alive, or rather, it was impossible to catch them alive. Qin Xia walked up to the Yildari warrior and sat down cross-legged. Fal nodded. The idea of catching one alive for the White Knight Lord to probe with his psyker abilities was not something he hadn't considered. It was just that the Yildari were too elusive and too agile, making it truly impossible. Now that one had walked into their trap, it was much simpler. Qin Xia raised his hand towards the Yildari in front of him, using his psyker abilities to invade the opponent's soul. This was different from reading the past of a corpse, it directly affected the soul. Anyone with a soul bond to the Yildari in front of him would be sensed and sought out, and even permanently located. No matter how the Yildari who came to this planet changed their locations, their position at a specific moment would be revealed. As long as it could be revealed, they could be found. Qin Xia closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw an Yildari sitting in front of him. Not the warrior, but a psyker, a farser. Qin Xia wasn't entirely sure why the Tuantar Ark world produced so many farsers, but he knew that the Ark world's extreme belief in prophecies and their insistence on killing Angron must be related to the abundance of farsers on the Tuantar Ark world. Chapter 210, Artifact. The farser was establishing a soul connection with the Eldar warrior, observing Qin Xia. Qin Xia was also observing the farser. At the same time, he could hear the message the farser was transmitting to the Eldar warrior. Accept your fate. Your fate is to end here. These were the words the farser spoke to the warrior. Qin Xia understood, it meant that the fate of this Eldar warrior was to perish on this world, and the farser had already foreseen it. Every Eldar warrior who came to assassinate Angron shared the same fate, because they would be terminated, they were sent to try their luck. But the problem was, if those fools from Tuantar Ark world hadn't insisted on causing trouble, why would this Eldar warrior have died here? Perhaps this was the self-fulfilling prophecy. If not for your ridiculous prophecies, they would not have ended here. Qin Xia communicated with the farser using his psyker abilities. Prophecy reveals fate, and only by revealing fate can fate be changed, the farser said. The human race is unwilling to accept the fate of extinction, so you struggle. Tuanitar Ark world is also unwilling to accept the fate of extinction, so we also struggle. After a brief exchange, Qin Xia and the farser both fell silent, as they began a psyker struggle. Qin Xia tried to follow the connection established between the farser and the warrior to locate the farser. The farser, however, tried to stop Qin Xia, even attempting to make his psyker abilities backfire, causing Qin Xia to overload and lose control, directly blowing up Angron on the spot. This was also a form of prophecy, and the actions taken after the prophecy. The farser saw that the warrior's soul would be infiltrated by Qin Xia before death, so he chose to follow Qin Xia's line of thought, engaging directly in a psyker struggle with Qin Xia, and aiming to kill Qin Xia in this soul infiltration. For this, the farser had prepared extensively. Ancient ancestral relics used by more powerful farsers in the Ark world. Some powerful psyker technological creations. And the help of other colleagues. The farser knelt on the ground, acting as a psyker conduit to unleash its abilities, while other farsers knelt behind it, holding various creations and exerting their respective skills. Your Tuanitar Ark world truly produces many farsers, Qin Xia said. In Qin Xia's psychic vision, he saw soul projections shimmering in the warp. The brilliance of these soul projections was less than that of ordinary psychers among the human race. As farcers with strong psychic talent in the Eldar, a race with strong psychic talent, the light of their projections should not be so faint. It was only because the farcer used equipment to obscure soul projections, to avoid attracting the attention and harassment of malevolent entities in the warp. The opponent had come prepared. If anyone else were to struggle with the Eldar farcers at this moment, even Magnus, the Primarch most skilled in psychic abilities, would suffer some losses here. The Xenos had prepared too thoroughly. This was a trap specifically designed for psychers, due to the advantage of foreknowledge, solely to deal with Qin Xia, the most powerful psycher known to Uniter Arc World to be by Angron's side. But Qin Xia was not entirely unprepared for all of this. He dared to establish a psychic connection without backup, and even after discovering the trap, he did not withdraw, for he had a trump card. The farcer searched for Qin Xia's soul projection. Just as demons need to find a soul projection to influence a psycher, the farcers also needed to find a soul projection to directly influence Qin Xia. Because the soul projection is precisely the channel through which a being in the reality universe, with its soul within a physical body, connects with and is influenced by the warp, a psychic dimension. The farcer's approach was not wrong. In normal circumstances, it would have been a sure bet, but Qin Xia had no soul projection. If he did not delve deep into the warp, if his soul did not leave his body and enter the warp, he was invisible to warp entities or other psychers. All the means prepared by the farcer failed because they could not find Qin Xia's soul, and instead, Qin Xia targeted their soul projections and influenced them. A moment later, the farcer trembled all over and suddenly stood up. Its colleagues, who had been assisting it from behind, rose in a panic, observing the farcer's condition. White light erupted from the farcer's eyes, its expression terrified, as it looked up at the sky. It had been turned into a living beacon by Qin Xia, any being connected to it would be accurately identified in Qin Xia's psychic vision. Done, Qin Xia opened his eyes and stood up under the puzzled gazes of the Primarches. Psychic light appeared in Qin Xia's right eye, a sign that his psychic vision was being used. In his psychic vision, the entire planet was crystal clear, and the locations of the Eldar were revealed. They were constantly moving, carried by a psychic construct, sometimes entering reality, sometimes entering the space between the warp and reality, which was why they were so hard to find. Are there many of them? Fulgrim asked. Not many, Qin Xia looked at Angron. Only a portion of people are needed to deal with them, unless we can find a way to Tuantar Arc World through these Eldar Xenos, otherwise, not too many people are needed. Angron nodded, planning to bring the Blood Drinker Guard along with his father to raid the Eldar Xenos' temporary den. If they could find a direct way to Tuantar Arc World, that would be even better, they would go directly and destroy the Arc World. Otherwise, they were unwilling to reconcile and kept sending people to stab them in the back. Who could stand that constantly? Are you going in that? Fulgrim pointed to the power armor on Qin Xia. Orc equipment will likely have limited effect against the Eldar. Tisk, Qin Xia feigned contemplation and difficulty. Then what should I do? I don't have power armor or equipment, nothing but this set I picked up from the orcs. Angron pursed his lips, looking at his other brothers, and began to ponder. Ferris spoke, I do have power armor suitable for space marines. If you want to wear it, I'll give it to you. Then I'll stick with this one, Qin Xia shook his head. Perturabo gazed at Qin Xia, observed him for a moment, then looked at Angron, analyzing something from the expressions of the two. The Steel Lord's lips curved slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting, and what he had discovered could be used to turn the tables on Angron. My foster father is taller than everyone else, so there's really no power armor that fits him, Angron said. Although he can change his body with psychic abilities, constantly consuming psychic energy isn't good. Perturabo raised a hand to interrupt, so why can't you just be honest with us and say, oh, my good brothers, can you build a set of equipment for my good father? Especially you, Lord Perturabo. Perturabo continued to speak in Angron's tone, because I know you are the most skilled at forging among everyone present, so I beg you, help this brother of yours who is useless except for his ability to read minds. Please. Hearing this, Angron's face showed embarrassment, unsure of what to do. Usually, it was he who directly exposed Perturabo's thoughts, but now being manipulated by Perturabo, he was indeed a bit unaccustomed. Fulgrim covered his mouth and chuckled, there's nothing wrong with just saying it. If he has to beg you, I won't let you help him no matter what, Qin Xia said to Perturabo. Oh, really? Fine, now not only Angron has to beg me, but you do too, Perturabo looked down at Qin Xia. Say a few words for a set of weapons and armor, what a great deal is that? Vulcan, Fulgrim, Ferris, my brothers, Angron turned to the other Primarches. Could I ask you to forge a set of weapons and armor for my father? Of course, Fulgrim walked past Perturabo. He's not the only one skilled at forging here, Vulcan also walked past Perturabo. Indeed, Ferris was the last to walk past Perturabo. The Steel Lord grew increasingly displeased, glaring at every Primarch present. Brother, you can leave this world first, we'll catch up with you in a moment, Angron said to Perturabo. Qin Xia stood in the empty space, having removed his power armor. Fulgrim measured Qin Xia's body. Vulcan held a forging hammer, tempering metal. These metals were of the adamantium type, less tough than the adamantium commonly used for ship hulls, but lighter in weight and highly resistant to extreme temperatures. These metals were melted by psychic flames and hammered by Vulcan, to be used as forging materials for weapons and armor. Ferris designed new power armor styles based on the most advanced experimental power armor designs, and considered how to modularize each part of the power armor, to install different modules to adapt to various combat environments. Perturabo planned every function of the power armor. Once Ferris and Perturabo had largely completed their planning, Fulgrim, who had finished measuring Qinxia's body, began to draw more detailed external designs for this custom power armor, such as heraldry and decorations. Fulgrim knew how to make this power armor perfect both internally and externally. He was equally skilled at crafting and beautifying. While Fulgrim worked on the power armor's appearance design, Perturabo and Ferris began designing weapons. Qinxia was skilled in unarmed combat, followed by proficiency with spears. Perturabo and Ferris designed the functions and general appearance of the spear, then discussed with Vulcan what materials would be best for forging it, while Fulgrim took the design drawings to beautify them. Angron would occasionally observe Perturabo's design process, and even after Perturabo mocked him for not understanding, he would not leave, but instead learned from Perturabo. The Primarches were busy. At this moment, there were no arguments, no discord. Qinxia, unable to lend a hand, could only anticipate what kind of weapons and armor these demigods would forge for him. No matter what kind of equipment, as long as it came from the hands of these Primarches, it would become a divine artifact in a few years. Chapter 211, Armor and Weapons. The Primarches quickly finalized the plan, and before manufacturing officially began, they presented the plan to Qinxia for his review. Although both Perturabo, Ferris, and Vulcan had far more experience in manufacturing weapons and equipment than Qinxia and Angron, the weapons and equipment were ultimately for Qinxia to wear, and it wouldn't do if the user wasn't satisfied. Let me take a look. Qinxia took a stack of blueprints and examined them carefully. The power armor, a major component of the customized weapons and equipment, had no model name, nor was it likely to be named a model in the future, as this set of power armor would be completely unique. This set of power armor looked similar to the ironclad Terminator tactical dreadnought, but some structures and devices that were of little significance to Qinxia were removed, making this Terminator armor less bulky than the ironclad model. This was an advanced experimental version of the Terminator armor during its transition from heavy equipment like the ironclad model to a more advanced model that combined defense and mobility. Ferris had seen this experimental model of the Terminator armor before, so he incorporated it into his design. Below the blueprint for this Terminator armor was Vulcan's discarded design. Vulcan wanted to make it like this, specializing in protection and firepower, with two shoulder pads towering like curved city walls, thick and tall, with a head that couldn't turn at all, and carrying more heavy firepower. Vulcan's thinking was that Qinxia didn't need to observe his surroundings with his eyes anyway, his psyker abilities were even better than observation instruments, so they might as well maximize defense and combat power. Ferris and Perturabo simultaneously opposed Vulcan, leading to the cancellation of Vulcan's design. But Perturabo felt that Vulcan's design could be broken down, with important components modularized. If Qinxia needed it, it could be added later depending on the battlefield situation. Terminator Tactical Dreadnought. Qinxia nodded, a must-have for tough guys. To be honest, Qinxia didn't really want to wear Terminator armor, finding it too heavy. No matter how much it was optimized, as a heavy power armor, it could never be light and agile. But as the saying goes, if you take someone's favor, you can't be picky. How could Qinxia be choosy in front of Angron? Furthermore, most of the tough guys in this universe wore Terminator armor. This expensive and powerful armor itself was a symbol of strength and status. Qinxia continued to look down. All the functions of the power armor were marked in a transparent diagram. For the helmet part, the face looked like a dish structure, but there was actually no design for tactical visors or anything similar, nor was there any space left for eyes. What looked like two shaped devices located at the eye level were actually advanced sensors and scanners. The helmet had neural connection lines inside, directly connected to the wearer's nerves, and then directly transmitted external information to the wearer's brain. Even if no one claimed it, Qinxia knew it must be Perturabo's work. Besides Perturabo, who even considered opening portholes on a battleship to be creating a weakness for the battleship, no one else would design it this way. Qinxia felt it didn't matter, because even if the helmet was completely enclosed and left no field of vision, he could still see the outside world with his psyker vision. With the advantage of psyker abilities, a design philosophy that left no weaknesses was indeed excellent. However, after Angron watched for a while, he couldn't help but ask Perturabo, "Brother, why is the neural connection method of this helmet the same as that of a dreadnought? Wouldn't it be no different for my father to wear this helmet than to enter a dreadnought?" "Yes." Perturabo nodded, "but if you are willing to share Nusaria's advanced psychic connection technology, he can be spared the mental torment of controlling a dreadnought." Angron was a little helpless. "Why can't you just say you want to acquire that technology?" "Of course, no problem, I've long wanted to share that technology. You can take samples and technical data." Perturabo frowned and gave a cold nod. Ferris looked at Perturabo, spreading his hands and asking, "So, you designed a dreadnought-like psychic connection method for the helmet just to demand Nusaria's advanced psychic connection technology? I thought you were pursuing higher efficiency and reliability." Angron sharply turned his head to look at Ferris. Ferris and Perturabo designed the power armor together, and he had not raised any objections to Perturabo's design just now. Qinxia continued to look down. The helmet completely isolated external environmental influences and had independent oxygen generation and circulation devices. Perturabo had designed devices for generating and circulating oxygen to allow defense lines to stand better on harsh planets. The device to be used in the helmet now was a miniaturized version of his previous research results. As long as Qinxia wore the helmet, even if he was in the void, he wouldn't have to worry about issues like oxygen deprivation. A certain Primarch who likes blue would like this. Qin Xia continued to look down. The head and neck connection protection, and the chest plate, were all made of the strongest metal according to Vulcan. The head was protected within a semicircular structure and ultimately could not rotate as freely as ordinary power armor. This was an unchangeable issue with Terminator armor, there were gains and losses. Vulcan's previous idea was correct, Qin Xia indeed didn't need to turn his head to observe his surroundings, so the maximum rotation angle of this armor's head didn't matter. The chest plate was considered the core part of the entire power armor. There were not too many functional structures, mostly, it was designed for energy supply and distribution to maintain the power armor's operation. But although this chest plate looked unremarkable, it incorporated Perturabo's latest research results. This research result was the creation of equipment specifically adapted for psychers. The psycher matrix integrated into the chest plate could absorb the psycher energy released by the wearer, then supply this energy as a power source to various structures and devices in other parts of the power armor, even allowing the power armor to produce effects that defied physical limitations. This meant that the reactor inside this power armor, used for energy supply, could be miniaturized as much as possible, using psycher energy to maintain the power armor's operation, and material energy to supply the structures and devices that required it. I hate psycher abilities, I hate the supernatural. Perturabo said in a deep voice, but there's no helping it, some people can't live without playing tricks. Angron realized that this plan, which used psycher abilities to maintain the power armor's operation, was prepared by Perturabo for Magnus. Perturabo didn't get along well with anyone, but he had a relatively good relationship with Magnus, so it wasn't surprising that he would specifically research or manufacture something for Magnus. This is a preliminary phase plan, not particularly stable yet. Perturabo glanced at the chest plate blueprint in Qin Xia's hand, but considering your characteristics, you should have no problem using this plan. Qin Xia nodded. The next blueprint was about the design of the shoulder pads and leg armor. The left and right shoulder pads each integrated an energy field for defending against kinetic projectile attacks and an energy field for defending against energy attacks. The shoulder pads themselves would also be made of the most suitable metal according to Vulcan, so even setting aside the high-tech design, the defensive power of the shoulder pads alone was already astonishing. At the same time, the shoulder pads also integrated a small energy point defense weapon that could intercept rockets or missiles. As for the legs, they integrated devices for suppressing inertia and anti-gravity devices for reducing the overall weight of the power armor. Perturabo had obviously studied the new Guard 1 anti-gravity technology already widely used by the 12th Legion, this Primarch only needed one look to understand the principles of those technologies. Qin Xia turned to the next page. This page contained explanations of the power armor's other functions. The power armor integrated a system that could defend against data intrusion and also counter-intrude enemy electronic devices. In addition, it could intelligently regulate the power armor's energy distribution, for example, allocating more energy to the shields when under heavy fire to allow the shields to last longer. This was designed by Ferris, while Perturabo felt that systems were inevitably vulnerable to electronic attacks, so he lowered the system's permissions and raised Qin Xia's manual operation permissions to the highest level. This meant that even if the power armor system was paralyzed or taken over by the enemy, most of its functions could still be used normally. The power armor also had miniaturized pseudo-void shield devices installed, which could be activated instantly and reach maximum power, capable of deflecting orbital strikes in a very short time. As power armor, these designs naturally lean towards defense, while also having relatively good mobility, thanks to the presence of devices for suppressing inertia and reducing weight, and Qin Xia could also use his subtle psycher interference to alter the power armor's mobility. Each function could be changed, simply detach the part of the power armor that integrated a certain function and replace it with a component that integrated other functions. Perfect, simply perfect. Qin Xia said with a look of shock, standing up and applauding, I feel that if I wear this armor, I can annihilate those Eldar Xenos even by myself. Look at the weapons. Perturabo ignored Qin Xia's praise and shoved new blueprints into Qin Xia's arms. Qin Xia checked it out. He found that the weapon the Primarchs had crafted for him was a long spear. The spearhead of the long spear possessed a disintegration field. A decent design. However, the material used to forge the long spear had a strong affinity for psycher abilities. If the user cast psycher spells on the long spear, the spell's effects would be even better. Additionally, the ring-shaped structure at the tail of the long spear could amplify psycher spells. One could say this was a weapon with a spearhead at the front and a staff at the back. With this weapon, I feel like I alone can take out the Eldar Xenos Ark world. Qin Xia put down the blueprint, utterly satisfied. Fulgrim handed Qin Xia his design for the aesthetic enhancement of the weapons and power armor. Perturabo and Ferris's designs were very plain, with the power armor and weapons all black. Fulgrim, however, had modified this set of armor and weapons to make them more aesthetically pleasing. The power armor used silver as its main color, complemented by a small amount of gold, and a pure white fur cloak. This was to match the color of the fluctuations produced when Qin Xia used psycher abilities. In addition, some power armor accessories were designed to be more aesthetic, combining both decorative and practical aspects. The patterns on the power armor naturally also required careful design. As for the weapon, it was silver and black. Qin Xia had no objections regarding the aesthetic design, he just hoped the main color wasn't purple. Absolutely perfect. Qin Xia looked at the Primarchs expectantly, when do we start? Don't rush, humph. Fulgrim smiled at Qin Xia, his mysterious and complex expression making Qin Xia's body tremble. Angron had already sensed what his four other brothers intended. They wanted their father to help each of them solve a problem in the coming years. I'm sure Angron has already sensed it. Fulgrim glanced at his 12th brother and said with a smile, then I won't beat around the bush. You just need to help each of us solve a problem in the future. Perturabo and Fulgrim thought alike, for example, dealing with orcs, you're good at it, just help us out. I can tell you are not an ordinary psyker. Fulgrim continued, you have great potential. If I ever need you for something in the future, just help me solve it once. After speaking, Fulgrim looked at Ferris. Ferris nodded silently. Vulcan grumbled, in the future, when my legion faces a crisis of life and death, just help my sons once. Angron listened to his brother's words, his mood somewhat complex. He didn't want his father to owe favors, but since his brothers had helped craft the weapons and equipment, it wouldn't be good to offer no reciprocation. But helping each person once, this condition was small, yet also very significant. Angron slowly opened his mouth, can I? Yes. Qinxia agreed, provided it doesn't violate the principle of fighting for the human race, and the favor isn't too outlandish or absurd. The 4 Primarches all nodded. Currently, there was nothing that needed Qinxia's help. The Primarches had seen Qinxia's ability and knowledge to steer the direction of a war during this conflict against the orcs, and decided to invest in the future. Chapter 212, A Sense of Ceremony. The day the power armor and weapons were forged. The White Knight, which had withdrawn after delivering Qinxia to the surface of Little Nuceria, had been engaged in guerrilla warfare, tying down the scattered orc fleets in the Onus sector. It wasn't until the White Knight recently destroyed its pursuers that it rushed to rendezvous with the main fleet and docked beyond Little Nuceria's orbit. Inside this warship, exclusive to Qinxia, the upper deck housed living quarters for the ship's high-ranking officers. These quarters included detached residences, large public baths, and a hall. In short, it was like a high-end residential area in a city. As the White Knight Lord, Qinxia had a private audience hall, private bedroom, private dining room, and bath in this residence, though he had never used these facilities before today. On this very unique day, Qinxia soaked in the bath, lying on his back. Water waves flowed, carrying Qinxia's body as it drifted in the bath. On the shore not far away, men and women vigorously stirred the still water in the bath with paddles, creating artificial waves. These people were all hired service personnel. According to the Lord of the 12th Legion's requirements, everyone on the ship should have a job and be registered. Of course, after the White Knight became full of personnel, there weren't that many job positions, so those who couldn't get proper job assignments for the time being were sent to the upper deck to serve as service personnel. This was at least a position, at least these people wouldn't be forced to the lower deck due to difficulty surviving on the warship, causing the situation on the lower deck to become chaotic. Divine Lord. 6 o'clock, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds is almost here. A young boy ran over and reminded him softly. Qinxia floated in the water with his back to the boy, merely raising a hand gesture representing 6, indicating that he had heard. Then, under everyone's gaze, Qinxia rose from the water. His robust body waded through the water onto the platform, the water flowing along the contours of his muscles. Those present could see the Divine Lord's well-built physique, but it was impossible to see everything of the Divine Lord, because from the perspective of others, a part of the Divine Lord was hidden in shadow. Qinxia stood on the platform, spreading his arms. People stepped forward to dry Qinxia's body, then draped a very loose black robe over him. This robe was a gift hand-sewn by the captain's family members. Such a gift was meant to be used on this very special day. Wrapped in the robe, Qinxia walked out of the bath and headed towards the armory. As the White Knight Lord walked with a solemn expression down the corridor, the sailors, officers, and space marines who had been waiting there stood to attention on both sides of the corridor, bowing in salute. Qinxia walked through the corridor and arrived before the heavy gate leading to the armory. Before the gate, which was engraved with the Imperial Aquila, the White Knight think tank stood solemnly on both sides of the path. Upon seeing the White Knight Lord arrive, they all saluted, then silently followed behind the White Knight Lord. The gate began scanning Qinxia's iris, and after verification, it opened with a rumble. Those present, like subjects and distinguished guests of a lord, were spread out on both sides of the straight red carpet aisle in the armory's circular hall. The White Knight's senior officers, and the family members they brought along to join the fun. The captain himself, as well as the engineers and honorary sailors the captain had lured with extra meals to fill the space. These people were the most numerous. Then came Qinxia's dearest friends and family. The Alina sisters, Quadrant, Brown, Angron, and the gladiators of the Blood Drinker Guard. The Primarches were also present, standing around Angron. Qinxia ultimately did not want to make the display too grand. Undoubtedly, he was a man of spectacle, but too grand a display always felt excessive. Angron had suggested holding this ceremony in the Triumph Hall. But Qinxia thought about it, it was just putting on armor, no need. It's just putting on the equipment we made, there's absolutely no need for these arrangements. Ferris muttered quietly to Fulgrim. A sense of ceremony. Fulgrim said in a low voice, I understand. Ferris reluctantly shifted his gaze, looking at his other brothers. Vulcan smiled, Perturabo still had that sour face, and Angron, on the other hand, looked excited, as if he were the one about to receive new weapons and armor. There was nothing he could do, since he was already here. Ferris could only remain silent and continue to wait. Qinxia slowly walked to the center of the circular hall, which had just been modified by Quadrant and Brown to become Qinxia's exclusive changing area. Once Qinxia stood on the platform, Quadrant's servoskulls began to armor him. Starting with the leg armor, piece by piece, the equipment was installed on Qinxia. The black carapace used to connect and control the power armor had already been acquired by Qinxia after he completed his Grey Knight's modification, so Qin Xia did not need any further modification to don the armor. Furthermore, Qin Xia would indirectly assist in controlling this Terminator tactical dreadnought power armor with his psychic abilities, so he also didn't need an apothecary to implant memories or habits while he slept, nor did he need to spend time specially learning how to operate the power armor. Structure after structure of the silver-dominated armor was placed on Qin Xia. As the last two servo skulls flew over, carrying the cloak in their mouths, and hung the cloak on the back of Qin Xia's power armor, the armoring process was complete. Everyone present was amazed by the splendor and weight of this power armor. One more step remained. Quadrant walked towards Qin Xia, holding a heavy spear, then lifted the spear with his appendages and arms. Qin Xia gripped the spear, tested its flexibility with a swing, then nodded in satisfaction. Then, he used his psychic vision to observe himself from a third-person perspective. He stood on the platform, clad in heavy and magnificent power armor, looking awe-inspiring. In a trance, Qin Xia felt as if he had returned to his years in the White Scars. Back then, there was a Space Marines recruit undergoing an arming ceremony, and he had watched it just like this. Then he truly looked forward to having his own arming ceremony after becoming a Space Marines, and he had always anticipated it, until he was taken away by the Grey Knights, until he crossed the warp and arrived in the 30th millennium. Nowadays, Space Marines also undergo arming ceremonies, but perhaps because they are not as poor as they will be 10,000 years later, or for some other reason, it is not as solemn, and the sense of ceremony is not as strong as it will be 10,000 years later. Now I finally have my own armor and weapons, and I am undergoing an arming ceremony held for myself. It really wasn't easy. Qin Xia thought to himself. No one could hear Qin Xia's inner sight, much less know that the White Knight Lord had just fulfilled a long-held wish. When Ferris thought this ceremony would have more procedures and routines, Qin Xia exchanged a few words with the crowd, and then most of the people present dispersed. The ceremony was completely over, with no other routines or procedures. To hold a ceremony merely to put on a new set of armor was something Ferris found hard to comprehend. Thank you all. Qin Xia walked to the Primarches and bowed. Angron excitedly scrutinized the power armor on Qin Xia and the weapon in his hand, as if these two items were worn by and held in his own hands. Although Angron could not perceive Qin Xia's emotions, at this moment, he felt a deep empathy for everything Qin Xia had obtained. No need to thank me, this is conditional anyway. Perturabo said coldly. My agreement to the conditions is also conditional, Qin Xia said. I can't do anything too outrageous, and I can't help with things as difficult as ascending to heaven. If any of you ask me to slaughter civilians, that's even more impossible. Wait. Wait. Ferris raised a hand to interrupt Qin Xia and Perturabo's conversation, looking at the White Knight Lord, and said seriously, it's just a set of armor, don't worry about us proposing unacceptable conditions. Fulgrim interjected, at least we can see that you are an expert in fighting orcs. Assuming that in the future, our respective legions encounter powerful orc enemies, you just need to lend us a hand, just as you did for the 18th Legion. Perturabo did not speak, but Angron sensed that Perturabo's thoughts were the same. In fact, it was Perturabo who had privately unified the opinions of his Primarch brothers. The reason was simple, in this war against the orcs, Qin Xia could be said to have changed the course of the war. Of course, no problem. Qin Xia nodded, now I can't wait to test this set of armor and weapons. Remember when I said I could single-handedly annihilate Xenos Eldar while wearing this power armor? That wasn't an exaggeration. With that, Qin Xia looked at Angron, patted his chest, and turned to leave. We will be deploying extermination weapons to the surface in 2 hours. Perturabo warned. I know. Qin Xia replied without turning his head, then gestured for the think tank and Brown squad members to follow him. Angron also turned and left, heading to the flagship to prepare to provide fire support for Qin Xia's ground operation, or, if absolutely necessary, to teleport him out once the 2 hours were up. Soon, only 4 Primarches remained in the armory. Vulcan, Fulgrim, Perturabo, and Ferris. The 4 Primarches looked at each other, each with a different expression. After several glances, Perturabo was the first to speak. You've all met Angron's foster father now. When each of us arrived, father asked us to observe Qin Xia, this psyker, and then make a judgment. Judge what? Vulcan asked. Did father not send you a dream, asking you to observe Qin Xia? Fulgrim asked, somewhat surprised. Vulcan looked bewildered. Clearly, he had not been given any special duty by the Emperor. The Fire Dragon Lord then asked, observe Qin Xia, and then make a judgment as Perturabo said? But what kind of judgment are we to make? Fulgrim fell silent. That was the problem, the Emperor had not explicitly stated what kind of judgment to make, only to make a judgment. Whether it was Perturabo, Ferris, or Fulgrim, the Emperor's command they received in their dreams was vague. Then let's give an objective judgment. Ferris said. A psyker who knows the Xenos like the back of his hand. Considering that the 12th Legion had never encountered orc Xenos before, Qin Xia's grasp of orc characteristics makes one suspect he has an extremely secretive past. Perhaps he lived with orcs, or at least fought them for a long time, and for some reason, his past became a secret. In short, he certainly didn't grow up on some planet, then get transformed into a Space Marines, and then inexplicably meet Angron. In his past, there was at least a long period of contact or combat with orcs. Ferris's statement was tacitly agreed upon by the other Primarches. This was an objective evaluation, a judgment made based on what the Primarches had silently observed. A psyker who knows the Xenos like the back of his hand. With an unknown, secret past. It was that simple. I have a question. Ferris continued, that is, where did Qin Xiao's gene seed come from? He doesn't seem to belong to any legion. 1,000 Suns. Perturabo's voice was deep. Initially, I suspected that, but then I thought it impossible. When Perturabo uttered the name of the legion, 1,000 Suns, Fulgrim and Ferris exchanged glances, almost immediately feeling that Qin Xiao's gene seed came from the 1,000 Suns. But Perturabo then contradicted himself. Combined with the fact that while the 1,000 Suns Legion excelled in psychic matters, their gene seed mutation was extremely severe, Fulgrim felt that Qin Xia indeed could not be 1,000 Suns. Perhaps he belongs to a secret legion. Ferris stated directly. Hard to say. Fulgrim gently shook his head. All four primarchs were thinking about Qin Xia, including Vulcan. Even without the emperors. Observation command to Fulgrim, Ferris, and Perturabo, they would still be thinking about Qin Xia. A powerful psyker, who knows the Xenos like the back of his hand, was a space marines before raising Angron, but whose gene seed origin is unknown. These factors are enough to make anyone with any objective interested in Qin Xia. Chapter 213, Practical Test. We only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, whether we've found and cleared out those Eldar Xenos or not, we must retreat. To be honest, this battle isn't absolutely necessary, but I want to test the equipment on my body. Qin Xia stood on the deck, speaking to the think tanks and the members of the squad he had personally formed. The think tanks listened silently. Even the Olina sisters said nothing. Brown was uncharacteristically quiet at this moment. Quadrant also remained silent. But Qin Xia knew there was only one reason for Brown's silence, it wanted to discuss something other than the current matter. Please speak, Qin Xia looked at Brown. Brown instinctively raised his hand, then lowered it, and quickly asked, you can directly transfer power armor components onto your body, right? I remember you did that before. If we don't have the armoring ceremony, we could go down 4 hours earlier and cause chaos among the Eldar Xenos. Ritual is necessary, Quadrant said coldly. It allows us to feel that we are engaged in some kind of endeavor, and thus feel physically and mentally pleased. As Quadrant said, Qin Xia walked past Brown. Additionally, we'll deal with the Xenos below in 30 minutes, and then capture one alive. That way, when they come to their deaths next time, we at least won't have to run around chasing them. Qin Xia walked to the Olina sisters and looked at them, regarding that previous research, collect more data this time. The two sisters nodded simultaneously. Qin Xia also nodded, then stepped forward, disappearing into the gradually emerging snowstorm. The others followed closely. The Farser, previously infiltrated by Qin Xia's psychic power in the psychic duel, was still roaring. Its companions tried to soothe its soul, but all attempts failed. In the psychic vision, the roaring Farser spewed psychic energy, revealing its location like a psychic lighthouse. And the location was changing. Every 10 minutes, the Farser's position would randomly change on Little Nuceria. Now, this change was meaningless. The roaring Farser had become a lighthouse for marking the Eldar's location. Before it was completely abandoned by its peers, Qin Xia followed it to find the current gathering place of the Eldar Xenos. The snowstorm spread within the Xeno stronghold, and then the invaders trudged out from the snowstorm. Qin Xia walked at the very front, not raising a psychic barrier, directly testing the defensive capabilities of the power armor on his body. The shuriken fired by the Eldar were easily intercepted, and the covering heavy firepower could not shake the power armor in the slightest. In this situation, facing enemies several times their number, but without super heavy firepower, the defensive fields integrated into the left and right shoulder plates of the power armor were easily sufficient to resist attacks. Qin Xia focused his attention on the Eldar in front of him, and then the enemies met various gruesome deaths. Some had their heads crushed, others had their blood ignited, and some were directly attacked at the soul level, their souls drawn out of their bodies and sent into the warp. In short, facing these unskilled Eldar warriors, Qin Xia only needed to casually use a few psychic abilities. And as he used psychic spells, a book hanging from his waist constantly flipped pages, displaying the various simple psychic spells Qin Xia could instinctively and subconsciously use. As Qin Xia advanced and slew, the Olina sisters used their unique psychic talents to sense the operation of the power armor on Qin Xia's body. Especially the power armor's psychic device that could use psychic energy to counteract inertia, maintain high mobility, and ensure the normal operation of the power armor. The think tanks followed behind the White Knight Lord, enjoying the safe psychic energy emitted by the White Knight Lord, fighting according to the duties assigned to them in training. Prophecy, warning everyone, psychic attacks, always ready to unleash psychic barriers. These specific combat duties subdivided the think tanks' priorities on the battlefield, making the think tanks more professional. Brown, on the other hand, directly sensed the more physical parts of the power armor itself. Most of the technology used in this power armor came from Perturabo. Brown felt he had to guard against that strange man named Perturabo. After all, Perturabo was someone whose next move he couldn't calculate even if he exhausted his processing power. What Quadrant had to do was even simpler, store and carry some items that were especially effective against the Eldar. For example, that artifact that could release an anti-psychic field. This artifact was prepared for the Farser, but the Farser had not yet appeared on the battlefield. However, a few seconds later, an Eldar wearing black spiky armor appeared. Dark Eldar, Qin Xia reminded everyone. The think tanks quickly recalled what they had learned before about distinguishing Xenos. Dark Eldar did not refer to their black attire, but rather to their exceptionally dark behavior. The term Dark Eldar is a human designation, the Ildari call the Dark Eldar Dark Kin. The word kin does not signify a friendly relationship between the two factions, the hostile relationship between the Dark Eldar and the Craft World Eldar is very common. However, the fact that the Eldar of this Tuantar Ark world could so easily invite Dark Eldar to take charge made Qinxia suspect that they had made some unspeakable deal with each other. The Dark Eldar held two swords, lowered its body, and rushed towards Qinxia at an extremely high speed. As this Dark Eldar moved, blurred shadows formed around its body. In the think tank's vision, this Xeno seemed to be only vaguely glimpsed out of the corner of the eye, making it impossible to focus and aim at it. Even when Quadrant and Brown prepared to attack that Xeno, they likewise couldn't lock onto the target with ranged weapons. The Xeno rushed to Qinxia's front. Qinxia swiftly swung his spear to parry the incoming twin swords, then lightly turned his body. The next second, he appeared directly behind the Dark Eldar Xeno, accompanied by suddenly splashing snow. The spear stabbed downwards, its tip easily piercing the Xeno's helmet and emerging from the lower part of the Xeno's tough armor. Before the Xeno's corpse fell, Qinxia tore a strange object from its neck and threw it to Quadrant. What is this? Quadrant's appendages quickly caught the item. Shadow field. Qinxia scanned the surroundings, checking if there were other strong enemies besides the Craft World Eldar cannon fodder. A creation that prevents you from tracking the wearer's movements and makes it difficult for ranged shots to hit the wearer. Qinxia added in his mind, a product of the Dark Eldar rolling evasion to the extreme. Quadrant put away the artifact. It not only assisted in combat but also observed and evaluated the think tank's performance. The think tanks performed astonishingly. With only about 30 people, they could face Xeno enemies several times their number without falling behind and with ease. This was why the 12th Legion once disliked think tanks, but think tanks were still able to be retained. Sometimes, psychic power was just that useful. Furthermore, Qinxia was the focus of the enemy, absorbing a large amount of firepower. He did not raise a psychic barrier, relying solely on the power armor's defensive capabilities. He stood as unmoving as a city wall amidst the torrential firepower. He was practically like a mobile cover. And beyond Quadrant's expectations, although the power armor the Primarchs had crafted for Qinxia was Terminator armor, and clearly a modified extension of the Iron Rider model, this set of power armor did not appear cumbersome on Qinxia. That slightly sluggish feeling was still present and unavoidable, but compared to other Terminator armor and their wearers, this was nothing. It could be seen from how the Dark Eldar Xeno was killed in close combat just now that the Terminator armor on Qinxia was relatively very agile. However, Brown observed the physical functions of the power armor, and the Olina sisters observed its psychic functions. Quadrant's main responsibility on this trip was not to perform data analysis on the power armor. Quadrant began to observe the surrounding environment. This was an Eldar stronghold, with a distinct Eldar style of arrangement, predominantly white, using wraithbone materials, and even a mere bucket had to pursue an elegant, streamlined shell design. Every 10 minutes, the stronghold would disappear from its original location in a flash, then reappear in a new place. Eldar technology has always been complex and difficult to understand, so some technological mysteries could not be Quadrant's primary objective at this moment. The true primary objective was that glowing portal ahead. That was a webway gate, and the other place connected by the webway gate must be extremely valuable. And even if the place connected by the webway gate had no value whatsoever, destroying the webway gate would cut off the retreat of the remaining Eldar Xenos in this world, causing these Eldar Xenos to be blown to pieces along with an astronomical number of orcs a few hours later. Approach the webway gate. Qinxia held up his spear and pointed forward. The think tanks gathered together, no longer bothering with enemies from all directions, focusing on raising psychic barriers to protect their battle brothers and those who needed protection besides Qinxia, while simultaneously eliminating enemies directly in front of them. The group got closer and closer to the webway gate. How much time is left? Qinxia turned to ask Chief Librarian Varese. Varese had been silently keeping track of time, and subconsciously replied, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Enough. Qinxia quickened his pace, stopping only when he realized that everyone around him had completely stopped moving. The webway gate lit up. A floating Xeno appeared from within. The opponent was clearly a farser. Qinxia was not surprised. The Tuantar Ark world was a situation where the water was shallow and there were many kings. It lacked everything except for battlescum farsers who liked to abuse prophecy. Craft World Eldar often used farser to refer to powerful individuals with strong psychic talents and prophetic abilities, but in the Tuantar Ark world, the title farser seemed similar to priest or warrior, merely a collective designation. But the power of this farser in front of them was beyond doubt, because when it emerged from the webway gate, everyone around, whether Eldar Xenos, think tanks, Quadrant, or Brown, all stopped moving. Time and space seemed to stand still. Only Quadrant, carrying the anti-psychic artifact, could move slightly. Barbarian monkeys, the farser spoke in perfectly standard Gothic, enunciating clearly, a crude and brutal race like yours, I truly do not know what reason could prove you deserve to survive in the galaxy. Qinxia moved his mind, lifting the stasis placed on his people. The farser seemed slightly surprised, but still looked at Qinxia with a provocative and contemptuous gaze. Yes, the proof that a certain race is more deserving of survival in the galaxy than humans is that they created a dark god. Now, that certain race is being chased and has to hide everywhere, yet still finds time to fulfill foolish prophecies. It truly makes one feel from the bottom of one's heart that you are experts at making a mess and seeking death. Qinxia's voice revealed his helplessness. The farser wanted to refute, but ultimately felt that derogatory terms like monkey and barbarian lacked sufficient lethality, so it gave up. The farser did not turn around and disappear into the webway gate. Kamas, the youngest of the think tanks, realized that the webway gate might connect to a craft world, and that solving the craft world would resolve the Eldar problem once and for all. So he subconsciously wanted to pursue, but was stopped by Qinxia as soon as he took a step. He's using clumsy acting as bait, intentionally luring us to chase him into the webway. Qin Xia looked around. Don't follow the enemy's lead. Let's go back to the ship first and see what happens. Chapter 214, Doomsday. White Knight. On the command deck, Qin Xia stared at the communication panel. Brown stood beside Qin Xia, reporting to Angron on the other end of the communication about everything he had seen on the surface. The Stone Man and the Primarch occasionally asked and answered each other. But Qin Xia was oblivious to anything they said, his attention completely immersed in his memories. During the recent battle on the surface, another prophet emerged from the Eldar's webway gate, insulted the human race, and then fled. Then the Thinkers wanted to pursue him, which was a normal reaction. Even Qin Xia himself wanted to pursue him. However, as soon as he took a step, Qin Xia saw a psychic premonition. Psychic premonition. No matter how Qin Xia investigated or studied this ability, he had never been able to actively use it. However, compared to a normal psychic premonition, this uncontrollable ability was like presenting both the riddle and the answer to the user, while the latter only presented the riddle, and even then, the question was incomplete. In the instant the premonition ability rapidly activated, Qin Xia saw the complex webway routes behind the webway gate, and the destination connected by one of those routes, the Tuantar Ark World. The webway was almost completely filled with Ark World warriors and defensive structures. Those prophets in the Ark World were brewing some kind of spell, some kind of ritual, prepared for invaders who stepped into their trap. And the Ark World itself, this giant vessel, was sailing at sublight speed within the Onus sector. Clearly, they were challenging again with the determination that only one of them, either themselves or Angron, could remain alive. Tuantar Ark World, how extreme must they be to use an Ark World as bait? It's possible that the webway gate, which the enemy can enter, connects directly to the Ark World. Qin Xia pondered this. Ultimately, he believed he had severely underestimated the Tuantar Ark World's resolve. To prevent the prophecy of Angron destroying the Ark World from becoming reality, they were truly willing to pay any cost and make any sacrifice. The webway gate connects directly to the Ark World. Angron frowned in thought after hearing Brown's words. Madness. That's what he said. Brown turned to look at Qin Xia, a bewildered expression on his face. But I think the Eldar would avoid any possibility of enemies entering the Ark World. Qin Xia emerged from his memories and stated with certainty, I am certain that webway gate connects to the Ark World. Angron nodded, then there's definitely no mistake. It really is. Brown was a little surprised. I thought you had enough of testing equipment and just found an excuse to go back. Qin Xia rolled his eyes. Angron wanted to ask if there was any chance of success if they went down now and broke into the Ark World through the webway gate. But the words died on his lips, because Angron knew his foster father's temperament. There was certainly a chance of success in this matter, but if the success rate wasn't above 80%, his foster father would try his best not to do it. Thinking this, Angron scrutinized Qin Xia's expression. The Primarch had already summarized his experience and developed a method for analyzing the severity of a situation or the success rate of an event by observing Qin Xia's expression. Severity of situation, not severe at all / success rate, above 95% triumphant, overbearing, still joking even amidst a hail of bullets. Severity of situation, moderate / success rate, above 80% not joking much, but his expression isn't serious either. Severity of situation, extremely severe / success rate, below 80% extremely serious, cold. Seeing Qin Xia's current extremely serious expression, Angron could be certain, the success rate of leading people to directly assault the Ark World through the webway gate was definitely below 80%. Qin Xia didn't know he was being observed so closely by Angron, he was just thinking about the webway and the Ark World. Is it feasible to throw an extinction weapon into the webway gate? Angron asked. It's not even certain if we can use that webway gate. If we can use it, it must be because the Eldar Xenos allow us to, because they want us to. An extinction weapon definitely can't be thrown in. Qin Xia thought seriously and replied. Angron wanted to ask something else, but Qin Xia spoke first, don't even think about the webway gate. The webway is a hyperspace where it's fundamentally impossible to discern direction or map. If we enter the webway gate, we will definitely pass through the webway. If the Xenos find a way to trap us in the webway, then we'd truly be beyond help. Brown nodded in agreement after hearing this. As an immortal stone man, Brown knew more about the Eldar's webway. The webway was the Eldar Xenos' method of faster-than-light travel. Their ships could travel thousands of light years a day after entering the webway. This method of faster-than-light travel was incredibly safe, because the webway was not the warp, it was at the boundary between the warp and reality. Unless a hole was torn from within the webway, warp creatures could not enter the webway. This method of faster-than-light travel was sometimes used as a weapon by the Xenos. For example, 10,000 years ago, human ships were thrown into the webway by Eldar Xenos and never came out again. The webway was undoubtedly the Eldar's home ground. The Emperor would also study the webway in the future. Angron knew about this because Qin Xia had told him, and had also stated that if the Emperor needed Angron's help in studying the webway in the future, it would be best to provide it, as it was the most important undertaking for the entire human race. Angron remembered this point and said, maybe in the future, we can count on the Emperor to help us decipher the webway route to the Tuantar Ark World, or if we get lost in the webway, he can lead us out. Heh. Qin Xia couldn't hold back and chuckled. Humorous. Angron was a little helpless. Although he didn't want to continue working under the constant threat of the Tuantar Ark World causing trouble, there seemed to be no other way for now. Leave it to me. Qin Xia suddenly said. The webway is absolutely not an option, but we can enter the Ark world in other ways, and even destroy the entire Ark world. I saw their Ark world in the Onus sector, they've brought their entire family to eliminate you. Then you should at least take half of the 12th Legion. Angron said. No need. Qin Xia calmly refused. There are still many orcs in the sector waiting for you and your brothers to clear out. I didn't say I was going to destroy that Ark world, there's no need to divide forces for me. After speaking, Qin Xia motioned to Brown that he could cut off communication. Before the communication was cut off, Qin Xia nodded to Angron, signaling that Angron had no need to worry. The endlessly spinning double-headed eagle symbol reappeared on the communication panel. Qin Xia shifted his gaze from the panel to the captain's face. The captain was standing by the viewport, looking at Qin Xia in front of the communication panel. Behind the captain were the entire Legion fleet and the warships of other Primarch's allied Legion fleets. Upon realizing that the White Knight Lord was looking at him, the captain's expression was complex, his eyes widening slightly. Disengage from the Legion fleet and proceed to Star System 00913. Qin Xia ordered. Yes. Although he had already realized what outrageous thing Qin Xia intended to do, out of professional competence and duty, the captain immediately responded to the order. After acknowledging, the captain walked over to his adjutant, motioned for him to redesign the route, and then, after his subordinates became busy, stared blankly at the Legion fleet outside the viewport, deep in thought. I know you're worried. Qin Xia spoke first. The captain hesitated for a second, then asked quietly, may I express my concern? Qin Xia nodded, granted. The reason we're leaving the Legion fleet is that we have to go to that star system to find the Eldar Xenos Ark world, the captain was worried. We might have to face an entire Ark world alone, and if their fleet wasn't completely destroyed by us last time, we'll also have to face their fleet. After speaking, the captain added a few words, just us going to gather intelligence, as you told the Lord of the 12th Legion before. No. Qin Xia shook his head. Seeing Qin Xia shake his head, the captain first squinted, wondering if he had seen wrong, then was surprised, and then quickly breathed a sigh of relief, thank the Emperor. We are not going to gather intelligence, we are going to eliminate that Ark world. Qin Xia said. The captain froze for 2 seconds. This short, middle-aged man with a neat golden crew cut, who exuded an efficient aura, was clearly startled. He felt like he was on a roller coaster. And at his age, his heart wasn't very well suited to such ups and downs, sudden fright, then a false alarm, then fright again. We are going to destroy an Ark world. Qin Xia smiled. But don't worry, we're not going to our deaths, we're going to do something that is bound to succeed. Upon hearing this, the captain quickly turned to look at Brown. Brown's face was expressionless. The captain found it difficult to discern whether Brown's expressionlessness was a fatalistic acceptance of life and death, or the absolute trust that came from accompanying the White Knight Lord and the Lord of the 12th Legion from the Nukria Uprising War to the present day. However, if he had asked, he would have heard Brown admit it was the latter. We're going to fight our way through. Qin Xia walked to the viewport and looked outside, as if the Eldar's Ark world was just sitting there. And then destroy it. If our ammunition isn't enough to destroy it, then we'll ram it with the ramming prow. I will not refuse a battle where victory is exchanged for life. The captain took a deep breath and held it, saying, but if it's a battle where we sacrifice our lives and still cannot achieve victory. Qin Xia turned around and stared at the captain. The captain lowered his head. Just kidding. Qin Xia suddenly laughed. I won't go looking for death. The reason I'm so confident is because I saw in a premonition that the star system where the Ark world is located has a large number of orc warships, so we can fish in troubled waters. Ha ha ha. I got you. Brown pointed at the captain's face and laughed, walking to Qin Xia's side and extending a fist. Looks like this shorty still needs to get used to us more. Qin Xia bumped fists with Brown, that's right, buddy. While the captain clutched his heart and gasped, Qin Xia turned and walked out of the command deck to prepare for the upcoming battle. Brown remained on the command deck, assisting the crew with various tasks as a helper. Inside the library, Qin Xia sat cross-legged on the carpet, his eyes burning as he gazed out the viewport. The White Knight was disengaging from the Legion fleet and heading towards Mandeville Point. And in the distance, on Little Nuceria, the last batch of troops evacuated from the surface had already flown out of orbit. The orbital defense platform brought by the 12th Legion moved towards Little Nuceria's orbit and began to prepare for the destruction of this world. This ancient defense platform, which once protected Nuceria, was completely out of place with the current humanoid architecture style, whether in its silhouette, shape, or paint scheme. Beneath its beautiful streamlined shell lay various terrifying ancient weapons or tools. The New Way people had never stopped researching and repairing this defense platform, even after it followed the 12th Legion away from Nuceria. By stationing engineering units, they continued to repair and research it using ancient data libraries stored on New Guard 1. As research and repair steadily progressed, people discovered that a setting could be used to remove the energy limit of this orbital defense platform's planetary sculpting beam, giving it the ability to destroy a planet. This new ability made the orbital defense platform increasingly conform to the name given to it by the Nuceria God Lord prophecy believers, Doomsday. Doomsday reached orbit. The beam emitter used for sculpting planets began to charge. Then, in an extremely short time, a fine, reddish beam pierced through Little Nuceria. After the beam disappeared, the planet began to disintegrate from the inside out. The cruel ecological environment on that planet was destroyed by the sudden celestial cataclysm, and land masses were thrown into space. This planet, which had once served as an orc reservoir, used to attract and delay most orcs before other legions arrived, was destroyed. It had already lost its value as a human colony world, the overly harsh surface ecology was nothing, as humans could thrive in even crueler environments. What truly made it lose its value was precisely the invasion of billions of orcs. This world could never be cleaned completely. Inside the White Knight, which was gradually moving away from the Legion, Qin Xia pondered as he gazed at the destructive scene outside the viewport. Gusa and the portion of orcs willing to follow Gusa must have escaped through the portal. Those Eldar Xenos must have also retreated. They had set traps within the webway, and even if humans didn't fall into their traps, they wouldn't lose anything. But the Eldar would still continue to desperately try to kill Angron, unless they were destroyed. Qin Xia thought that he was precisely going to bring the Tuantar Ark world the same destructive fate as the gradually disintegrating planet before him, bringing doomsday to them. What he had said to the captain on the command deck earlier was not meant as comfort, but as fact. Qin Xia had seen the Tuantar Ark world besieged by an orc fleet. At the same time, he also saw a scene where Gusa was commanding the attack on the Tuantar Ark world from one of the orc fleet's warships. Its war actions were not for loyalty to anyone or to show off, but to acquire warships that could take it and its followers out of the Onus sector. The orcs with warships had heard Gusa's story, they were willing to help Gusa, but needed Gusa to prove his strength and foresight by helping them retaliate against the pointy ears who had once been their attackers. I really have a connection with this orc. Qin Xia muttered to himself. Chapter 215, Anti-Orc Camouflage. The White Knight Lord had just issued a strange command to paint the ship's hull purple. The White Knight cruiser immediately began to execute this order after exiting warp travel. Changing a ship's paint color is not a simple or easy task, just obtaining enough paint is wishful thinking. To paint a ship purple would require several planets rich in pigments to dedicate years of their labor. If the warship were in a star system controlled by the Third Legion, it should not be an issue. However, the warship was in the Onus sector, a sector where humanity had only recently gained dominance, and its only connection to the Third Legion was that the Third Legion was now protecting this sector. Qin Xia did not force anyone, he merely had the sailors prepare the purple paint. Shinix would solve 99% of the ship's painting problems, but there would inevitably be some blind spots that Shinix could not cover. At that point, the sailors would only need to paint the remaining less than 1% purple. Each of you imagine a portion of the ship's hull. Then we will form a formation as before, and use Shinix to cover the White Knight with purple as comprehensively as possible. Inside the library, Qin Xia and the Thinkers sat in a circle, holding hands, sensing each other, and striving to be of one mind, wielding Shinix as if a single entity. No one could be of one mind with Qin Xia. Nor did anyone need to be of one mind with Qin Xia, the Thinkers only needed to be of one mind with their other Thinker brothers as much as possible to wield Qin Xia's Shinix and achieve the effect Qin Xia desired. The problem of Kamas, the youngest Thinker, being unable to sense Qin Xia's Shinix had long been resolved. Now, the Thinkers were like a solid iron plate, cooperating seamlessly. So, very quickly, a purple energy began to spread around the ship. Qin Xia, like a Shinix reactor brimming with roaring Shinix energy, provided the Shinix for this Shinix spell that covered the entire hull. The purple energy ultimately covered the entire White Knight. Qin Xia entered his Shinix vision to observe and found that there were still some areas on the White Knight's hull, such as crevices, that had not been obscured by the purple energy. But there was no other way. The Thinkers drove the Shinix to envelop the ship in purple energy through imagination, there were always some places they could not think of. For such places, the sailors would just have to paint them casually, which was simpler. Guide. Varus, the Thinker, opened his eyes, maintaining the use of Shinix, and simultaneously asked, "May I ask you, why are we doing this?" "Because we are going to a star system filled with orc warships, to blend in among them, and then attack the two-unitar Ark world and ensure the Ark world's destruction." Qin Xia explained very patiently. In the eyes of the orcs, colors are not merely a visual effect, but conditions that have an impact on reality. Therefore, by using colors correctly, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort when dealing with orc-related matters. At this point, Qin Xia suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Kamas. Pop quiz. What do red and blue represent in the eyes of the orcs? The youngest Thinker, Kamas, stood tall and proud, answering with a sense of honor. Red represents speed, and blue represents luck. Correct answer. Your reward is an hour of reading, Lord of Nukria. Qin Xia said loudly. Kamas's right corner of his mouth turned up, his nose wrinkled, and he proudly puffed out his chest. The Thinker brothers all looked at Kamas with envy. Honor, history, knowledge, these intangible things were considered the best rewards by the Space Marines, and reading the Primarch's past history was a type of reward. Yellow represents wealth. Qin Xia continued. Black represents toughness, durability. And white represents death, bravery, fearlessness, slaughter. Purple, on the other hand, represents invisibility. After speaking, Qin Xia looked at the Thinkers. The orcs are truly a magical species. Varus frowned in thought, such a striking color as purple, yet in their eyes, it is equivalent to invisibility. Perhaps their creator was careless when designing their eyes, and did not make them capable of distinguishing purple. In other words, they are purple colorblind. Kamas speculated. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia felt that Kamas had guessed correctly. He really guessed half right, this kid had some insight. However, this had nothing to do with how the orcs' creator designed their eyes. Before transmigrating to this universe, Qin Xia only knew that purple was never present in the orcs' display paint schemes, which later led some to say that this was because purple meant more stealthy than camouflage, and no one would ever see a purple orc. This statement was too ridiculous and fit the characteristics of the orcs, so it was eventually adopted and recognized. Thus, a higher dimensional rule descended at some point in this universe. One more warp journey and we will reach our destination. Qin Xia scanned the thinkers. I want you all to be prepared. Maintaining Chinook coverage of the warship while fighting, Varus looked at Qin Xia with concern. He clearly felt that such a drain might be difficult for Qin Xia to bear. But Qin Xia didn't care. As long as this battle didn't last too long and didn't deplete his Chinook energy, there would be no problem. Furthermore, even if his Chinook energy was depleted, it would be full again after entering and exiting the warp, so there was nothing to worry about. During their conversation, the White Knight entered the warp at the Mandeville point. The Chinook tide created by Qin Xia propelled the ship forward rapidly. After traveling for the equivalent of half an hour in the reality universe, the White Knight exited the warp and entered reality. There were no planets in the star system, only a single star. At the edge of the star system, a colossal ship, comparable in size to a planet, drifted by. Orc warships and transport ships surrounded this colossal ship. Among those crudely shaped warships, some streamlined fragments floated about. These fragments were clearly the wreckage of ships that had been defending the Ark world. Perhaps this was the Orc fleet's revenge. Previously, the Eldar ships had driven away the Orc warships, sinking some in the process. Later, the Orc warships were found by Gusa, and to possess warships, Gusa needed to prove his leadership and combat ability, as rumored, through this battle against the Eldar. Qin Xia considered the exact nature of the Orcs and Eldar's grievances unimportant. The White Knight moved slowly after exiting the warp, its emergency thrusters around the hull on standby, ready to quickly take evasive action and escape if discovered. However, the captain's worries were clearly unnecessary, as the White Knight sailed around the Orc fleet, safe and sound, without attracting any attention. Being painted purple did not mean disappearing from reality. It would, of course, still draw the attention of the Orcs. But the Orcs only looked at the White Knight's position. The White Knight was entirely purple, no other color could be observed by the Orcs, nor would any other color form a discernible outline. The Orcs then turned back to whatever they were doing. The captain grew bolder, and the White Knight's speed increased slightly, maintaining distance from the Orc warships. Qin Xia communicated with the captain, maintain the distance, we must not get too close, or we will still be discovered. The captain immediately focused on giving precise commands to ensure the ship's operators could perfectly control the ship, avoiding enemies and approaching the Ark world. Standing at the viewport, Qin Xia could see some Orc transport ships crashing into large holes opened in the Ark world, deploying massive numbers of Orcs into the Ark world's interior. The Orcs even modified some asteroids, using them as both weapons and transport vehicles, throwing them at the Ark world. The ship arrived at a position where Qin Xia could use his teleportation ability to enter the Ark world, and then stopped. From the command deck, the captain looked at the Orc warships on both sides. Although he knew there would be no problem as long as the color brought by Shinix did not dissipate, his heart still couldn't help but pound. Wait here. Qin Xia's voice appeared in the captain's mind, I will return very soon. Be very careful. The captain replied. While no one on the command deck noticed what the stone man was doing, Brown's body merged into the metal wall of the command deck. Inside the library, Brown's body seeped out of the wall like water, then gathered together, forming his original appearance. After emerging from the wall, Brown looked forward. The Thinkers, the Quadrant, the Alina sisters, they had already gathered, ready to deploy. Qin Xia stood before everyone, and upon seeing Brown, motioned for him to quickly fall into line. Brown stepped forward, checked the weapons and equipment on everyone present, then nodded to Qin Xia, indicating that they were ready to depart. Qin Xia nodded and turned around. After the cloak behind his magnificent power armor gently swayed, a flurry of wind and snow spread out before him, and Qin Xia slowly stepped into the wind and snow. Everyone lined up and orderly entered the wind and snow. Each person trudged through the accumulating snow, then felt the wind and snow in their vision grow denser and denser, until their vision was completely obscured by snowflakes, and finally, the scenery brightened, and the wind and snow gradually dissipated. When everyone emerged from the ice and snow, they found themselves in a place clearly an alien dwelling. There were strange-shaped buildings everywhere, some were so low that they were not even as tall as Qin Xia, while others stood like towering pillars within this world ship the size of a planet. The size of the buildings alone could not distinguish the purpose of each one, but fortunately, the group was not there to conduct alien architecture research. Lord God! Theseus's voice rang out in the communication channel, and at the same time, Qin Xia saw the girl's face appear in the bottom right corner. Do we need to search for items or knowledge within this enemy ship? Of course not, because it's full of Orcs. Qin Xia surveyed his surroundings in Chinook vision. The Research Association people can wait in the White Knight. Just remember, if I give the order, send the soulless one hidden on the lower deck over. Theseus saluted and cut the communication. Qin Xia led the group forward. There were no enemies here. Qin Xia focused on observing his surroundings with Chinook vision and then found himself walking in a structure similar to a pipe. This pipe was a path, and there was another pipe next to it, also a path, but these two pipes were parallel and did not intersect, and they extended in two completely opposite directions. In the other pipe, Orcs were rampaging. The Eldar warriors, who had not expected the Orcs to attack, were struggling to cope, fighting while protecting their non-combatant kin. Qin Xia also saw a massive beast, burly and clad in black power armor. The beast swung its shield, smashing the prophet in front of it into a bloody pulp, then roared at the pointy-eared ones before it. A Gretchen with a mechanical connection between its head and body stood on the beast, offering advice to the beast. Qin Xia cancelled his Chinook vision, his eyes focused on the front. The prophet who had previously appeared at the webway gate, attempting to lure him into the webway, appeared with some Eldar warriors. Monkeys. At number, asterisk, and the prophet roared, uttering some ethereal-sounding Eldar language words. Qin Xia was deaf to the curses, and uncharacteristically, did not retort. Because he was observing the prophet. The prophet was now fully dressed, with some new decorations. A symbol of a Taiji yin-yang pattern hung at the prophet's waist. The prophet's guard, those Eldar alien warriors whose armor was distinctly different from other warriors, also wore the Taiji yin-yang pattern, though it was branded onto their armor. Qin Xia had always been curious. Why did the Eldar wear decorations with Taiji yin-yang elements? This pattern was completely unseen among human races today, but it could still be seen among the Eldar. What does that represent? Qin Xia spoke, interrupting the prophet's curses, raising his long spear, its tip pointing directly at the Taiji pattern at the prophet's waist. The prophet suddenly stopped cursing, thinking he had misheard. The monkey before him was actually asking such a profound question. Believe it or not, I've seen that pattern, and more than once. Qin Xia asked, but why do you Eldar wear such patterns? Whether it's the two-uniter arc world, or the Ulthwi craft world, or your two-uniter, such decorative items occasionally exist. The Phoenix Lord of the Avenger aspect also wears this. Qin Xia added. Aspects are a subdivision of Eldar fighting styles. Each fighting style has a Phoenix Lord. Roughly speaking, a Phoenix Lord is equivalent to a Grand Master of a sect, and these Grand Masters' combat power is only slightly lower than a Primarch's. Qin Xia remembered that Azurman, the Avenger Phoenix Lord, also wore the Taiji pattern. This Phoenix Lord was even known as the First Phoenix. What does that have to do with you? The prophet raised his hand, and Chinook energy condensed into a long sword in his hand. Because I feel that you pose no threat to me, so I can focus my attention on these less urgent matters. Qin Xia raised his hand, moving the spear tip upwards to aim at the prophet's face. The prophet, gripping his sword, floated up, and all the warriors around him also condensed Chinook energy into swords. Just as the battle between the two sides was about to erupt, another Eldar suddenly teleported over. Lead him. The Eldar spoke in human language, clearly intending for Qin Xia to understand, but his words were directed at the prophet. The Great Seer wants to see this person. If you still want him to turn the tide, then you will listen to him. With these two sentences reaching his ears, the prophet slowly landed, motioning for the warriors beside him to retreat. Great Seer. Qin Xia raised an eyebrow. Your two-uniter arc world's ranks are truly chaotic and strange. The Lilith opened a teleportation gate. Let me state beforehand, my acceptance of the invitation does not mean I will not destroy this place. Qin Xia said. The Lilith nodded, making a gesture to invite him in. Chapter 216, Self-Termination. Lilith led the humans through the portal. Qin Xia glanced at the swirling portal, sensing no danger. His prophetic ability, which would inevitably activate when facing danger, also remained dormant. Therefore, judging the portal to be absolutely safe, he stepped inside. The seer watched Qin Xia pass by, gritting his teeth, as if Qin Xia regarded him as mere dust on the roadside, not even sparing him a glance. This contempt from humans always drove the Ildari seer into a frenzy. But a kind of fear helped the seer curb his rage. Qin Xia was the first to enter the portal, followed by Quadrant, Brown, the Olina sisters, and the Thinkers. These individuals looked diverse, yet they shared common traits. They were human, and as they passed the seer, they, too, did not spare him a glance, as if the seer had no connection whatsoever to the current events, merely a decorative ornament. Hey! Lilith was the last to step into the portal. As she stepped into the vortex, she turned back and called out to the seer. The seer turned his head, staring. Use your prophetic ability to help those warriors, and contribute to preventing the Ark world from being ravaged and plundered by orcs, Lilith told the seer. The seer immediately became displeased, clearly not intending to follow the order. This is the Great Seer's command, Lilith said, then turned and continued walking. Upon hearing this, the seer's anger caused a psychic howl around him, but he still rushed to deal with the greenskins, not daring to defy the so-called Great Seer's command. Walking within the swirling portal, Brown looked around. A stone man could observe things in many ways beyond just sight and hearing. In its senses, this place was like the inside of a kaleidoscope, except the patterns within were only monotonous arcs that continuously spiraled forward, not appearing beautiful. Even when analyzed at a more detailed level, this place was still a kaleidoscope. Time and space seemed to be forcibly twisted together by some power, then stretched. Don't you find it strange? Brown said as he walked. Just now, we were going to destroy this Ark world, but now we're following our enemies through such a strange place. We must meet that Great Seer no matter what, whether to assassinate him or for other purposes, Varus, the think tank, said in a deep voice. This place is too vast, it's a good thing that someone is helping us find the enemy's ruler. Upon hearing this, Brown neither denied nor affirmed, his gaze falling on Qin Xia, who was walking at the very front. Brown felt that Qin Xia might have known something before coming. Such as those mysterious psychic communications, interstar system psychic transmissions, super prophecies, or something else. As Brown was thinking this, Qin Xia, walking behind Lilith, tightened his grip on his long spear, all functions within his power armor in a state of readiness. This indicated that Qin Xia was prepared for battle. Regardless of the mysterious Lilith and the so-called Great Seer's intentions or what they wanted to do, Qin Xia only wanted to take advantage of the situation to give the Great Seer a shot, further exacerbating the terrible situation of this Ark world through a decapitation strike. Well, he was also taking things one step at a time, Brown thought helplessly. The continuously extending swirling path within the portal had reached its end. Qinxia and Lilith emerged from the portal, and what they and the others behind them saw was not the imagined magnificent Yildari palace, but a dark and gloomy prison. Humans originally couldn't distinguish the purpose of Yildari architecture, but as intelligent species, there were always some commonalities, such as things made of unknown materials that looked like iron bars, and the prisoners confined within, peering outwards. At the very bottom of this prison, in a room with only walls, Yildari Xenos filled the space. The Xenos nervously gazed at the lone Yildari Xeno sitting on the floor in the center of the room, the focal point of everyone's attention. He was an Yildari who appeared handsome. Yildari were always handsome and beautiful, so the handsomeness of the Xeno sitting on the ground was in comparison to his own kind. Great Seer, Lilith said, leading the humans who had just emerged from the portal forward, bowing to her kin sitting on the floor. I have brought the guests. As soon as she finished speaking, the Yildari present cleared a path. These Xenos appeared unusually nervous, constantly watching the Great Seer sitting in that empty cell. Even if Qinxia didn't know what these Xenos were about, he could tell that this Great Seer had become the linchpin of this arc world. Thank you, the Great Seer said, then made a gesture of invitation. Lilith looked at the humans. Everyone except Qinxia looked at Qinxia, awaiting his reaction. This is the Great Seer. Qinxia's gaze followed the straight path cleared by the Xenos, examining the handsome Xeno in the cell. He looks like a prisoner to me. I was once a prisoner, the Great Seer said in the human language. Once, a solar hour ago. And before and after that once, I was the savior of the entire arc world, the hope in the eyes of my people. The Great Seer stood up from the ground and actively walked towards Qinxia. His steps drew the gaze of all the Xenos present. Qinxia noticed that the Great Seer seemed a bit weak, as he covered his chest after taking 2 steps, involuntarily slowing his pace. Lilith immediately stepped forward, wanting to help the Great Seer, but the Great Seer smiled and shook his head. No need to help me, Lilith. My life, like this arc world, is not long. His name is Lilith. Brown chuckled. The person who named him must have been incredibly lazy. A name is merely a definition given by others, the Great Seer said softly, stopping. What's important is not the name, but what kind of things and experiences shaped us in the past, what role we play in the present, and what impact our future destiny will have on the web of fate. These words must have been the Great Seer's insights from many years. As words composed of sound, they seemed to possess a substantial influence, creating slight ripples in the surrounding space and time, their impact perceived by the people present. The Olina sisters stood behind Qinxia, looking at the handsome Great Seer, contemplating his words for a moment, then simultaneously expressed their realization, what nonsense is he talking about? Qinxia turned back to show the sisters an I don't understand expression, then turned back to the Great Seer and said, I don't care about your mystical nonsense. I only care about a few questions. The Great Seer gently raised his hand, frowning, listening intently. Qinxia had not finished speaking, but the Great Seer had already heard all of Qinxia's questions. My name is Destiny. The Great Seer said. My people call me that. You want to know my origin, why I appeared here, and what I have experienced. And most importantly, what my status and ruling power are in this arc world, because this relates to whether you can solve your adopted son's continuous trouble. Everyone quickly looked at Qinxia after hearing this. Qinxia did not answer. The Great Seer, named Destiny, began to speak. From the moment I was born, I found myself possessing prophetic abilities far beyond others. I could directly see the direction of the threads of fate, and the countless extensions along a particular direction of the threads of fate. Similarly, from the moment I was born, many people in this arc world suddenly gained prophetic abilities, differing only in how far or near into the future they could see. Hearing this, Qinxia suddenly remembered that the Tuantar arc world had an absurd number of seers. This was clearly the reason. One day, I prophesied that a human named Angron would destroy this arc world. Then, 2 factions within this arc world developed differences of opinion regarding this prophecy, leading to civil war. One faction believed that since our destiny had reached its end in the prophecy, our end was inevitable. Either we would all perish, or we would strive for survival at all costs, with our ultimate demise as the baseline. The other faction believed that since we possessed prophetic abilities, since we could know danger, then we could avoid danger. The Great Seer said, looking at his kin beside him. Suddenly raising his voice. I was the leader of the second faction. I once helped everyone here, but the result was that everyone I helped chose to stand with my opponents, and then I was imprisoned until this arc world faced yet another crisis of extinction, only then did they want me to step out and guide them towards survival. As soon as the Great Seer finished speaking, the Yildari present all lowered their heads. So, because of ideological differences, they betrayed you, letting the other faction take control. Qinxia pointed casually at an Yildari. And now they've messed things up, and they want you to come out and help again. The Great Seer nodded after hearing this. Qinxia's face showed shifting emotions, but he did not continue speaking, because what he cared about was not an internal ideological dispute within an arc world. My people, the destruction of this arc world is inevitable, the Great Seer proclaimed, raising his arm. I have seen its destruction, seen the moment every one of its structures gradually disintegrates and collapses. The Yildari began to whisper. They thought the Great Seer could turn the tide and change everything, but it turned out he couldn't. He even pretended he could, arranging for people to do all sorts of things, only to announce now that everyone's efforts were merely a futile struggle. Unrestrained active interference with prophecy has led us into our current predicament. We will not be destroyed by that human named Angron. We will only be destroyed on the path of preventing that human from destroying us, which is by the orc barbarians we encountered head-on in this hellish star system. At this point, the Great Seer slowed his voice again. But at least we can still achieve a relatively good end. The Great Seer looked at Xia, and at the other humans behind Xia. Every human here was prepared for a fight with the Xenos, but until now, there hadn't been an appropriate moment for blades to be drawn. Everything is irreversible, the Great Seer told Xia. We will end our own lives, and as you know, our souls will reside within spirit stones after termination, avoiding falling into the Dark Prince's hands. Spirit stones, Xia rubbed his chin, pondering. Spirit stones are objects used by the Ildari to store their souls after death. As the Great Seer himself said, these things can prevent their souls from falling into Slaanish's hands. This is a method used to prevent souls from falling into the hands of a terrifying chaos god, not a resurrection spell for coming back to life. The preserved souls would be placed within an existence called the Infinite Circuit within the Ark world, which could be described as a realm after death. This is not a way to escape responsibility, Xia said after thinking. Angron has never offended any of you. He doesn't even know what the Tuantar Ark world is, yet you sent people and hired people to kill him, until you yourselves brought about your own destruction. As he spoke, Xia slowly paced, scanning everyone present. I can understand that intelligent life would want to eliminate threats in their infancy. But Angron didn't even know who tried to kill him before your second appearance. He certainly didn't want to destroy an Ark world that had nothing to do with him. It was your actions that actively initiated the vendetta and hatred. The Great Seer calmly replied, those who were determined to eliminate Angron, I left them in various places where the Ark world is under attack. Their fate will be complete destruction. They also once advocated for eliminating Angron. Xia slowly raised the hand holding his long spear, the spearhead pointing at the other Ildari present. You said it, these, civilians, they stood with the other faction, betrayed you, and imprisoned you. Their opinions were irrelevant anyway. Even if they supported me, my fate would still have been imprisonment, the Great Seer said. Because those who supported stopping the prophecies end at all costs were the warriors of this Ark world. Xia was silent. The Great Seer continued, I know you know about the Infinite Circuit within the Ark world. I and these kin will reunite with our ancestors in the Infinite Circuit at the same time those kin are killed by orcs, and then the portion bearing the Infinite Circuit will detach from the Ark world and drift through the galaxy. Xia wanted to say something. The Great Seer seemed to see the destruction of the Ark world close at hand, and thus became urgent. This Ark world initiated hatred because of the assassination attempt on Angron. Now its complete destruction will stop the hatred. From now on, no one will ever act against you because of that strange prophecy. Because the two-unitar Ark world will be destroyed. Xia lowered his long spear, extending his hand, which was covered by ornate vambraces. Let me perceive your mind, and then I will make a decision, whether I will let you and those who are determined to kill Angron die together, or if you will also be terminated, but with your souls not falling into the Dark Prince's hands. The Great Seer immediately stepped forward, grabbing Xia's hands and pressing them against his own head. Xia began to perceive, and subsequently made his decision. Let's go, to the Infinite Circuit. Chapter 217, The Gift. These damned Xenos, normal people can't understand what they're thinking. Varus stood behind Xia, staring coldly at the Xenos Great Seer in front of them. The other thinkers were the same, they remained silent because the White Knight Lord was present and had already made a decision without seeking their opinions. Otherwise, they would have chosen to kill all the Craft World Eldar Xenos present. But to everyone's helplessness, these Xenos already wished for death, whether it was an outsider's hand or their own, it wouldn't affect their goal of self-termination. Thank you for allowing us to end and sleep within the Infinite Circuit, the Great Seer bowed to Xia. Let's go, Xia pointed the way. We will proceed to the Infinite Circuit in another form, the Great Seer scanned every one of its kin around it. The Ark world is full of orc, and so many of us would delay progress and attract trouble, so. The Craft World Eldar seen by the Great Seer had already realized what they should do. Having chosen to seek out the Great Seer and re-accept its guidance, they naturally had the resolve to obey unconditionally. The Great Seer's gaze fell upon the Craft World Eldar named Lelith. Lelith immediately bowed, awaiting enlightenment or orders from the Great Seer. The gift I asked you to prepare, the Great Seer spoke softly. Lelith nodded gently and took out a device made of spirit bone from her bosom. As the device released light under Lelith's control, floating boxes appeared within the light. This is a technology our race once used to store items. Our fallen ancestors created warehouses that would never be destroyed or infiltrated by creating pocket universes, the Great Seer explained, slowly raising its hand. The spirit bone device in Lelith's hand floated up and landed in the Great Seer's hand. Then the Great Seer turned to face Xia, offering the device in its hand. Xia observed the device, looking at it for a long time without knowing how to describe its structure. For humans, the abstract objects that the Craft World Eldar's multidimensional senses could analyze were always complex and vague. His senses and vision could only classify it as some kind of small object. After our ancestors' decadent actions brought destruction, the method for creating this device was lost in the catastrophe, the Great Seer continued. It has value, but it should not remain in the hands of one who is about to die. Xia took the device and placed it in the storage compartment at the waist of his power armor. Quadrant had been staring at the Craft World Eldar creation until it was tucked into the waist of Xia's magnificent power armor. He had heard of a technology called pocket universes. This technology could create a miniaturized reality universe, a reality within the reality universe, not as vast and stable as the reality universe they were in, but perfectly sufficient for storing things and seeking refuge. Clearly, the creation given by this great seer was a tool for using pocket universe technology. Quadrant had only heard that the craft world Eldar were very powerful a long time ago. He heard it from Brown. But he didn't expect them to be so powerful that they still possessed tools capable of using pocket universe technology even after the great Eldar fall until now. These are also gifts, the great seer pointed to the boxes previously released from the pocket universe. Qin Xia looked at Varus. Varus stepped forward and opened the boxes, finding that they also contained craft world Eldar creations. These creations looked very complex, with many structures difficult for humans to describe and observe, but if broadly examined, they could be categorized as simple stone shapes. A pile of stones. Varus looked at Qin Xia somewhat bewildered, feeling that the damned Xenos must be treating them, the human barbarians as they called them, like monkeys. Soul stones, they can protect the soul projections of their wearers, the great seer explained. Prophets in this arc world need to make many preparations to perform prophecies because our soul projections are too dazzling. If we don't prepare well, we will be devoured by malicious creatures in the Sea of Souls. This protective device has a cloaking effect on soul projections. Some of your craft world Eldar prophets wear these kinds of things, I know, Qin Xia said. Varus raised his hand and used psychic power to take out the soul stones from each box. There were 10 in total. Varus handed these 10 soul stones to his most trusted think tank brother, Tethys, then cast a complex look at the craft world Eldar. It's like an NPC in a game that just waits to give players rewards, Olia whispered to her sister. They just see too far, knowing every detail of the future, so they choose the most resolute and swift way of dealing with things, leading to events having no development process, directly fast-forwarding to the result, Olina analyzed seriously. The great seer quickly closed its eyes, as if checking the time and realizing it was urgent. It said no more. After it had laid every necessary groundwork for the future fate, all that remained was to wait for the moment of destiny's fulfillment to arrive. Except for the craft world Eldar named Lilith, all the other craft world Eldar sat cross-legged on the ground. Lilith picked up a longsword, walked behind the second to last craft world Eldar, slit her kin's throat with one strike, and then took out a soul stone to allow her kin's soul to reside within the soul stone. The next craft world Eldar was treated the same way. Although residing in a soul stone merely prevented the soul from falling into Slaaneish's hands, compared to the end of other craft world Eldar who still chose to fight elsewhere on the Ark world, this was already the most perfect and best outcome. The Great Seer used some precious gifts it possessed to exchange for these humans to help itself and its kin achieve a better end, as well as to end the cycle of hatred initiated by the radical faction, who advocated against fate and hired Khmerak assassins. Qin Xia watched this strange craft world Eldar individual, thinking, waiting, observing. As Lilith swung her sword, amidst the splashing blood, the yin-yang symbol on the hilt of her long sword was particularly striking. What does that represent to you? Qin Xia asked a question without a clear beginning or end. But the Great Seer had already taken a breath, ready to answer, as the question was about to be asked. The Dao. It said. We craft world Eldar are different from our dark kin who still choose a decadent life. We use a life choice to restrain our innate desire for pleasure, and our ability to perceive happiness and pain far beyond other intelligent beings, which leads to immersion in certain emotions. We call this life choice the path. The Great Seer's face was unruffled, its tone calm. Its kin were being killed by another kin, and blood occasionally splashed onto it from behind, but it showed no reaction, merely waiting for its own moment of destiny's end, and to satisfy Qin Xia's curiosity. You are a warrior, so if you were a member of my race, you would choose the path of the warrior. The founder of the warrior's path is a phoenix lord named Azurman, who is the source and ancestor of different branches within various warrior paths. This symbol in his theory represents the balance between two opposing yet indispensable qualities, such as emotion and reason, such as impulse and rationality. Warriors especially need to pay attention to this balance, otherwise a warrior will become an executioner and a killing machine, ultimately falling into the embrace of a certain dark god. The Great Seer stared at Qin Xia as it spoke these words. Among the human race, looking at a specific person when speaking often implies a deeper meaning. While Alina and Olia were still thinking about how to refute the Great Seer, Brown's butcher's nails provided redundant computing power that allowed him to quickly calculate what would be most effective to say. But just as the stone man was about to speak, Chief Librarian Varus excitedly refuted the prophet first. Fall into the embrace of a certain god. Gods do not exist. There are no gods in this universe who will save everything. Only the living beings themselves can rewrite their own destinies in reality. Even the warp is nothing more than an alternate dimension composed of psychic energy. Humanity will thoroughly research it, utilize it, and conquer it. This is the truth taught by the Lord of Mankind to the entire human race. The imperial truth. Varus said so. The Great Seer looked at Varus. The expression that appeared on this Xenos' face was neither mockery nor anger. The Great Seer's eyes narrowed into slits, its head tilted slightly, smiling. It seemed to be admiring a thriving flower, while also lamenting the future decay of this flower. Lilith was extremely fast and had already reached behind the Great Seer. It was then that the Great Seer spoke. From thousands of years ago until now, I have always pitted every race and every individual within each race in the reality universe. Varus was somewhat puzzled. Because any living being in reality, including us, whether choosing to live or die, is enduring torture. Regardless, at least humanity is currently on the rise. As an individual of your race, enjoy this vibrant period, Varus. When your race falls into an even deeper trough like ours again, this experience will support you in seeking good for your race, instead of sinking into despair and decadence. Growth, bloom, decay, the cycle is endless. Such is our race, and such is humanity. The Great Seer spoke a few more sentences, then was cut down by Lilith, its soul sent into a container for preservation. Lilith placed each soulstone into the briefcase she carried, then slung it over her back and walked to Qin Xia. What was it saying? Varys looked at Tethys, who was quite knowledgeable in philosophy. Brother Tethys. I don't understand. Tethys shook his head. The thinkers exchanged glances. Brown, Quadrant and the Olina sisters also exchanged glances. Finally, everyone looked at Qin Xia. All this time, Qin Xia had seemed to be able to interpret the future, never lost, no matter when. But since a moment ago, Qin Xia had been very silent. The long spear forged by the Primarch was propped on the ground, his two gauntlet hands, adorned with magnificent patterns, tightly gripping the spear shaft. Fulgrim's meticulously designed helmet was tilted downwards. Qin Xia didn't want to say anything. He had truly seen the scene 10,000 years later. He had seen the terrifying scene after this period of ascent ended due to a catastrophe affecting the human race, and the imperial truth, which was originally a lie, was replaced by a product called the ecclesiarchy. Back then, before he was discovered by the White Scars, Qin Xia had eked out a living in a giant pipe on the planet he found himself on after entering this universe. Then, when the rebels rose up and began capturing living people to burn them everywhere, Qin Xia one day crawled out of the pipe to forage. And then he wondered why the black smoke from burning people today wasn't as thick as usual. Had the ecclesiarchy already burned almost all the heretics, witches, and warlocks on this world? Don't be fooled by that Xenos' nonsense, one think tank said. We will realize the Emperor's ideal and spread the imperial truth to every planet in the galaxy where humanity exists. We will bring a bright future to this race that is currently in a trough. Another think tank chimed in, exactly. That's why we were created. We bear such a responsibility, executing a great mission that is bound to be realized. Then all the thinkers stopped dwelling on what the Craft World Eldar had said. Quadrant looked at Brown, his fleshless face showing no expression, and his synthesized voice betraying no emotion. What kind of nonsense is that Xenos bastard talking? It's hilarious. Let's go. Qin Xia suddenly looked up at the Craft World Eldar named Lilith. Put your kin soulstones into the infinite circuit. Thank you, Lilith bowed. Then I will also take my own life and return to the infinite circuit. Those who opposed you and brought destruction in the Tuantar Ark world will be destroyed, and those like the Great Seer will sleep forever. This hatred that we started will thus end. Qin Xia nodded, given that your Great Seer prepared so many things, I will ensure your safety. Lilith nodded, leading the way. The group walked towards the location of the infinite circuit. Qin Xia walked silently, carrying his long spear. All this time, Qin Xia had not been particularly fond of those who could foresee the future. Because those who can foresee the future know the process and changes of events, they will abruptly take action to eliminate something in its infancy or directly fast forward to the result, while others who do not know the future will only feel bewildered. Also, these people speak in riddles, those who don't understand will just laugh it off, but those who do understand will genuinely ponder it for a long time. Qin Xia was pondering now. All the events of 10,000 years later flashed through his mind, as well as his desire to prevent humanity from falling into the abyss again, and every plan he had conceived day and night for this purpose, every person he needed to kill. When humanity emerges from this unprecedented low point, it seems we tools will no longer be useful. Qin Xia heard Varys talking to the other thinkers behind him. Then we useless weapons will die of old age, Tethys responded. Take off our armor, live a few hundred or 1,000 years of peaceful life, and then die of old age. Provided that the injuries we sustained in battle do not accelerate our death process. That's pretty good, another think tank chimed in. But I don't want to die of old age. I want to buy a spaceship and wander around the Imperium of Man, occasionally stopping to help people on a certain planet, eliminate their enemies, and then stay for a while, telling the kids about my heroic deeds. Just like those comic books we used to read when we were little. Yes, exactly like that. Chapter 218, The Aliens Past. What exactly is the Infinite Circuit? While Qin Xia was contemplating the dark future of the human race, and while the other thinkers were discussing the imagined beautiful future of the human race, Olia questioned Lilith, the Ildari. She and her sister didn't care about the future, they only cared about the present, and among the present matters, they cared about the academic part. This is the Infinite Circuit. Lilith looked around, all of it. What? Is that a unique proverb or a proprietary expression of your Ildari race? What do you mean all of it? Olia looked puzzled. Lilith explained, the framework of this arc world is composed of Wraithbone, and the Wraithbone framework is the Infinite Circuit. Olia and her sister Olina also looked around. One sister looked to the right, the other to the left, then one looked up, one looked down, and one looked back. For any of them, it was a panoramic view with no blind spots. So why don't we just embed those soulstones in the floor and get on with it? Brown asked. Because soulstones must first be placed in the soul core, and only then can the souls dwelling within them return to the Infinite Circuit, Lilith replied. Since this is the Infinite Circuit. Quadrant looked around again, since the Ark world is bound to be destroyed, wouldn't putting souls into the Infinite Circuit be burying them with the Ark world? Lilith walked ahead, leading the way without looking back, answering all questions without reservation, but the core part of the Infinite Circuit can gather all souls and then separate them from the entire Ark world's Wraithbone framework. Everyone nodded. The path beneath their feet was endlessly flat, and the surroundings were very narrow. This seemed to be a tunnel-like transportation route. The portal Lilith had used earlier was not used again, perhaps because its usage conditions were quite strict. Quadrant filmed the surroundings as he advanced. The Ildari living environment could not be called beautiful, from a human perspective. The buildings and paths here were particularly unintuitive, and combined with the complex scenery, they gave a hazy feeling. It was like walking in a dream, where the dream filter made everything blurry and illusory, as if human senses were covered by a thin veil, not enough to cause blindness, but just making it feel like things couldn't be seen clearly. My race's sensory organs are more complex than human sensory organs. Lilith glanced back at Quadrant, who was filming everywhere. For example, humans have 3 or 4 types of cone cells, while my race has a double-digit number of cone cells, so we can see many more colors. For this reason, some of the artworks we design are simply unappreciable to other races. It's not just the difference in cone cells, there are many differences between our 2 races. The thinkers, who had been silently moving forward, immediately couldn't help but refute Lilith upon hearing this. So you want to imply that your Ildari Xenos are more advanced? What do some differences in sensory organs count for? Humans also had a period in ancient times where they madly modified and strengthened themselves. Perhaps your race is the same, undergoing bottomless, crazy modifications in your peak period until you became like this now. From the perspective of the Space Marines, humanity is the most resilient, tenacious, and noble race in the galaxy, and within this race, those with normal skulls are the purest and most perfect, while other subspecies with abnormal skulls, or even abnormal bodies, such as the Catmen, Longlegs, Angron, Beastmen. They are also human, but not as perfect and pure as humans with normal skulls. Xia, who had been silently pondering beside them, heard the thinker's words. Whether it's 10,000 years later or now, one thing about the Imperium of Man hasn't changed, its hatred for Xenos, Xia thought. I am not proclaiming my race's nobility or belittling yours. Facing the thinker's refutation, Lilith responded very calmly, I am merely stating a fact. Furthermore, my race did not evolve naturally. The thinkers all snorted coldly. Quadrant, however, continued to ask, what is it like to have senses more developed than humans? It was then that Lilith turned to look at Quadrant, her steps unwavering, a wonderful experience. Things that are not so intense for you humans, like emotions or pleasure, are so intense for my race that they can bring us to the brink of death. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your entire race? Quadrant pressed on. Lilith's gaze was profound. Of course, it's a bad thing. It's a curse. My race fell into the abyss precisely because of the immense enjoyment of emotional pleasure brought by these super senses. My race's fallen ancestors engaged in many behaviors that other sentient beings would find utterly irrational and unacceptable, just for their own amusement. Indeed. Brown deeply empathized, you once stole stars, then used the stars' gravitational orbits as racetracks, driving race cars in hour-long races to determine the winner in the circumstellar Grand Prix. That was just the most normal form of entertainment. Lilith looked at Brown, her expression very complex. There were many other forms of entertainment so depraved that you simply cannot comprehend them. Upon hearing this, Olia and Olina looked at Brown in surprise. They had heard Brown talk about those things from 10,000 years ago, especially the matter of stealing stars to make racetracks, but they thought Brown was just spouting nonsense. Using a star's gravitational orbit as a racetrack, then circling the star a few times in a short period, such entertainment would be unimaginable even in humanity's peak era. Because human bodies and senses would not allow humans to enjoy such stimulating activities. I've heard enough about the Ildari's past. Xia suddenly interrupted the conversation. Quickly, take us to the soul core to place the soul stones. Lilith turned her head and silently walked ahead. After passing through some more strange paths, they arrived in front of a building that looked like a temple. This building was extremely huge and magnificent. Xia looked up, observing it, and realized that if he were to pilot a God King Titan into this temple, proportionally speaking, it would be equivalent to a human walking into the Imperial Palace on Terra. The sheer size of the building didn't matter much, since the Ildari built this place, there must be transportation within the temple. However, the temple was not safe. From time to time, sounds of gunfire and greenskin shouts emanated from within, clearly indicating a major battle was underway inside. Strange. Lilith continued to walk forward without stopping, a hint of confusion in her voice. How did the war reach here? There's an interception zone near the temple. When soldiers come, we block them, when water comes, we cover it with earth. Let's hurry. Xia gestured for Lilith to continue leading the way. Even if Gorksgrin appears, I have a way to deal with him. Lilith nodded, placed the container holding the soul stones behind her, and quickened her pace. Xia looked at the thinkers and pointed to his neck. The thinkers immediately and uniformly raised their hands to press the seals between their helmets and gorgets, opened their helmets, hung the soul amulets given by the Great Seer around their necks, and then put their helmets back on. As they did so, every thinker felt as if something warm enveloped them. It was like a warm breeze suddenly enshrouding the body in a cold environment. But this sensation came from the soul, not the physical body. Put the soul stones into this thing. Xia took out his pocket universe from a hidden compartment at his waist. No, Lilith shook her head, the internal space of this thing is completely static and sealed, it can only be used to store inorganic matter. Quadrant. Xia turned his head. Quadrant immediately stepped forward, and the armor plate on his abdomen slowly opened, revealing a storage layer. Lilith immediately placed the device into Quadrant's stomach, then looked at Xia gratefully. You will end this hatred that has persisted since Angron's childhood, and you have given something very precious and important. Xia said, I promise to let your Great Seer rest in peace in the Infinite Circuit, and I will certainly fulfill that promise. Lilith nodded gently, drew her longsword, and held it in her hand. Now, he no longer needed to exclusively protect the souls of his kin and could participate in any battles they might encounter. The group continued to advance. As they moved forward in silence, the thinkers had already begun to adjust their positions. The Alina sisters, Quadrant and Brown, these three seemingly less combat-capable individuals, were positioned in the very center. Chief Librarian Baris and Kamas, the youngest thinker who had been personally taught by the White Knight Lord, walked to Qin Xia's left and right. Lelith, the Ildari warrior, walked at the very front, holding his longsword. Whether leading the way or fighting, Lelith had to be at the forefront. The further they walked, the more intense the sounds of combat became. Qin Xia activated his psychic vision. One of his eyes remained normal, seeing the present of the reality universe, while the other eye glowed white, seeing the brief past and the brief future. Aside from the extremely brief past and future used only to assist in close quarters combat, Qin Xia's psychic vision could also transcend the limitations of personal perspective, browsing any location at extreme speed. In the battle presented in his psychic vision, large numbers of Ildari warriors were fighting and fleeing along a straight main road, with massive numbers of greenskin pursuers behind them. Qin Xia even saw Gusa. This warlord-level greenskin had personally come to the Ark world to command the battle, and the Gretchen who had helped Gusa so much stood on Gusa's shoulder. That previous seer guided your kin in battle, they fought and fled, penetrating deep into the temple. Qin Xia said, why would they do that? Lelith immediately thought of the seer he had seen before taking Qin Xia through the portal, the leader of the radical faction of prophets. However, he also didn't know why that seer would lead people deep into the location of the soul core. Entering the location of the infinite circuit's psychic core could only achieve one thing, destroying the soul core and destroying the infinite circuit. But the radical faction among the Ark world's prophetic seers were still Ark world seers, he could not possibly do anything that would destroy the infinite circuit. After much thought, Lelith couldn't figure out why. I don't know. Let's keep going. Qin Xia stopped asking, stepped forward, raised his long spear, prepare for battle. Greenskin appeared at the fork in the road ahead. A dozen greenskin bosses accompanied by 3 titans drove out from the fork. They had intended to rush to the most intense fighting, but upon seeing the suddenly appearing shrimp, they stopped advancing and turned to face Qin Xia's group. The titans, which looked like crude, pieced-together building blocks, all turned their cannons, aiming at the group ahead with a breathing-like tremor generated by their internal engines. As the dozen bosses charged, artillery shells flew over their heads towards the humans. Facing this level of attack, Qin Xia didn't even use a psychic barrier, merely experimenting with a new psychic release method he had recently developed. He simply stood still, subtly moving a thought, and reality was then corrupted by the psychic energy Qin Xia emitted. All the shells fired by the titans passed straight through the tunnel until they vanished without a trace, then flew from behind the titans back towards them, hitting and exploding. It was as if those shells had flown around a planet, then returned to blow up the ones who launched them. But this was not the shells actually circling the Ark world, and the Ark world was not spherical. Instead, Qin Xia temporarily sealed a small area of reality with psychic energy. In this small area, whether it was artillery fire or living beings, they would be in a spatial cycle. Without psychic energy or other means to break free, they would be unable to leave this area. Like a ghost wall. Looking at the shattered titans before him, Qin Xia felt that the experiment's effect was quite good, and then he looked at the person who could quickly deal with the charging bosses. Brown felt Qin Xia's gaze, leaned slightly forward, and then charged out rapidly. The stone man's posture was like a sharp arrow shooting forward, moving so fast that even the thinkers could only see a blur. Upon reaching the greenskin in an instant, Brown rotated his body, and his 2 forearms flowed, reshaping into 2 swords. Brown spun once, and his forearms, which had become 2 swords, returned to their human hand form, then he stopped. All the greenskins' heads around him flew off, then their bodies knelt, and they fell. This process was just a blur in the eyes of the others. The thinkers didn't see Brown's hands transform, they only saw this supposedly powerful guy charge past and strike a pose as if he had just spun, and then all the surrounding beastmen's heads flew off. Well done, T-1000. Qin Xia stepped forward, passing by Brown. T-1000. Brown questioned. A liquid robot from a movie. Qin Xia explained simply. Lelith, who was about to charge, put his sword back behind him and continued to lead the way. As Qin Xia advanced, he observed Gusa with his psychic vision. During the battle with the Ildari, Gusa suddenly stopped. The squeaky fart on his shoulder was observing behind them. Seeing Gusa suddenly stop, its head rotated 180 degrees with the help of mechanical structures, and it asked Gusa what had happened. He's here. Gusa said. Who? Squeaky fart asked. The butcher. I sensed him. Gusa rubbed his skull. How could he be here? How did he get here? This is impossible. Looks like we should retreat. Squeaky fart shot down an Ildari warrior, slowly lowering the laser weapon in its hand. Prepare for battle, Qin Xia told everyone. We might be facing a warlord-level orc next. Although he heard Gusa say he was going to evacuate, Qin Xia still had everyone prepare to face Gusa. Even if it only made everyone more vigilant, it was good. Upon hearing of a warlord-level orc, more thinkers moved from the back of the line to the front, preparing to face a formidable enemy. Lelith also knew what a warlord-level orc meant, gripping her long sword even tighter. Qin Xia didn't know why this fellow was carrying a cold weapon. Pretending to be some ancient knight-errant? Or was it that the longsword possessed some unknown superpower, capable of firing a bolter round from hundreds of meters away? While wondering, Xia suddenly remembered that he also used cold weapons, but he primarily relied on psychic power. Bolter rounds and such were far less effective than psychic abilities, so in that situation, the spear in his hand was merely a supplementary piece of equipment. That Gretchen isn't still alive, is it? Olia suddenly approached Xia and asked. Xia was momentarily stunned, then recalled that Olia had seen everything he recorded during his battles against orcs, so she knew about the Gretchen named Squeaky Fart and the peculiar greenskin named Gusa. According to the records you gave me, that Gretchen's head was bigger than its body and had undergone crude modifications by the greenskin's mech. It was one thing for it to survive that modification, but if it's still alive after having its neck snapped by another warlord, then that would truly be worth studying. Olia said as she walked. Still alive, Xia nodded. Its neck was replaced with a mechanical one, probably a big mech performed the surgery on it. I told Gusa how to revive the Gretchen. To give Gusa another strategist, so he can last a bit longer after instigating the internal conflict with Emperor Ulrich of Olaner. Olia asked with a smile. Xia nodded. You also know about Emperor Ulrich of the Orcs? Lelith suddenly asked. Xia looked at Lelith and countered, you also know. Lelith slowly nodded, we heard about it. Before this Ark world was piloted here by the radical faction, people from the Ulfwe craft world warned us not to come here. The reason is, it's because an Orc empire is rising, and their leader is astonishingly powerful, just like your. Lelith explained, but then didn't finish her sentence. The suddenly alert thinkers were the reason Lelith didn't finish her statement. We're almost there. Lelith stopped talking about other things and suddenly halted, standing before a smooth wall. Xia was slightly surprised, as he had thought they would have to continue walking for a while, fight the greenskins again, and only reach their destination deep within the temple, somewhere no instrument could detect. But Lelith was right, they had indeed arrived. As this Ildari stretched out a hand and brushed it over the wall, a door, whose existence Xia hadn't even perceived, slowly opened. Xia's psychic vision hadn't even seen the door's changes or future in a few seconds, in both psychic and reality universe vision, this door did not exist. The soul core is not far from the temple entrance. Lelith stepped into the profound darkness beyond the door. Were you planning all along to rush here the moment your Ark world was destroyed, to quickly put the soul stones in, so you wouldn't waste time walking a long distance? Brown sneered. Lelith admitted frankly, yes. Xia stepped into the darkness, his psychic vision scanning the surroundings. Some Ildari appeared in his vision, which was constantly searching for the temple's path. The Ildari were looking for something, seemingly the soul core itself. But they hadn't found it and were scurrying around deep within the temple, fighting orcs while searching. That bastard seer who liked to call humans primitive monkeys was among those Ildari. Your compatriots don't seem to know where the soul core is. Xia scanned the surrounding darkness. The darkness here was extremely pure black, like a black hole capable of absorbing light sources. I am a priestess, only I know the soul core. Lelith crouched down, holding up a construct made of wraith bone. Then the darkness vanished, and light descended. When they saw everything around them, everyone present was stunned. Because this place was simply too vast. Wraithbone constructs, whose purpose was indiscernible, filled the entire gigantic room. Those within felt like ants walking into a human home. This place is bigger than the temple. Quadrant was extremely shocked, his head lifting off his body and flying around to examine the gigantic objects. But it's still inside the temple, still a single room. Incredible. Just spatial technology. Brown looked at Quadrant as if he were a primitive man. Lelith looked at Brown, her expression mirroring his, this is actually a psychic technology, twisting the spatial rules in the reality universe through psychic power. It's not based on spatial technology, but on psychic-based technology that distorts reality. This isn't safe. Quadrant lost all interest, his head flying back to his body. To achieve such an effect through non-psychic means, Lelith gestured around, then walked forward. As far as I know, only one race in the galaxy can do it, but they're not awake yet. The others didn't pay much attention to the race Lelith mentioned, which could achieve such spatial technology effects through non-psychic means. Except for Xia, who paid a little attention, and Quadrant, who suddenly became very interested again. What race can achieve such a feat? Quadrant asked. A type of undead, those who live as if dead, the ancient enemies of my ancestors and the gods of creation, Lelith replied. They use no psychic power at all, relying solely on scientific technology to act like gods at will. As they spoke, everyone continued forward. The spatial technology here seemed to change not just the size of the entire room, one step taken by them was equivalent to hundreds of meters outside. Xia didn't interrupt Lelith and Quadrant's discussion, walking and listening. Because he was also very interested in the ancient race Lelith mentioned, in the future, he would definitely conduct some technical exchange activities with them. Therefore, the sooner everyone understood the relevant information, the better. Can you imagine such a scene? A person stands in a room, raises their hand to a star map in front of them, points to one of countless star systems, and then chooses to delete it. One star system in the galaxy will truly disappear because of it. Of course, it's not instantaneous disappearance, but it will indeed disappear, and this effect is achieved entirely through physical technology. Upon hearing Lelith's words, Quadrant began to ponder about that ancient race, and at the same time felt as if something intangible was provoking him, to visit the sleeping places of those Xenos. Sounds like galactic gardeners. Brown thought of the planet sculptors once hired by the Nuceria Entertainment Group. Except those sculptors carved the galaxy itself. Brown couldn't help but sigh. Even at the peak of humanity, we often lamented that there's always someone better, something beyond. You ancient races are truly astounding. It's all right, as a young race, you are already very outstanding, Lilith turned back and said. My race has millions of years of history, and you, tens of thousands of years, it seems. It's truly commendable that you have developed to this extent. Don't speak in that tone, Xenos, a thinker angrily interjected. You are indeed ancient, but that doesn't mean you have the right to stand as elders and point fingers at humanity. It's not like we haven't defeated you before, another thinker said. Brown deeply sympathized with this thinker's retort and immediately turned around, extending his fist. Exactly. Buddy, we young upstart races specialize in curing you old-timer Ildari of your condescension. Looking at Brown's extended fist, the thinker felt inexplicable. Just as he didn't know what the strange-sounding words upstart and old-timer in Brown's mouth meant, what language they were, or from whom they were plagiarized. Not knowing how to respond, the thinker did not bump fists. When a younger race appears someday, they will also treat your human condescension just as you said, Lilith said. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Brown waved his hand, laughing. The speed of species evolution takes hundreds of thousands or millions of years. It's not that easy to evolve from single-celled organisms into intelligent beings. Lilith slowly nodded upon hearing this, feeling that it made sense. Humans might indeed be the last young and capable race in the galaxy. Humans are only relatively young. Among the astronomical number of races in the galaxy, they are also considered ancient. Qin Xia said in a deep voice. Humans haven't been without their ups and downs. However, Lilith is right about one thing, sooner or later, another race will step onto the galactic stage and stand out among countless others. The thinkers behind him, upon hearing these words from the White Knight Lord, understood that this sentence was not a prophecy, but a warning. Like a pre-battle admonition, demanding everyone prepare for battle. So Varus, thinking this way, responded to Qin Xia, then we will eliminate those newly risen Xenos, as always, with utmost ease. Like a soldier responding to an officer's admonition with determination and fervor. Qin Xia's face beneath his helmet was exceptionally complex, I can't say for sure. Everyone stopped before a circular device. Lilith took out the container holding the soul stones and placed it on some structure extending outwards from the device. Qin Xia found this structure looked very strange. A cylindrical structure, like the pipe slides at a water park, but extending upwards, reaching the very top. It also resembled a giant conical tower growing upwards. The anomalous space here caused the container to appear directly at the top of the structure after Lilith placed it down. Upon detecting the soul stone container, the structure began to move, extending upwards, feeding the container holding the soul stones into the annular device like loading ammunition. Damn it! Qin Xia cursed inwardly. I was seriously observing it as if it were a big deal, but it turns out this thing works on the same principle as their webway gate. You enter new life, Lilith said reverently. May Asurian protect you. This sentence was spoken in the human language. The humans present didn't take it seriously at the time, but only later, upon reflection, would they realize that Lilith might have wanted them to offer a collective wish, just as humans would observe a moment of silence for the deceased. Lilith had a bit of a scheme, she didn't say it directly, but hinted at it, yet she didn't expect the humans to care at all. What will happen to them? Alina asked expressionlessly, her voice cold. Will they live wonderful lives in a place called the Infinite Circuit? They will gradually merge with the Infinite Circuit, losing their individuality, becoming one with the whole, Lilith replied softly. But this is what is meant to be. Qin Xia didn't think so. He knew some things about the Infinite Circuit. It was true that souls entering the Infinite Circuit would gradually dissolve and eventually merge into one, but a few powerful souls with strong obsessions would retain their individuality. The Great Seer's soul might retain a very small part of itself. Dissolution. Yes. It would have been this way, in the pathetic, laughable end of the tragic fate it forcibly brought upon this ark world, it would have been this way. A wild voice came from behind. Everyone turned to look. The seer floated, leading a group of blood-soaked Ildari warriors, slowly approaching. Primitive monkeys, and my pathetic, resigned compatriots. I will not let you have your way, will not let such an end, transform from a ridiculous so-called Great Seer's daydream into an inevitable part of the reality universe timeline. The seer floated 10 meters off the ground. High above. The ornament on his chest shone with light, attracting psychic energy to gather around him into a storm. The ornament was the eye of the psychic storm. Qin Xia saw the changes in the psychic energy with his psychic vision. Only you monkeys and pathetic clowns who end yourselves will face the end. The seer seemed to be gathering strength, as the psychic storm converged, his voice became like a clap of thunder, each syllable deafening. And of course, that bioweapon called Angron. The seer's psychic spewing eyes looked down at everyone on the ground. Everyone looked at the seer. The two sides stared at each other for a moment. Brown spoke with a complex expression, why do you Ildari still pursue artistry at a time like this, choosing such a crucial moment to make an entrance and then deliver embarrassing speeches like a play? And even in a language we can understand, this is clearly meant for us to hear. Quadrant chimed in. Lilith was very helpless, because the humans were right, her compatriots simply loved to pursue art and beautiful things, as well as fervent emotions, just like the seer who appeared like a member of a theatrical troupe before them. Crude primitive monkeys, the seer gritted his teeth and squeezed out an insult, the psychic storm around him still gathering and rising. You. Before he could finish, the thinkers standing on the ground immediately began to curse. To hell with you, Xenos. You weren't killed last time because you ran fast. If you weren't a despicable coward, we would have chopped you to pieces long ago. Varus roared. You claim to be elegant? You trash wouldn't even qualify as a jester in my father's kingdom. Kamas said. When I was a killer, listening to human traffickers chat in a gang bar was more interesting than listening to you talk, Varus said. Even though listening to them chat, I'd still smell their sweat and foot odor, and that smell was as disgusting as they were. Qinxia raised his hand. Everyone immediately fell silent, because everyone knew that when the seer was about to burst with anger, Qinxia would say something that could potentially infuriate the opponent to death. But Qinxia didn't curse, he merely asked the seer, anything else you'd like to express? The seer was silent for a few seconds, then raised both hands, and the device on his chest floated up, it's time to execute you all. Qinxia's right hand, gripping his spear, thrust it down sharply, embedding the spear into the ground. Then he clapped one hand against the other, like swatting something dead. The seer was struck by two surging psychic forces, the Ildari's inherent resilient body instantly burst, muscle fibers, various organs, and bones mixed together, blossoming like wires and springs squeezed out when an electric toy is damaged. The seer died a horrifying death, like a mosquito swatted dead. On the page of the psychic spellbook given by the Emperor, hanging from Qinxia's armor at his waist, which displayed the best psychic spell for the current situation, this simple and brutal psychic spell was not shown. But this spell would make the opponent's Qinxia dislike die the most tragically. After killing the seer, Qinxia felt slightly puzzled. After savoring the process of killing the seer, he wondered why the opponent had died without any resistance at all. Chapter 220, Supernatural Phenomena. This time, he ran a bit slower. Qinxia slowly raised his right hand. The long spear, pinning the great seer's body, hummed a few times, then rapidly spun back into Qinxia's hand. The psychic storm that had been gathering around the great seer dissipated the moment he was killed, having no effect. Qinxia couldn't discern the purpose of that gathered storm. And after the great seer died, the Ildari warriors also perished. Only when their bodies fell did everyone see that the scattered armor was empty. This damned Xenos didn't struggle at all. Varus recalled everything he had seen and sensed while observing the great seer. The great seer had been imposing. He wore unknown ornaments. A psychic storm gathered around him. Then, when facing the attack, he should have been able to react, but he did nothing and died, faster than a sudden death. Perhaps he completed a ritual with his own death, Kamas said. Everyone looked sideways at Kamas. Kamas shrugged. When I was young, I heard of similar witchcraft rituals, where one sacrifices their own life to achieve a certain goal. Witches would even specifically find someone with high soul compatibility to kill them. Varus's face flickered with uncertainty. He quickly turned to observe Qinxia's expression, relieved when he saw that the White Knight Lord was not displeased with the entire think tank due to Kamas's foolish words. Sacrificing others' lives to extend your own life, I believe that. Sacrificing your own life? What the hell are you talking about? Varus said. Kamas chuckled awkwardly, then apologized, sorry. I was just saying. I don't sense anything amiss. Qinxia even used his psychic vision to investigate, but this entire space itself was invisible in his psychic vision. It was precisely for this reason that he did not see the Great Seer appearing at this hidden, important location in the brief future. Let's continue with our business. Qinxia turned to Lilith. What do we need to do next to launch the core part of this infinite circuit? Please follow me. Lilith continued to lead the way. This time, they didn't walk far, arriving before something that looked like a pillar. Lilith walked to the pillar and placed her hand on its surface, speaking softly in the Ildari language. The pillar seemed to have its own consciousness. When it heard Lilith's words, it immediately began to glow, its brightness constantly changing and flickering, as if it understood Lilith's words and was responding. Eventually, the entire space began to vibrate, and people's vision changed. Some lines that were originally very clear began to become distorted and blurred. This is a sign of space separating, Brown speculated. Exactly. Lilith nodded. You guessed correctly. This is space separating. The soul core and the infinite circuit were originally two different spaces, forcibly fused together by technology. As far as I know, other arc worlds are not like this, but in the Tuantar arc world, due to past troubles in history, our infinite circuit and soul core are completely separated. And if our soul core and infinite circuit were not like this, then we would truly be beyond help, only able to silently await the end of the arc world and each of our fates, crying out to the heavens in vain. As Lilith spoke, the entire separating space began to extend into the distance, and the location where everyone stood gradually became a circular, bubble-shaped area. The space around the bubble began to fracture and separate after the extension ended. And in places unseen by people, the clustered matter formed by the gradually merging souls within the infinite circuit had all concentrated in the spirit bone structure near the soul core. Now at least we can have a less cruel end, Lilith continued. After the entire space separated, the Ildari's brethren had undoubtedly found peace. As the Great Seer had hoped before, their souls would remain within this soul core and a small portion of the nearby infinite circuit, rather than falling into the hands of the dark gods. What about you? Brown looked at Lilith, concerned about the Xenos' fate. My mission was to witness this moment, and to previously ensure that the souls of my brethren could be safely sent to the soul core. Now my mission is complete. Lilith's words sounded like a last will, conveying a sense of having finished everything and finally being able to rest. However, the group, who had not spent much time with Lilith, were not particularly concerned about the future of the Ildari Xenos. Regardless, they had received the Great Seer's gift and dutifully escorted the souls to the soul core. Now the soul core and a small part of the infinite circuit were also beginning to detach, and were about to enter the webway, becoming a mobile tomb. As humans, the group's task was complete. Whatever choice Lilith made was not something they needed to concern themselves with or interfere in. We can return. Quadrant sent a message to the White Knight cruiser, instructing everyone on board to prepare. Previously, the cruiser had been rendered purple by the Thinker's psychic power, entering this star system in this peculiar way and arriving at the Ark world by blending in with the Greenskin fleet. No accidents had occurred until now, but to avoid a 1/10,000 chance of mishap, everyone on the cruiser still had to be prepared. Let's return. Qinxia prepared to open a psychic door. Snowflakes had already begun to drift in the air. Everyone else gathered around Qinxia, ready to teleport into the cruiser. As more and more snowflakes drifted in the air, just as they were about to teleport away, Qinxia asked Lilith, "Do you need us to help you end your life, so you can reunite with your brethren?" "Of course not," Lilith shook her head, then slowly bowed to the group. "I am the only one left in this Ark world who can operate the soul core. The other was killed by you. I cannot reunite with my brethren. I will remain here and become a grave keeper." "Then I wish you won't feel lonely in the years to come," Qinxia said. "I wish you all to forge ahead in the years to come, to carve a bloody path in this hell that torments all intelligent life," Lilith said. The two sides bid each other farewell. Lilith watched as Qinxia and the others' figures gradually became obscured by the increasingly heavy snowstorm. Finally, the snowflakes stopped dancing, and no one remained in Lilith's sight. Lilith slowly turned around, as if seeing the place for the first time, looking around to observe every detail, every corner within her sight. A sense of loneliness instantly flooded Lilith's heart. No living beings remained here. In this structure, gradually separating from the Ark world, only the soul core and a small part of the infinite circuit containing all the souls remained, along with a lonely gravekeeper. Lilith couldn't even utter a sigh, for he was not the type of person who enjoyed talking to himself or entertaining himself. He slowly walked to the bubble-like, curved transparent energy layer, which isolated the extremely harsh environment of the void. The cruiser named White Knight was clearly visible among the Greenskin fleet's warships, painted an abrupt purple. This would be inconceivable to any other intelligent life, as the warship was neither painted black to completely blend with the void, nor painted a camouflage-like color to conceal itself in complex void environments. But the Greenskins just couldn't see it. Unless the warship encountered some accident and performed actions that would allow the Greenskins to see them, the warship would not be attacked by the Greenskins. The humans who helped the kind people of this Ark world would leave safely. Painting the warship purple was a genius idea, Lilith thought. Tell the helmsman to turn hard to port. I estimate that Greenskin warship will approach very soon. We must evade it in advance. Now, convey my order to the helmsman. Don't use the communication array. We have other ways to transmit orders in silence. When the Lion King issued the silent order during the Randan campaign, none of you ran off to use communication equipment. The captain stood in the center of the command deck, staring at the holographic sand table projection in front of him. The green projection on the sand table accurately displayed everything in the void. Amidst the massive Greenskin fleet in this star system, a human warship was abruptly mixed in. Although the Greenskins seemed to be under a spell, completely unable to see this warship, the captain still tried his best to avoid any substantial contact between the warship and the enemy. Because once substantial contact occurred, it would be like an invisible person leaving footprints on a beach, or becoming visible after being splashed with paint, which would trigger a series of Greenskin investigative actions. The captain had just confirmed this from a small information report from a sailor on the artillery deck. Brother-in-law. The captain's new adjutant suddenly entered the command deck. The captain's new adjutant was his wife's recently adult younger brother. This adjutant, like his sister, inherited the tall and robust physique of their father and mother. Although by Terra's age laws, the adjutant was only about 16 years old, he was already tall enough to make the elite sergeants inspecting ancient compartments on the lower deck look up to him, even though the latter were carefully selected strong men. The adjutant was large in stature and had a booming voice, so much so that when he spoke, the captain thought the communication array had been opened, and words from other parts of the ship were amplified by the communication array and transmitted into the command deck. I said, the captain was speechless for a moment after turning around. He gave the adjutant an exasperated look, then pointed to the gate, "Go patrol outside and see if any idiot dares to use communication equipment, letting those Greenskins monitor our communication signals." "Yes, brother-in-law," the adjutant replied solemnly, then continued, "The White Knight Lord has returned." "They're back? Thank goodness." The captain said this while subconsciously looking out the viewport. Outside the viewport, the Ark world was gradually disintegrating under the Greenskins' outrageous destruction. Although the White Knight Lord had left the White Knight to destroy the Tuantar Ark world, it was ultimately not he but the Greenskin who destroyed the Ark world. Objectively speaking, this was the case, but the captain still found the White Knight Lord's intelligence astonishing. Not to mention using the Greenskin to destroy the Ark world, which completely freed the Lord of the 12th Legion from the constant threat of assassination. Just the idea of painting the entire warship purple with psychic power, then safely entering a star system almost entirely populated by Greenskin before the war, and accomplishing what he wanted to do. Such an idea would be unimaginable to most people, even to the experts specializing in Xenos within the Imperial War Committee's research departments. "Convey my order. No need to maintain silence anymore. Directly inform the entire ship to immediately prepare for warp travel," the captain ordered. The adjutant saluted and left. "What a pity," the captain said with some regret, recalling the report about the Greenskin attempting to decipher the ship's communication signals. If possible, I really would like to see what they use to detect our communication signals. Sir, those Xenos monsters can piece together a pile of scrap metal into a weapon or equipment. Their tanks look like they're stitched together with iron. It's not surprising at all that such Xenos could have equipment to detect our communication signals, the communication officer on the command deck said. It's not strange at all that the greenskins have a way to detect our communication signals. What's strange is why they would have such an idea. The greenskins we face fight without any strategy, they shouldn't have such intentions. It wasn't the captain who answered the communication officer, but Qin Xia. After everyone else went to rest, Qin Xia came to the command deck alone. When the White Knight Lord appeared on the command deck, everyone present, regardless of who they were, stood up from their seats and saluted. Qin Xia raised a hand, signaling everyone to return to their seats. The White Knight Lord did not continue discussing the greenskins. He walked directly to the captain's side and stood with his hands behind his back in front of the holographic projection. The captain carefully scrutinized Qin Xia's armor a few times. Although this was not the first time he had seen this equipment, the armor crafted by the Primarchs themselves held immense significance just by its existence, not to mention that Fulgrim, the most knowledgeable in aesthetics, had meticulously designed its appearance. The warship began to detach from the Greenskin fleet, heading towards the edge of the star system, and eventually entering the warp. The warship immediately sailed towards the star system where the main fleet was located. The main fleet, led by the Primarchs, was clearing out the remaining greenskin from the purge. The White Knight had to rendezvous with them. After entering the warp, Qin Xia subconsciously used his psychic vision to observe his surroundings. This was not because he was interested in the bizarre sights within the warp, but because he needed to see the direction of psychic flow and guide it to form a tide. Just as Qin Xia was observing, he suddenly saw a psychic storm on the warship's left side. This storm appeared enormous in the warp, and at its eye was a glowing creature. Storm-like phenomena are not uncommon in the warp. The only ones to truly beware of are genuine warp storms, as they pose a devastating threat. Other storm-like warp phenomena are of no concern. The warship continued to sail forward. The creature within the storm observed the warship, then slowly raised its head and looked upwards. Qin Xia, who was using psychic vision to observe the creature, saw that their gazes met. Chapter 221, The Ship of Destiny. The flow of the warp tides suddenly shifted, and the psychic energy that constituted them became erratic, making it difficult for Qin Xia to easily control their direction. The environment around the battleship was like a tumultuous ocean, with psychic waves surging and washing over the entire hull of the warship. The Thinkers had just removed the mass psychic spell they had cast on the battleship's hull, and the ship was no longer purple, but due to the washing of the psychic torrent, both its paint and outline were unusual. Qin Xia observed the battleship and found that its changes were not like those commonly seen in warp travel accidents 10,000 years later. For example, a battleship might be altered by some force, leading to mutations, with demons appearing in large numbers within the hull, and ultimately the entire battleship undergoing a drastic transformation, even turning from a steel construct into a flesh and blood creature. The current changes were not like that. The battleship's paint job changed first, turning red, then blue, and then a mix of red and blue. Elemental perception. Qin Xia immediately linked these two colors to the dark gods Gurn and Xianch, as their representative colors were red and blue. But the captain beside him did not make such an association. Humanity's fury, unyielding will. The captain suddenly shouted two words that sounded like battleship names, pointing at the holographic image in front of him. After the holographic image flickered a few times, as if the device had been invaded by some force, it automatically activated uncontrollably, then displayed a series of real-time changes happening to the battleship. These two paint schemes are those of the fury and the unyielding will. The captain immediately looked at Qin Xia, explaining with an anxious and excited tone. This battleship has been in service for a very long time. Before it was owned by the Imperium of Man, it was named the Fury, and after being owned by the Imperium of Man, it was named the Unyielding Will. Until you became the owner of this battleship, it changed its name and its paint job again. After hearing the captain's words, Qin Xia showed no reaction, only thinking very seriously. He did not think that the changes in this battleship indicated something terrible was about to happen, because he sensed that the surrounding psychic energy was eroding the battleship. Perhaps it was the psychic erosion that caused some strange changes in the battleship, leading to a reversion to an earlier state. This was happening even with the protection of a Geller field. Qin Xia could sense that without the Geller field's protection, this battleship would not merely be reverting to an earlier state. Calm down, this is just a series of anomalies caused by the changing psychic environment. There is no concept of time and space here, so it's not strange for the battleship to change. Qin Xia's voice echoed on the command deck. Hearing the White Knight Lord say this, everyone present gradually calmed down. At this moment, the holographic image changed again, but instead of displaying a constantly changing battleship exterior, it showed a face made of energy. It was the face of an Eldar. We meet again, barbarian. The familiar term in this sentence indicated the identity of the speaker. That damned, dead seer. Qin Xia stared at the seer's face, only with a serious expression and no other reaction, but he was incredibly surprised. When he had previously used his psychic vision to observe his surroundings, he had seen the creature at the center of the psychic storm outside the battleship. Thinking carefully, that psychic storm looked almost identical to the psychic storm the seer had gathered before. But Qin Xia still did not believe that the creature in the warp at the center of the psychic storm would be the seer he had killed. The craft world Eldar wear certain devices to conceal their soul projections and use spirit stones to prevent their souls from falling into Slaanesh's hands. Because the dark god Slaanesh is inextricably linked to the decadent actions of the craft world Eldar ancestors, and even to their entire race, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a racial deity. Human souls entering the warp may not necessarily belong to Slaanesh among the dark gods, but craft world Eldar souls definitely will. Under this premise, Qin Xia found it very difficult to connect the creature in the warp at the center of the psychic storm with the seer he had easily killed before. You thought you could kill me? The seer's energy face showed extreme madness. Qin Xia continued to sense the seer silently. After projecting almost all of his psychic energy towards the entity at the center of the storm in the warp, Qin Xia sensed many things. At the very center of the psychic storm, in the eye of the storm, there was an anchor. This was the glowing ornament the seer had worn before. And within that glowing ornament, Qin Xia sensed many souls suffering torment and wailing. Qin Xia had thought that this damned bastard had stolen the souls of the great seer who had ended all hatred through self-termination, and the craft world Eldar who had committed suicide with the great seer, and sent them into that glowing ornament to be tormented. But in reality, it was not. After carefully sensing the fate of each of those souls, Qin Xia discovered a horrifying truth. All the suffering souls within were the seer's former warriors and guards, as well as the craft world Eldar from the Ark world who were willing to follow the radical prophet, determined to eliminate all threats regardless of the cost. In an instant, Qin Xia perceived all of this. At the same time, the souls in the glowing ornament also sensed the psychic power projected by a powerful psychic individual. Those souls began to cry out to Qin Xia for help. You imprisoned the souls of your own kind in that hell. Qin Xia could hardly believe what he was sensing. The craft world Eldar were not as insane as their dark Eldar kin, they still had some semblance of decency, at least when dealing with their own kind within the Ark world. Yet the seer before him had personally brought the most terrifying torment, the torment of souls, upon his own kin. And it wasn't even those who opposed him, but those who supported him, who were being tormented. This is a necessary sacrifice, the seer said. All of us send our souls into the torment circuit, and in doing so, we gain the ability to continue the mission we must complete even after death. It's just that I can move freely. Qin Xia sensed that the seer's soul was also in that thing. Perhaps this was why the seer had died without resistance before, because that glowing thing could retain his soul, and only his soul. He had to abandon his physical body. No, 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 Qin Xia sensed again, slowly shaking his head, a new discovery making his tone heavy. They are not as you say, serving as some kind of energy in that demonic torment circuit to fulfill your mission. They. Qin Xia squinted, continuing to sense. When he felt what that demonic torment circuit was releasing, connecting, and providing, he looked very flustered. They exist as a kind of fuel, not to supply you with power, nor to form a powerful collective. But they endure torment, taking your place in being gradually devoured by the dark god. Qin Xia was once again shocked by the seer before him. The souls of the craft world Eldar in that torment circuit were not worthy of sympathy, they had chosen a wrong path and were willing to go all the way down it, ultimately allowing the one they trusted to completely exploit them. Qin Xia was not a craft world Eldar either, and some past events and bad memories made him quite prejudiced against the craft world Eldar. But even so, the seer's actions were unacceptable and horrifying to Qin Xia. This is a sacrifice. The seer began to argue. Choosing to continue arguing instead of acting directly in such a situation was incredibly baffling to the captain nearby. But in reality, the function of that torment circuit was not merely to provide substitute meals for Slaanesh, preventing the seer's soul from being devoured after entering the warp, it also provided some kind of power. The psychic storm was proof of the power it provided. And this power, in Qin Xia's perception, was influenced by some invisible, mysterious concept. This influence changed the seer, making the seer argue about whether he was exploiting his kin or sacrificing with them, otherwise he would be weakened, or even unable to maintain his existence. The seer said a lot, but Qin Xia didn't hear a single word. Because an officer silently pressed the mute button. As a psychic entity, the seer couldn't even penetrate the Geller field directly into the battleship. His control over the holographic image was merely the psychic energy permeating this battleship, just as when a battleship enters and navigates the warp, even with a Geller field, some supernatural phenomena will still occur. So when the officer pressed the mute button, it actually worked. No matter how much you say, it won't change one fact. That is, the thing called the torment circuit must have been obtained by you from your dark Eldar kin. Your dark Eldar kin use a similar principle to avoid being devoured by the dark gods. Qin Xia believed that the torment circuit was a dark Eldar thing. Unlike the craft world Eldar who use spirit stones to avoid soul consumption, the dark Eldar completely forbid the use of psychic powers. They prevent their souls from being devoured by tormenting others to provide a substitute meal for Slaanesh. Their acts of tormenting others not only protect their own souls but also prolong their lives. Considering that this seer had once dispatched a cabal to assassinate Angron, it was not surprising that he could get his hands on dark Eldar items. Qin Xia's words stirred the emotions of many souls within the torment circuit. Then the psychic storm around the seer weakened somewhat, and his power began to be affected. Those tormented souls were resisting him. Prepare to exit the warp. Qin Xia turned to face the captain. It's impossible for him to be powerful enough to completely break through the Geller field, but you all had better leave now. Yes. The captain immediately saluted, then broke down Qin Xia's order into various tasks for the crew in different parts of the ship, issuing them one by one. Finally, the captain turned back and asked, "You said. But you all had better leave now, does that mean you won't be leaving the warp with us?" Qin Xia admitted, "I have to find a way to kill him, otherwise he'll chase us like a vengeful ghost. Are we never going to travel through the warp again in our lives?" The captain nodded. The seer in the warp began to attempt a deeper infiltration of the battleship, but all his attempts failed without exception. That demonic torment circuit indeed prevented him from being devoured by Slaanesh after becoming a soul, and it also provided power through means whose principles others could not possibly discern. But the seer still couldn't break through a battleship's Geller field, just as a psyker not like the Emperor could never use direct attack methods like psychic lightning to cripple a city, a fortress, or even a battleship's void shield. However, indirect means were possible. As the battleship prepared to exit the warp, Qin Xia picked up his weapon and walked out of the command deck. Those who had just taken a day trip to the Ark world with him were gathered outside the command deck. Qin Xia was about to give some instructions, such as after he left to deal with the seer, the captain should naturally be in charge of battleship affairs, while matters involving the superhuman warriors that the captain could not oversee should be handled by Chief Librarian Varese. As Qin Xia instinctively thought to say these things, the battleship suddenly shook violently. Qin Xia quickly used psychic transmission to convey his instructions to Varese, then immediately observed the external situation. He suddenly saw the battleship's starboard side hit by a huge piece of debris. That debris looked like a construct of some ancient race, unremarkable, just enormous. The battleship's void shield did not stop this slowly moving behemoth. Then another similar trace appeared nearby. The seer was using his psychic energy to pull in parts of reality universe matter drifting in the warp, intending to indirectly destroy the battleship's Geller field, or more simply indirectly destroy the entire battleship, consigning everyone to the warp. The captain, through timely commands, made the battleship make a sharp turn to dodge the incoming object, while Qin Xia also used psychic energy to assist in this sharp turn. However, after the battleship dodged another behemoth, a derelict battleship appeared ahead. This time, there was no way to avoid it. A dilapidated, heavily damaged battleship from the 40K era, its worn paint job showed some ecclesiarchy elements. Qin Xia looked closely and suddenly trembled. That battleship was the one he had ridden when he was first transformed into a Grey Knight and taken to the front lines by two old men. Now that ship was like those derelict vessels that mistakenly entered the warp and could never leave, with nothing but various horrors on board. The seer had merely casually pulled a nearby object to smash the White Knight. As for which timeline in the reality universe this ship came from, he didn't care at all. After all, there is no time in the warp anyway, so it's not surprising to see things from any era floating there. Chapter 222, The Mad Knight. Inevitably, the Grey Knight and the White Knight collided. However, before the impact, the captain still took a series of measures to prevent the warship from being shattered or suffering unacceptable casualties and damage. The White Knight's ram was adjusted by the helmsman to directly meet the impact. And that space derelict, named the Grey Knight by Qin Xia, slammed directly into the ram. At the moment of impact, this warship, which had already suffered extensive damage and was missing many crucial structural components, once again experienced hull explosions and fractures. Ultimately, a warship still crashed into the White Knight. The impact force of the warship was transmitted to the White Knight. In the warp, one object colliding with another would normally not cause much damage, because the laws of force in the reality universe do not exist in the warp. But the Geller field, which enveloped the warship, weakened the influence of the warp at close range, changing the situation. The White Knight slid backward, and the Geller field temporarily dissipated. The Prophet's intention was not merely to teleport debris from other places near the White Knight and crash it into the White Knight, he also used other means. Among the consequences of the collision, a box containing flammable materials next to the Geller field chamber overturned, and its liquid spilled out, flowing through the gaps into the Geller field chamber, then violently exploding as friction between the overturned containers generated sparks. The sailors began to repair the Geller field. This series of low-probability events was absolutely not a coincidence but intentionally manufactured. The Prophet modified the probability of certain events occurring, and so on. To the middle deck, Sector 12. Qin Xia raised his hand to Varese, pointing towards the middle deck. Now. The thinkers could not glean any information from this brief command, but as soon as the White Knight Lord's order reached their ears, they immediately headed to the middle deck. However, Qin Xia issued another command, commas, you and 5 men stay. Commas and the other 5 thinkers beside him immediately stopped and turned back to Qin Xia's side. As the other thinkers ran off into the distance, their figures were gradually obscured by the snowflakes created by Qin Xia, and they were ultimately teleported to the middle deck. What do we do? Brown's hands transformed into blades. The Olina sisters took out their high knight weapons, and Quadrant was also ready to use the various weapons integrated into its body. You follow me. Qin Xia stepped forward. The group also gradually disappeared into the wind and snow. The efficiency of the sailors was incredibly surprising. Furthermore, the captain had already dispatched men to the vicinity of the Geller field to make preparations. And the damage near the Geller field was indeed not severe. In short, the Geller field quickly resumed operation after a brief dissipation. However, even if the dissipation time was short, some terrifying things still appeared on the warship. The middle deck location the thinkers were heading to was where Qin Xia saw the Prophet appear in his psychic vision. The Prophet had already teleported in while the Geller field was inactive. The Geller field is not a soulless one, it cannot completely eliminate the psychic entities that slip in after it is activated. The thinkers needed to face this powerful enemy, hold out for a while, and buy some time. To buy Qin Xia time to rush to the bow to deal with more serious and terrifying matters. Amidst the gradually thinning wind and snow, Qin Xia and the others stepped out onto the snow. They had appeared at the bow of the ship. This was below the ram. A part of the ship that collided with the White Knight was embedded within the White Knight. Although in psychic vision that part looked like a very small piece, as a person living on a ship, upon arriving here, one would find it as if a giant tower had pierced the sky. That conical ship structure was stuck at the junction between the ram and the lower deck, which is the current location. After a brief observation of their surroundings, everyone shifted their gaze from the conical object above their heads and looked forward. It was chaotic here. The sailors ordered by the captain to repair the bow were fleeing in panic, completely disregarding the consequences of disobeying the captain's orders. The occurrence of this situation could only mean that the sailors had encountered something far more terrifying. Demons. Warp creatures. Qinxia walked to the front, pointing his gun at a crimson demon standing on the ruins, reaching out to grab and devour a sailor hiding inside. That was a minion of Kern. Qinxia still remembered that before he transmigrated to this timeline, when he was being escorted to the front line by 2 Grey Knights, it was Kern demons that invaded the ship. Then, for some unknown reason, he appeared in 30K. The Prophet casually pulled the wreckage of that ship near the White Knight, and then a part of the ship embedded itself in the White Knight, and some demons hidden within also entered the White Knight. Warp creatures. Brown observed the demon. I secretly observed the scenes in the warp, and I saw many kinds of warp creatures, but never once did a warp creature look like demons from ancient myths, the Olina sisters chimed in unison. The 2 sisters were undoubtedly the most materialistic in this small team, both in terms of the environment they grew up in and the education they received. But even such people, upon seeing Kern's minions, could only think of demons. It wasn't that no one had seen the appearance of warp creatures, they looked more like strange creatures from another dimension, like the creatures in science fiction stories from ancient Terra. For example, atmospheric creatures. Creatures with a full style. Fanged and clawed, bizarre, and disgusting in appearance. But the warp creature before them was not like that. It had very clear bodily lines, fangs, sharp teeth, and horns, and it held a flaming long sword in its hand. It was like the demons in ancient mythological books that would entice mortals into signing contracts. All right, they are demons. Qinxia admitted. Kamas and the other 5 thinkers, educated in the imperial truth, heard this and their expressions beneath their helmets were all utterly astonished. But let's try not to talk about them. They shouldn't have appeared before us at this point in time, originally. But unfortunately, this ship was dragged over and crashed into us. Qinxia said, looking up. That conical ship structure pierced the White Knight's outer hull and was stuck there. The demons must have come from there. Qinxia began to suspect whether the dragging and crashing of this warship into the White Knight was intentional on the Prophet's part, but after thinking it through, he felt it was not intentional. The warp is a very random place because it involves too many concepts, thoughts, and emotions, these intangible things, hence its randomness. Encountering something here is mostly fated. Qinxia could even feel that there was some kind of destiny connection between that warship and himself. It's coming! Brown exclaimed, reminding them. The Olina sisters simultaneously picked up their high knight weapons and attacked the charging demon. A beam of light traveled hundreds of meters to bombard the demon, but the demon was not greatly harmed. Physical attacks are ineffective against them. Quadrant recorded the situation observed in combat. It's not that physical attacks are ineffective, but rather that their efficacy is not enough to kill them. Even a titan could be shattered if brought over to kill a demon. Qinxia's words were recorded by Quadrant. Use psychic attacks, Qinxia continued. Kamas stepped forward, unleashing a psychic attack at the charging demon. An attack capable of decomposing matter assailed the demon. When using this psychic spell, Kamas felt regret, because this psychic spell was something he had researched himself, very effective against armor, but incredibly weak in decomposing energy. Kamas could feel that the demon before him was an energy creature, a psychic creature, and using a psychic spell good at decomposing matter was clearly unreasonable. Didn't you bring that book I gave you? Qinxia turned and asked. Kamas recalled receiving a book from the White Knight Lord earlier, which could display the most suitable psychic attacks for the current situation. How could I dare to carry such a valuable item with me during combat? Kamas replied softly. However, to Kamas's surprise, the attack still had an effect on the demon, and the effect was unusually good. The demon's body rapidly decomposed, as if it had contracted some disease, unable to even stand steady. Psychic power is the most effective, Qinxia said, looking at Quadrant, then walked towards the demon, taking out the anti-psychic artifact equivalent to a soulless one. The demon dissipated with a shriek. The power of a soulless one can weaken demons, and can even directly kill demons, Qinxia added. Quadrant recorded it again. This was a lesson Qinxia intentionally conducted. He wanted to use this opportunity to let everyone know about the existence of demons and how to deal with them with appropriate means. Qinxia brought Kamas and the others here for the same purpose. When he formed the think tank named White Knight, he already intended for the Thinkers to serve as a specialized anti-demon force in future wars requiring anti-demon combat. Now was the time to train the Thinkers. Although the other Thinkers, apart from Kamas and the 5 others, were not present, they learned things and would later share their knowledge with their other Thinker brethren. However, Qinxia could not explain in detail, as other demons had already gathered. The Thinkers immediately stepped forward, blocking Brown and the others. Qinxia stood at the very front, and without turning his head, he said to Quadrant, "Did you bring those experimental weapons? Although I feel you most likely can't carry them with you, but..." Quadrant immediately took out a box from its red robe. Upon opening the box, they found 4 rifles inside. The rifles had no magazines. Where the magazine usually was, there was a bright red crystal. That crystal was the result of research on the crystals secreted by the Zerg during the Nefshenko Dock 5 battle. Quadrant's appendages distributed all the weapons, allowing Brown and the others who lacked psychic attack methods to also kill demons. Qinxia charged forward first. During the battle, Qinxia kept an eye on both the situation in front of him and the situation with the Thinkers. It proved that his choice to deal with the demons first was correct, because only he had experience dealing with demons, and he felt that the prophet was not too difficult to deal with. Indeed, the psychic giant called Communion, created by the thinkers, was fighting the prophet back and forth, and did not need help. Qin Xia focused on battling the demons. Fortunately, there weren't many demons. Everyone actively pushed forward, clearing demons, advancing through the ruins, and rescuing the sailors who had been scared out of their wits by the demons. The further they went, the more small fragments of wreckage from the other ship they found around them. Finally, they fought their way to a towering black spire. This structure looked like the conical structure stuck above them, just much smaller. Qin Xia stared at this thing for a while before recalling that it was part of a large decorative structure on a warship's cathedral, looking like some kind of extension of the ship's midsection, a plain decoration. But because the warship was too massive, the decoration was also enormous, so much so that it looked like a building. A cathedral. A massive cathedral on a warship. Qin Xia, now familiar and adapted to 30K, thought of the cathedral and suddenly felt as if he had been pulled back to 40K. The entire decoration was the imperial aquila, and inside lived religious figures like ecclesiarchy priests. And now that place had become a dwelling for demons, with demons pouring out of it, roaring and charging towards the reality creatures before them. Fortunately, there was no bloodthirster mixed among them from Qin Xia's memory. After quickly clearing the demons in front of them, they delved deeper into the decorative structure. Qin Xia looked around, then suddenly froze, turning to look to his left. In the deep darkness, there was a pile of flesh and blood, and within the flesh and blood were two people. Qin Xia quickened his pace, as if possessed, silently slaying in another direction, constantly releasing psychic power to clear the demons in front of him, delving into the darkness. His companions' calls failed to bring him back. However, Qin Xia knew what he was doing. When he arrived before the pile of flesh and blood he had sensed, he saw two people wrapped in flesh and blood. From the shape of the dirty helmets, it could be determined that they were Grey Knights. The two guys from Qin Xia's memory who escorted him and ended up just as unlucky as him. In an instant, various questions flooded Qin Xia's mind. He thought he was the only one who escaped from that warship invaded by Kern demons, and everyone else had died in the warp. But now, seeing this fated ship and the people remaining on this fated ship, Qin Xia realized that only he had left the warp for 30K, while the ship drifted in the timeless warp, not completely destroyed into dust, nor leaving the warp to enter a specific timeline. Woo! A whimper came from within the dirty helmets. Qin Xia, brother. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia didn't react for a moment, until he realized that his Grey Knight transformation surgery had long been successful, and these two living people before him could indeed treat him as another Grey Knight. You're still sane? Qin Xia asked with surprise. Words then came from within the two helmets. Why did you leave the pod? You should go back, we should depart for Donos. Hurry, we still have to cross the Great Rift. Forget all those bad habits you learned from those White Scars bikers. You are a Grey Knight now. No, you were a Grey Knight after your transformation. Qin Xia was speechless. No matter how tough their wills were, how could two people remain sane in this god-forsaken place without even time, in the wreckage of a ship where the Geller field had failed? Chaos and disorder caused by the absence of time. Transmissions that could happen at any moment, randomly returning to the past and future. Dangerous demons. This was the warp. Damn the warp, Qin Xia said. Chapter 223, Limitations. While the two surviving Grey Knights continued to babble, Qin Xia slowly raised his hand and aimed it at them. The two Grey Knights noticed Qin Xia's movement. They seemed to retain some sanity and had not completely fallen into madness, so when they saw Qin Xia make such a gesture, they reacted accordingly. A pleading look appeared in the pupils beneath the two Grey Knights' helmets. Helmets covered in mottled flesh obscured their faces. Qin Xia didn't remember what these two guys originally looked like, but both Qin Xia himself and they knew that for a psyker, the helmet's concealment was not an issue. Qin Xia saw pleading, hope, and willingness in their eyes. You don't seem to be completely insane. Qin Xia flipped his palm, and the numerous demons that had surrounded him were dispelled by his psychic power. Looking at the two Grey Knights before him, Qin Xia's eyes showed admiration. The environment in the warp is extremely fatal for creatures of the reality universe, there is no doubt about this. As far as Qin Xia knew, Grey Knights had the ability and characteristics to resist chaos corruption, but this did not mean that Grey Knights could still prance around as if nothing had happened in such an environment. A place completely exposed in the warp, without Geller field protection, filled with demons, and permeated with evil sorceress energy. Here, these two Grey Knights did not seek liberation from the four gods, but continued to persevere. Their skulls had not deformed due to their pure power and will, which was already enough to surprise Qin Xia. Qin Xia suddenly recalled a Grey Knight named Kaldor. Kaldor was a Grey Knight Grand Master, a legendary figure who, for some reason, entered the warp and found it difficult to return to the reality universe. He then embarked on magical adventures in the warp, turning several places there upside down. Kaldor, while in the warp, was never corrupted nor driven mad by the warp itself. But Kaldor was an exception among exceptions. If every Grey Knight could be like Kaldor, the blood god Kern's purpose on the brass throne would only be to prevent Grey Knights from drilling out of the webway beneath his butt and slaughtering his beloved bloodletters clean. How much sanity do you still retain? Qin Xia asked. Kill me, kill us, kill me, one Grey Knight kept muttering. The other Grey Knight was still speaking gibberish, but still nodded. The eyes, expressions, and words of the two implicitly conveyed their thoughts, which was liberation. And after hearing their words, Qin Xia nodded, and his palm slowly opened. Psychic power covered the two grey knights' bodies, and flames were conjured out of thin air in the twisted reality. These flames, like precise surgical scalpels, burned away the flesh wrapped around the two grey knights' bodies. That flesh was not necessarily the work of demons, but rather the effect of the chaotic and malicious warp itself, or perhaps some warp creatures not belonging to the four gods had done these things to them, possibly just to complete a prank. The flesh around the two grey knights gradually burned away, and their bodies slowly revealed themselves. Unlike Qin Xia's most pessimistic assumption, the bodies of the two grey knights had not merged with the flesh, nor had that flesh grown from them. This meant that they themselves had not been too greatly affected, nor had they undergone irreversible severe mutations. This was great news. Because whether in this era or 10,000 years later, becoming a ball of flesh such an extremely severe mutation was not allowed. Why? One of the grey knights laughed and cried madly, a clear question mixed in his delirious words. Qin Xia knew the other party wanted to ask why he chose to free them from the flesh, instead of completely liberating them, sending them back to the Emperor's golden throne. Because the Emperor didn't have a golden throne to sit on yet. Qin Xia wanted to answer that, but the words caught in his throat and he changed them to another, because you two were driven mad by the warp, and I cannot determine which of your words at this moment come from your free will and which come from the madness caused by your torment. I will find a way to treat you. The situation is not particularly serious yet. Wait until you have fully recovered before choosing your own destiny. Qin Xia slowly lowered his hand. But the psychic power he released still persisted, as if it had transformed into two invisible people, supporting the two grey knights so they wouldn't collapse to the ground. Qin Xia turned around and led the way, occasionally observing the armor and weapons on the two former comrades. Those two melee long weapons were gone, they only had some ranged weapons left, but they could still fight, at least after they recovered in the future. Their armor only looked very dirty, but it was just dirty. Grey Knight power armor contained fragments of the Emperor's armor, and perhaps the armor itself was also protecting its wearer. Qin Xia wanted to ask some questions, such as what they had experienced after his disappearance, and why they hadn't died. The last question was a bit impolite, but Qin Xia really wanted to know the answer, because the battleship had been invaded by Angron's demons, and it was truly puzzling that the two Grey Knights' heads hadn't been cut off and taken as military achievements. I want to go back to Romulus. When will the Grand Master send us back to Romulus? The two Grey Knights behind him entered a state of madness again, preventing Qin Xia from asking the questions he wanted to ask. He didn't know what Romulus was, presumably it was the home world of these two Grey Knights, or a very important place in their lives. For example, the place where they first banished a demon. Grand Master. Sorry, we failed to send Qin Xia where he was supposed to go. We have disappointed you. The Grey Knights behind him said in unison. I must confess to the Emperor, confess to the Lord Regent. Please punish us, Grand Master. Hearing the two guys behind him mistake him for the Grand Master, Qin Xia felt extremely helpless, but it was not a good time to say anything. There were still some demons on the path ahead, and he could still see flashes of brown and others firing at demons as they fought their way over. His companions were looking for him. Qin Xia wanted to raise his hand to eliminate the demons in front of him, but at that moment, the two Grey Knights behind him opened fire on the demons. Bolter rounds smeared with the blood of holy men easily shot into the heads of bloodletters, blowing the demons to pieces. It wasn't that the ammunition itself had any special effect on demons, but rather the blood smeared on the ammunition that took effect. Shipwright, why aren't you hurrying back to your post? The Grey Knights behind him asked after shooting down the demons. They had mistaken Qin Xia for a worker on the ship again. Qin Xia walked silently ahead, saying nothing. The Grey Knights behind him continued to babble. Qin Xia used psychic power to scan their bodies and souls, confirming that they were still pure and real, not some kind of illusion. If it were anyone else, surviving this long on a ship completely without Geller field protection would definitely be a very suspicious matter, requiring investigation and strict isolation review. But Grey Knights were different, because they could absolutely not be tempted or corrupted by warp creatures. Who are they? His companions and the thinkers rushed forward, asking immediately. Just now, Qin Xia had suddenly rushed in another direction as if possessed, and they had thought Qin Xia was tempted by something, but now Qin Xia looked very normal, so they were asking about the two Grey Knights. Two people who shouldn't be here, Qin Xia replied. Believe me, although they seem mad, they can absolutely still be saved. Everyone nodded, and two thinkers stepped forward to support the Grey Knights. Everyone continued to search for demons. After clearing the demons completely, the captain gave the order to fire on the demon-infested ship. The gun decks fired in unison, and the immense impact pushed away the large wreckage of the terrifying ship. The White Knight continued to sail in the warp, preparing to return to the reality universe. But the battle was still not over, that damned prophet was still entangled with the thinkers. Provide them with the best medical care, Qin Xia said to the thinkers supporting the Grey Knights, then turned to Quadrant Sage, if some of their internal organs have undergone terrible pathological changes, then please excise and replace them. Qin Xia felt that the two Grey Knights' vital signs were unstable, likely due to some internal organ problems. Quadrant was a master, no one understood human anatomy better than him. And the title Sage was an honorific for Adeptus Mechanicus Insiders. Quadrant, greatly pleased, immediately nodded, extending two slender appendages to wrap around the two Grey Knights and roll them up. Let the thinkers follow you to do more important things. I can handle their matter alone. Qin Xia nodded. After Quadrant left with the Grey Knights, Qin Xia opened the teleportation gate once more. He and the others stepped into the snowstorm again, and when they emerged from the snowstorm once more, they appeared at the place where the Thinkers and the Prophet were engaged in a soul battle. Among all the Thinkers, the ones with the most compatible souls were Varys and Tethys. They had a very good relationship. It was precisely for this reason that the psychic giant they created was the strongest. Varys and Tethys leaned their waists towards each other, their expressions extremely serious and focused, their arms and hands pointing towards each other, fingertips touching. This was precisely the fusion technique Xinxia had taught them. It had been put to good use this time. The psychic giant, condensed above their heads, hacked and slashed at the Prophet with a blade and an axe. The shield in its hand occasionally blocked the Prophet's psychic attacks, but the Prophet was completely on the defensive, being beaten back repeatedly by the psychic giant. If we had arrived any later, this battle would have been over, Brown said, shrugging his hands, simply doing nothing and watching the show. Xinxia and the others also watched from the side. The serious expression on the White Knight Lord's face disappeared. Seeing his expression, everyone around realized that the situation was no longer so serious. The demon issue was resolved, and the Prophet was not as powerful as Xinxia had imagined. Chief Librarian Varys' ability to conjure the psychic giant named Communion, in Xinxia's memory, was an existence that could stun Angron. The Prophet in front of him, even if he turned his compatriots into fuel, ultimately did not become so powerful as to be difficult to deal with. With another strike from the psychic giant, the Prophet staggered back a few steps and knelt on the ground. Tethys and Varys' eyes surged with psychic power. They simultaneously had a thought and reached an agreement, then the psychic giant extended its long spear, piercing the Prophet from top to bottom, nailing him to the ground. Again. The Prophet was already an energy body, essentially a soul, but psychic power happened to be effective against souls. You fool! The Prophet did not continue to yell or curse Tethys and Varys, who had pinned him to the ground, but suddenly turned to look at Xinxia. You brought two future people who shouldn't appear in this era, and you still want to protect and settle them. Your actions will bring unimaginable consequences to the threads of fate. Hearing the Prophet suddenly mention the Grey Knights, Xinxia, who was about to act, spoke, What are you yapping about now? Because of the existence of the warp, a place without time, spatio-temporal confusion is everywhere. They are just two people from the future. But they come from the far future, the Prophet suddenly shrieked. Why did I drag that ship near your battleship? I should have scrutinized it carefully. Watching the Prophet's reaction, Xinxia realized that if the two Grey Knights mentioned by the Prophet would lead to unpredictable consequences, and if this was true, then the consequences of this matter would definitely affect the Eldar, otherwise this Prophet would never be so agitated. Spatio-temporal confusion phenomena are indeed ubiquitous. But those are all near-future or near-past spatio-temporal overlaps and confusions. But if people or things from the extremely distant future arrive... The Prophet did not continue, but suddenly let out a wail, now everyone connected to you on the threads of fate is doomed. The threads of fate will disintegrate. No, no, how could you have such abilities? How could you pathetic monkeys have the ability to cross the conceptual limitations within the Sea of Souls from 10,000 years later to the present? This act of forcibly defying the consciousness within the Sea of Souls will bring destruction. Xinxia thought for a moment and could roughly deduce some things from the Prophet's words. That is, even if one wanted to use the warp for extremely long-distance spatio-temporal travel, it would be very difficult to achieve, requiring defiance of certain mysterious things within the warp. Perhaps there was no time as a limitation in the warp, but there existed some conceptual things as limitations. And the result of forcibly defying them would be the disintegration of the threads of fate. But Xinxia recalled everything that had happened since he arrived here. His arrival had not caused anything terrible, he even changed Angron's fate without any consequences appearing. As he thought, Xinxia suddenly realized that perhaps he had, for some reason, broken through the limitations, and at the same time, brought others through the limitations, such as the two Grey Knights, and that battleship. Therefore, their arrival would also not cause any serious consequences. Chapter 224 Armor. How am I supposed to explain this to you monkeys? The seer saw the future of the two Grey Knights. And what he saw in this future even overshadowed his hatred for Xinxia and others destroying the Ark world. Because he understood that when the threads of fate began to unravel, more than just one Ark world would be affected. You've explained it quite clearly, seer. Xinxia walked up to the seer. You don't need to explain anything further. I understand, and I know this won't cause any consequences. The fact that you can see the future of those two Grey Knights from the threads of fate itself indicates that they are not anomalies. With that, Xinxia extended his hand, his palm imbued with psychic energy, and lightly patted the seer's head. Your warning was good. As a reward, your soul shall return to Slaanish's realm. Words that made the seer's soul tremble came from Xinxia's mouth. Amidst a sharp, howling scream of no, Xinxia's psychic energy penetrated the seer's soul, extracting the ornament that could protect his soul. All the souls in the ornament called the torment circuit dissipated, and the seer's soul was left unprotected. The humans present felt nothing, but the seer, in his psychic vision, already saw the approach of that terrifying deity. A purple god appeared. He wore a benevolent smile, beckoning to the seer, as if saying, Come back, my child. The connection between the craft world Eldar individual and Slaanish formed a path, and the seer moved along this path towards Slaanish. A craft world Eldar surviving in a soul stone is not eternal life, because souls whose will is not strong enough cannot retain self-awareness like the resilient souls of the ancient craft world Eldar ancestors. Instead, they dissipate and merge. However, if a craft world Eldar does not return to a soul stone after death, he will achieve eternal life. Eternal life in the embrace of Slaanish. Enduring never-ending torment, dying again and again in torment, then waking up to find that the previous death was merely an incredibly sweet dream. The seer's soul uncontrollably rushed towards Slaanesh, even though the seer was utterly unwilling. In Slaanesh's embrace, he saw his ancient and fallen ancestors. They were countless, all craft-world Eldar individuals who died in the destruction brought about at the moment of Slaanesh's birth. The seer saw the torments they were enduring. Every method of torment, if seen by the humans who had just fought them, would be enough to cause a human's heart to stop. Soon, chains came from all directions, binding his 5 senses and bones. A torture device appeared beneath his feet, and those chains hung from the device, constantly stretching outwards. The seer howled in pain, begging. But his howling was quickly drowned out by the insults of his other kin. He saw a warrior he had personally killed, the warrior ridden on the neck by a Slaanesh daemon, every muscle detached from the skin, as if threads drawn out, held in the daemon's hand. The daemon controlled the warrior to pull the torture device binding the seer, while the warrior angrily cursed the seer in agony. But this trivial torment, not even a connecting ritual, was merely Slaanesh telling this weak being, bound to him, that he had arrived in Slaanesh's realm. Qinxia and the others couldn't see what the seer experienced, all they could see was the seer's soul gradually dissipating until it seemed as if it had never existed. Slaanesh is not a human god, in soul and concept, he is not forcibly bound to humanity. If humanity were to create some kind of chaos god in the future, then human souls would return to the embrace of that chaos god after death. However, although Qinxia didn't see what the seer saw, Qinxia knew what would happen. So he thought it was a good thing that humanity had the emperor. Haha. As everyone gazed at the spot where the seer had been, Varus suddenly laughed. Hearing the laughter, everyone thought Varus was laughing because he had achieved victory. Qinxia was about to praise Varus. But Varus was not a person who sought glory. He laughed and said, "This damned seer kept calling us monkeys, and talking about fate and prophecy, as if he were some visionary. But in reality, he was the most short-sighted of all. He didn't even consider whether he could deal with so many of us, just took some strange creation, sacrificed his own kin, and then charged in only to be eliminated." After speaking, Varus laughed again, and the others present also found it amusing. "He's crazy," Alina said. Alina and Qinxia were the only two who hadn't laughed out loud, both looking at the ground, lost in thought. He was driven mad by prophecy, just like most people in the Tuantar Ark world. That dignified great seer was ultimately a minority. Now the Ark world has been destroyed by us, no, to be precise, by the orcs, but we indirectly destroyed it. The detachment of the soul core and a portion of the infinite circuit has rendered the entire Ark world beyond salvation. Thinking about it now, their prophecy indeed came true, though they themselves brought it about. Listening to Alina, Qinxia couldn't help but agree. He felt that if the Tuantar Ark world hadn't jumped out to assassinate Angron, or, having failed after attempting to assassinate Angron, they had simply given up and gone about their business, then they would not have been destroyed. Because Angron didn't know which Ark world's people wanted to kill him. Even Qinxia only knew of the Tuantar Ark world and that an Ark world had attempted to assassinate Angron, he knew nothing else. If only the people of this Ark world had been a little lazier, a little more cowardly, a little more afraid of death, they would not have met their end. I think this matter is also an enlightenment for us. Alina suddenly spoke again, her gaze directed at Qinxia, clearly implying something. I must admit, prophecy is a very powerful ability. Foresight is an ability almost everyone desires, because it's an ability that can help people avoid disaster. But we still cannot rely too much on prophecy. Even more, we cannot completely believe in prophecy to the point of thinking it is a predetermined fact, and then, to avoid the prophecy from coming true, resort to unscrupulous means like these craft world Eldar. Alina kept looking at Qinxia as she spoke these words. The thinkers all cast displeased glances at Alina, because this woman was making a completely unfounded and illogical accusation against the White Knight Lord. However, what Alina said was indeed reasonable, Qinxia admitted. Qinxia still remembered telling them some things, such as his grand ideal, to prevent a future catastrophe. This was his ideal, his goal, and the thing he would dedicate his life to accomplishing. My prophetic ability isn't that strong, I can only see some brief futures, like a few seconds ahead, or the past from a few minutes ago. Qinxia said. Moreover, the future I speak of is not a node formed by countless threads of fate, nor is it the countless nodes on the web of destiny representing every possible future outcome, it is not prophecy. But you're right, this matter is an enlightenment. Alina nodded. Qinxia turned and left. On the White Knight. In Quadrant's exclusive laboratory. 2 Grey Knights lay on sickbeds, restrained by an energy device. Quadrant sometimes circled around the 2 Grey Knights, and sometimes quickly moved to a nearby instrument. In this paradise exclusive to him, he could control everything, master everything. And Qinxia sat not far away in an unobtrusive spot, waiting for the results of Quadrant's examination of the Grey Knights, while also examining an item he had just obtained from the seer. A thing called the Torment Circuit. The souls in the Torment Circuit had been dispersed by him, which is why the seer ultimately could not resist at all. Although this thing was very evil and clearly an item provided by the dark kin of the craft world Eldar, Qinxia felt that this thing was very magical and had some functions he could use. For example, the function of binding souls within it. Do I really have to use this evil Xeno creation? Such a question suddenly arose in Qinxia's mind. Then he felt it was like the kind of question an inquisitor or disciplinary officer of the Imperium would pose to a suspicious heretic. After being in this universe for so long, Qinxia found that he had inevitably been assimilated somewhat. Because he found that some things really needed attention, and on some matters, not being so extreme did not lead to the contradiction not escalating further, but rather to a tragic outcome. Regarding this thing called the torment circuit, Qin Xia quickly thought of his solution, to study the structure used to capture souls within it, and then replicate it. He needed to capture souls. As for the other functions, they were irrelevant. Are demons a type of soul? While Qin Xia was thinking, Quadrant suddenly walked over and asked this strange question. However, Qin Xia still thought about it very carefully and seriously, then gave what he considered to be an extremely appropriate answer. Demons are not a type of soul, that is beyond doubt. But considering the inseparable relationship between the warp and souls, if one absolutely had to say demons are a type of ghost, the only counter-argument I can think of is that they can possess physical forms. After hearing Qin Xia's answer, Quadrant fell into very serious thought, and after extremely serious consideration, Quadrant finally made up his mind to ask Qin Xia a question. The Imperial Truth says there are no supernatural phenomena in this world, so, what happened today proves that the Imperial Truth is a lie, right? Quadrant asked. Yes, without a doubt, the Imperial Truth is a lie. Qin Xia answered very directly. Quadrant's mechanical body even trembled slightly. The words Qin Xia had just spoken were enough to get him executed by the Imperium. Qin Xia continued, but when the truth is harmful, we have no choice but to conceal it. After all, as living beings, what we need is not truth, but survival, even if it's survival like pigs and dogs. Then why did you tell us about the existence of demons? Quadrant asked. Because you are within my sight, whom I can save, and whom I have the energy to care about. Qin Xia replied. Quadrant slowly nodded and did not continue discussing demons, instead pointing towards the two Grey Knights. I have conducted a very thorough examination of them. Qin Xia immediately got up and walked towards the Grey Knights. Their internal organs have not undergone severe pathological changes, it's just that they were previously injured and spent too long in the extreme environment of the warp, leading to some functional disorders. As for their madness, I believe it is their physiological mechanism protecting them. They must have seen something extremely terrifying, so terrifying that they found it unacceptable, instinctively finding it unacceptable. So much so that their bodies, to protect them, plunged them into an irrational madness to avoid continued observation of those terrifying things in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia felt a slight surprise and, pointing at the Grey Knights, said, something they found unacceptable? These religious fanatics actually have things they can't accept? I find that fact itself unacceptable. Life is sacred and difficult to fathom, Quadrant said. Qin Xia ceased further conversation and slowly walked over to the two Grey Knights, standing between the two operating tables and looking at them. Regarding these two Grey Knights, Qin Xia could not recall if he had any interaction with them before going to a certain front line. He only remembered that these two Grey Knights were the ones escorting him. But their heroic bearing during combat still left a deep impression on Qin Xia. Regardless, these two protected him, Qin Xia thought. So Qin Xia couldn't bring himself to truly put them out of their misery, not when he knew they could still be saved. What did you experience? Qin Xia asked the two Grey Knights, who were still not fully conscious. The two Grey Knights gave no response, only staring straight ahead. When Qin Xia followed their gaze, he saw them looking at the armor. That was Grey Knight's armor. The Grey Knight's armor contained fragments of the Emperor's armor. To others, this was just a rumor, but when Qin Xia joined the Grey Knights, he found it to be true. In some respects, the Grey Knights were the Emperor's true sons, although their gene seed might not have come from the Emperor himself, their treatment certainly demonstrated this point. Since the two Grey Knights hadn't fully regained consciousness, Qin Xia stopped questioning and silently looked at the two sets of armor. A moment later, Quadrant suddenly walked over and placed two halberds next to the two sets of armor. The sailors found them in the wreckage, Quadrant said. Qin Xia nodded. The sailors also found these. Quadrant raised his hand, and Qin Xia saw some fragments in his hand, fragments of armor. Fragments of Grey Knight's armor. Qin Xia frowned slightly. And the Grey Knight on his left suddenly raised his hand, his neck turning slowly like a robot, his empty, numb eyes falling on Qin Xia's face. Armor. The Grey Knight's shriveled lips trembled, and dry words came out. Yours. Chapter 225, Mysteries of the Past. What did you say? Qin Xia squatted down, leaning closer to the Grey Knight's head on his left. The Grey Knight lay prone on the operating table, his eyes still staring intently at Qin Xia. It wasn't that Qin Xia hadn't understood, he just found it hard to believe. Your. As the Grey Knight spoke, his face trembled, as if he was forcing the words out. Your armor. Since the Grey Knight was still not normal, Qin Xia didn't want him to struggle to speak further, so he raised his hand and pressed it on the Grey Knight's head, perceiving for a moment. Then he saw the past. The warship that had been invaded by Kern demons back then. That battle. Qin Xia saw himself, still in the stasis pod at the time, then saw a flash of light, and the ship suddenly changed location. Then he saw another flash of light, and both he and the stasis pod vanished. Everyone present was extremely surprised. The demons, as if with a clear objective, roared in anger upon seeing him disappear, then suddenly stopped besieging the others and scattered to search for him. Two Grey Knights, leading some surviving mortals, escaped the command deck. They fought their way through until they reached a relatively safe place. However, along the way, one of the Grey Knight's armor was damaged. Perhaps a greater demon had struck a part of the armor just now. Then this Grey Knight removed his armor and went with the others to the armory. After opening the armory, he put on Qin Xia's armor. That was Qin Xia's original armor, which was supposed to be worn by Qin Xia in an incredibly cool armoring ceremony after he completed the modification process. Qin Xia watched the Grey Knight put on his armor and continue fighting. They endured an extremely long battle. During this time, they even tried to retake the command deck, unite with the surviving navigators to leave the warp, and even save more people, but they failed. The navigators could not find a way back to the reality universe, and eventually, most of the mortals starved to death. The deceased mortals turned into fleshy masses, encasing the bodies of the two Grey Knights. Then the memory Qin Xia was reading dissipated for a moment. He didn't see a part of it, and when the memory became visible to him again, both Grey Knights had gone mad. Strange, what exactly did you experience? Qin Xia lifted his hand, extremely puzzled. Although many mysteries remained unsolved, at least one thing was certain, one set of armor belonged to Qin Xia. The Grey Knight wearing it had intended to return the armor to Qin Xia once he found him. This matter was also a Grand Master's instruction. Qin Xia suddenly recalled another question, one that had been in his mind for a very long time. That was why he became a Grey Knight. The Grey Knights had frantically sought him out, and without even following normal procedures, they had, as if herding ducks or injecting chickens with hormones, made him a member of the Grey Knights. This question could not be answered by the Grey Knight before him, as his rank was not high enough. So Qin Xia walked to the Grey Knight on his right, raised his hand, and pressed it on the other's head to perceive his memories. This is a mission that must be completed. Qin Xia saw the Grey Knight Grand Master. The Grand Master was instructing someone in front of him. At any cost. However, because crossing the Great Rift is extremely dangerous, a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life, I allow you to ask me for anything you desire. Hearing the Grand Master's promise, the Grey Knight asked in a deep voice, why must we take him to the designated location? To be honest, I don't know either, the Grand Master replied candidly. If that is your wish, I cannot fulfill it, because even if I were to ask those of higher rank, I would only receive one answer. That answer is, I don't know either, there has simply always been such an order for us to find this person and send him to the front lines. Qin Xia slowly lowered his hand, although many questions still remained unanswered, he at least knew the reason he had been rushed into service, there was an order circulating within the Grey Knights to find him. And the reason for the order to find him was unknown to anyone. This sounded like an utterly absurd situation. The Grey Knights, such a rigorous military force, were top secret before Guilliman's return in 40K, enjoying the best military supplies, the best military training, and the highest authority. Yet there existed an order that commanded everyone to do something without knowing why they were doing it. Perhaps I'll know why later, Qin Xia wasn't bothered, because without this meeting, without waiting until now, he wouldn't even have this limited information. Eat when you're hungry, drink when you're thirsty, don't dwell on things that aren't life-threatening, to avoid mental exhaustion. This was a survival rule Qin Xia had summarized, though he didn't always adhere to it himself. Get some good rest, Qin Xia told the two Grey Knights. The two Grey Knights still stared intently at the armor. Qin Xia didn't want to say this, but he truly didn't need that set of armor anymore, as he was currently wearing one custom-made for him by a Primarch. If these two Grey Knights were still capable of fighting, and if they were willing to continue fighting, Qin Xia believed that his own set of armor should be given to either of them to wear. And if they could no longer fight, then their equipment should be distributed to the most powerful individuals in the think tank. As he was leaving, Qin Xia wanted to instruct Quadrant on a few things, but Quadrant already knew what Qin Xia wanted to say, so he proactively stated, I will monitor their mental states, find out the patterns of their lucidity or madness, and then notify you when they are lucid. Thank you, Qin Xia nodded. But don't perform unnecessary surgeries on them, and don't use aggressive methods to study the changes in their bodies after emerging from the warp. Ha! Ha! Quadrant let out 2 cold, emotionless laughs. What do you take me for, a madman? I was just saying, Qin Xia turned and left. After watching Qin Xia depart, Quadrant's limbs, folded beneath his red robe, extended and placed a multifunctional integrated tool into a nearby storage box, putting it away. At this point, the warship re-entered the warp, with all current tasks completed, the White Knight would return to the Legion Fleet. 12th Legion Fleet. 2 weeks had passed since the White Knight departed. The Primarches continued to eliminate the remaining Orc forces in the Onus sector, as the war was going very well, the Primarches no longer gathered together, nor were there any enemies that required them to assemble to defeat. The Onus sector was about to be peaceful again. The war would be victorious. Angron, aboard the 12th Legion flagship, was concerned with more than just the war. As days passed, Angron grew increasingly worried about Qin Xia's safety. Before, when the Orcs were still the primary opponent, he didn't perceive the suddenly appearing Ildari as particularly difficult or urgently needing to be dealt with. But now that the Orcs were no longer the strongest enemy, the Ildari's importance was highlighted. More than a week had passed, and Qin Xia still hadn't returned, factoring in the time he needed for his operation, even if everything went smoothly, it would still be a month before any news arrived. Angron pondered these matters in his office, he began to think that perhaps he should have told his brothers back then and simply taken most of the 12th Legion to deal with the Ildari, but in that situation, with his other brothers fighting Orcs, for him to go off and fight a group of Xenos who appeared out of nowhere. It just didn't feel right no matter how he thought about it. Don't rush. Angron suddenly heard Qin Xia's voice. The Primarch looked over and saw his adoptive father standing beside him, holding a razor. Angron averted his gaze and realized he too was holding a razor, standing with his adoptive father in front of a mirror. This was a High Knight noble's residence, during the Nukria Uprising War. Angron recalled that after it had just been conquered, his adoptive father suddenly noticed the changes on his face, then took him to the bathroom and taught him how to shave. Yes, just like that, don't rush. Little by little, if you rush too much, be careful not to cut your skin. Qin Xia stood in front of the mirror with a circle of white lather around his mouth, shaving his beard with a razor. Angron imitated him, also shaving his beard with a razor. Then his beard jammed the razor, he pulled hard, and the razor's edge immediately curled. Angron picked up Cromarca's brass sword to use as a razor and found that this thing was much more effective than professional tools. You better not let Cromarch know you are shaving with his sword. Qin Xia glanced sideways at Angron in the mirror. Otherwise, he'll make you listen to 10,000 of his advertisements before he stops. Then I'll just have to listen, otherwise, he'll hit me with an ad out of nowhere, and I'll have no recourse, Angron replied with a laugh. Qin Xia put down the razor in his hand, took the brass sword, and then slowly shaved Angron's beard. You're too fast, too careless, you missed many spots. You need to slow down. Angron nodded. Just like that, Qin Xia slowly finished shaving Angron's beard, and Angron, with the Primarch's extremely high learning ability, quickly learned how to shave with the brass sword. Qin Xia stood in front of the mirror, looking at Angron's clean face. It's at this moment that I truly feel the passage of time. Although not many years have passed, you are already a man. Do ordinary people do this too? Angron asked. Do what? Qin Xia picked up his own razor and continued to shave himself. Like this, a father teaching his child how to shave. Most ordinary people do, but those without fathers can't do it this way, they have to learn themselves. Qin Xia answered the question, shaving his own beard, recalling some things. If you learn by yourself, you probably wouldn't think to look for tutorials. Then you'd use the cheapest tools, with the most careless and rough technique, until you saw blood and were startled, then stopped. If you cut yourself, there's nothing you can do. The tools are too inferior, the technique too crude, you can't blame anyone else. Wipe it off, then continue shaving yourself. You wouldn't even think that someone should teach you at this point, or help wipe the blood from your lips. Qin Xia spoke. At this moment, he was once again discussing the past. Ever since Qin Xia started treating the gladiators as his brothers and sisters, as family, he always liked to talk about these things. Perhaps it was an emotional outpouring, or perhaps it was an act of lamenting. What kind of hellish life did I used to live? You're lucky, at least you have me, your family, to help you, Qin Xia said. Angron smiled and nodded. If there are things you don't understand, or if you need help, just ask anyone you can find, because we are all family. Perhaps we have no blood relation, but we have a bond stronger than blood. We are also comrades in arms. As Qin Xia said this, the smile on Angron's face suddenly vanished. Angron swallowed, watching Qin Xia concentrate on shaving, then hesitated and said, I am indeed a comrade and family to the others, and I love them all, they are all my sisters or brothers, but I'm not trying to compare anything, I just want to state a fact I've always believed but one you might not have noticed. That is, what you provide is not just care and affection, but something even more important, that is, protection, like a safe harbor. Just like ordinary people, a child has no self-care ability when first born, and no ability to protect himself while growing up. I do have the ability to protect myself, but I don't know how to do it, or what to do. Angron hesitated, he wanted to say it directly, but he didn't know how Qin Xia would feel. So, is there a possibility? Perhaps between us, it's a father. Angron hadn't finished speaking when a gladiator rushed into the bathroom, telling Qin Xia and him that another group of high knights had launched a surprise attack. Qin Xia immediately turned and walked out, shaving his beard as he went, showing no panic at all. Angron followed behind, watching Qin Xia's completely calm and unhurried demeanor, feeling that as long as he was there, he felt as if he were in a bunker during a storm, never feeling unsafe. Angron suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the familiar office within the unyielding resolve, he realized he had fallen asleep. This was his only sleep from the Midnukria uprising war until now. Father. The door opened. The first company standard bearers walked into the office. Angron's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He didn't like Space Marines calling him father, although the title was genetically appropriate, he always felt that he had suddenly and inexplicably become someone else's guardian, without having fully prepared for it. But Angron had never forbidden them from calling him that, because he sensed that if he truly issued such an order, the Legion warriors would be disheartened. What is it? Angron asked as usual, with a gentle expression. This week's Legion meeting should begin, the Space Marine said. Wait a moment, Angron rose to prepare. Chapter 226, Weekly Discussion. When Angron walked out of his office, he saw some of his sons waiting for him outside. Upon seeing him, all his sons saluted him. Everyone was as solemn as if they were about to attend a mysterious ritual. In silence, Angron nodded, then walked ahead, and the sons of the Lord of the 12th Legion slowly followed behind him. The group moved through the interior of the unyielding resolve. A major battle with the orcs had just ended, and sailors were repairing various devices, weapons, or tools on the ship. The Legion's flight formation airmen and the Legion's logistics personnel were jointly checking the status of various flight vehicles. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. Upon seeing Angron and the Space Marines, they merely saluted and then continued with their work. There would be no major battles for the next few days, so everyone was relaxed, except for the Space Marines following Angron. None of them were tense or solemn. A moment later, Angron and the few Space Marines accompanying him entered the Triumph Hall. The Triumph Hall was the most magnificent and grand place on the Legion's flagship. All the honors the 12th Legion had achieved during the Warhounds and World Eaters periods were displayed in the Triumph Hall. These materialized honors were flags, reliefs, or commemorative emblems of certain battles on the vast walls of the Triumph Hall. Upon entering the Triumph Hall, the solemn and silent Space Marines following their Gene Father all smiled, some even feeling a sense of pride. Because they and their Gene Father walked beneath the walls of the Triumph Hall, which were adorned with symbols of honor. The vast majority of these honors were not acquired by the Gene Father leading his sons after his return to the Legion, but were won by the Legion's warriors in arduous battles. Angron's sons did not want to prove that they could achieve amazing feats in the Emperor's great cause even without their Gene Father's leadership. Instead, they wanted to tell other legions what kind of army Angron's sons were. In the past, they were as powerful as their never-before-met Gene Father, and now, they and their Gene Father would achieve even greater deeds. Silence. When the Primarch entered the Triumph Hall accompanied by a small number of warriors, Legion Commander Kill let out a roar. Nearly 150,000 warriors of the 12th Legion were all assembled here, except for the 18th Company, which Angron had previously sent out to conquer various worlds. All other companies were present. But even so, the Triumph Hall was not noisy, whether before or after Angron's arrival. So Legion Commander Kill did not truly want everyone to go from noisy to silent. This was a ceremonial term. Only superiors could order subordinates to be silent. Therefore, the word silence implied a right and a declaration the Lord of the Legion had arrived. Thus, all the Space Marines present stood at attention, fists pressed against their chests, saluting their Gene Father. This is not a pre-battle meeting, nor is it to issue any orders, or announce a new Legion discipline. Angron scanned his sons. Every Space Marine was extremely solemn, as if they were about to slaughter Xenos the next second. Angron looked at everyone and suddenly recalled what his other brothers' legions looked like when he had seen them. Vulcan and his sons got along very well, relaxed, like a family. Fulgrim also got along very well with his sons. It seemed only when Perturabo was with the 4th Legion that the atmosphere was like this. However, no matter what Angron thought, some things in a huge Space Marine Legion were not so easy to change. The 12th Legion constrained itself with almost abnormal strict rules precisely because they knew what their flaws were. A week ago, I ordered the Legion to have such a discussion every week, but this is still not a military meeting or some very serious matter, it's merely a talk. Angron continued. The Space Marines remained extremely solemn, but Angron could also feel an emotion in their hearts, an emotion of helplessness. This current atmosphere was already the most relaxed time for the entire 12th Legion. The Space Marines did not know how to achieve the relaxed and peaceful state their Gene Father envisioned. At this moment, the members of the Guard entered the Triumph Hall. The gladiators who had once eliminated the slave masters with Angron in the Nuceria War were members of this Guard. In Angron's eyes, they were family, and every member of this superfamily felt a kinship with each other that surpassed blood ties. But even so, when the gladiators entered the Triumph Hall, they were just as solemn as the Space Marines. Even Yuchuka, who liked to play pranks, had not a single expression at this moment. If it were someone else, they might think they were brainwashed, but Angron could perceive their inner thoughts and knew that the gladiators simply wanted to do as the Romans do. After all, it would be inappropriate to chat and laugh with Angron when the other tens of thousands of people were very serious. They really are in sync and sociable, Angron thought to himself. However, Angron also felt that it wasn't due to the influence of his brothers' and sisters' Legion cultures, but rather that they were inherently in sync. The gladiators also had an extremely strict pursuit of discipline, because in the gladiatorial arena, if anyone did not obey discipline and did whatever they wanted, they would surely drag many people down with them. In short, we're just having a heart-to-heart. Angron said, then sat down, but not on his throne, but casually on the ground. The Primarch crossed his legs and his gaze swept over everyone again. No one spoke. And when the atmosphere became a bit awkward, Kill, as the Legion commander, always had to lead by example. So the Legion commander stepped forward, slowly raising his hand. Please speak, Angron smiled and nodded. Father, Kill saluted, does this week's discussion have a strategic objective that must be achieved? Upon hearing this, Angron realized that his Legion commander was treating this matter entirely as a battle to be completed. This was not the first discussion, one had taken place before, but it had ended hastily because everyone was not yet accustomed to it. There is no strategic objective, it is merely a free exchange of ideas, Angron said. Some of you may find this matter meaningless, worthless. Everyone remained silent when they heard the latter half of what Angron said. Even those who found everything Angron did to be meaningful remained silent, because everyone knew that Angron had the ability to read minds. In front of this Gene Father, no secret in one's heart was a secret. If he said someone thought that, then they did. Last time, I merely started it to get you accustomed to it. Some things I didn't say last time. What I want to talk about is the importance of communication. At this point, Angron turned to look at Kill. He knew that Kill had an excellent relationship with the commander of the 18th Company, whom he had sent out, which was why he asked. Kill, do you think two people with a very good relationship will have no conflicts at all? When Angron asked this, Kill shook his head without even thinking. Because this was not a question that required thought at all. No matter how good the relationship between two people, conflicts will inevitably arise, this is certain. Kill is absolutely correct, conflicts will exist in any kind of relationship, Angron nodded, looking at Yuechola. Please tell the Legion warriors how we handled conflicts among ourselves during the uprising war. Yuechola stepped forward, thought for a moment, and then gave his answer. We resolved conflicts through communication. We were completely open with each other, holding nothing back, even discussing the most private topics. For example, Yuechola said this, instinctively searching for Kleist, but Kleist was not in the Triumph Hall, nor even on the flagship. He had taken a portion of the main Nuceria regular army to assist the Emperor's Children Legion in combat. There were some ladies in the gladiator teams, Kleist, Tisius, my mother. During the time when we couldn't get stable supplies, the ladies would need some necessary hygiene products, and they would say it directly, and all of us would figure out a way together. Instead of refusing to communicate due to shyness or other reasons and trying to solve it themselves, only to cause a big problem that caught everyone off guard. After Yuechola finished speaking, some Space Marines frowned, some were indifferent, and some Space Marines had meaningful smiles on their faces. Those Space Marines who frowned were all from military noble backgrounds, unlike the death row inmates who were transformed into Space Marines. Etiquette, propriety, and noble manners were things they had followed since childhood, so it was hard for them to imagine the gladiators' communication habits, where everything could be discussed, being applied in the Legion. The various reactions of others also had their own reasons. Yuechola continued. We would talk about even more, like who among us liked whom, or liked a man or woman who wasn't a gladiator. Because this could prevent an extremely dangerous situation from arising, which is two brothers or sisters who originally fought side by side becoming enemies for the sake of a man or a woman. Legion Commander Kill listened intently to what Yuechola was saying. He thought the gladiators' unrestricted communication was actually quite good. Although saying everything might be a bit trivial, conflicts between two people often accumulate from small, trivial matters. It's better to discuss them early on. Kill used to think that the gladiators' bond of trust and shared life and death situations was mostly related to genetic modification, but now he felt that the existence of such a relationship depended to a greater extent on the gladiators' wisdom. The gladiators were like a steel plate, their unrestricted communication was like the interconnection of every atom, and any potential cracks would be eliminated in the bud, allowing this steel plate-like group to continue to be maintained. A week ago, I ordered the Legion to have a weekly discussion for this very purpose. Angron said. The purpose is to solidify the relationships between each of us and eliminate any potential cracks. Until one day in the future, a situation arises where you no longer need to resolve problems and conflicts through duels. We sit down and talk, and conflicts that would have led to armed confrontation are resolved. This is the importance of communication. In my adoptive father's words, if you hold back your farts, you'll hurt your heart. Angron's last sentence greatly lightened the atmosphere, and some optimistic and cheerful Space Marines burst out laughing. Angron also laughed. At this moment, Angron suddenly recalled that the biggest reason he established the weekly discussion system was actually because he had heard Fulgrim talk about some things, such as the growing conflicts within the Legion, almost leading to drawing swords and fighting. Perhaps the Primarch's prestige could solve some problems, forcibly suppressing conflicts, but Angron felt this was not a long-term solution, because the conflicts were there, they existed and could only be ignored or temporarily suppressed, until one day they could no longer be suppressed and would explode like a powder keg, blowing everyone up. By holding regular weekly discussions and meetings with his sons, he could discover everyone's problems and perceive everyone's psychology. Angron was confident that his Legion would always remain a solid, unified entity. I actually have something I want to say. A Legion warrior named Hal raised his hand. Almost no one could leave a deeper impression on Angron than Hal, because this massive Legion warrior stood out like a crane among chickens in the ranks of others, and also because Hal was once a Thunder warrior. Speak, Angron smiled and nodded. It's still my previous view, our entire Legion is deviating from the Emperor, Hal said. The Emperor's mission for us is to operate as an assault force, but what are we doing? We are doing what the Ultramarines would do. We have to rescue civilians, rescue allies, we have to save this and save that. Hal raised his voice, pacing in front of every battle brother. We are wasting time on things that we absolutely don't need to be doing. Perhaps we were once an assault legion that other legions had to admire, but now we are just a legion doing things that make them feel bewildered, doing these things under the command of an overly kind and gentle Primarch. Hal expressed his dissatisfaction as usual, which did not surprise anyone, as it was just the same old tune. And upon hearing what Hal said, the reactions of the Legion warriors varied. In fact, whenever this happened, Angron could sense that some people strongly agreed with Hal, but they also agreed with him, only they would always feel dissatisfied, which was normal, just as conflicts arise even between the most intimate people. Chapter 227, Peculiar Perturabo. So, what kind of unalterable path did the Emperor set for the entire Legion? Angron calmly asked Hal. Hal looked directly into Angron's eyes, expressing both dissatisfaction and a desire to detect other emotions or information in Angron's gaze, just as Angron could easily detect much from others. But Hal couldn't discern any information, he was truly not good at it. The Emperor wants the entire 12th Legion to become a Butcher Legion. Everyone gathers in the battleship, then they are deployed to the surface, killing whoever they encounter without mercy, even if they run into friendly forces. Is that so? In your opinion, is that the so-called unalterable path he set for the entire Legion? Hal was expressionless amidst Angron's questioning, emanating only a chilling aura. Angron had always been able to sense Hal's true nature. He wasn't someone who necessarily wanted to kill people who shouldn't die, rather, his heart held only the Emperor, only orders, and only the unwavering determination to achieve his objectives. Facing the Primarch's interrogation, Hal remained perfectly calm. This may not be the Emperor's original intention, but the Legion fought this way before. If the Legion's actions were inappropriate, then the Emperor would surely stop them. His silence precisely indicates the need for an Executioner Legion to exist. Oh, so you think the reason the Emperor didn't stop you is simply because he didn't want to, and not because he had too many things to deal with, to the point where he actually didn't even have time to give you a second glance. I have a different view. Hal, you know I have the ability to read other people's minds. I've read many thoughts from the Emperor's mind. Frankly, there are many people I would not want to save, and some I would even kill myself. But the Emperor is different. No matter how heinous a person is, as long as they are human, he believes they are still somewhat salvageable. Hal undoubtedly believed Angron had the ability to read minds. What Angron said at this moment made it difficult for Hal to believe, because it was not consistent with the Emperor he knew. You don't believe me. Angron sensed his current thoughts from Hal's mind. It's all right, Hal, you are no one's slave. If you cannot tolerate me, then you can leave my legion. I can also directly write a letter of recommendation for you to go to Perturabo, if you wish. And if you choose to stay, then I must tell you that whether or not you accept the changes I impose on the legion, you will not be punished. You can be an outsider until one day you commit an act of cruelty that I cannot tolerate, at which point I might kill you. Having said this, Angron quietly awaited Hal's reply. Make your choice quickly. Will you acknowledge him as your blade and follow all his thoughts without reason, or will you choose to leave, or do you want to play hardball? A gladiator roared at Hal. Hal glanced at the agitated gladiator, thought carefully, and finally replied, I will fight to the death in the 12th Legion, for you, for the Emperor, because becoming a member of the 12th Legion is the destiny the Emperor arranged for me. My personal views on you will not affect this arrangement. Good. Angron extended his hand to Hal. Hal grasped Angron's hand. Hal then remained silent, returning to his company. When he returned, the nearby warriors moved aside, distancing themselves from Hal. Among these warriors were also those who were dissatisfied with Angron, but feeling dissatisfied and openly contradicting a primarch repeatedly were two different matters. Loyal counsel and open defiance are not the same. After Hal once again expressed his dissatisfaction and Angron gave a new response, everyone discussed some minor matters. During this time, Angron could sense that some people still hadn't spoken their minds, but in Angron's view, it didn't matter, change doesn't happen overnight. When everyone had finished their discussions, the flagship and the entire Legion fleet came to a halt. This meant the Legion had arrived at a new battlefield, in another star system within the Onus sector, where the Legion had to clear the orcs from the star system. This kind of battle had been fought many times before. The Primarches no longer acted in conjunction, because the remaining organized orcs were not as numerous and vast as they had been on Little Nuceria, they were more like fragmented factions. However, just as everyone thought this was merely another unremarkable annihilation battle, the 4th Legion's fleet appeared at the other end of the star system. The 4th Legion's fleet was very easy to recognize, a fleet led by a flagship without portholes was certainly the 4th Legion. Not long after both fleets jumped out of the warp, the 4th Legion fleet sent some transports flying towards the 12th Legion's flagship. When the news that Perturabo, the Primarch of the 4th Legion, was about to arrive at the command deck reached Angron, Angron immediately went to the command deck as well. Inside the command deck, Angron stood by the edge of the viewport, gazing into the void. The 4th Legion's fleet moved towards the 12th Legion's fleet. They seemed to have been prepared for the upcoming battle, as if they had received some kind of prophecy. The reason Angron noticed this was because the 4th Legion immediately deployed troops to several planets in the star system. Just then, the sound of the gate opening reached Angron's ears. Angron looked over and saw a fully armored Perturabo, wearing his characteristic scowl, swaggering into the command deck. Perturabo's scowl was even more distinctive than his armor. Why are you here? Has your overconfident foster father not returned yet? Perturabo and Angron asked each other. Hearing Perturabo's question, Angron showed displeasure, but he said nothing, because Angron sensed a thought in Perturabo's mind. That was Perturabo wanted to help. It's a long story. Perturabo sat directly on Angron's command throne, looking very impolite. Your foster father is truly overconfident, actually taking a single battleship to attack an arc world. Perturabo raised his head. Although I've long known he's exceptionally arrogant, I was still startled when I heard about this. You actually think he has a lot of courage and boldness? Angron said. Perturabo hesitated, then slowly nodded. I always forget you have such an unreasonable ability. Get to the point. Angron was a little impatient. Have you heard any news? I haven't heard any news, but I know that someone will arrive soon who can help you find your foster father. Saying this, a sneer appeared on Perturabo's face. Beg me and I'll tell you. Angron fell silent. Every time in the past, you've had the upper hand. In front of your completely unreasonable and lawless ability, I'm like a child. Now I finally have something to keep you in check. Perturabo's current attitude reminded Angron of two children arguing. Even if the matter was over, one always wanted to get even with the other. This psychology was difficult for Angron to understand, because he couldn't grasp Perturabo's obsession, or Perturabo's determination to deliver a direct blow in retaliation against his unreasonable and lawless ability. Facing such a tactic, the current Angron, even without using his mind-reading ability to directly expose Perturabo, still had ways to deal with him. Angron said nothing, simply walked silently to the tactical table, and then began to mobilize his legion. Perturabo looked at Angron with some suspicion, and after a while, he spoke. I thought you cared so much about your foster father, but it turns out you don't care about this at all. Angron showed no reaction to this statement, as if he truly didn't care, just busy with the task at hand. Perturabo observed Angron, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly saw Angron smile at him. It was like a smile that came from thinking of a bad idea, then thinking of the effect that bad idea would have, and being unable to hold back laughter. This smile was terrifying to Perturabo. Angron's mind-reading ability had already made him extremely nervous. With his thoughts unilaterally transparent, it was hard for him not to guess whether Angron had some bad idea that would make him extremely embarrassed and angry, yet he couldn't guess what it was, so he was extremely tense. A sense of crisis gradually arose and spread within Perturabo's mind. He felt that Angron must be brewing a very bad idea, and this idea would make him look foolish. And after sensing this thought from Perturabo, Angron found a crack in Perturabo's psychological defense, and then slowly spoke, "We are fighting a war, there is no time for idle chatter. Can we get to the point, brother?" Perturabo felt he had an out, and though extremely resentful, he slowly began, "Do you know we have a brother named Magnus?" "Of course, I know. He's very skilled at using psychic abilities." Angron nodded. He even knew that Perturabo and Magnus had a good, or at least not bad, relationship. His foster father had said so. "Father arranged a psyker to help me, and although I hated it, I couldn't refuse. That helper is from Magnus' command." Perturabo recounted in detail. "The helper is still on the way, but he has already done me a great favor. That is, he told me that I must come here and fight alongside you, otherwise your legion would be annihilated, because you will encounter the most skilled psyker enemy among those orcs, a psyker warlord. Additionally, in a dream, father told me he believes Qinxia is in dire straits, so he found someone from Magnus to replace Qinxia, so that this psychic war would not suffer too great losses due to Qinxia's absence." Only when Perturabo said this did Angron realize why the 4th Legion reacted so quickly, immediately deploying troops below upon arrival. He also realized that if the person from Magnus arrived, he might have a way to find his foster father. "When will he arrive?" Angron asked. "In a week." Perturabo said, "If our situation here goes very poorly, father will also arrive to personally organize an annihilation battle. The emperor will also come." Angron was very surprised, indirectly sensing from Perturabo's words how severe the upcoming battle would be. As for the emperor personally coming to assist in the battle itself, that wasn't particularly surprising. This Great Crusade was originally planned and personally led by the emperor. He would appear in the most difficult areas of the Great Crusade's operations. Just as before, when Perturabo faced the Xenos on Novshan deck, the emperor also appeared to help. "We'd better do our best, because this is ultimately just a defensive battle. If it really gets to the point where several legions aren't enough," Perturabo didn't continue, but Angron still read his unspoken words from his mind. "Then we would be too useless." This was what Perturabo left unsaid. However, Angron was open-minded. He didn't want a horrifying casualty count, and if the emperor could help, that would actually be good. "What is the name of our brother Magnus' son, the psyker you mentioned who was sent to assist us?" "What is his name?" Angron asked. "Kruos. A mediocre individual." If it weren't for the Primarch's astonishing memory, Perturabo might not even remember this psyker's name, because he knew which psykers in Magnus' legion were powerful and which were merely nobodies. Kruos was a nobody. "I thought it would be a psyker named Ahriman. I heard that psyker is very powerful in the Thousand Suns Legion and very reliable in handling psychic matters." Angron was somewhat disappointed. "You even know Ahriman? Did that arrogant fool tell you?" Perturabo suddenly raised his voice, then smiled, "If I were you, I wouldn't let that arrogant fool meet Magnus, otherwise you'll definitely see that arrogant fool kneeling before Magnus calling him father." "What nonsense are you talking about? You think I'm wrong? I've long suspected Qinxia is a member of the Thousand Suns Legion. Only a hotbed of arrogance like the Thousand Suns Legion would produce someone like Qinxia. And it must have been during some sorceress experiment that Qinxia was teleported to Nuceria. They often have such rotten things happen. Get lost." "Ha ha ha ha." While the two Primarchs conversed, Danchiok stood among the tridents, silently watching. Danchiok noticed that whenever his Gene Father and Angron met, he would become peculiar. Sometimes Danchiok had to admit that his Gene Father was right when he said Angron's ability was unreasonable. Anyone who saw Perturabo, who was constantly snickering at that moment, would feel as if Perturabo had been subjected to some kind of sorcery. "By the way, if that psyker named Kruos isn't powerful enough, what's the point of him being sent here?" Angron asked. "That psyker isn't strong enough, but he can predict the future, and he predicts the far future. If we're going to have big trouble, he can help give us a heads up," Perturabo said. Chapter 228, Psychic War. The psyker named Kruos had already revealed the future in his previous contact with Perturabo, even directly telling Perturabo which star system the psychic warlord existed on. It was the third planet revolving around the sun in the middle of the star system, a planet that looked as beautiful as Terra. Then Perturabo chose to orbital bombard this planet without any hesitation. The terrifying orbital bombardment directly destroyed the ecological environment of the planet's surface. When 90% of the wild animals on the entire planet were extinct, the orbital bombardment had only been going on for 2 hours. And after the bombardment continued for 4 hours, the planet's surface had completely turned into a hell. On this originally extremely beautiful planet, a planet similar to Terra, the only thing remaining that could be called beautiful was the aurora phenomenon created in the planet's atmosphere after the lance bombardment. After the orbital bombardment completely ended, the 4th Legion Space Marines units in each strike cruiser prepared themselves. After other Space Marines had already begun attacking other planets in the star system, they were finally able to act. The Steel Lord's attack order had been given. No matter how difficult the upcoming battle would be, the 4th Legion Space Marines could not retreat a single step. But they would not be fighting alone, because the 12th Legion, most skilled in assault operations, was also ready for battle. After the Space Marines units of both legions were ordered to deploy, they rode drop pods to the surface. The tail flames of the overwhelming drop pods illuminated the entire planet's sky. If any creature were standing on the surface observing the sky at this moment, it would feel as if a god had cast his wrath upon this planet, and the sky, blood red from the flames, was the direct manifestation of divine retribution. The damn orcs have hollowed out the entire planet. Damn orcs, there's nothing more damnable than orcs. Inside the command deck, Perturabo kept muttering. Angron looked out the viewport. The Space Marines units that Perturabo had previously sent to other planets had completed their missions. After the transports carrying the Space Marines left the other planets, the flashes of explosions appearing one after another on the surfaces of the planets, and the subsequent disintegration of the planets, proved that they had excellently fulfilled the Steel Lord's strategic vision, which was to destroy as many other planets in the star system as possible, confining the battlefield to a single planet. According to Angron's idea, there was actually no need to send ground forces for a landing operation, it would be better to just use orbital bombardment or some kind of extermination weapon to blow up all the planets directly. However, Perturabo didn't fail to think of doing this, rather, a prophecy told him not to. I could have blown them all to bits with virus bombs. If these disgusting aliens wouldn't throw the virus bombs I threw back at the fleet, as the Psyker predicted, then I would have blown them up directly. Perturabo said. Angron was slightly surprised after hearing this, but only slightly. After all, it was not strange for anything to happen in this war where the Emperor himself might come to participate. I suddenly want to try something. Perturabo suddenly spoke again, perhaps they aren't as powerful as the prophecy says, perhaps I should test whether attacking that main planet with kinetic weapons will be deflected. Don't. Angron pressed down Perturabo's hand, which was about to be raised. Listen to advice, listen to advice. Perturabo slowly let go. The Steel Lord had always been skeptical of esoteric things like prophecies, but this time was different. The Emperor had warned him in a dream to obey any prophecy from Kruos. Since that was the case, he could only obey orders, but in Kruos's prophecy, any kinetic attack launched against the planet would be bounced back by a field formed by the Orc Boys, and with such an unverified premise, this battle would not be easy. At least we should figure out how strong those orcs are. Perturabo adjusted the holographic image on the tactical table and began to focus on the tridents. In Perturabo's strategy, the tridents, as the elite of elites, led a group of elite warriors. They had a special role in a much hoped for mission. On the tridents side, Danjiok personally led the team, advancing on the planet's surface with those who had a special mission arranged by the Gene Father. Although there were fewer than 200 people in total, this number was already sufficient, because the small team had not yet alerted the enemy. Those orcs lived underground. The orbital bombardment, which had ruined the entire planet's ecological environment, didn't cause them much trouble. As Danjiok advanced on the magma-flowing surface, he suddenly had a feeling that those orcs seemed to be able to predict what would happen in the war, so they chose to develop and expand underground in advance, rather than on the surface. Keeping this intuition in mind, Danjiok continued to advance. Compared to before, this place is hell now. Danjiok's Terran friends said. Undeniable. Danjiok expressed agreement with a brief statement. The Milky Way is extremely vast, with countless planets, but the problem is that not every planet can be colonized and inhabited by humans, and not every planet can be terraformed enough for human colonization. In the Milky Way, most are worthless, harsh death worlds. A world that can be colonized by humans is extremely precious, especially a planet with an environment similar to Terra, which is even more precious among the precious. However, Danjiok also felt that it wasn't the Steel Lord who destroyed this world was already beyond salvation, from the moment it was almost hollowed out by the orcs. By the way, don't you all find it strange? Lando Egg, the most skilled in large-scale engineering in the team, spoke. The prophecy said that this planet was almost hollowed out, and we found that to be true after scanning, but the planet's surface didn't experience large-scale geological disasters. This is as strange as seeing a ghost. The observant Danjiok also noticed this problem, and he had already thought of the answer. Perhaps it's because the enemy has a technology powerful enough to affect an entire planet. That would be terrifying, fellows. Let's pray that's not the case. What's the use of praying, brother Lando Egg? The Emperor has already said that there are no gods in the universe. When someone who disliked terms like gods and prayer once again brought up the imperial truth, no one responded, because an orc appeared directly in front of them. Only one orc. The orcs, who usually had an absolute advantage in numbers, now appeared as only one, a situation that made the Space Marines feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Danjiok observed the orc carefully. The orc that suddenly appeared in front of them was hunched over and did not possess the robust physique common among orcs. It looked like it couldn't even compare to the physical fitness of an elderly human. This made Danjiok feel even stranger. Moreover, this orc was not using any weapons, it came empty-handed, not even having the crude melee weapons common in the orc race. Danjiok only took 1 second to observe the situation, then he and the other Space Marines immediately sought cover. Lando Egg was the first to open fire on the orc. The others also pulled their triggers at the same moment. All the Space Marines unanimously chose to pull the 2-stage trigger to the bottom, so that the bolt guns in their hands would fire bolts at the fastest rate to kill the orc. But it was as if something had detected who was the first to show killing intent. Lando Egg felt something staring at him, his firing action suddenly stopped, then he turned to look at Danjiok. The muzzle of Danjiok's bolt gun had just spat out its first bolt. The flow of time seemed to slow down. Amidst the sparks from the bolt's discharge and the bolt's tail flame, Danjiok turned his head, his gaze falling on his battle brother. Dan. Bang. Lando Egg's head exploded, and several helmet fragments flew onto Danjiok, making thudding sounds as they collided with his ceramite armor. Alien scum, die. The Space Marines reacted instantly, another trident in the team opened fire, and plasma flew towards the orc, which looked extremely weak yet highly threatening. The moment Lando Egg sacrificed himself, Danjiok felt that the opponent might be a psyker. A psyker among orcs. But when the plasma and bolts flew over, the orc psyker didn't use any defensive means, was hit head-on, and was blown to pieces. The Space Marines looked at each other, falling into a daze only after the battle ended. Some mysteries simultaneously appeared in the mind of every Space Marine. What was going on with that orc just now? Were there many orcs like that, who could directly crush someone's head, only a few scattered ones, or were they almost everywhere on the entire planet? However, all questions remained unanswered. Whenever something involving psychic powers came up, the 4th Legion often found it difficult to immediately come up with effective solutions. What had just happened was also the reason why the 4th Legion hated psychic powers. No years of combat training were needed, not even the physique and courage common in the orc race, who could fight Space Marines from birth, but he just looked at Lando Egg and crushed Lando Egg's head. Not even a glorious death that Lando Egg deserved. Attention! Accompanied by a warrior's warning, suddenly a great many orcs appeared in groups in their field of vision. They didn't emerge from somewhere, didn't use tunnels, but appeared directly out of thin air in front of them. At the same time, Danjiok felt something was staring at him, something extremely malicious. Every Space Marine had the same feeling. Then a voice appeared in Danjiok's ear, "Brothers, shall we walk?" From the wording of this voice, Danjiok could tell it was definitely an orc speaking, but this orc's voice could be heard and understood by Danjiok and his comrades, because this voice resonated in the soul, completely unrestricted by natural language. And then the orcs in front of them suddenly went berserk, just as the voice had called for, they waag head. The orcs completely disregarded their own safety, charging unarmed at the humans in front of them. Danjiok and his battle brothers slaughtered the orcs as if they were massacring bugs on Novshan deck, but just like the meaningless charge these unarmed orcs were making, the human attacks were also meaningless. No matter how many orcs died at this time, more would soon appear out of thin air and join the fight. However, Danjiok was very relieved about one thing now, which was that those psychic orcs did not seem to be everywhere. Just as Danjiok had this thought, an orc suddenly stopped in its charge, its eyes filled with green energy, staring at Danjiok. "I'll give you a chance to say your last words to your big Humi brothers." Danjiok heard these words. He subconsciously wanted to look at a battle brother and say his last words, but he suddenly became clear-headed. His iron will told him, if he really turned his head to say his last words, that hateful psychic orc would kill him while he was speaking, just as it killed Lando Egg. Once Danjiok realized this, he even suddenly couldn't hear the orc-style accent, and immediately raised his bolt gun to shoot the orc staring at him. But then another orc stopped and cast psychic power. One orc after another seemed like machines suddenly connected to power, transforming from an ignorant state to exuding a dangerous aura with every gesture. Although the Iron Warriors had no psychic talent, they were still members of the low psychic potential human race, and they could faintly perceive the psychic energy flowing in the air, and how this psychic energy was converging. The fact that even they could feel it meant that the psychic energy had gathered to a certain extent. A sense of danger emerged, and Danjiok turned to shout at his battle brothers, but the ensuing explosion covered the words he roared from his throat. Snowflakes suddenly appeared in the air. Danjiok turned to look at the orcs, one after another, the orcs accumulating psychic power exploded, turning into snowflakes, as if they were originally made of snowflakes. "Come here." Qinxia emerged from the snowstorm, electricity sparking from his 5 fingers, while shouting at Danjiok and his group. Danjiok immediately led his battle brothers towards Qinxia. Flames, impacts, currents, or other forms of attack, formed by psychic power, flew over their heads, and the orcs also began to unleash psychic counterattacks. But in the end, everyone still disappeared safely into the snowstorm. After emerging from the snow, Danjiok found himself and his battle brothers inside the command deck of a warship. This was the White Knight. The White Knight's viewport covers were slowly rising, evidently having just returned to the reality universe from the warp. Qinxia walked to the comms station, "Connect me to the Legion fleet." Angron and Perturabo's faces immediately appeared on the comms panel. Upon seeing Qinxia appear, Angron and Perturabo's reactions were two extremes. "I'm back." Qinxia smiled at Angron, then looked at Perturabo's sour face, "And by the way, I fished out your tridents." Perturabo frowned. He had originally thought of asking Cruos to help find Qinxia, this super arrogant fellow, and to do Angron a favor at the same time. But Cruos wouldn't arrive for another week, and Qinxia had inexplicably appeared now. Perturabo only felt helpless. Chapter 229, The Plan. "You ruined one of my plans," Perturabo said, staring at Qinxia. There were deep lines etched on the Primarch's scowling face, making his features appear even more rugged and unyielding. It was as if his very appearance was meant to embody the phrase "heart of steel," and at this moment, the lines on the Steel Lord's face made it seem as though highly displeased was written all over him. At this moment, Angron suddenly sensed Perturabo's thoughts, understanding what he truly intended to do. Firstly, it was undeniable that Perturabo genuinely wanted to help, his brother cared for him, but this concern was not easily accepted. He desperately wanted to help and to make a dramatic, heroic entrance when others were in trouble, but he also didn't want others to think he would help them. The mindset Angron sensed was incredibly complex, although every encounter with Perturabo revealed his unusually complex state of mind, this time the complexity was beyond imagination. Twisted, extremely twisted. I heard you found someone who could predict to find me, Qin Xia said. Perturabo snorted coldly. Angron sensed that Perturabo took his foster father's words as an indirect thank you. However, an apology from someone who couldn't delve into Perturabo's mind was irrelevant to Perturabo, he simply didn't care. Yet, Qin Xia wasn't trying to express gratitude. Didn't the psyker who could find me tell you that the orcs we're about to face are a group of psyker orcs, orc wizards, extremely difficult to deal with? Orc wizards. Qin Xia emphasized those words. Under these circumstances, we should prepare more for the attack, for instance, by first sending down people skilled in using psychic powers, or at least those who know how to avoid and counter psychic abilities, to first ascertain the enemy's strength. Perturabo's characteristic scowl grew increasingly grim with each word that came out of Qin Xia's mouth. Are you lecturing me? The Steel Lord's voice was icy, every syllable seemingly imbued with anger. Like you lecture my brother. Hearing this, Dan Xiok, on the White Knight's command deck, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Qin Xia. Although every collaboration with the 12th Legion led to the Steel Lord being put in an awkward position, neither the Steel Lord himself nor the Primarch's absolute supporters from his home world within the Legion ever elevated the Steel Lord's awkwardness to a diplomatic issue. The reason was that, no matter what, Angron was the Steel Lord's brother, just as the Emperor would never kill a Primarch, two Primarch brothers wouldn't escalate to armed conflict. However, Qin Xia was merely a 12th Legion warrior, and under normal circumstances, he should be considered Angron's subordinate. While Dan Xiok felt some concern for Qin Xia, he also pondered, and a question arose in his mind, was there a possibility that the Steel Lord shouldn't have been provoked by such a remark in the first place? My father wasn't lecturing you, Angron broke the silence. He was just stating a fact and offering his advice. Angron could sense Perturabo's anger, and at the same time, he could sense other thoughts within Perturabo's mind. Because that psyker indeed hadn't mentioned anything about the capabilities of the orcs on the planet, only that they were a bunch of orc boys, and Perturabo had no prior methods or experience in dealing with psykers. Enough, Perturabo raised his hand, intending to cut off the communication. Qin Xia felt a bit helpless. For someone like Angron, who could directly sense Perturabo's inner thoughts, Perturabo's occasional awkwardness could be a little amusing and endearing. But to others, Perturabo was a harmful tyrant. Is there a possibility, Steel Lord? Qin Xia took a deep breath, speaking as sincerely as possible, that perhaps we should wait for the Emperor or that psyker who is coming to help us to arrive. The Emperor's purpose in warning you how dangerous the enemy is lies precisely in this. Neither the 4th Legion nor the 12th Legion with its think tank is suitable for facing such opponents. Qin Xia still had more to say, but Perturabo didn't give him a chance. Standing on the unyielding Resolve's command deck, he cut off communication between his brother's flagship and his brother's family's warship. What's wrong with you? Angron hadn't had time to say some things to Qin Xia during their communication before Perturabo cut it off, and on the unyielding Resolve, no less, not even on Perturabo's own warship. You should ask your foster father what's wrong with him. Why is he always so condescending and annoying? Why can't he put himself in the right position? Why can't he act like a normal warrior and do the right thing under proper orders? Perturabo watched Angron with a vexed expression, waiting for his brother to answer the question. It wasn't until Perturabo sensed that Angron's expression was off that he quickly changed the subject. Do you remember that we are in combat? Perturabo slowly returned to the tactical table, leaning over to look at the holographic image. The mission I assigned to my tridents was very simple, to test something. Test what? The White Knight was slowly approaching the unyielding Resolve. Qin Xia, deep within the command deck, asked Dan Xiok. Something that can detect psychic beings. It was personally developed by the Steel Lord, and its purpose is to detect all psychic beings within a circular range of tens of kilometers. Dan Xiok pulled out a device. It was palm-sized and resembled a lunchbox. It can locate psychic beings, then display their coordinates, direction, and all other information that can help us kill them on the tactical display. With this, we can quickly find and kill any psychic orcs that appear near us. Classic Perturabo black technology, Qin Xia thought. But now it seems the Primarch's invention failed, Dan Xiok said, suddenly recalling the moment Lando Agach sacrificed himself. It failed completely, so many psychic orcs appeared, but our detection device had no effect whatsoever. Perhaps his invention didn't fail, Qin Xia said. Although he had just argued with the Steel Lord, speaking objectively, Qin Xia didn't believe the Steel Lord's invention would fail. Because Perturabo's inventive and creative abilities could be described as bordering on the mystical. And there was another point. Perturabo certainly disbelieved and hated psychic powers, but his childhood was spent in a place called Olympia, and Olympia had a characteristic: it was very close to the Eye of Terror. The Eye of Terror was a warp rift, a wound in the reality universe. Nowhere in the reality universe would psychic energy be more abundant than there. Even if Perturabo was unwilling to understand those mystical things, he would at least know what they were and how to deal with them. So, Qin Xia found it hard to believe that Perturabo's invention had a problem. Dan Xiok frowned in thought, then carefully recalled the situation when facing those orcs. Eventually, this 4th Legion warrior, who knew nothing about psychic powers, suddenly had an idea that even he found absurd. Perhaps, those orcs weren't originally psychers, but became psychers due to some reason, for example, being imbued with some kind of power. Like possession, where some orcs who weren't originally psychers gained psychic abilities. Dan Xiok himself found his idea far-fetched, but it was the only possibility he could think of. And hearing this seemingly absurd notion, Qin Xia agreed without any hesitation. you and I think exactly alike. That's what I believe. Then we should go to the flagship immediately and report this, Dan Chiok said urgently. The military operation on that planet, which had been completely hollowed out by the orcs, was still ongoing. This military operation should be immediately terminated, and a more suitable plan of action should be formulated, rather than continuing to make mistakes and fighting blindly. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious yet, Qin Xia said. How can I not be anxious? While we're talking, warriors from both our legions are sacrificing themselves. At this time, even if an apothecary gave me an injection, I wouldn't be able to calm down. Until the White Knight gets close enough for me to teleport us to the flagship, there's no use in us being anxious. As the White Knight approached the flagship, Qin Xia pondered some things. Many things were mysteries right now, but at least one thing was absolutely certain, the psychic orcs in this star system must be extremely powerful. Before coming here, Qin Xia could have communicated with the unyielding Resolve flagship in a simpler, more direct way, by using psychers for faster-than-light communication as he had before. He could have done so, but when he tried earlier, he suddenly discovered that this star system was shrouded in a dark cloud. It was impossible to observe, and impossible to interfere from extremely far away. If the orcs of the 30th millennium are all this outrageous, either like Gusa or like these psychic orcs, then that would truly be, not good, Qin Xia thought. When Qin Xia and Dan Chiok arrived on the unyielding Resolve flagship, the atmosphere in the command deck was very grim. The first offensive had undoubtedly failed, and the ground forces that had been deployed to the surface began to return. From the constant stream of information from the communications personnel, Qin Xia and Dan Chiok could tell that most people had encountered the same fate as the Tridents. The experience accumulated from previous wars against orcs was not very useful at this time, so everyone was in a state of disarray. Most people didn't notice the two men who walked into the command deck, because things were simply too busy at the moment. However, Angron noticed them. He quickly left the tactical table and walked towards his foster father. Qin Xia first greeted Angron, patted the Primarch's shoulder, and then walked towards Perturabo. Because the recent experience had made Perturabo very unhappy, he didn't give Qin Xia any pleasant look when Qin Xia approached him. Qin Xia also didn't expect any pleasantries from Perturabo, he didn't care, so he just got straight to the point. The orcs we are fighting might have a collective psychic consciousness, and this psychic consciousness is like an omnipresent deity. It can descend upon any individual orc at any time and bestow psychic power upon that individual orc. More accurately, it uses an individual orc as a medium to release psychic energy. This is the only possibility I can think of because I occasionally use the 12th Legion think tank as a medium to release psychic powers myself. Although he had myriad dissatisfactions with Qin Xia, upon hearing this, Perturabo still thought rationally, ultimately concluding that it was indeed possible. So what's your idea? Perturabo asked. In my opinion, two methods are very suitable for dealing with them. The first method is to use soulless ones, they possess a special anti-psychic power that can suppress and dispel psychic energy. The second method is simpler, form combat units centered around the think tank. Because at least when facing psychic enemies, the think tank still has a fighting chance. Qin Xia spoke all his thoughts. Perturabo also pondered carefully after listening. After observing Angron's reaction, Perturabo nodded, let's do that. What do you mean, let's do that? Qin Xia said. Does the 4th Legion have psyker units? Or do you have a way to multiply the 12th Legion's think tank tenfold? Perturabo was momentarily stunned by the retort, then angrily asked, then why are you telling me all this as if you are asking for my opinion? What I mean to say is that we can't win this war by ourselves. We don't have enough soulless ones to deploy to the battlefield, nor do we have enough think tanks. So, we either find a way to get more psychers, or we wait for the Emperor to arrive. With the support of the Silent Sister units then, everything will be much easier, Qin Xia said. Perturabo's face was unreadable, and he finally responded to Qin Xia with a long silence. Clearly, he felt that 2 entire legions waiting here doing nothing was inappropriate, but he wasn't the only Primarch in this star system. After Angron nodded in agreement with his foster father's suggestion, Perturabo could only compromise. Cowardice. This is a disgrace, a disgrace, a disgrace, Perturabo kept emphasizing. Finally, amidst his repeated emphasis, the Steel Lord turned and walked out of the command deck, leaving in a huff. He listened, Angron had been sensing Perturabo's mind. Qin Xia let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that was truly for the best. At the same time, he felt a little surprised. Perturabo actually listened now. According to his original prediction, Perturabo would have been stubborn for a long time. I had a follow-up hospital visit today, so I'll update less. I'll update normally tomorrow after returning home from the checkup. Chapter 230, A Heart of Steel. The offensive on the planet below has stopped. Both our Legion and the 4th Legion have begun withdrawing their forces. The fact that Perturabo so readily decided to temporarily cease the attack, despite the failure of this campaign, surprises me even more. Qin Xia stood in the laboratory, manipulating a crystal in front of a research device, analyzing and speaking simultaneously. All members of the special squad Qin Xia had assembled were present. Whether it was Quadrant, Brown, or the Olina sisters, they all possessed research capabilities in addition to their combat abilities. Thus, at this moment, they were conducting the previous research together with Qin Xia. The thought of his earlier conversation with Perturabo on the flagship filled Qin Xia with helplessness, and as he himself stated, extreme surprise. I originally thought Perturabo wouldn't agree to retreat so easily, so I told him we were only temporarily withdrawing. Even then, I was worried he wouldn't agree. But fortunately, things didn't turn for the worse, and we returned in time, perfectly making it. It seems only Angron can manage him. If it were anyone else, I can't imagine how obstinate he would be. As Qin Xia spoke, he extracted a crystal from the research device, a highly satisfied smile on his face. Whenever Qin Xia wore this expression, it meant the experiment was very successful and the research had progressed further. I don't think we should get involved in the 4th Legion's affairs at all, Brown said slowly. When you went to the flagship, Angron was the only one present. If Angron hadn't been there, the Nusaria wonderful tools you carried would have come in handy. Hearing Brown's words, Qin Xia reached out and touched his pocket. Qin Xia had indeed brought the anesthetic with him. Because of the unpleasant impression left by their first interaction, Qin Xia would always bring a tube of anesthetic whenever he went to a place where Perturabo might be present. Whether Angron was there or not, he brought it. If Angron was present, Perturabo would absolutely not do anything bad. If he did, he wouldn't be the extremely stubborn and peculiar Perturabo. What anesthetic? Qin Xia said with disdain. Do I need anesthetic to deal with Perturabo? If Perturabo had caused trouble when I went to the flagship just now, that act of causing trouble would have been the most regrettable thing he ever did in his life. As Qin Xia spoke these words, a smile played on his face, and his tone was very playful. He wasn't serious, he was making a joke. Without the help of anesthetic and engaging in a brawl with Perturabo, Qin Xia felt that unless he could unexpectedly pull out a God King Titan and shoot Perturabo, he wouldn't have any optimistic chance of winning. I think we should try to minimize our contact with Perturabo in the future, Olia said, carrying a miniaturized device as she walked to Qin Xia's side and placed the crystal from his hand into the device. The device began to extract psychic energy from Qin Xia, infusing it into the crystal. While waiting for the device to finish extracting, Olia looked at Qin Xia with concern. Do you remember when we analyzed Perturabo's personality? If we judged solely on Perturabo's personality, I would even suggest that both you and Angron avoid him as much as possible. Hearing Olia's words, Qin Xia suddenly recalled that he had indeed analyzed Perturabo's personality with the Olina sisters. That was also a paper-like analysis, as psychology was the field the two sisters had most delved into. Thinking of this, Qin Xia spoke the conclusion they had reached about Perturabo in that discussion. He's the type who thinks, I know my actions are wrong, but your actions and words have also provoked me. He's pretty much that kind of person, I know that very well. But it doesn't matter. An unreasonable personality will be fixed by an unreasonable ability. At least Angron can temporarily keep Perturabo in check. Qin Xia said with a laugh as he took the crystal from the device. The crystal was filled with psychic power, visually displayed as a white energy mass continuously contracting and expanding within the crystal. This was a crystal produced by the alien insectoids of the north. It could absorb and store psychic energy, and Qin Xia had been researching this product. Now, this research was finally nearing its end. This crystal had various applications, but its greatest use was as a type of ammunition and resource. For example, to create a psychic weapon and then fill the crystal into the weapon as ammunition, allowing someone who couldn't use psychic energy at all, or someone who could use psychic energy but not psychic attacks, to possess the ability to perform psychic attacks. It shouldn't be a delusion. Qin Xia held the crystal up to the light and examined it. This time, the quality seems to be more than twice as good as last time. It is indeed many times better. Quadrant, who had been relatively silent, walked over and examined the crystal with Qin Xia. Before, we always tried to obtain crystals by breeding those insects and forcing those alien creatures to produce them. But this time, we directly synthesized it chemically, so the effect should be this good. The others nodded, all in agreement. Qin Xia put down the crystal and pondered. Actually, this kind of crystal could have been used as a weapon resource before, the only problem was its scarce production. And now, there was finally a way to mass produce it. We can start production, Qin Xia turned to Quadrant and said. Quadrant nodded. He was always in charge of matters related to production and manufacturing, so he knew what to do without Qin Xia telling him. Then start designing large-scale infantry weapons for space marines, Qin Xia continued. Get an experimental prototype out as soon as possible. Now, the two great legions are waiting. Most people have been sent to other star systems to support other legions in combat, but the war will eventually resume one day. Qin Xia said, looking at the others, while the offensive is paused, we also have time. It's a good opportunity to test new weapons. Everyone nodded in unison. Also, there's one more thing to do. Next, there might be some battles that require your analysis, just like you analyzed every battle before. Hearing Qin Xia say this, Brown looked puzzled, but we've already ceased hostilities with those greenskins, even if it's temporary. It's a temporary ceasefire. Besides, we haven't signed a treaty. Why can't we find an opportunity to go to that planet and do something before the war reignites? Qin Xia said with a smile. For example, we can investigate that planet to see what kind of hellish things are there. Or, for example, we can avenge the fallen comrades of the 4th Legion. Only then did everyone understand that Qin Xia still wanted to take risks. Risk after risk, every time it was a risk. Just like dealing with the craft world Eldar before, everyone just drove a cruiser over, and then everyone entered the Ark world under the encirclement of countless orcs and a large number of warships, to carry out an operation to destroy the Ark world. Qin Xia saw everyone's concerns and chuckled, don't worry, this time I'll go alone. Small target, fast action, mainly about taking them by surprise. Safety rating, 100 stars. Then you might as well take us all with you, after all, we are a team, and you are also a member of this team, Brown said. Qin Xia slowly shook his head, his decision made and not easily changed. Over at the 4th Legion. The ceremony to lay the dead to rest was somewhat crude. According to the burial customs of Olympia, everyone, led by Danjiok, buried the fallen one by one. There was no remembrance, no moment of silence, it was simply an ordinary burial. However, the fallen warriors' battle brothers clearly did not disregard them. After the simple burial ceremony, everyone, including Danjiok and all the tridents, gathered together to hold a brief, private memorial service for their fallen battle brothers. The memorial ceremony also seemed a bit crude, it involved gathering the deceased's personal belongings and placing them in the room where the deceased had lived, and then everyone would converse for a while. This was considered remembrance and mourning. Lando Egg was an asshole. A complete and utter asshole. He didn't care about truth or justice, tradition, or hope for the future, none of it. The only things he cared about were the Steel Lord's praise and promises, orders, and the cold, unfeeling rules and laws like steel. In a cramped room on the 4th Legion's flagship, Danjiok stood before a photograph of Lando Egg, commemorating him. And the other tridents, as well as those who had gone down to the planet with Danjiok to carry out the special mission, were all gathered in this room, standing behind Danjiok. To appear very formal, although everyone was there for a memorial ceremony, they were all still wearing their armor and carrying their weapons. So no one could see the expressions beneath anyone else's helmet, but every warrior present had an unpredictable expression. Although assholes like him are everywhere among the tridents, he was an asshole in a very special way. A reckless asshole. When dealing with those alien bugs back then, I had no doubt that if the Primarch ordered him to kill the Lord of the 12th Legion's entourage, he would actually do it. That's absolutely something he could do. Everyone else patiently listened to Danjiok up to this point. Among the 4th Legion, there were many warriors born on Terra. They had read much literature, not literature about architecture and military, and knew of a rhetorical device called first deprecate, then praise. The reason others were still patiently listening to Danjiok was precisely this, they were waiting for Danjiok to finish his disparagement of Lando Egg and then switch to praise. But they did not get their wish, for Danjiok had finished speaking, turned around, and walked out of the room. You shouldn't be dissatisfied with our Gene Father, Danjiok, a warrior stepped forward and said. Danjiok immediately stopped, turned to look at the speaking warrior, and remained silent. His rugged face, as if carved by a lathe, showed no expression, as always. Just being looked at by Danjiok, one would feel a sense of oppression. What reason do you have to be dissatisfied? The warrior persisted. Perhaps in your eyes, any mistake is unacceptable. We shouldn't have been deployed into a mistaken decision, and we shouldn't have died in a mistaken decision. To be honest, who doesn't wish that? But our Gene Primarch is not a god, he is the Emperor's genetic engineering creation. He too makes mistakes and has oversights. Danjiok suddenly interrupted the warrior's words. The Steel Lord told the Lord of the 12th Legion that he had received a prophecy, a warning from the Emperor, and then he carried out the swiftest and most detailed military action according to the prophecy. Everyone listened in silence. But as far as I know, that warrior from the Lord of Prospero also warned the Primarch to wait as long as possible and blockade this place. Then the Primarch formulated an attack plan, and we went down with a failed invention to carry out a failed operation. If that so-called arrogant fool in the Primarch's words hadn't appeared, what kind of fate would have awaited us? As he said this, Danjiok had surveyed everyone in the room. The entire room was so cramped that everyone was pressed against each other, crowded together, but the suffocating atmosphere here had absolutely nothing to do with the size of the room. But from a military perspective, this kind of mistake is necessary. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Danjiok looked at the person who spoke. He realized this person was his close friend. Danjiok did not immediately retort, for he was quite surprised. No mistakes allowed, no oversights allowed, no failures allowed, his friend said. This seems to be the Primarch's demand of us. Sometimes I really feel you are very much like him. In everyone's eyes, Danjiok did not have any extreme reaction to this sentence, he merely shook his head silently and turned to leave. He's always been very bold, a warrior in the room said. Everyone nodded. Perturabo was not a Primarch like Angron, discussing his negative aspects could lead to big trouble. But Danjiok dared to discuss the Gene Primarch, even in front of the Gene Primarch. Recalling a certain unfortunate soul who was beaten to death by Perturabo for contradicting him. Everyone present found it incredible that Danjiok was still alive. This was their Gene Primarch, no one could understand the Primarch's thoughts, and no one could guess what the Primarch would do, because there was no pattern. But he's very similar to the Primarch. Sometimes he only expresses dissatisfaction verbally. Do you believe that if the Gene Father asked him to carry out that kind of mission again, he would still go? I believe it. Don't talk about these things. We're not Danjiok. What if the Primarch happens to pass by? I don't dare to imagine the consequences. Chapter 231, Reconnaissance Operation. Yo. Danjiok had just walked out of his room and into the corridor when he suddenly heard someone call him from around the right corner. Turning his head, he saw the Primarch guide of the 12th Legion and the librarian of the White Knight think tank, Qin Xia. There was no expression on Danjiok's face when he saw Qin Xia, as emotionless as ever, but he was somewhat happy inside. This was not just because Qin Xia had saved him. What is it? Danjiok asked, his voice cold and expressionless. To Qin Xia, Danjiok's voice sounded like someone striking a solid piece of steel with a tool, yielding little echo no matter how much force was used. It seems you don't get along well with your battle brothers, Qin Xia said with a smile. I don't get along well with anyone, Danjiok said, but I lack self-awareness, so I don't know why I don't get along with them. Qin Xia did not answer, quietly watching Danjiok. In his impression, Danjiok was a person who was tough inside and out, cold and strong. No matter what Danjiok himself thought, he was more like a piece of steel than his Jin father. Thinking of this, Qin Xia opened his mouth to speak, but then hesitated, and eventually the topic that would have continued from his mouth suddenly changed to something else. I need to do something on the planet below, and I need people who are good at building a stubborn stronghold. I need people who are good at defensive warfare, and when I realized what I needed, the first ones I thought of were you and your legion. A stubborn stronghold. Even Danjiok, who rarely found fault, was confused by Qin Xia's choice of words. A stronghold should be described with words like resilient or sturdy, not stubborn. Qin Xia realized Danjiok's question and proactively answered, I need a stronghold on that planet that can exist no matter what. This is unreasonable, so I used an inaccurate adjective. Danjiok nodded. Are you sure it's not because you misspoke for a moment, and then doubled down for your own pride? Another Iron Warrior walked over. When Qin Xia looked at him, he immediately recognized him as Danjiok's Terran friend. At the same time, Qin Xia recalled something. When he was on Novshandak 5, he had gone with Angron to discuss matters with Perturabo, and then he was isolated by the Iron Warriors in a dark room. After coming out of that room, he had cursed the Iron Warrior named Lando Egg. And he had also cursed this Terran Space Marine in front of him. Why have you suddenly become so gentle lately? I heard from other Tridents about you. When you talk to the Steel Lord and even now, you don't curse much anymore. The Terran Iron Warrior said. I was ready to be cursed a few times by you, after all, I suddenly jumped in to interrupt and exposed your shortcomings. Listening to the Iron Warrior's provocative words, Qin Xia smiled, looked around, licked his lips, and softly said, this is, after all, on your Iron Warrior's Legion's flagship. As a guest, I must show you some respect. The Terran Iron Warrior walked to Danjiok's side. Although their words clashed when mourning Lando Egg in the room just now, years of friendship could not be broken by a few harsh words. If there's any special mission, count me in, the Terran Iron Warrior said. Lando Egg was a complete idiot and a bastard, but he was still my battle brother, blood linked to every warrior of the 4th Legion. I will avenge him. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia nodded silently. The Terran Iron Warrior walked towards Qin Xia, extended his hand, and greeted Qin Xia and introduced himself with an ancient Terran custom, Stoke. Qin Xia. Qin Xia gripped the hand of the Terran Iron Warrior named Stoke. The two, who had met before, now truly got to know each other. When are we going to the planet below? Danjiok asked. Actually, we can go down now. We don't need a transport ship, we can just teleport down, Qin Xia said, instinctively turning his head to look at the void outside, but the Iron Warrior's battleship had no portholes, so he turned his head back. How many people can you bring? My authority is limited by the Steel Lord, I can only bring 500 people, but I guarantee they are all elites, Danjiok said. Qin Xia smiled and nodded. That's enough. Somewhere on the surface. In a deep crater left by an orbital bombardment, some fully armed warriors emerged from the suddenly appearing and swirling snowstorm. Qin Xia walked at the front, wearing the magnificent and powerful armor crafted for him by the Primarchs, holding a long spear that could serve as a staff, with a book hanging at his waist, and many other seemingly meaningless but clearly useful trinkets all over his body. Even the layers of Qin Xia's armor contained useful items. And on his finger, he wore a ring. The Mad King Tark's ring. Danjiok and Stoke led 300 Iron Warriors behind them. The former could originally mobilize 500 people, but Qin Xia felt that the scale of this operation should not be too large, so he only allowed Danjiok to bring 300 people, promising that these 300 people would be absolutely safe. Danjiok was the primary commander of these Iron Warriors, while his close friend Stoke was the deputy commander. Aside from these individuals, no other assistants would temporarily arrive on the surface of this planet. But although their numbers were small, each was exceptionally skilled. In other battlefields of lower difficulty, these individuals would be enough to conquer a star system. Before coming here, I suggested setting up the stronghold underground, Danjiok said, looking at the surrounding environment. Before teleporting to the surface here, while walking through the impenetrable snow, Qin Xia had stated his plan. That was to build a stronghold here for research and reconnaissance, to provide a transfer station for subsequent infiltration or certain destructive operations, and if necessary, it could also be expanded into a military outpost. And Danjiok quickly gave his opinion at that time, which was to build the stronghold underground, utilizing Qin Xia's ability as a psyker to teleport people around, and simply insert a nail into the place where the orcs were most numerous and most controlled. Danjiok also had the confidence to hold it. I can't teleport underground on this planet. Do you remember what enemies we are dealing with? They should have anti-scrying psyker abilities, Qin Xia said, poking the surface with the tip of his spear. But we can dig down. Danjiok was silent, crouching down to pick up some slightly vitrified dust, then letting it dissipate with the storms caused by the harsh natural environment on the planet's surface. After further thought, Danjiok turned to look at the others. Everyone present was either his close friend or his subordinate, each was very familiar with Danjiok and naturally knew what Danjiok wanted to do. So, without any explicit orders from Danjiok's mouth, the group began to act. The Iron Warrior's ship launched a drop pod towards the coordinates marked on the surface. The drop pod descended from the sky, landing with a crash. It was a special type of drop pod custom made by the Iron Warriors, used for building defensive fortifications during wartime. The drop pod integrated many types of engineering devices, and the specific devices needed could also be customized. The devices inside the drop pod quickly activated, roaring to life. A large drill appeared at the bottom of the drop pod, and then flames erupted from the drop pod's tail thrusters, pushing the drill to dig downwards. The others waited silently. The drop pod quickly excavated a passage. Dan Xiok turned to look at Qin Xia. Qin Xia used his psyker abilities to probe the situation inside the passage, but to a psyker's psychic perception, the entire underground of the planet connected by the passage was completely unknown. That feeling could not be accurately described. In short, it was unknowable. No matter what kind of enemy is lurking beneath this planet, it is absolutely extremely powerful, Qin Xia mused, then led the way into the passage excavated by the drop pod. The Iron Warriors silently followed. Our two legions have never projected live ammunition onto this planet because, in the prophecy, this planet would reflect live ammunition, Stoke muttered. But whether it's a drop pod or some kind of aircraft, or some kind of miniaturized projectile, none have ever been reflected back. So you think that prophecy is false? Qin Xia asked, turning his head. Stoke smiled and shook his head. I don't necessarily think the prophecy is false, because many things in the prophecy have been confirmed with our own two eyes. I just think a part of the prophecy is not as severe as it says. In my opinion, reflecting live ammunition attacks is a defense mechanism to prevent the planet's destruction. I believe it exists, but its effect is limited, Qin Xia said as he walked. Not all attacks that can destroy this planet are completed using live ammunition. Stoke seemed knowledgeable and interested in planet-destroying weapons. Your 12th Legion always has a defensive platform that moves with the fleet. The attack from that defensive platform is not live ammunition, but the energy it projects every second is enough to destroy a planet. Qin Xia shook his head and fell silent. He was not speechless because of what Stoke said, but was seriously considering the question. Before, someone in the 12th Legion had also suggested using the orbital defense platform's planet sculpting tool to directly destroy the planet, but Qin Xia opposed it. The reason was that Qin Xia believed the owner of this planet did not want it to be destroyed, so whether it was a live ammunition attack or an energy attack, any attempt to destroy this planet would have terrible consequences. While pondering, Qin Xia and the others had already reached the end of the passage. A Gretchen was standing next to the drop pod, dismantling various high-tech materials from it. Upon seeing humans appear, it jumped in fright, driven by its Gretchen instincts to flee into the distance. These weak creatures only follow instinct, and they are not smart at all, very foolish. Because their brains are small, orcs don't think beasts with small brains can be smart. Squeaky Fart, the super Gretchen who could serve as a strategist, was an exception. He was not born naturally either. Shoot it, Dan Xiok ordered his close friend. Stoke raised his pistol and fired a shot at the fleeing Gretchen. His pistol did not fire bolter rounds, so there was no explosion. His pistol itself could hardly be called a weapon, it was just a tool launcher with the shape of a pistol. The Gretchen was impaled by a sharp device, which then expanded inside its body, carrying the Gretchen into the distance and pinning it to the wall. The device that expanded inside the Gretchen was a probe, and the probe began to emit scan waves, after which the entire structure and landscape of the underground space were intuitively displayed in the tactical visors of all the warriors. Qin Xia's armor could not share information from the 4th Legion, but Qin Xia had already observed the entire underground space through his psyker abilities. This was not some kind of cave. It was completely different from the natural environment Qin Xia and Dan Xiok had seen during their previous cave adventure. The entire underground space was filled with a sense of technology, of course, the rough technology of the orcs. Large numbers of unnatural creations were everywhere. The edges delineating the entire underground space were not rock walls, but metal plates pieced together one after another. Standing in the underground space, no matter which direction one looked, only huge, pieced together metal plates could be seen far, far away. The same was true for the ground beneath their feet. There was no ground beneath their feet, only pieced together metal plates visible several kilometers below, yet no one fell, including the Gretchen from earlier and the drop pod that had excavated down here. None of them fell despite there being nothing beneath their feet. Some kind of illusionary sorcery. An iron warrior squatted down and reached out to touch the ground beneath his feet. He clearly felt he touched something solid, which indicated that the ground was not as empty as it appeared. This is real, Qin Xia said. Perhaps it's some special technology, or perhaps some special psyker spell. In any case, there are still paths here, only we humans cannot discover them. Stoke slapped his head, so the wizard from the 15th Legion who said the entire planet was hollowed out meant it literally, not as an exaggeration. Let's continue forward. Qin Xia looked left and right. I'll pick a good place to establish the stronghold. Wait a moment, Dan Xiok suddenly took out a device. The Iron Warriors recognized it as an invention Perturabo had given Dan Xiok earlier, used to detect the presence of psyker orcs nearby. Chapter 232, Orc Collective Consciousness. Why did you bring this thing down? Stoke's face, beneath his helmet, showed a puzzled expression. This detection device wasn't very useful, everyone had already tested it before, so there was no need to take it out and test it again. Dan Xiok remained silent, neither answering nor explaining, simply and quietly attaching the device into a slot on his arm. At this moment, the device connected to the power armor's energy supply system and began to operate. No one present knew the principle of this device. Perturabo was skilled in invention and creation. Sometimes, even the Adeptus Mechanicus personnel accompanying the 4th Legion couldn't analyze the principles of the things he made, let alone copy them. However, Dan Xiok and his comrades were not inventors, they didn't need to understand the principle, only how to use it. Why didn't this thing detect me? Qin Xia continued to walk ahead, looking back at the device embedded in Dan Xiao's arm. The Primarch said this thing wouldn't scan human psychers because it was developed specifically for orc psychers. Alright, Qin Xia nodded. In Qin Xia's view, this device might have multiple filtering programs set during its development by part3. Greenskin are a psychic race, every greenskin is a psyker. So, it shouldn't just be human psychers, even ordinary orc wouldn't be detected, otherwise, it would have been constantly alarming the last time it was used. As he pondered, Qin Xia grew more curious about what method part3 used to achieve the filtering. Amidst his curiosity, Qin Xia also felt that part3 was only difficult in personality, but truly capable, at least in the realm of invention and manufacturing, which was admirable. Enemy. When one of the Iron Warriors in the team issued a cold warning, Qin Xia, who was at the very front, had already condensed a psychic barrier, shielding everyone. In front of them were a large number of greenskin that appeared from nowhere, just like before, as if teleported, suddenly appearing and suddenly launching an attack. The greenskin were not like last time, where all the orc rushed over in a swarm, not even carrying a single weapon, like a group of cannon fodder being controlled and sent to their deaths. This time, the greenskin appeared in neat formations, holding energy weapons, focusing fire on the humans in front of them, even the speed and frequency of pulling the trigger were perfectly synchronized. This surprised Dan Xiao and his comrades, as such uniformity and order were rarely seen in the orc race. Don't shoot yet, Qin Xia turned to all the Iron Warriors who wanted to open fire. As the Iron Warriors slowly lowered their guns, Qin Xia turned back, staring at the orc in front of him. In the eyes of others, Qin Xia was just looking at the greenskin, the psychic barrier crackled under the energy weapons but remained solid, like a house shielding Qin Xia, who stood still, staring at the orc, not knowing what he was looking at. Psyker energy began to gather around Qin Xia. One of the greenskin was targeted by Qin Xia. Not targeted with his eyes, but deeply targeted into its soul. Qin Xia's psyker energy surged into the opponent's head, then explored like following a vine to its root. Qin Xia then saw these greenskin as if they were manipulated puppets, with a thread of psyker energy gathered behind each greenskin. Those psyker threads extended upwards. But Qin Xia couldn't clearly see what was above. Although he couldn't clearly see what was above, nor where the psyker threads behind these greenskin ultimately extended, all the existing information was enough to help Qin Xia make a judgment. I know, Qin Xia murmured, raising his spear. Psychic lightning, rapidly ejected from the spear's tip, annihilated the orc in front of him. After all the orc turned to dust, Qin Xia slowly turned around, leaning on his spear, and said to the Iron Warriors in front of him, all the greenskin on this planet are being controlled, even I find it surprising and unbelievable, but the fact is they are being controlled, just like those bugs we dealt with before. Those alien bugs in the north. Stoke recalled, but greenskin should have self-awareness, they are not a bug-like race. Indeed, but there are always exceptions, aren't there? Qin Xia looked back at the dust floating in the air. Stoke also looked at the dust. He only felt that Qin Xia's psyker power was very strong and useful, it could create cover in the complete absence of it, and instantly kill a large group of enemies. Perhaps the 4th Legion should also have combat psychers. Recall their previous performance, Qin Xia said, they were uniform and synchronized. Did they look like they still retained self-awareness? Stoke recalled. What are you recalling? Dan Xiao said to Stoke, the answer is obvious. Stoke nodded helplessly. The Iron Warriors either already believed what Qin Xia said was true, or were convinced by Qin Xia that it was true. But as the one who deduced the truth, Qin Xia's heart was filled with doubt. The greenskin on this planet were controlled like puppets, and thus became perfect warriors without self-awareness, completely obedient to orders. What kind of existence was controlling these greenskin? Then, recalling what part3 himself had said earlier, about the Emperor possibly coming in person to assist in the battle. The more Qin Xia thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, as if the entire space had become eerie, and he was in danger. A sense of insecurity, a sense of loss of control, these two feelings mixed together made Qin Xia seem like a different person in the eyes of others. The group continued to advance. But Qin Xia became even more silent than Dan Xiao, and did not respond to some of Stoke's less urgent questions later on. Originally, as a talkative anomaly in the 4th Legion, Stoke was quite eager to chat with Qin Xia. During their advance, greenskin constantly appeared out of thin air. This person would clear out the greenskin they encountered, and then continue forward. Dan Xiao wanted to continue testing whether the Steel Lord's invention was truly useful. Qin Xia, on the other hand, advanced silently, and the Iron Warriors who had come with the two of them, no matter how steel-hearted they were, had to wonder if this journey was as dangerous as the last one. It's here. Qin Xia suddenly stopped. He pointed to the ground below, meaning they could establish a stronghold here. Everyone looked around, but found that this place was no different from other places they had seen before, they couldn't see any terrain structures below or in any direction. Aside from some greenskin creations that seemed to float in midair, whose purpose was unknown, there were only colossal metal splicing walls in the far distance, of unknown height and width. It's here, Qin Xia repeated, then explained, I can sense that there is a path here, only one path. Our position is in a secluded spot, if the greenskin want to attack here, there is only one way they can come. You can sense paths? Stoke asked in surprise, I thought all of us were blindly moving forward without seeing anything. I can sense a part of the nearby paths. Qin Xia didn't explain much, because he didn't know how to explain to these non-psychers that his psyker power was resisting the psyker energy of the entire environment, and creating an area that could be perceived. Stoke looked around again and was about to speak. Qin Xia knew what he would say, that they had no building materials, but the path to this location had been surveyed. The Space Marines' tactical visors had marked some routes, allowing them to know the path they were taking even when they couldn't see the ground at all. Everyone should return the way they came, then bring materials back. Stoke thought that was what Qin Xia was thinking. You plan, I'll construct the stronghold. Qin Xia raised his hand, and the ring on his ring finger shimmered with light. Let's build a bastion structure first, Stoke said. Qin Xia nodded. As his will was perceived by the ring and transmitted into some structure within it, a beam of light projected forward. All the greenskin corpses previously killed by Qin Xia and the other iron warriors floated up, then a usable substance condensed from their bodies and separated from them. Finally, all these substances gathered together. Also, some of the greenskin-made devices nearby, those strange devices whose purpose was completely unknown and didn't need to be known, were directly dismantled and transformed into a special material, reshaped by a technology that would seem astonishing to modern people. Finally, a small bastion appeared before everyone. At this moment, even Dan Xiao's face beneath his helmet showed a shocked expression. Stoke was even more surprised, exclaiming loudly, "What is this? How can such a thing exist? No, you 12th Legion always bring out some ancient artifacts, it's not that strange, but do those ancient artifacts even have something like this? Indeed, such a powerful one is truly unique." Qin Xia lowered his head, stroking the ring on his finger. A fluorescent glow appeared on the surface of the ring. This was a sign that an operation response mode had been activated. The ring would respond to the user's commands, making it appear as if it possessed vitality, as if it were a living thing. Brown said this was the ancient people's pursuit of universal intelligence, meaning that any creation should strive to be as lifelike as possible. Many ancient relics from Nuceria were like this. After creating the powerful combat species, the Iron Man, and the human-serving species, the Stone Man, the human race felt as if they were gods of creation. They wanted to create new things with self-awareness, which was why they wanted to imbue everything with intelligence. If the Steel Lord knew about the existence of this thing, Stoke exchanged glances with his battle brothers, he would be very willing to pay a price to get it. If necessary, we can use this thing to turn rocks into airplanes, Qin Xia said. The Mad King Tark's ring was indeed absurdly powerful. Qin Xia had personally witnessed it turn rocks into airplanes back then. However, the use of this ring also came with a price. First, it required the consumption of psyker energy. Using this ring was equivalent to continuously consuming psyker energy, continuously using psyker spells. An ordinary psyker would have their head explode. Non-psykers could also use this ring, but they needed to use their soul to charge it. A creation driven by human souls is energy. If it was only used for small things like building an airplane, it felt completely unnecessary. Let's start with a defensive wall, Stoke said. Qin Xia subconsciously wanted to create a defensive wall, then suddenly turned to Stoke. Wait, I don't understand. In your 4th Legion's construction regulations, isn't a bastion equivalent to a defensive wall? Or is this defensive wall some kind of special technical term? Stoke was visibly stunned, his neck slowly and stiffly turning towards Dan Xiao as if he had cervical spondylosis. Dan Xiao's eyes, beneath his helmet, were staring at his close friend. Stoke turned his head back to Qin Xia. The bastion was just to test the waters, to test the function. Screw you. Qin Xia suddenly waved his hand, and a psyker shockwave shattered the greenskin horde that had suddenly appeared nearby. You. I ask you. How did someone like you join the 4th Legion? Why would Perturabo want a son like you? How have you survived in the 4th Legion until now with all your limbs intact? It's a goddamn miracle that a chatterbox and joker like you is still alive. You haven't been hammered to death by your Legion's Iron Lord. You idiot, whose only enhanced muscles from surgery seem to be on your body surface and in your mouth. We are currently in the underground of a planet hollowed out by the damned greenskin, and greenskin could appear around us at any moment. At a time like this, you're talking about testing the waters and testing functions. How did I bring you down here? Hey? I actually brought you down here. Qin Xia walked up to Stoke, looking down at this anomaly in the 4th Legion. You'd better pray that your battle brother's construction plan can be realized before the ring's energy runs out. Otherwise, we'll have to walk back to the surface, and then do it all over again like this. The White Knight Lord raised the hand with the ring, extending his index and middle fingers in front of Stoke. These two fingers were inverted, then flipped back and forth, like a person's two legs. At the same time, he made funny onomatopoeic sounds with his mouth. Tisk 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 tisk. We just walk out like this, then walk back, in the sight of that super greenskin controller, walking out and walking back like this, looking like a bunch of damn fools. Qin Xia's angry curses were mixed with some ancient elegant tones, but Stoke could still understand 99% of the meaning. Finally, Stoke waited for Qin Xia to finish cursing for nearly a minute, before a string of awkward yet joyful laughter, and an explanation, came from inside his helmet. I was just joking with you. The bastion is the most crucial structure. Let's continue. Chapter 233, The Development of the Association. Stoke truly didn't dare to joke around anymore. He honestly planned the building structure, helping Qin Xia create a perfect stronghold. Originally, the Iron Warriors thought they would have to work once they landed, just like when they followed Perturabo from place to place, not only fighting but also doing grunt work, always the hardest and most tiring tasks. But now, they stood together, shooting down nearby orcs while waiting for the stronghold to be built. The stronghold was quickly completed, and everyone moved inside, then used the defensive weapons on the walls to fire at the orcs. All those defensive weapons were energy weapons created by the ring. A portable energy device carried by Qin Xia provided energy for these weapons and the entire stronghold. Finally, the creation with power equal to a soulless one was placed in the stronghold. Orcs are psychic beings, and they would naturally detest such a creation. However, they would still approach the stronghold under control, then their connection with the controller would be severed, ultimately rendering them no threat to the stronghold. The ancient creations in your hand are all very powerful. I'm somewhat puzzled, why do you still need us to come here to assist you? Dan Xiok stood outside the firing point, reloading his bolt gun, and simultaneously asked Qin Xia. Because, including myself, the people of the 12th Legion are not as professional as you in how to defend against enemies, Qin Xia said. Thank you for your help. Next, I will give you some compensation, and then you can choose to stay or return to the Legion. Compensation. Stoke leaned in and asked, can that ring be the compensation? Before Qin Xia could speak, Dan Xiok quickly looked at his close friend. If you're hungry, I'll get you a meal, and then you give me your life, is that okay? There's nothing wrong with that, Stoke said with a smile. Dan Xiok glared fiercely at Stoke. The others brought by Dan Xiok had the same reaction. In front of Qin Xia, a member of the 12th Legion, all the Iron Warriors except Stoke himself felt that Stoke had disgraced the 4th Legion. Qin Xia was already very helpless, with only doubt remaining in his heart, feeling that Stoke joining the 4th Legion was truly a mistake and an unsuitable matter. Stoke might be more suited to joining Guilliman's Legion, or Rogaldorn's Legion. The Ultramarines or the Imperial Fists. Rogaldorn was a very serious primarch, even more serious than Dan Xiok and Perturabo, but this seriousness wasn't because he wanted to be a cold person. Purely from temperament, Rogaldorn and Perturabo were quite similar. However, Rogaldorn had some sense of humor. Sometimes, a casual remark from him would make everyone laugh, and coupled with his serious, meticulous expression, it had an even greater comedic effect. And Guilliman was simply a humorous person. In any case, Stoke was an anomaly within the 4th Legion, but he was still everyone's battle brother, and he was also a weapons master, a blacksmith and an architectural master, so there was no way to find a reason to kick him out. We are allies. This operation was merely a small favor. I have nothing to ask for, nor do I want to ask for anything, Dan Xiok said. Then do you want me to help you test whether this thing really works? Qin Xia pointed to the detection device embedded in Dan Xiok's arm. Dan Xiok still had doubts, but after carefully recalling his previous experiences, he had a judgment with about 80% accuracy. Suddenly remembering previous experiences, I once heard the words of that orc creature that controlled all the orcs. I think he should have appeared at that time, but the detector still showed no reaction. Qin Xia wanted to say that this was not necessarily true. Dan Xiok had heard the voice of the psychic orc, and Qin Xia knew this because he had heard it too when he was teleported to the surface. However, merely transmitting a voice does not mean that the speaker must be present at the scene. After some thought, Qin Xia suddenly patted Dan Xiok's arm. Don't dwell on this matter. Whether this thing works well or not is simply not important. No, it's very important. Dan Xiok shook his head. If the Steel Lord's invention has problems, then if we encounter a similar situation next time, and he wants us to go to our deaths with a half-finished product, then I will have a reason to refute him. Qin Xia showed a helpless expression. He knew what would happen to Dan Xiok if he really refuted Perturabo, or directly confronted Perturabo. That would be being banished by the enraged Perturabo to another place, never again able to follow the Legion into battle. You'd best not, Qin Xia advised. Dan Xiok remained silent. Those brought by Dan Xiok were, without a doubt, individuals whose thoughts were close to Dan Xiok's. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, whatever the purpose, Perturabo had gathered people like Dan Xiok together, under Dan Xiok's command. So when Dan Xiok spoke of refuting his Gene Father, they did not react excessively. I suddenly thought of what I should ask from you. As everyone fell silent, Dan Xiok suddenly spoke again. Qin Xia immediately nodded and listened intently. A way to contact you anytime, anywhere. Dan Xiok removed his helmet. On his steel-hard, resolute face, a pair of bright, piercing eyes stared at Qin Xia. Actually, I wanted to say that I'd rather be able to contact the Lord of the 12th Legion anytime, anywhere, but I know that's not something a regular warrior of the 4th Legion is entitled to. It's better to contact you. As long as I can contact you, it means I can contact the Lord of the 12th Legion. If the entire Legion encounters something in the future, something that, due to the Steel Lord's stubbornness, might ultimately lead to the entire Legion paying a heavy price, I hope I can contact you and ask the Lord of the 12th Legion for help. I know that only one person can control the Steel Lord, and that is the Lord of the 12th Legion. Dan Xiok spoke sincerely. And Qin Xia agreed without hesitation. Before our war with the star system ends, I will give you a creation that will allow you to easily contact me, no matter where we are. Dan Xiok slowly nodded, accepting with some hesitation, his mind pondering other matters. Qin Xia looked at Dan Xiok, feeling that Dan Xiok was actually quite contradictory and complex. On one hand, this warrior was definitely not a rebel, nor did he want to question or challenge the Primarch's authority. But he also could not accept some of Perturabo's actions, nor could he stand idly by. A loyalist inclined towards reform. He couldn't completely hate Perturabo, nor could he completely trust Perturabo. Psychologically, he was very disobedient to Perturabo, but when Perturabo gave orders, he couldn't firmly refuse. Just like back on Nefshenko Dock 5, Dan Xiok still complied after receiving Perturabo's order to steal Angron's weapon, even though he was extremely reluctant. It was quite twisted. You once mentioned in casual conversation that you established an organization called the Human History Research Association, collecting relics and knowledge, and you also asked me to keep an eye out for the things you were looking for, Dan Chiok began. Perhaps I should join this organization. In return, I can give you some information about ancient relics and ancient knowledge. If I can directly find something you are interested in, I will also give it to you. Hearing Dan Chiok suddenly mention the association, Qin Xia was very surprised. Dan Chiok explained, I know how difficult the Steel Lord is to deal with, and I also know that he truly wanted to kill you and the Primarch you raised. We only helped you a little, yet we are asking for a lot, so this is a way to balance it. Alright then, Qin Xia nodded. Qin Xia never expected that the association he established to collect ancient relics and knowledge, which was originally just an organization created under a clever guise, with a name meant to mislead. Although it did indeed record and preserve true history during the Great Crusade, as its name suggested, this was not its primary business. Such an organization would actually have a space marine from the 4th Legion join it. Hiss, you reminded me. As he thought, Qin Xia suddenly paused, then immediately had a good idea. This good idea was, since the main thing the association did had little to do with its name, why should he be limited to a single endeavor? Why couldn't the association be an organization where many people participated, from any background, with any identity? As long as everyone had the same goal, could help each other, and had consistent interests, that would be enough. Then this organization could grow even larger, serving as a catalyst for a greater cause. For example, to prepare for the Horus heresy that might still occur in the future, find ways to recruit important loyalist figures from various legions into the association. Then, one day in the future, when a Primarch's fall is irreversible, loyalist warriors who have joined the association can arrange assassination attempts on specific Primarchs. Or other similar things. For example, collecting evidence of a legion's fall to alert Imperial High Command, or proactively organizing and mobilizing loyalists to prevent them from being quickly purged after a legion's fall, thereby preserving the loyalist strength within a fallen legion. And even more importantly, to prevent a legion or a Primarch's fall from the source. Just like now. Looking into Dan Chiok's eyes, Qin Xia thought that Angron's ability was a bane to the unreasonable Perturabo. If Perturabo was a balloon that kept inflating without letting others know he was inflating, then Angron was a needle that could 100% find this balloon and deflate it. Then, because of Angron's existence, perhaps the entire 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, this numerous legion, which was also a main force of the rebel side after the Horus heresy, could avoid going down a path of no return. Just as he had prevented Angron and the World Eaters Legion from going down a path of no return. Good idea, Qin Xia immediately extended his hand to Dan Chiok. But you really don't need to supplement the transaction terms by helping me find knowledge or relics, because this isn't a transaction at all. Regardless, Angron won't stand by and watch the Steel Lord become increasingly brutal and unpredictable. Do you remember when some of you were about to be decimated? Angron stopped the Steel Lord with a flying kick. He feels all pain and struggle as his own, so he will never stand idly by. Hearing Qin Xia mention Angron's kick that saved 600 Iron Warriors, the warriors present stood a little straighter, and solemn expressions appeared on their faces beneath their helmets. The warriors under Dan Chiok were all members of those 600 who had been saved by Angron. Because of Angron's help, they were spared from doing such an absurd thing, 9 men tearing apart the limbs of a battle brother with their bare hands and pulling out his organs to complete the decimation. Then it's settled, Dan Chiok said. Qin Xia nodded again. After looking around, Dan Chiok frowned and asked, what is the purpose of this stronghold? It's like a research station located on a death world, specifically for studying the environment of death worlds, Qin Xia said. However, my arrangement here is a weapons testing station. Some powerful weapons will be experimented with here. Against psychic powers, can those powerful weapons truly be effective? Dan Chiok recalled the prophecy about never using kinetic extinction weapons to attack a planet. I'm talking about a psychic weapon, so of course it's effective. Qin Xia took out the pocket universe generator he had obtained earlier from the Ark world. This is a means to break the deadlock. Before the Emperor truly arrives and personally leads his army to attack the enemy, we still have a method that might change the course of the war. Dan Chiok did not recognize the Xeno artifact in Qin Xia's hand. He and the other Iron Warriors present only saw Qin Xia reach his hand into a strange device, fumble around a bit, then shake the device in his hand, and a pile of weapons spilled out. Perhaps it was some ancient Nusaria technology, some wisdom of human ancestors. Dan Chiok thought this, so he didn't ponder how the creation in Qin Xia's hand, which could store weapons much larger than the device itself, worked. Compared to the ring that could freely shape objects, a device used for storage, if one didn't know the principle it used, wasn't as astonishing. Conventional weapons, used to deal with psychic beings. They are much more effective than bolters against those armored orc bosses. Qin Xia displayed a weapon that looked similar to a bolter for everyone to see. Then he picked up a heavy weapon, 1 meter long. Armor-piercing weapons, very effective against creatures that use psychic defensive measures. The Iron Warriors picked up the weapons and examined them. One of them asked, if the orcs launch an assault here, can these weapons easily defend this place? Of course not. These are just prototypes, Qin Xia shook his head. This stronghold has other uses. I also have other ways to provide completely impenetrable protection for this place. The method Qin Xia spoke of was the soulless one. That super soulless one civilian rescued during the war, the guy who sank an orc warship directly with his soulless one talent. It would have been convenient to just bring that soulless one over, because the orcs truly couldn't harm this soulless one. But the problem was that the soulless one simply couldn't be brought over. Previously, this guy was arranged on the lowest deck of the White Knight, and then during the previous confrontation with the Eldar Seers, the White Knight's bow was rammed through, and demons infiltrated the ship. The soulless one was terrified and disoriented at that time, likely having run off to a secluded place, as the sailors on the lower deck hadn't seen the soulless one either. The battleship was simply too vast. Finding a missing person in the ancient areas of the lower decks, where perhaps no one had been for hundreds of years, was not easy, but the captain and the thinkers were already doing their best to search. Qin Xia could only wait, and while waiting, do other things, like what he was doing now. Chapter 234, The Vastness of a Ship. He should be close. I can already smell him. Keep going. We must find that bastard before the White Knight Lord returns, then drag him out and throw him into a drop pod to be deployed to the surface. Chief Librarian Varys walked through a section of the lower deck. Behind Varys was the captain's brother-in-law, the adjutant, and the Space Marines led by this tall adjutant. These Space Marines were all handpicked, very astute and robust. The strong Space Marines were responsible for exploring and investigating some of the rarely visited areas of the lower deck. These places might contain dangerous things, so the children of the void, who were physically weak due to being born in a zero-gravity environment, were not suitable for this task. Only the warriors recruited by the warship from a certain planet previously were suitable for this task. The Chief Librarian walked at the very front. The others followed behind. Everyone was fully armed like Varys, and everyone was as vigilant as Varys, the Space Marine. Although they were inside the White Knight, everyone felt as if they were in the most dangerous enemy-occupied territory, like members of a guerrilla force or resistance movement. Enemies everywhere, every rustle of wind a harbinger of danger. Chief Librarian, sir. The captain's adjutant, holding a shield in one hand and a power maul in the other, quickened his pace to catch up with Varys. This strong man, who was unaugmented but as tall as Varys, was nervous and covered in sweat. What is it? Varys turned to look at the adjutant, his eyes under the helmet casting a look of slight disgust. In Varys's opinion, the captain's adjutant became the captain's adjutant purely due to personal connections. Varys also felt that the captain should learn how to command a warship in a legion that values strength, which meant he should choose the most excellent people for the job, not practice nepotism. Think tank commas, sir, inquired, he has completed the search of his assigned area. Should he converge with us or other think tank members participating in the search? The adjutant asked. Varys glanced at the communication equipment behind the adjutant and shook his head. Tell him to converge with the others. If anything happens here, you and I can handle it. The adjutant nodded, then quickly relayed Varys's order. They continued forward. At this time, in other parts of the lower deck, other think tanks and the Space Marines they led were also conducting search missions. Before the White Knight Lord left the White Knight to do something else, he had used his psychic vision to perceive the entire warship, seeing a large blur on the warship. That blur signified the presence of a soulless one. But the problem was that the blur encompassed almost half of the lower area, so everyone still had to search. Attack! Suddenly, a team member roared. Varys had just heard the roar and was about to turn his head when he heard a volley of gunfire. The team members held laser weapons, which were manufactured from an STC template obtained when the Legion rescued a hive world previously. Although they were just very ordinary laser rifles, they were ancient artifacts, so they naturally had their unique aspects. The beams emitted by all the laser rifles covered the darkness in the distance. This suppressive fire lasted for some time. When each laser rifle was about to overheat, it began to release heat into the air. After the laser rifle completely cooled down, some of the heat was absorbed back into the laser rifle to replenish the magazine. What are you attacking? Varys asked after they ceased fire. A Space Marine quickly ran into the darkness, then emerged from it, standing on the dividing line between darkness and the searchlight's beam, holding up a corpse. The corpse in the team member's hand was that of a creature that was a fusion of metal and flesh. The surface of this creature's body was covered with metal, and beneath the metal were flesh and bones. Varys had seen information about this creature before. This creature was called a wild boar. An adult wild boar was as tall as a primarch, and its body surface would be almost completely covered with metal. At the same time, metal bone armor would grow on its vital body parts, and even its organs would be encased in bone armor. Looking at the corpse in the warrior's hand, it was a small wild boar, not as absurdly large as an adult wild boar, which was why it could be easily dealt with by everyone. A wild boar. A Space Marine looked at the corpse, very surprised. I remember we should have exterminated this damn thing 2 years ago. Maybe some other noble bastard wanted to raise this damn thing, then brought it onto the ship and accidentally let it escape, or simply abandoned it, another said. The lower deck of the White Knight, near the stern, was practically a garbage dump. But this garbage dump wasn't just hazardous waste, like the residual promethium waste that the servo skulls belonging to the quadrant monks in the engine room were constantly transporting. There were also some extraordinarily terrifying creatures here, whose origins included but were not limited to, monsters abandoned by nobles who enjoyed the grotesque, bioengineered creations lost in laboratories when the White Knight was used as a research vessel by its previous faction before the Imperium was founded. Cargo that ended up on the ship when it was transporting supplies for the First Legion during its service. Just a wild boar. The Space Marine captain looked at Varys, asking with both confusion and concern, "Are you all right, sir? If you were wearing all your tactical gear, you would have discovered this before us, and even without tactical gear, your strength is far superior to ours." Varys did not speak, because he too was surprised that he had not noticed what was approaching just now. At this moment, the chief librarian did not appear as composed as he seemed. He felt like his mind was a mess, and then it was as if something was stirring the mess in his brain. His usual keen senses and powerful psychic abilities were now barely present. Varus even felt that he might not be able to use psychic powers anymore. If it weren't for the 2 crystals placed in the interlining of his armor, his connection to the warp would be completely severed. I am fine. Varus gripped his bolter, signaling for them to continue. He also paid attention to the captain's adjutant. The adjutant had his head down, his face pale, and his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. The strong man had not fired a single shot just now. Don't be nervous, buddy. We're just on a simple mission. The warrior standing on the dividing line between darkness and the searchlight's beam smiled at the adjutant. At least we haven't run into a mutant tribe. And the warrior's chest was suddenly pierced by a fang almost as large as his upper body. The latter half of his unfinished sentence, like his organs, was shattered by the fang and spilled out from the edge of the bloody hole in his chest. The warrior was lifted by the fang and slowly moved forward horizontally. Behind the warrior, a giant beast, 4 to 5 meters tall, emerged from the darkness. Its blood-red eyes fell upon the humans, and its wide nostrils spewed 2 visible streams of hot steam. Enemy attack. All the warriors except the adjutant spread out to create distance, then concentrated their fire on the large wild boar. Varus's reaction was a beat slow. After everyone else had spread out, the normally keen space marine finally moved, raising his bolter to fire at the wild boar while staring intently at the wild boar, releasing a psychic attack. The crystal containing Xia's psychic energy allowed Varus to still use psychic power in this situation. The psychic energy converged into a mental shock. The wild boar, after being hit, wavered for a moment, then violently shook its head to clear it. The enraged wild boar charged towards the humans. Facing this wild boar, Varus even felt like he was facing a tank, and he was not the wild boar's primary target. The wild boar's primary target was the captain's adjutant, who was closest to him and still standing foolishly in place after the battle began. The giant beast charged towards the adjutant, reaching him and letting out a terrifying roar, enduring the incoming laser and bolter fire. The adjutant, as tall as Varus, was now as cowardly as a child, standing beneath the giant beast's gaping maw, his features contorted by fear. He opened his mouth, but at that moment, not even a cry for help could escape. The space marines behind him roared at the adjutant, using various crude languages to tell the idiot to get back to their side. Varus regretted bringing this adjutant along and also tried to pull the adjutant with his psychic power. At this moment, the giant beast let out another roar, and the adjutant screamed in fright, falling to the ground. The giant beast approached the adjutant, preparing to swallow the cowardly human whole. With every centimeter the giant beast drew closer, the fear on the adjutant's face deepened, until the beast was completely upon him, and the terror on his face reached its peak. And the terror, having reached its peak, paradoxically looked less terrifying, transforming into a corpse-like calm. The adjutant suddenly unslung a meltagun from his back and, screaming, opened fire on the giant beast in front of him. The meltagun, most effective at close range, instantly melted half of the giant beast's body. Idiot! The space marines cursed the adjutant and walked forward. Varus also walked forward, casually pulling the adjutant from the ground, then walked to the wild boar to examine the corpse. The wild boar had a metallic outer shell, and even its eyes were protected by a softened metal. This damn thing's metallic shell can even interfere with detection devices, and if you strip this metallic shell off and put it on a machine, the machine can defend against EMP attacks. The experienced captain walked to Varus's side and kicked the soft organs inside the wild boar hard. Before coming here, I had no idea there were so many damned things on this warship. Varus looked around, suppressing his discomfort. I feel like we're not on the White Knight at all, but on a goddamn death world, on a fucking jungle adventure. This wild boar isn't even the most monstrous thing, the captain smiled. We once wiped out a mutant tribe. Varus quickly turned to look at the captain's face. The so-called mutant tribe were descendants of people who had come to this ship a long time ago to serve as sailors. When this warship did not yet belong to the 12th Legion, these people, either because they had no work or because the work was too exhausting, deserted their posts and came here. To adapt to the environment here, they transformed themselves. And after the Lord of the 12th Legion issued an order, which was that every person on every warship in the fleet should have a job and food rations, they still refused to trust us. They refused to return to civilized society, choosing to continue living as savages in this damned place. After listening to the captain, Varus once again realized how enormous a warship was. A warship was equivalent to a city, a society, and every city had its dark corners. And according to the captain, perhaps there were many people in this place, like that mutant tribe, who chose to live and reproduce away from civilized society in dangerous places. This warship not only had warriors and sailors, but also some marginalized people. The Space Marines, on the other hand, had been constantly clearing out those terrifying things hidden in unknown corners. Amazing. Varus nodded repeatedly, then turned and led the group forward. As for the corpse, it was dragged away by his comrades. The White Knight had a unique funeral culture. The ashes of the deceased would be placed in an urn, and the urn would be hung on a torpedo. When the warship engaged an enemy someday in the future, the ashes would be launched with the torpedo. An hour later, Varus could barely walk independently, fluctuating between consciousness and semi-coma. But this also meant he was getting closer and closer to the soulless one. The adjutant, who had originally been living a life of ease on the command deck with his brother-in-law but was forcibly dragged into the operation by Varus, supported one of Varus's arms. He was reluctant but had no choice. Along the way, they cleared out many other things. For example, bandits from a mutant tribe, raiding parties formed by void sailors who used to work in the White Knight's equipment repair depot. In short, after a strange adventure in this god-forsaken ship's underbelly, the small team finally found the person they were looking for. The most powerful soulless one was under the protection of some people. Varys had completely fallen unconscious. The Space Marines were all grimacing in discomfort, only managing to steady themselves after vomiting until they could vomit no more. However, compared to these ordinary people, those around the soulless one showed no reaction to its power. These dirty men and women looked indifferently at the uninvited guests. Come, with us, the captain ordered the soulless one. The adjutant immediately raised a hand, signaling the captain not to speak to the soulless one like that, because he could see that these people had unfriendly eyes, clearly holding grudges against the ship's sailors and warriors. After the others fell silent, the adjutant first bowed to the people in front of him, then slowly walked over and said in a pleading tone, "We are here to spread the mercy of the Lord of the 12th Legion. All of you, if you can return with this untouchable one and us, from now on you will receive food rations on the ship that will never cease for generations." "What Lord of the 12th Legion?" someone asked. "My grandfather said we were going to the 1st Legion." "Angron," the adjutant said, "we are no longer with the 1st Legion. We now belong to the 12th Legion." There was a brief silence among those present, then excited cheers. The adjutant could tell that these people had issues with the 1st Legion, so upon learning that the warship now belonged to the 12th Legion, they all chose to return to civilized society. Seeing this, the adjutant raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Although this journey was hundreds of times more circuitous than imagined, the mission was at least completed. Chapter 235, The Soulless One. My adjutant and Varys think tank found the soulless one. They even discovered a large group of soulless ones. The captain of the White Knight reported the latest developments to Shou. "Wait, a large group of soulless ones? How did those soulless ones appear? Are they Mars soldiers that respawn on time?" Shou found it incredible. It was a fact that there was only one soulless one on the White Knight, and this soulless one was very powerful. This was indeed true before the captain's latest report. There were quite a few soulless ones among the refugees we took in previously. The captain held the latest data, which was information compiled by his officers after questioning the refugees. It contained some self-described accounts from the soulless ones, as well as everything the powerful soulless one experienced, saw and heard in the deepest part of the battleship. However, this information had not undergone a second review, meaning its authenticity was not very high. But if they wanted to review it, it would take time, questioning them one by one like criminals. There were quite a few soulless ones among those refugees. The captain emphasized again. It's just that because the powerful soulless one was so strong, everyone was so busy avoiding him that they overlooked the existence of other soulless ones. The other soulless ones weren't very strong, they only exhibited some slight anti-psyker powers, so it was understandable that they were overlooked. After that, they were gradually discovered, driven away by other refugees and sailors, until they eventually became hermits, staying in a desolate, uninhabited place until now. Saying this, the captain turned the page to the next section and continued. There were also a small number of soulless ones who had lived as hermits when the battleship was still serving in the 1st Legion. At that time, the Lion King issued an order to expel those soulless ones to prevent them from affecting the battleship's combat effectiveness. Shou listened with a helpless expression. He now realized that there had always been many soulless ones on the White Knight, and although these soulless ones were not numerous enough to turn the tide of war, for the current severe lack of soulless ones, it was undoubtedly a godsend. Soulless ones, such a precious type of talent, had been overlooked until now. When will I be able to have 100% control over my battleship? Shou asked, "Captain." The captain seemed a bit helpless. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I will do my best to ensure that the investigation and exploration of those rarely visited areas proceed quickly, and to ensure that you gain full control of the White Knight as soon as possible." Shou nodded. The captain also nodded. "What are you waiting for? Airdrop the strongest soulless one, and send all the other soulless ones to the flagship," Shou ordered. The captain saluted and then carried out the order. The communication ended. Upon hearing the sound of the drop pod being thrown out by the cruiser and its propulsion device activating, Shou turned around and continued what he was doing. That was to set up the current stronghold, making it as livable as possible. For example, at least one room should look presentable. That room would be for the soulless one to live in. After all, the soulless one was a human, not an object. No matter how powerful his talent was, he was very timid. Since he was already in the deepest part of the beast's lair on this planet, if there wasn't a good living environment, he might have a mental breakdown and run around, which would be bad. You have a group of soulless ones living as hermits on your battleship. No wonder I found that your battleship's propulsion device always had inexplicable problems when I communicated with the White Knight's engineers at the meeting before. Stoke walked up to Shou. Shou said nothing, because he was also deeply shocked. Untouchables, Stoke suddenly said, referring to another name. Untouchables, this term signified the lowest rung of the caste system, the untouchables among untouchables. The Imperium of Man did not yet have a clear caste system, and untouchables, as another common name for soulless ones, was actually learned by the Imperium from some worlds where soulless ones existed. Because the presence of soulless ones would make ordinary people feel disgusted and cause psychers to lose combat effectiveness or lose control, people would spontaneously ostracize soulless ones. They are only disliked by people now, only disliked for the time being. After a bed was shaped, Shou put down his hand and looked at Stoke, saying, "But in the future I can foresee, they will be treated as cursed ones, people who shouldn't be alive." Being considered untouchables now is actually not bad. Qin Xia recalled the plight of soulless ones 10,000 years later. They would be seen as people cursed by the God Emperor, and at that time, it would not be as simple as being ostracized into hermitage. My mother was a soulless one, Stoke said. At first, Qin Xia had no reaction when he heard this, but then he suddenly looked up sharply. You're joking. Stoke smiled and helped Qin Xia make the bed. Children born to soulless ones are not necessarily soulless ones. You probably don't know that. Anyway, I was born to a soulless one, a child who was half dead from being tormented by his own mother in the womb. And after I was born, I was given by my mother to one of her close friends. That friend was a normal person but liked my mother. Later, I suspected I was that friend's child. Qin Xia listened to Stoke's story expressionlessly. A normal person liking a soulless one, at first glance, seemed incomprehensible, but it wasn't really that strange. There were even cases of psychers falling in love with soulless ones. For example, a certain legendary inquisitor 10,000 years later. I do know that a soulless one doesn't necessarily give birth to a soulless child. I'm just surprised you didn't die in the womb, Qin Xia said. My mother's talent wasn't strong, that's one reason. Secondly, I myself was very strong. I weighed 12 pounds when I was born, Stoke said with a smile. Awesome, Qin Xia was speechless. While the two were talking, a room was quickly set up. And the powerful soulless one also landed. Qin Xia and his group didn't need to go out to meet him, because the captain arranged for a very calm and steady soulless one to bribe him with the currency circulating within the ship, and then have him bring the powerful soulless one to Qin Xia and his group. So, after the drop pod landed, the two soulless ones left the drop pod and began to move towards the area shown on the map. Some Gretchen, for unknown reasons wandering on the surface, discovered them and immediately screamed and fled. However, the news still spread. As the two soulless ones headed towards their destination, many orcs appeared. These orcs did not appear directly around them at first, as they had previously done when dealing with Qin Xia's group, but rather teleport to a more distant location. Then, those orcs began to probe at the edges. When they were within 1 kilometer of the soulless ones, they were already unbearably uncomfortable, and some even began to regain self-awareness. After some probing, the powerful orc, who controlled all the orcs on this planet like puppets, seemed to realize that it was best not to mess with the soulless ones. So the orcs merely circled them from a great distance, watching helplessly as the two soulless ones entered underground. This process was also witnessed by Qin Xia and the Iron Warriors. The previous battle had left a deep impression on Danjiak, so when he saw these two soulless ones appear unharmed without even firing a shot, he recalled the failed special operation from before. Hundreds of Space Marines, these Space Marines were elites even within a Space Marines Legion, they were Space Marines among Space Marines. Then they went down to execute a special operation, and after a few of them were inexplicably killed by orcs, they quickly fled. This was Danjiak and their experience. In contrast, these two soulless ones walked in as if they were taking a stroll. The orcs merely circled them from afar, and even those who accidentally got too close had to scream and run away. Danjiak couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this universe was sometimes truly unfair. Specialization, Qin Xia saw what Danjiak was thinking and comforted him, then walked towards the two soulless ones. The soulless one who had protected the powerful soulless one asked, "What did the captain promise you?" "Money. Money that can circulate on the ship," the soulless one replied. "No matter how much money he promised you, from now on, it's doubled, but you have to stay and take care of him," Qin Xia said, glancing at the powerful soulless one standing to the side with a timid expression. Just like other psychers and ordinary people, Qin Xia felt a particularly uncomfortable and agonizing sensation when standing in front of this soulless one. But he wouldn't be interfered with by the soulless one and unable to use his psychic powers like others, so he could still endure for a while. "Thank you, White Knight Lord," the soulless one agreed excitedly, because in his opinion, this journey was no different from a tourist trip. After all, those damned alien scum didn't dare to approach them. So this soulless one led the powerful soulless one into the room and settled into this stronghold. Qin Xia didn't need them to do anything, just to stay here. That was enough. Their presence would ensure the absolute safety of this stronghold, because if the current Psyker Orcs dared to plot against these two soulless ones, and possessed an orc to assassinate them, then the Psyker Orcs would be directly detonated by these two soulless ones. As for why defensive facilities were still being built if these two soulless ones could ensure the absolute safety of the stronghold. The massive defensive facilities here had only one purpose, to make these two soulless ones feel that they were in a safe place. Only when they felt they were in a safe place and could stay there with peace of mind would this place truly be safe. These two bastards, one looks like a super miser, the kind who values money over life. The other looks like a super coward, the kind who would run away at the slightest thing. A gruff-voiced Iron Warrior complained loudly. But when it comes to dealing with Psyker Orcs, all of us combined are not as good as one of their fingers. Why? Is it just because they have an ability they were born with? The imperial truth is right, there are indeed no gods in this universe, but if there were a god, how could he allow such unfairness to appear? If there were no gods, soulless ones wouldn't even exist. Qin Xia thought to himself. Because soulless ones were created by the star gods, they were the product of their interference with the evolution of the human species. Specialization, Qin Xia repeated again. In his opinion, there was only one truth in this universe, and that was specialization. Great skill was no match for inherent traits. When facing a tank, a new recruit with a melta weapon can be more effective than an entire company using bolt guns. Danjiak turned to stare at his complaining subordinate. just as the White Knight Lord said, specialization. We are not good at everything, professional matters should be handled by professionals. Facing his superior's admonishment, the Iron Warrior could not utter a single word. Everyone else also took this as a mere complaint, but Qin Xia could see that this Iron Warrior was not complaining about the soulless ones but about the entire war. The 4th Legion, without psychers, was truly helpless against this kind of enemy. Let's go, I'll send you back, and then I'll come back with some things, Qin Xia said to the group. The Iron Warriors nodded in unison and followed Qin Xia out of the stronghold. As they left, they even noticed that the path the two soulless ones had walked seemed difficult for the orcs to approach. Qin Xia felt it was a pity that there were so few powerful soulless ones, otherwise, the soulless ones alone would have been enough to deal with the psyker orcs on this planet. Chapter 236, Professional Anti-Psychers. I established a stronghold underground on the planet. Since the 4th Legion's warriors helped me, your 4th Legion can also use that stronghold. Perturabo stood before the COMM panel, looking at the face of Qin Xia, whom he disliked the most. However, at this moment, he couldn't show his dislike, because Perturabo could foresee that he would definitely need that underground stronghold, whether to begin the attack before the Emperor arrived or after. Understood. Perturabo nodded, his expression cold. Qin Xia still wanted to share some intelligence, as the 4th Legion was currently cooperating with the 12th Legion. But before he could speak, Perturabo suddenly spoke to Qin Xia as if addressing his own subordinates, enough nonsense, you may withdraw. Then, before Qin Xia could retort, he swiftly raised his hand and shut off the COMM panel. Recalling his little trick, he wondered what expression Qin Xia, who never liked to lose a verbal battle, would have after being defeated by him in his own specialty. As he pondered, Perturabo's lips curved into a slight smirk on one side. At this moment, a Trident walked over to report, Primarch, the transport ship is ready. Perturabo didn't even glance at the Tridents, silently walking out of the command deck. Following the 4th Legion's characteristic high-efficiency procedures, Perturabo quickly boarded the transport ship and traveled from his flagship to the 12th Legion's flagship. Another routine meeting was to be held today. Since the two legions unanimously decided to wait for the Emperor's arrival a few days ago, the two Primarches had established a rule, they needed to meet every day to discuss matters. Even if there was nothing to discuss, they still had to meet, to ensure they could quickly devise countermeasures and have both legions execute them in any situation. The transport ship entered the 12th Legion flagship, unyielding resolve and under swift procedural arrangements. Perturabo entered the command deck. After sweeping his gaze across the entire command deck with his usual sour expression and giving it a loose personnel state evaluation, Perturabo's eyes finally fell on his brother, Angron. Qin Xia stood before Angron. The two were conversing. I've already had the think tank compile and organize the information about that Tuantar Ark world, you should have seen it half an hour ago. Yes, father, I've read it. The matter of the Tuantar Ark world is truly regrettable. I originally thought they were all our enemies. This is similar to the High Knight, there might be some good individuals among them, but that doesn't change the fact that they are, overall, our enemies. After a brief discussion about what had happened on the Ark world, Qin Xia looked at Perturabo. Perturabo was somewhat tense at this moment, though this tension didn't show on his face. He hadn't expected Qin Xia to appear on the flagship so quickly. Did that arrogant bastard use the flagship's communication facilities? That predictive psyker from the 15th Legion has also entered the star system. I'm thinking of assigning that 1,000 suns to the White Knight. What do you think? Angron asked. Speaking of the 15th Legion, Qin Xia's gaze shifted from Perturabo's face. 1,000 suns. The 15th Legion, Magnus' sons. This term was not a legion designation like World Eaters, or a glorious title. Within the 15th Legion, the term 1,000 suns represented a catastrophe. The gene seed used by the 15th Legion had a severe problem, its users would undergo extremely severe mutations. It was as if something had stayed in the warp for too long and been grotesquely corrupted by its environment. Then, some individuals within the 15th Legion tried to save their battle brothers, attempting to completely rectify the mutation flaw of the 15th Legion's gene seed. Magnus also joined this endeavor, he cared deeply about his sons. However, not long after Magnus' return, such attempts did not improve the Legion but instead led to a catastrophe, which left only about 1,000 normal individuals within the 15th Legion. And when the name 1,000 Suns appeared from the Primarch's mouth, Qin Xia realized that the catastrophe had already occurred. I think it's best if he doesn't come to the White Knight, Qin Xia said. Qin Xia knew that the people of the 15th Legion had gone to extreme lengths to solve the flesh mutations and reverse the terrible consequences of that catastrophe. If that 1,000 Suns came to the White Knight, he would likely be very interested in the ancient relics, and might even do things that could easily cause conflict within the Legion. Even if such things didn't happen, the 1,000 Suns Legion's understanding of the warp led them to be obsessed with warp psychic power. Qin Xia felt he would be unable to resist advising that person, and could also imagine what would happen afterward. That person wouldn't listen at all, instead, they would find it excessive that Qin Xia, a psychic master and psychic abuser, would advise 1,000 Suns not to abuse psychic power. Qin Xia also felt that even if he told the other party about his own characteristics, the other party wouldn't believe him, or would fall into jealousy after believing him, thus inviting many unnecessary troubles. Why are you unwilling? Perturabo stepped forward, because the people of the 15th Legion are more arrogant than you. Qin Xia turned to look at Perturabo, appearing not at all angry or annoyed, only smiling. His smile carried a meaning of you know what I'm going to say next. Perturabo's brain raced, thinking about what Qin Xia would say next. Direct insults? Humiliation? Sarcasm? Or perhaps revealing some absurdities of the 4th Legion? But as Perturabo pondered what Qinxia would say, it wasn't Qinxia who spoke, but Angron. There's nothing to discuss today, Angron said. You may withdraw, Perturabo. Upon hearing this, Perturabo's perpetually expressionless sour face showed emotion, shifting between various expressions in a few seconds, unpredictable. Perturabo was speechless, or perhaps had something to say but hadn't organized his thoughts yet. Seeing his awkwardness, Angron covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at Perturabo with the other, bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Didn't expect that, did you? I helped my father win one back. Perfect, his reaction is exactly as we predicted. Qinxia also laughed, high-fiving Angron in celebration. The constantly shifting expressions of embarrassment on Perturabo's face finally turned to surprise, then to a slight surprise that seemed only natural. And then, vexation. Perturabo now deeply regretted coming to the 12th Legion's flagship. Or rather, he deeply regretted saying to Qinxia before coming to the 12th Legion's flagship, understood, withdraw. It should have been said afterward. That way, the two of them wouldn't have conspired against him and made him look foolish now. Thinking of this, Perturabo slammed the tactical table. Enough. However, neither Angron nor Qinxia paid attention to the reprimand. Perturabo realized that his state would only make the two laugh louder, so he fell silent, saying nothing more. Until Angron and Qinxia had laughed enough. You were the one who told my dad to withdraw first. Angron smiled, stepping forward and taking Perturabo's arm, but seeing as you are facing two of us, I still have to tell you, don't be angry. Perturabo angrily swung his arm, shaking off Angron's hand. Angron shrugged helplessly. Subsequently, the 12th Primarch suddenly felt a hint of apology arise in Perturabo's heart, as if he genuinely felt that he had indeed been the one to tell Qinxia to withdraw first. Within this apology, there was also some desire to reconcile. Perturabo happened to raise his arm at this moment, his hand making a gesture as if to shake hands. Angron thought he wanted to shake hands and make peace, but Perturabo instead moved his hand over his head, adjusting the metal cables inserted behind his head. After being faked out, Angron suddenly realized that Perturabo was indeed difficult to deal with, because this fellow had learned a way to counter telepathy by creating a false emotion to confuse the psychic ability. Although this ability couldn't always be used, and wasn't always effective, it was indeed a method summarized by the Steel Lord. Let's get down to business. Angron became serious. There is only one thing to discuss today, and that is that a group of people will arrive in this star system in the future. They are all professional anti-psychers. Perturabo nodded. Angron continued, if they have any requests that require cooperation from our two legions, then I would like to ask you to agree to let the 4th Legion's warriors cooperate with them. After saying this, Angron suddenly sensed hope and joy welling up in Perturabo's mind. Professional anti-psychers, this meant that their arrival might provide the perfect solution to this war, ending the war before the Emperor arrived, and then showcasing the victory to the Emperor who had just arrived in the star system. When did you train an anti-psycher unit? Perturabo asked curiously. Angron sensed that Perturabo was trying to extract some information. Perturabo suspected the existence of anti-psycher constructs on Nuceria. If they could be reverse-engineered, then the 4th Legion would never again have to face such a situation requiring the assistance of despicable witches. Not an anti-psycher unit, just anti-psycher personnel. Angron explained, they are a group of civilians, corporate employees. I temporarily hired them to carry out anti-psycher missions. What? Perturabo looked puzzled. This super inventor, who seemed to have been born with knowledge, now had an expression like an ignorant student. You should know that there's a stock market on Nuceria, right? Qinxia said. Perturabo spread his hands. What nonsense are you talking about? What does the stock market have to do with what we're discussing? Why does it not? When the stock market was first established, there were instances of psychers interfering with its operation, such as becoming super rich by predicting the future, or directly controlling the leaders of certain companies to manipulate the market, Angron said. Then a new profession appeared on Nuceria, which was to eliminate psychers who interfered with market operations. They were called spirit hunters, Qinxia said. 1/10,000th of every stock transaction amount is extracted and given to the Spirit Hunter Guild, and then the guild uses this money to hire people, pay salaries, and develop new anti-psycher and psychic detection methods. Angron and Qinxia took turns explaining, only then did Perturabo understand what civilian professional anti-psychers meant. Nuceria engage in currency games, and in this currency game, psychers cheat. And then, because of this, the currency game spawned an anti-psycher profession, and this profession can now serve as a military component to come to the front lines and help fight. Perturabo's expression was very complex, and his state of mind was also very complex. You really have made a name for yourselves. Angron and Qinxia exchanged glances. They were actually quite surprised when they first heard this news. The two new star saviors had been campaigning across the galaxy for years, not even knowing how far Nuceria had developed, let alone an anti-psycher profession stemming from financial transactions. It was only this year, when the outstanding performers of the New Star Global Gladiatorial Competition were sent by New Star transport ships to become prospective space marines, that the two learned about this. New Star also sent some psychers, who were very rare in the stable reality structure of Nuceria. Among those psychers, some discovered their talents and chose the psycher registration think tank route, directly becoming prospective space marine augmentees. Others were discovered and captured alive by spirit hunters, imprisoned, and then directly handed over to the Legion because New Star bureaucrats knew the Legion was recruiting psychers. So these were two surprises, one was the anti-psyker personnel, and the other was the psykers. Qin Xia just felt that Nusaria always managed to bring him some surprises, whether during the World Eaters Uprising War or now. That's all I wanted to say. Angron sensed Perturabo's mind. All right, brother, when they arrive, I will let some of them take your orders, as long as you don't decimate them. Perturabo, who was about to ask Angron to allocate some anti-psyker personnel, swallowed his words. Hearing the word decimate, Perturabo knew that he still had a negative stereotype in Angron's mind. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting, Angron said again. My father and I still need to go see the recruits sent by New Star. Remember what you said, when those so-called professionals arrive, I have the right to command them, Perturabo said seriously. Understood, you may withdraw, Qin Xia said. Qin Xia and Angron, who had teamed up to prank the Steel Lord several times, exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Perturabo angrily raised his middle finger. Angron stepped forward and put his arm around Perturabo's shoulder, personally escorting him out of the command deck into the 4th Legion transport ship in the hangar. Chapter 237, New Think Tank Member. Half a solar hour later. My lord. The Primarch summons you to Triumph Hall. Kill was standing on the training ground observing the performance of every warrior, with every piece of footage from every battle the Legion had fought previously displayed on a holographic projection. This holographic projection was different from the ones the Legion had used before. It came from Nusaria and provided viewers with an immersive experience through an astonishing mental link and frequency synchronization technology. So, upon hearing the Primarch's command relayed by the Centurion in front of him, Kill, who thought he was on the battlefield, was momentarily dazed before using a voice command to turn off the holographic projection. What is it? Kill walked up to his Centurion subordinate and asked in a deep voice. The Centurion gently shook his head. I was called by the Primarch as I passed him, and then the Primarch told me to relay this command, so I do not know what the Primarch wants. Kill nodded silently, signaling the Centurion that he could leave to do his own things. After the Centurion saluted respectfully and turned to leave, Kill walked out of the training ground and took a super high-speed transport similar to a train from the rear middle training ground of the flagship to the Triumph Hall on the flagship's uppermost deck. Inside the train, watching the scenery rapidly receding on both sides, Kill fell into deep thought. It had been some time since the Primarch of the 12th Legion returned, but his duties had not been revoked. The 12th Legion did not, like other legions, have its former Legion Master become a subordinate commander after the Primarch's return, no longer holding the title of Legion Lord. Why was the Primarch like this? Kill fell into deep thought. However, for someone without sensory abilities, trying to fathom the Primarch's thoughts was undoubtedly extremely difficult. This meaningless and fruitless thinking made Kill quickly pass the waiting period, and the super high-speed transport arrived at the very top of the flagship. The heavy gates of the train carriages lifted. When Kill stepped out of the train, he always subconsciously looked back at the transport and the platform. Within this flagship, taking transport required obeying the rule of alighting first, then boarding. Some sailors who had just gone to inspect other decks of the flagship returned. These dusty and tired people emerged from the carriages in groups of 3 or 5. Whenever he saw these very lax sailors, Kill would frown deeply. He could not tolerate such disorder, even if they were just sailors in the naval combat hierarchy, and not his superhuman warrior subordinates. However, because it was useless to say anything, and coupled with the fact that the Primarch had now returned to the Legion, some matters needed to go through the procedure of reporting to the Primarch and then getting the Primarch's approval, so Kill did not once again order these people to be disciplined. Then, under Kill's gaze, thousands of prisoners were escorted out by 2 Space Marines. Upon seeing Kill, the 2 Space Marines saluted in unison, then used beatings and insults to force the prisoners to move quickly. These prisoners came from various parts of this flagship. Some were thieves who had stolen things they shouldn't have, some might have smashed important engineering equipment, others simply wanted to start a rebellion, or they were those who had criticized the Primarch. The Primarch would personally judge each and every one of them. The Primarch would walk past each of them, and then, based on everything he perceived, render the appropriate judgment upon those individuals. Kill watched the prisoners leave. The remaining people also emerged from the carriages, numbering hundreds of thousands, swarming out densely. A small portion of these people wore naval officer uniforms, indicating they were naval personnel, possibly having come from other parts of the warship to deliver important paper documents. There were always some documents that could not be processed digitally, as the Imperial War Committee had clear requirements in this regard. The rest were all sailors, most of whom, like the naval officers, came from various other parts of the warship. And because there was no war now, some people on the gun decks brought their children and families to the upper deck to visit the Triumph Hall every day from noon until early morning the next day. The Triumph Hall was open to the public. Kill estimated that these people had saved up some money, spending all their savings just to feast their eyes and see the most solemn and magnificent place on the flagship. In fact, they were quite lucky. Some sailors could never leave their posts in their entire lives, such as those on the gun decks, who ate, drank, and relieved themselves in the settlements beneath the giant weapons called macro cannons. Beneath each macro cannon was a district, known as a settlement. Kill knew that some sailors had never left their settlements in their lives, nor had they seen anything other than the giant macro cannon barrels above their heads, and they didn't want to leave their settlements either. In the eyes of those sailors, the entire warship was made up of macro cannons, and everyone, whether it was the Primarch or the Space Marines, lived beneath the macro cannons. It was just that the macro cannon where the Primarch lived would be very large and adorned with precious metals like gold, making it incredibly magnificent. Therefore, Kill thought it was actually quite good for these people to come to the upper deck of the flagship and see the world. Ordinary sailors could come to the upper deck and wander around with a bit of money, and although some might see this as a breakdown of etiquette, Kil did find it somewhat disorderly, but he could empathize with these people, so he found it excusable. This always reminds me of the past. Kil murmured to himself. As he shifted his gaze from the roaring, departing large train, Kil suddenly recalled his past once more. At that time, he led the entire legion into this gigantic flagship. Arriving at this Glory Queen class warship, they took the train to the upper deck, and then they were stunned by everything they saw. Having the unyielding resolve, this was the second happiest thing the legion had ever experienced. For most people, the happiest thing was the day the Emperor's custodes came to the Novshandak front line to inform them of Primarch 12's whereabouts. Kil stopped looking around and quickened his pace towards the hangar outside the platform, ordering the crew who were inspecting the small transport aircraft to take him to the Triumph Hall. The transport aircraft quickly took off, flying through the passages on the upper level of the flagship, and then delivered Kil to the edge of the no-fly zone where the Triumph Hall was located. In short, after a journey of travel, Kil finally arrived at the Triumph Hall and entered it, meeting the Primarch who had summoned him. And, as if being reviewed, the extremely neatly arranged personnel awaiting modification stood in the Triumph Hall. A quick glance showed there were approximately 2,000 people. So fast. Angron beckoned to Kil. Kil saluted and walked over, standing beside the Primarch. Kil saw Qinxia standing in front of those more than 2,000 people, very close to them, scrutinizing each one with his gaze, inspecting them like selecting merchandise. At this moment, Qinxia also turned his head and nodded to Kil, and Kil saluted again. Qinxia turned his head back and continued to scrutinize the people in front of him, as if selecting merchandise. He truly did not want to scrutinize the psychically gifted among these people with such a gaze, but selecting a think tank was an extremely complex and rigorous task that allowed no room for carelessness. If a malicious scoundrel were to infiltrate the Legion, it would only lead to the Legion becoming chaotic and corrupt when quantitative change led to qualitative change. For example, a certain Legion belonging to a certain Primarch named Conrad Kurz. However, if a psyker, a psychically gifted scoundrel, infiltrated the Legion, he would not need quantitative change to lead to qualitative change. His psychic abilities could help him bring about qualitative change. Whether he self-destructed due to a disturbed mind or escaped the Legion to commit evil deeds with his psychic powers, it would be a terrifying outcome. The two divine saviors can separately examine your souls and hearts. Before you scoundrels arrived here, I distributed paper and pens for you to write down your life experiences. If you do not write in detail and honestly, then your darkest secrets will be unearthed, and you will be judged. Just like the High Knights judged by the two divine saviors. The person in charge of recruitment from Nuceria stood nearby, roaring at the psychics being scrutinized by Qinxia. Among the more than 2,000 people present, only about 20 were psychics, the rest were all normal people. So, those being shouted at by the person in charge of recruitment were also the psychics, and not the normal people who were full of glory and wanted to gain more glory, and who yearned to dedicate their lives and souls to the savior who had completely ended slavery on New Star. Those normal people. They were outstanding performers in Nuceria's new annual global gladiatorial competition. Each person from one gladiatorial team after another stood together, exchanging glances filled with encouragement and excited anticipation with their deeply bonded teammates. They were knowledgeable individuals selected through Nuceria's global literary examination. They graduated from Nuceria's highest schools, choosing to join the 12th Legion to fight for the eradication of poverty and slavery in more worlds, rather than staying in Nuceria to become bureaucrats, or being sent to worlds already saved by the Divine Savior to become promising foreign officials. Among them were also some who were warriors who had earned merits in war and were combat elites who had passed rigorous internal screenings within the regular army, possessing the qualifications to become Space Marines. In addition to these individuals, there were a small number of others who, although not from Nuceria or the military, had indeed passed the same selection process. These few were selected from worlds previously liberated by the 12th Legion, and also from new worlds that Margot, who was now independently conducting the Great Crusade away from the Legion, had incorporated into the Great Nucria designation. However, those worlds had only just been conquered and effective rule had not yet been established, so various selection activities could not penetrate every corner of the world, resulting in few elites being selected. These people will become the backbone of the Legion in the future, Kil said, along with the Nucerian new recruits who underwent modification surgery earlier and are now undergoing rigorous training. Of course. Angron was satisfied with 99% of the people here. Except for those being scrutinized by Qinxia. How were you discovered and sent here? Qinxia stopped in front of a young man. The young man's expression was complex, appearing helpless, speechless, and embarrassed. One day I discovered I had psychic powers, and then I used this power to hypnotize my neighbor and his wife, and then... Before the young man could finish speaking, he suddenly felt as if struck by a hammer, his body spinning and soaring into the air for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. The young man, who had suddenly been attacked, looked up at Qinxia in confusion. Bull-headed men must die. Qinxia's expression was cold, and his voice was stern. A space marine stepped forward, grabbed the young man by his hair, lifted him up, and then turned to look at his Gene father. Angron, who was supposed to make the judgment, was silent for a moment, as if he had sensed something in the young man's heart. Then he commanded the space marine, put on an anti-psyker collar and send him to the engine room as a laborer. The space marine was a little surprised to hear this command, then realized that the young man he was holding must have left many things unsaid, but in front of the incredibly powerful Gene father who could perceive souls, the darkness in his heart had nowhere to hide, and this damned little scoundrel received his due punishment. Yes. The space marine turned and left with the young man. The remaining 19 psychics exchanged glances. With the previous scoundrel as an example, it was hard for those present not to feel like they were being made an example of, and even the collars around their necks seemed to tighten. Qin Xia came before the next psyker, scrutinizing him from above. As described in the New Star documentary, the Divine Savior's eyes glowed with a cold white light, a testament to his power. The psyker trembled. Qin Xia silently reached out, grabbed the psyker's arm, and lifted it to his chest. Then the psyker saw a cold smile appear on Qin Xia's face, followed by a chilling question. Tattoo, hey. Qin Xia leaned closer to the psyker, gang member. The psyker shook his head vigorously. The tattoo on his arm had been there since he was a child, not tattooed later, he had been born with it. Qin Xia scrutinized the other person's eyes, discerned something, and then turned to look at Angron. Angron nodded gently, some petty thieving habits, and a bit of cowardice. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia had already made up his mind, turned around, and walked towards the next psyker, then continued to scrutinize him. Actually, he didn't need to scrutinize anyone, as Angron was present. But this step was not for gaining information but for establishing authority. Those psychics who could become think tank members needed to have a serious impression of the White Knight Lord during this initial test. Chapter 238 White Knight Grand Master. After one round of selection, 10 out of the 20 psychers remained. The 10 who didn't remain were either ordered to be sent back to Nuceria to be imprisoned, or were sentenced by Angron to be laborers. There was nothing that could be done, after all, compared to the 1,980 ordinary individuals, these 20 psychers were brought here because they had made mistakes. For 10 to remain was already beyond Qin Xia's expectation. When it comes to think tanks, quality over quantity is preferred. Those who remained were either found by Angron, after perceiving their inner thoughts, to have used their psyker abilities for profit and evil only out of necessity, or their souls were examined by Qin Xia, who confirmed that their souls were absolutely resilient and would not easily fall under the allure of warp creatures. Can these remaining 10 people become think tanks? Angron asked Qin Xia about his plan. As all matters related to the 12th Legion's think tank were handled by Qin Xia, Angron did not know the specific selection process for the think tank. No, there's one final step, Qin Xia replied, but did not specify what that step was. Although repeated confirmations seemed tedious, considering the characteristics of psychers, a little tedium was beneficial. When it came to psycher-related incidents, one should not be afraid of tedium, and indeed, could not be afraid of tedium. Stand to the other side, Qin Xia commanded the psychers. All the psychers who remained stood to Qin Xia's right, no longer obstructing Kill and Angron's view, so that these two could see the elite warriors and learned scholars who had been filtered out by various rigorous selection methods. Civil and military achievements, Angron emphasized, this phrase was once told to me by my father. It means great accomplishments in the two indispensable matters of governance and military, and it was also my father's requirement of me. And from now on, since I have become the leader of a legion, this will also be my requirement for every warrior in the legion. Kill stood at attention, head held high, listening to the Primarch's admonition. The Lord of the 12th Legion, as the focal point of everyone's gaze, swept his fiery eyes over everyone in front of him. I will not demand that you achieve accomplishments in both governance and warfare simultaneously, but I will demand that you achieve accomplishments in at least one of them. The Space Marines Legion is a military force, at least it was before my return and for a period after my return, but from now on, at least the 12th Legion is not merely a military force. Space Marines possess longevity, strength, and intellect superior to ordinary humans. They have a great advantage in governance and management, just as they do in combat. You must leverage your advantages after you become Space Marines. With that, Angron paced to the right, arriving beneath a tall wall. Engraved on the high wall was a massive relief sculpture. The relief depicted the symbol of the 12th Legion, the World Eater's blood-red fangs and sharp teeth. This symbol originated from the World Eater's symbol during the Nuceria War, originally just a design used by the High Knight for propaganda, to show the evil and terrifying destructive power of the rebellion. However, after this symbol spread, it instead became a spiritual totem for the people on Nuceria and New Guard 1, becoming the symbol of the World Eaters, a powerful rebellion unprecedented in 10,000 years. The fangs and sharp teeth on the relief were lifelike. Clutched and devoured within the fangs was a planet design, just like on the Legion's emblem. The name World Eaters was thus reflected in the symbol. And on the planet design, gnawed by blood-red teeth within that massive relief, red lines divided the planet's surface into several land masses, each engraved with a symbol of glory personally designed by Angron. Among them were chains, dilapidated houses and cracked, dry land, and ferocious-looking alien creatures. It is worth mentioning that all the patterns, like the blood-red fangs and sharp teeth themselves, were not extremely clear and exquisite to the point of being like a photograph or some kind of artistic design drawing, but rather simplified, full of symbolic characteristics. Like a stick figure drawing. Although not particularly ornate, beautiful, or detailed, it at least allowed people to understand what those patterns meant at a glance. It represents the various glories our Legion has achieved so far. Angron raised his hand and pointed to the chains. This means our Legion once crushed an enduring slavery, just as I once crushed the High Knight's slavery on Nuceria. And these dilapidated houses and dry land signify hardship. The ferocious-looking aliens signify alien creatures that once enslaved humans on a certain world. We devoured and crushed them. Angron's words were enough to make any Legion warrior's blood boil, because Space Marines particularly revere glory. But for the mortals present, the only thing they could empathize with was how Angron and Qin Xia had together dismantled slavery on Nuceria, bringing prosperity and civilization to Nuceria. As for alien creatures that had enslaved humans, they truly couldn't feel any empathy. These patterns represent the glory you will achieve after becoming Space Marines. Angron turned his head to Kill, take them to undergo the transformation. Kill bowed, leading the few Space Marines in the Triumph Hall to take away everyone except the Psychers. These individuals would learn the Legion's past, and its present. What is glory, what is the Imperial truth? The vast majority of these people grew up hearing the stories of New Star, influenced by their elders. They only wanted to dedicate everything to Angron and Xia, as New Star's gratitude to the two who dismantled eternal slavery. But after undergoing learning and transformation, they would become truly qualified Space Marines. The last batch of Space Marine recruits should be nearing the end of their training, Xia said. These individuals were the second batch of recruits sent from New Star. They'll be ready for combat in another week, Angron calculated. Those new recruits had already completed their transformation surgeries. The characteristics of Nusryans gave them a 90% success rate for the transformation. Even if the transformation failed, they would gain some advantages over ordinary people, such as lifespan and physique, just not as perfect as fully transformed Space Marines. They were undergoing training. The 12th Legion originally had no strict training procedures. The only thing that could be called training was veterans leading new recruits in combat. Angron established a complete training procedure, and also made arrangements for some aspects of the transformation process. For example, those who failed the transformation would remain in the Legion as civil officials to handle certain matters. That's quite fast. Xia stroked his chin, pondering, the underground stronghold has also been built. In a week, I'll test weapons there, and maybe even bring the new recruits to test their training results. If we're taking those new recruits, have my brothers and sisters accompany them, Angron mentioned his blood drinker guard. Xia thought the same. However, this was a matter for a week later, so there was no need to think about it in such detail now. Currently, there was only one thing Xia needed to do. Xia pondered, his gaze falling upon the remaining Psychers, upon the 10 individuals whose eyes were filled with fear of the unknown. They still had one final process to go through. White Knight. Ceremonial Hall. This was a recently completed venue, a beautiful, palace-like hall. The construction of this hall dated back to the White Knight's first damage in battle. When the White Knight was being repaired after the battle, it was originally supposed to be repaired by the Empire. However, at that time, the Legion's first batch of new recruits had just arrived from New Star, along with an engineering maintenance ship built by New Guard 1. So, the White Knight was used by the engineering ship for practice. It proved that dedicating a ship solely to logistics and maintenance was not a waste. The White Knight was swiftly repaired, and incidentally, at the captain's request, a new venue began to be built which is now the Ceremonial Hall. The magnificent Ceremonial Hall featured marble floors, decorated with silver or white gold, with white as the main color, perfectly fitting the name White Knight. The captain had no idea that White Knight was a psychological term, he thought the name was due to the White Knight Lord's special color preference. All the luxurious items laid out in the hall were the captain's private collection, or purchased by the captain. After he became captain, he tried every possible means to embezzle a lot of money. He's probably afraid that you'll use this as an excuse to settle accounts with him someday, so he's shedding a lot of blood now, so that his future crime won't be punishable by death. Angron, after perceiving the captain's mind, thus told Xia the reason for the captain's enthusiasm in building the ceremonial hall. In any case, the hall was built. All think tank members were fully armed, standing on the marble floor of the ceremonial hall, neatly arranged. In such an environment, which was very similar to a monastery, there would usually be a magnificent statue of the God Emperor in front of the thinkers. But the problem was that the Imperium of 30K did not yet have a state religion, the Empire did not promote it. So, what stood before the thinkers' faces was not a statue, but a lectern paved with white gold, and a shining relief on the marble wall behind the lectern. That relief was the newly minted symbol of the think tank from a week ago: white fangs and sharp teeth gnawing at a cluster of stars. Classic World Eaters aesthetics. White Knight Lord. Xia arrived quickly, entering the ceremonial hall. Chief Librarian Varese announced the White Knight Lord's arrival to everyone. All think tanks spread out to both sides, clearing a path to the lectern. Xia walked through the thinkers, followed by the Psychers. When Xia had already stepped onto the lectern, and the Psychers behind him were also about to follow Xia up in a daze, 2 think tanks holding long spears raised their weapons. The 2 long spears crossed, blocking the Psychers' path. The Psychers realized they had to stand below, so they immediately stood together obediently. But due to the characteristics of the Nusryans, even though they had not received formal military training and did not know each other, they still stood as disciplined as soldiers. The thinkers turned around, looking uniformly at the White Knight Lord. The Psychers also looked up at the White Knight Lord. Including these Psychers who had not yet become think tanks, there were only about 40 people present. Varese, Xia called the chief librarian's name, not immediately mentioning the new members, but first asking a question unrelated to these mortal Psychers. The think tank is divided into 4 ranks. What are these 4 ranks? White Knight is a Psy. Having been ambushed with tests by Xia too many times, Varese, who almost blurted out his habitual answer, quickly corrected himself. White Knight is the 12th Legion's think tank organization, divided into 4 ranks. First, the most basic are the scribes. They are responsible for recording and organizing think tank data, doing the most fundamental tasks. The next higher rank are the archivists. They are responsible for managing the scribes. 1 rank higher are the astropaths. Since our Legion's astropathic communication is handled by specialists, this is merely an officer rank called astropath, responsible for managing all archivists. The highest rank is the librarian, the chief librarian. The leader of the think tank, responsible for directly receiving and deploying orders from the librarian, and the librarian is not an officer rank, so it is not included in the 4-rank division. Varus quickly answered this basic knowledge. While speaking, Varus kept looking at the 10 psychers, letting them know the general organizational structure of the think tank, and how they would function if they truly joined the think tank. Beyond this basic rank division, I will establish new positions. Qinxia held up 2 fingers. The thinkers listened quietly. The first, Grand Master of the Great Library. This is a management title, responsible for managing all stored items in the library. You will search among all think tank brothers for a suitable person to fill this position. The second, Think Tank Grand Master. At this point, Qinxia's 2 fingers had already been lowered, meaning he had finished speaking. But the thinkers were still waiting for what they believed Qinxia had not finished saying, which was the duties of the Think Tank Grand Master, and who would hold the position. Commas, Qinxia suddenly called out. The youngest think tank immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Are those 2 warriors conscious now? Qinxia asked. Commas shook his head. Qinxia frowned slightly, but after a moment's thought, still ordered, bring those 2 warriors from the Quadrant Monks. They will be your Grand Masters. This is an honorary title, but there are indeed important tasks that require them. Commas bowed again and turned to leave. When the young think tank returned, everyone saw 2 fully armed warriors sitting in large wheelchairs. The physiques of these 2 men indicated their identity as Space Marines, but they were clearly not very conscious, sitting in wheelchairs propelled by Commas' psyker abilities, looking around like children or naive youths curious about everything. The 2 were precisely the Grey Knights previously found and rescued by Qinxia when the White Knight was attacked. They were wearing the Grey Knight's Aegis pattern Terminator armor. Chapter 239, Junior, Senior. We are about to become the Sword of the Throne. The Grey Knight in the wheelchair reached out and patted the shoulder of his comrade, also in a wheelchair, beside him. The 2 were as delighted as when they were first chosen by the Grey Knight Master, knowing their destiny was more glorious than dedicating their souls to the Golden Throne to become the Emperor's fuel to become the Emperor's weapon on the Golden Throne. They were just as delighted when they were still mortals. Becoming a Grey Knight meant having their memories erased and learning to suppress emotions as much as possible, but perhaps due to spending too much time in the warp, some of their erased emotions had returned. The 2 deranged individuals were pushed by Commas to the podium. The thinkers showed no reaction, extremely solemn, because the ritual hall was a solemn place. The psychers looked at the 2 deranged Grey Knights. Normally, they would have laughed out loud, but considering they might also become deranged like them, they couldn't laugh. These psychers looked at Qinxia at the same time, hoping that this one of the 2 god monarchs could protect each of their souls, so they wouldn't go mad like those Nuceria old knight-era psychers, driven insane by something, and then become super lunatics in the gladiator arena. Qinxia. Suddenly, the Grey Knight, who had been looking around, sharply fixed his gaze on Qinxia's face. You said before you would explain to us, what exactly happened. He had sobered up. Qinxia realized this and immediately approached the sobered Grey Knight, intending to explain, but the other party immediately started giggling foolishly again. These 2 Grey Knights hadn't been in a constant state of madness since being rescued, they would occasionally sober up, then go mad again. However, this was not because their willpower wasn't strong enough or couldn't bear the truth. After rescuing these 2, on the White Knight's journey to the Legion fleet, Qinxia and the Olina sisters meticulously studied the 2 Grey Knights and found that their souls were tenuously connected to their bodies. This world was rejecting them. Qinxia had this feeling. Eventually, Qinxia learned an idea from the Olina sisters, the 2 most skilled at studying souls. The madness of these 2 warriors might not be a mental illness, but rather their souls being rejected. Recalling the so-called soul loss, this was indeed possible. Qinxia believed this might also be a side effect of that time travel. The prophet had previously said that returning further into the past from the future was more likely to cause problems. As you can see, they are not rational, at least not always rational. But they possess experience that none of us can compare to. Qinxia said, facing the crowd. The 2 Grey Knights, like him, were visitors from 10,000 years in the future, and by rights, were juniors, but in terms of experience, they could be called seniors to 99% of the people in this era, purely based on experience. Qinxia was not someone who particularly valued hierarchy and seniority, so of course, he could not give the position of White Knight think tank librarian to the 2 seniors. But he believed the Grey Knights still had a huge role to play, they absolutely deserved the title of think tank Grand Master and the corresponding responsibilities. Let's wait, Qinxia said. The thinkers had no complaints, standing still and waiting patiently. The psychers merely cast puzzled glances, but they also possessed patience and discipline. Everyone remained silent for a long while. Until the 2 Grey Knights gradually transitioned from incoherent babbling to normalcy, both in their eyes and expressions. I am rebuilding the Grey Knights. Qinxia leaned down, scanning the Grey Knight's eyes in turn. I have found 10 new recruits, and I need you to help me examine them, to use your experience to judge if they can become Grey Knights. Last time I was lucid, you said they were called White Knights, one Grey Knight said. Qinxia paused, nodded, it's a long story, and you don't have much lucid time. We'll explain and discuss it later. For now, please help me make a judgment. The 2 Grey Knights exchanged glances. Out of trust for their fellow Grey Knights, they chose to act first and talk later. They immediately perceived the thoughts, wills, pasts, and every branching thread on the line of destiny in the visible future of every psyker present, including the thinkers. This was no different from the insight Xia and Angron performed, and in fact, it was not as deep as Xia and Angron's insight. But the Grey Knight's advantage was their ample experience. They surveyed the past of everyone in front of them, instantly analyzing everything about them like bystanders, and gradually piecing together their complete personalities from small details. This included both the superficial part of their personality and the part deeply hidden in their hearts. Mere psychological analysis was meaningless. The key was that the two Grey Knights could observe the most important aspect through those small details that revealed their nature and shaped their character, how these individuals would react if they encountered something corrosive and tempting, based on their nature and cultivated personality. As a think tank that would have to deal with demons in the 42nd millennium. Were their minds complete, and were they like unbreakable stones, impervious to the whispers of demons? Although they also discovered during the soul reading process that these people were from the 30th millennium, but who said the 30th millennium didn't have to deal with demons? They can. They can. The two Grey Knights immediately expressed their opinions. Xia nodded. Then he heard the Grey Knights ask, are they ancient people? Are they the 12th Legion? Is there allegiance to a demon primarch named Angron? Out of caution, the two Grey Knights projected this question with their psychic power. The Grey Knights and Angron had a connection. 10,000 years later, Angron, after his ascension, would always cause trouble, and then the Grey Knights would banish the randomly appearing Angron back to the warp. Angron was an enemy of the Grey Knights. No, things won't be the same as before, Xia began to explain. I have him. The two Grey Knights simultaneously raised their hands, signaling Xia not to say more. They had already seen the current situation in the minds of those present. They just needed a little more time to process, and to think, and to judge. Mom. Dad. I'll be an angel in 66 days. For the Emperor. For you. I will be an angel. I will punish those filthy things that torment you. Suddenly, one Grey Knight looked up, stood from his wheelchair, and shouted at a female attendant a kilometer away, outside the ritual hall. The other Grey Knight in the wheelchair could still maintain his sanity. He gave his companion a helpless look, then his gaze fell successively on the two thinkers. Varus. Kamas. The Grey Knight urgently called out these two names. Please pass our armor on to them. Two pure and loyal individuals will undergo a cruel trial, they need our armor and weapons. They need them. They shouldn't remain on two madmen. Saying this, the Grey Knight turned in his wheelchair and grabbed Xia's hand. Please, please, and that thousand son, the one who is coming here, he seemed to want to say something more, perhaps to explain why he was making such a request. But he couldn't say it. When Xia saw the Grey Knight, who was tightly gripping his hand, jump from the wheelchair and squat on it, he knew he could only ask again the next time both of them were lucid. This is Aegis pattern Terminator armor. Xia turned to Kamas and Varus, stroking the silver armor. You now have the right to use these two suits of armor. Kamas and Varus exchanged glances, bowing in confusion. Make them qualified thinkers, Xia said, glancing at the 10 psychers who were to become thinkers. Chapter 240, Guest of Fate. The thinkers took away all the psychers who had the potential to become White Knights. Although Kamas, who was compiled by the think tank, did not have a high position, he was given a guiding responsibility. He would personally teach every psycher about the rules and regulations of the White Knights, and also help them get to know the tough guys and important figures in the Legion. As for psycher learning, Kamas was not good at teaching psychers, so this matter should naturally be handled by other high-ranking thinkers. As for psycher training and common sense learning, Xia planned to come up with a more detailed plan in a few days. After all, the White Knight had not had any new recruits before, so it was understandable that they were only now starting to develop a plan. After all the thinkers and psychers had left, Xia faced the two Grey Knights alone. Let us eat our fill. We want to eat. The two Grey Knights suddenly began to slap the metal armrests of their wheelchairs, and the super wheelchairs custom made for them by Quadrant hummed with the beating. Xia stood still and watched silently. He didn't go up to call them, didn't stop them, and didn't take them away, he just watched. Because Xia was analyzing the mental state of these two Grey Knights. Ever since he rescued them and brought them onto the ship, Xia had been studying their mental state with Quadrant, and by recording and analyzing their incoherent words, he deduced that they might have fallen into a state of recollection. Every word they uttered in their abnormal mental state was something they had personally said or personally faced in their memories. It's as if the two of them are trapped in a labyrinth made of spirit and memory. Xia recalled Quadrant's words. The labyrinth is full of past events and spiritual stimulation. But occasionally they also come across one or two doors, and they are like walking in the labyrinth, feeling. Then they find one or two doors in one past after another, reach out and push the door open to temporarily leave the memory labyrinth, and then are forcibly pulled back into the labyrinth. Recalling the evaluation of the two Grey Knights' mental states in the laboratory at that time, Xia fell into deep thought. He still remembered asking Quadrant, I think they might also be trapped in memories, but the root of this problem might be that their minds have been greatly stimulated, at least I thought so before, after I sensed their brains, I thought so. Xia kept emphasizing that he thought so. But this emphasis precisely showed his ambiguity and uncertainty. Sensing the brain through psycher power is itself a psycher act, not to mention that the two Grey Knights had been in the warp for an unknown amount of time, and anything that touches psycher power becomes unpredictable. I don't think their mental will could be shattered to the point of madness. Quadrant said, I have conducted extremely detailed scans of their neural networks using technology I personally invented. From a physiological perspective, they are more capable of receiving mental blows and enduring mental trauma than any normal space marines. Hearing this, Qin Xia could not refute. Perhaps this is how the Grey Knight's gene seed works, focusing on strengthening their nerves to prevent them from suffering mental trauma. Hearing you say that, I no longer believe they were driven mad by the bizarre environment of the warp. Qin Xia stared at the two Grey Knights, just as he was staring at them sitting in wheelchairs now. Then he had an idea. Do you still remember what that Eldar seer said? Perhaps this is the adverse consequence of traversing time. The soul constantly wanders in the memory labyrinth until it completely returns to where it should go, or is annihilated. Quadrant listened to this and thought carefully. His research on the soul was not as in-depth as that of the Olina sisters, but he was interested in the soul because soul-related research was the only possibility he had to regain natural humanity. The small amount of biological tissue he had painstakingly preserved would not allow him to return to a natural human with normal emotions and humanity someday in the future. The only answer I can think of is this. Qin Xia said. Qin Xia recalled that he had also traveled 10,000 years to this universe, but he had no reaction. Recalling what the seer said again, the damned Eldar seer's words always made Qin Xia feel that he caused the entire ship to get lost in the warp, then traverse time, coming from the very distant future to the present, thereby leading to the destruction of the entire battleship and the death of others. Maybe it's some metaphysical reason. Quadrant suddenly said. Qin Xia looked at Quadrant, listening curiously. I'm just saying. In my opinion, this might have something to do with fate. For example, if fate arranges for a person to cross the river of time, then that person will not be rejected. Qin Xia didn't think this had anything to do with fate or anything like that, so he didn't listen to what Quadrant said later. After standing in front of the two Grey Knights for a while, Qin Xia walked around their wheelchairs to their backs, put one hand on the back of each wheelchair, and pushed the wheelchairs forward. Anyway, the two of them had helped a lot just now, so he couldn't just leave them there. Just as Qin Xia was pushing the wheelchairs, one of the Grey Knights suddenly woke up. Don't mind us, go do something more important. Hearing this shout, Qin Xia stopped, tilted his head slightly, and looked confused. The Grey Knight shouted, we have arrived at the crossroads of destiny. There is a very important person, a person very important to you. I saw him. While shouting, this Grey Knight, who had just woken up but didn't seem entirely lucid, vigorously slapped the wheelchair and pushed Qin Xia very eagerly. Qin Xia only felt confused. However, he remembered that this Grey Knight was particularly good at prophecy, and he could also sense that the other party was conscious, just not appearing entirely lucid. So Qin Xia still decided to go see where this person, so important to him, was. Then Qin Xia applied psyker power to the two wheelchairs, making them automatically move towards their living quarters, while he went to the flagship. A warship suddenly appeared in the star system and slowly approached the two Legion fleets. After confirming the identity of the other party, the warship was allowed to enter the Legion fleet and slowly docked next to the two flagships side by side. Due to the close distance, everyone on the flagship could clearly see the appearance of the warship. It was just a standard small frigate, and it came alone, so it was conceivable that the people inside were not that important, or that the Legion simply couldn't spare more warships. This frigate was painted red, with the Imperial Aquila emblem engraved on it, as well as another emblem representing a legion. Sun Ring. The emblem of the 15th Legion. That incredibly slow-footed master of prophecy has finally arrived. If he had come any later, this war would probably have ended. Perturabo's face was full of dissatisfaction, his usual scowl no longer the classic scowl seen online, but an even fouler one. Angron stood beside Perturabo, and Qin Xia stood beside Angron. Compared to the dissatisfied Steel Lord, Angron's expression was much more cheerful, because he was greatly looking forward to the arrival of this Thousand Suns master of prophecy. It was this warrior of the 15th Legion who had prophesied the threat posed by all the Psyker Orcs on that planet in this star system, which showed how strong his prophetic abilities were. With his help, perhaps the war here could be resolved in advance. At this moment, Qin Xia's expression was somewhere between Perturabo and Angron, showing no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, his face unruffled. He had some prejudice against the people of the 15th Legion, so of course, he wasn't very much looking forward to it at this time. But at the same time, he also had some expectation from elsewhere, because when that Grey Knight woke up and made his prophecy, this person from the 15th Legion arrived, and perhaps he was the person very important to him. Qin Xia thought so. The airtight hatch quickly opened. The sterilization procedure, activated to prevent orc spores from being brought onto the warship, released a large amount of smoke, which billowed out from beneath the rising hatch. Qin Xia took a breath, wondering whether to add some fragrance to this disinfectant gas. Two wizards. Perturabo said. Standing in front of everyone were not one person, but two. The two people from the 15th Legion paused upon seeing their allies, clearly not expecting two Primarchs to come in person. Especially not expecting the Steel Lord to come in person, so the two 15th Legion warriors' gazes lingered on the Steel Lord for a moment longer. When he noticed that these two people were looking at him, Perturabo subconsciously glanced at Angron. Actually, Angron had dragged him over, otherwise he wouldn't have come at all. A Primarch meeting two Space Marines. If these two guys were just an advance party, and their arrival meant that more reinforcements from the 15th Legion would arrive, then meeting them wouldn't be much. But the 15th Legion only sent two people and they still had to be met, which was really a bit much. This was all the shifting gazes and changing thoughts that occurred in less than half a second. The two guests quickly saluted, using a 15th Legion etiquette. One hand placed in front of the body, a slight bow. It was like the etiquette of someone who spent all day studying in a palace. That was Prospero, the homeworld etiquette of the Primarch Magnus. These two warriors might not even be Prospero natives, they were more likely Terra natives, but as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since they had joined the Legion, they should use the etiquette of the Primarch's homeworld. Unless they were particularly rebellious Terra warriors, ordinary warriors would generally have this awareness. 4th Legion, Lord of the 12th Legion. After respectfully saluting, the two warriors also called out the titles of Perturabo and Angron, which was a form of reverence. Angron smiled at the two, nodding. At the same time, the 12th Primarch also sensed their thoughts. They were worried about one thing, which was that they didn't know who the warrior beside the two Primarches was, but from his splendid armor, he was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Yet they didn't know his title, nor how to salute him, nor what honorific to use. Why is it 4th Legion and Lord of the 12th Legion? Perturabo suddenly said. His voice was filled with dissatisfaction and coldness. Everyone present looked at Perturabo. Perturabo stood tall and proud, looking down disdainfully at the two 15th Legion warriors in front of him. The corridor lights poured down directly from above the Steel Lord, casting several dark and deep shadows on the Steel Lord's sharply defined face. That title sounds like Angron is the master of both the 4th Legion and the 12th Legion. I remember my brother named Magnus isn't someone who would be negligent in educational matters. Did he not teach you how to address the two Primarches in front of you on such an occasion? Hearing what Perturabo said, the two 15th Legion warriors were stunned. This wasn't their first time seeing Perturabo. Perhaps Perturabo didn't remember them. Perturabo looked very strange now because he was talking a lot. This Steel Lord never revealed his inner thoughts. He might be dissatisfied, but that dissatisfaction would only accumulate rather than be vented. But Angron could sense why Perturabo was speaking so directly. Because Perturabo was very clear about one thing, even if he didn't say it, at least someone among those present would know, so it was better to say it out loud to avoid being exposed by someone and falling into an awkward situation. Lord of the 4th Legion. Lord of the 12th Legion. The two warriors saluted Perturabo and Angron respectively. Perturabo slightly raised his head, averted his gaze, turned around, and walked ahead. Angron gave Perturabo a helpless glance, then cast a helpless look at his adoptive father, and finally exchanged glances with the two warriors in front of him. At the same moment, the four either shrugged or spread their hands, then silently set off on the path to the flagship's command deck. Qin Xia kept an eye on the two. The two followed to Angron's left, taking off their helmets as they walked. One of them had a scowl on his face, his eyeballs darting around, as if scrutinizing everything here with a questioning gaze. The other had a silly grin on his face, looking at nothing but the path ahead. Qin Xia stared at the one with the scowl, searching his mind for this familiar face. Finally, Qin Xia let out an exclamation in his heart. My! Isn't this Avita, the first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights? Chapter 241, The Founders. Avita. A member of the Thousand Suns Legion. And also one of the founders of the specialized anti-demon force that would be formed in the future. He was the first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights. Qin Xia still remembered hearing about each Grand Master when he studied the history of the Grey Knights. A Grand Master, as they were called, was someone with great power and prestige within the Grey Knights. Then there was the title of Supreme Grand Master. The famous warp war god Kaldor, that formidable individual, was a Supreme Grand Master. This could be understood as the warlord or leader of the Grey Knights force. There was no one above the Supreme Grand Master, but in the culture and history of the Grey Knights, there were still beings with more prestige and power than the Supreme Grand Master. These were the founders of the Grey Knights, whose whereabouts were unknown by Qin Xia's time. Avita, this Thousand Suns, was the first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights and one of its founders. And for Qin Xia himself, Avita, a figure who only existed in legends and history, had an indirect connection with him. This connection began with Avita's connection to the White Scars. During the Horus Heresy, Avita would help the White Scars find their lost Primarch, Koguris Khan, and he would cooperate with a high-ranking Legion officer close to Koguris. The name of this White Scars high-ranking officer was Qin Xia. And the name Qin Xia was precisely the origin of the name of the current Lord of the 12th Legion, the White Knight Lord. This was one reason, and another reason was that Qin Xia later joined the Grey Knights, a force that Avita helped establish. So Qin Xia felt that he had an indirect connection with Avita. However, at this time and in this era, Avita was merely a warrior of the 15th Legion. No one cared what his name was, no one cared where he came from or what his destiny would be, at least, no one cared about these things now. In the eyes of others, he was merely a 15th Legion warrior named Thousand Suns A or Thousand Suns B, someone sent by Magnus, nothing more. Furthermore, Angron, walking beside Qin Xia, could sense one thing: the Thousand Suns A, whose eyes were filled with suspicion, was not Magnus' representative. The person next to him, with a foolish grin on his face, was the officer among the two, and he was the one sent by Magnus to represent the 15th Legion and the Lord of Prospero. What is your name? Angron asked the officer. The officer then remembered that he hadn't introduced himself, so he happily said, Asar, that is my name. An Egyptian-style name. Angron suddenly recalled information he had read about ancient Terra. Yes, Lord of the 12th Legion. Our Prospero is similar to ancient Egypt on Terra, Asar said with a smile, back when Terra was still called Earth. Earth. Avita, who was beside them, suddenly spoke, I don't believe that name ever truly existed. In the research of imperial scholars, it's merely a hypothesis that could be overturned at any time. Angron could sense that the warrior named Avita was not of a higher rank than the warrior named Asar. Avita was actually more like a bodyguard, or perhaps he had just inexplicably come along with Asar, the officer, for some reason. At the same time, Angron could also sense that Avita showed no fear when contradicting his officer. And Asar was not angry either. Asar even debated with Avita. I guarantee that within 10 years, this name will be officially recognized by the Imperium, Asar said with his characteristic healthy, sunny smile, though it looked foolish, the name Earth will be recognized, and it will serve as a specific term for a certain period in Terra's ancient history. Are Imperial scholars that efficient? Even if the name Earth truly existed, you'd probably have to wait decades or even 100 years for it to be recognized, Avita said. Truth will always come to light one day, Asar said, shaking his head with a smile. Listening to their debate, Angron slowly turned to look at his adoptive father. Qinxia said nothing. Angron, however, wanted to say that he had already sensed what kind of people these two 15th Legion warriors were. Asar was inherently optimistic and very friendly. And Avita, though always wearing a sour expression, was not like Perturabo. However, this person had a problem, a habitual tendency to contradict and question. Avita questioned and doubted almost everything around him. Angron even felt that if he said something, Avita would also contradict and question him. Qinxia knew Avita's personality, and the tacit understanding he had developed with Angron allowed him to discern many things from Angron's eyes. He hasn't encountered Perturabo yet, Qinxia said. One day, he'll treat Perturabo like that, get disciplined, and then he'll behave. Hearing Qinxia's words, Perturabo, who had been walking ahead, suddenly turned his head, but only for a moment. Avita didn't know what Qinxia was talking about, his debate with Asar had just ended. It was then that Angron could interject. Actually, Earth really was the name of Terra during a certain period. When I get close to some Eldar, I can hear them refer to us in their minds as Earth bipeds. Eldar? How could those damned space aliens possibly know the name of our human race's home world? Avita said instinctively. After another habitual contradiction, Avita bowed to Angron, indicating that he had absolutely no disrespect, it was just a habit. The Eldar aliens have an ancient history, so if our human race wants to explore its past, we really can refer to their records, Asar said thoughtfully. What if they try to mislead us with chaotic records? Avita questioned. Eldar aliens are too arrogant, Asar stopped mid-sentence, then suddenly reminded Avita, you should watch your step, or you might trip. Is that so? I don't think so. The corridors of this flagship are very flat, there's only a very small chance I'll trip. At this point, not only Angron but also others could see that Avita and Asar must have a very good relationship, certainly not just a simple superior-subordinate one, but that of old acquaintances and friends. The group proceeded into the command deck. As Angron entered the Unyielding Resolve's command deck, the throne in the center of the command deck automatically rotated towards the gate entrance. A preset program was guiding the throne to greet its master. Then Perturabo sat smoothly on the throne, crossing his legs, looking down at Avita and Asar, and also at Angron and Qinxia. Angron rolled his eyes but said nothing. A fleeting, almost imperceptible smile of triumph flashed across Perturabo's face. Then Angron heard Perturabo say in his mind, no matter what unreasonable and absurd abilities you possess, I, the Steel Lord, will always be one step ahead of you, always one better, always on top. Can you perform long-range astropathic communication? Angron suddenly asked Asar. Asar shook his head with a bewildered expression. That's a real shame, Angron gestured with his chin towards the Steel Lord sitting on his throne, my brother here really wants to greet Magnus and wants to know Magnus' recent situation. The Steel Lord's expression hardened, his brow furrowed, realizing that things were not simple. Or perhaps one of you could return to your legion and inquire about the Lord of Prospero's recent situation. Otherwise, I'm truly afraid my brother, the Steel Lord, will become anxious. Before Angron could finish, Perturabo suddenly stood up. The two 15th Legion warriors looked at the Steel Lord, feeling utterly bewildered. Qinxia wore a smile. Angron also smiled. According to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles do not disappear into thin air. The Steel Lord's fleeting smile of triumph earlier had not actually vanished, it had merely transferred to Angron and Qinxia's faces. What madness are you spouting? Perturabo asked in a low voice, I wasn't thinking that at all. Heh, Angron nodded, smiling, silently acknowledging it. Perturabo had indeed not been thinking what Angron had just claimed. However, the problem was, as someone who wasn't good at expressing himself and disliked doing so, Perturabo's inner thoughts had already been interpreted by Angron. Even if the Steel Lord himself argued against the thoughts arising from his own heart, his persuasiveness would not match Angron's. All right. Sit on your own toilet, Perturabo grumbled angrily, walking away from the throne. But Angron stepped forward and pressed the Steel Lord back onto the throne. Perturabo's eyeballs darted about, showing a restless discomfort, as he didn't know what Angron was up to, or what further embarrassment awaited him. This is my adoptive father, Angron said, extending a hand to introduce Qinxia. He, like you, possesses powerful psyker abilities. Guide of the Lord of the 12th Legion. The two 15th Legion warriors immediately saluted Qinxia. Qinxia returned the salute, looking at Avita and smiling, I thought you'd say, is that so? He doesn't look like a psyker master to me. Knowledge is power. I will not doubt knowledge, nor the power that knowledge brings, Avita said. Qinxia nodded. The future first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights' reply did not surprise him, because Avita was still an unknown figure at this time and had not yet witnessed the horror of psyker abilities. Then Qin began to ponder what method he should use to help Avita understand these things earlier, so that he could avoid some detours, and perhaps even help the 15th Legion avoid some detours. Perform a prophecy. Perturabo, sitting on the throne, changed his sitting posture 3 times while speaking a single sentence. I only need you to perform a prophecy. Use your prophetic abilities to help me create a tactical advantage, just like before. Of course, Avita responded to the Steel Lord's urging. Thus, the conversation within the command deck moved to its main topic. Avita began to prophesy. The prophet sat cross-legged and then took out various treasures used to aid in prophecy. Qin noticed a blue eye-shaped gem among the treasures, then suppressed the urge to immediately destroy that blue eye. Avita began to prophesy. Everyone saw the symbol flashing on his shoulder, a black raven. This symbol meant that Avita was a member of an organization within the 15th Legion called the Raven School. There were 5 schools within the 15th Legion, each specializing in different things. And the Raven School specialized in prophecy. Avita originated from this school. While Avita observed the future, Asar stood by, using his psyker abilities to assist Avita. Qin, meanwhile, observed Avita's performance. The shining blue eye gem instantly put Avita into a psyker prophecy state. In this state, his eyes could no longer see everything in front of him, but only the future. Every future. In the web of fate attached to the veil that enveloped the reality universe, every future was a crisscrossing and tangled thread, but it was not clear and distinct. A psyker observing the future was like untangling an extraordinarily huge and magnificent ball of yarn. Finding the clearest and most probable thread among them was not easy. But that blue eye exerted its power. The blue eye released blue energy, allowing Avita to instantly find the threads of fate that he would not have been able to find easily on his own. Avita even saw a book, and a scholarly figure holding that book. You've come to read the future again, apprentice Avita. The scholar sat before Avita, very kind and friendly. Avita organized the threads of fate before him, reading their contents, then replied to the scholar, yes, master. The scholar smiled and nodded, guiding him, use your soul to feel that thread of fate, to feel its characteristics, to feel all its, and then you will quickly learn to find such threads of fate, and you will be able to do so without any external aid. Past experience told Avita that every piece of guidance from this scholar was very important. So he immediately remembered what the scholar told him. Focus on feeling. And then one day you can be like me. The scholar opened the book in his hands. Every past and future event appeared on the pages. After turning a few pages, the scholar closed the book. He looked at Avita, his eyes glowing. And then you can be like me, without any external aid, without anyone's assistance, and still see the past and the future. Although the price of gaining this prophetic ability is only being able to see the past and the future. Chapter 242, Demons? Elves. That thing must be a Xianj artifact. Qin Xia's eyes were fixed on the blue creation. This thing was like a keyword, triggering Qin Xia's alert mechanism. In this era, the 30th millennium, chaos corruption was not yet very common. At this time, the dark gods in the warp were either unknown or still quite good at feigning. A blue object alone didn't mean much, just as the warhounds also widely used blue for their shoulder armor. But if a blue object emitted psychic fluctuations, and was also in the hands of someone from the 15th Legion, then it was almost 99% certain to be a chaos creation from Xianj. Father. Angron gently tugged Qin Xia's arm, calling out. The meticulous Primarch had already realized that his adoptive father's condition was not quite right. Qin Xia stared intently at the blue creation, but since it was in front of Avita, it looked like he was staring intently at Avita. Although his helmet obscured his expression, his breathing was somewhat rapid and heavy, sounding as if he were looking at a hated enemy, secretly gritting his teeth, his heart already sharpening its blades. All that was missing was a surge of anger from his heart, a burst of evil from his guts. Qin Xia did not respond to Angron's call, lost in thought. When he first saw the blue creation, he struggled to suppress the urge to rush forward and destroy it. He was still controlling himself now, while also contemplating what he should do. His emotions told him to rush forward immediately and destroy that Xianj creation. His rationality, however, told him to hold back for now. Don't you know what a dark god's creation will bring? Destroy it. Qin Xia. Think carefully, do you remember what you've been through? Do you remember that the first group of companions you met when you first came to this universe died from the corruption brought by a Angron creation on a planet? Do you want to let that happen again? A voice originating from Qin Xia's own consciousness echoed in his ears. This voice was the concretization of his thoughts. The creations of the dark gods are indeed dangerous, but don't forget it's 30k now. In the eyes of the thousand suns, Xianj and the demons are not hideous evils, but rather transcendent life forms in the warp, selfless and willing to share any knowledge that mortal beings consider precious. Destroying that Xianj creation will only incur the hostility of Avita and Asar. It's better to ignore it for now, find a way to get closer to them, and then whether it's explaining the dangers of the warp or contacting more thousand suns through Avita to persuade more people, it's all feasible. Nothing. Qin Xia's thoughts suddenly ceased. He turned to Angron, who had called him earlier, and shook his head. I just got distracted, seeing some past events on Nuceria, seeing the past where the High Knights, now eradicated by us, ran rampant. Perhaps it's the influence of the warp artifacts carried by the two scholars, causing you to have hallucinations, Angron analyzed. Qin Xia nodded, that's right. Avita had already foreseen the future, opening his eyes. Before him was no longer the scholar who could only see the past and future, but the interior of the unyielding resolve. The greenskins have hollowed out the entire planet. Their purpose is to build a combat celestial body. Avita chanted a poetic prophecy, the blue creation beside him glowing. As the blue light flickered, the creation also hummed, as if accompanying the poetry from Avita's mouth. The enemy we are facing is an entity born from the subconscious of Psyker orcs. It is a formless orc, born from the orcs' worship of their gods and their desire for their gods to descend, and it controls the orcs. It's truly unimaginable that those Psyker orcs could conjure up a non-existent transcendent being and then turn that non-existent transcendent being into reality. After speaking, Avita fell into deep shock, his mind filled only with curiosity and a desire to research those Psyker orcs. How exactly are you able to see so much detail and so far? Perturabo asked with a frown. Angron sensed curiosity from his brother. Some information that would ordinarily require a great deal of sacrifice was obtained by Avita simply by sitting there, with his superior providing him with power through Psyker abilities. Just these two individuals could uncover so much military intelligence, without paying the slightest price. No combat, no sacrifice, no struggle. Only readily available benefits. The reality universe is not the only place where living beings exist, Avita explained to Perturabo like a teacher. Beyond the reality universe, there is another space, which we call the warp. This name comes from the naming of engines, because our ancestors named superluminal engines warp engines. You don't need to ramble about that. Perturabo said. I know those ancient histories, and I also know that space folding and warp drives, once imagined by humanity, only existed in fantasy, so humanity needed to use the warp for travel. You don't need to talk nonsense about that. Avita had never encountered such a student before, so after a moment of helpless pause, he went straight to the point. The warp is a place where natural laws do not exist, nor are there any limitations. And because it is a psychic dimension, the beings there have no material needs. They will teach you what they know without reservation. They can die for you, or live for you, without any exchange, without any causality. Everything I can do, everything I possess now, is a gift from non-malicious beings in the warp. With that, Avita lowered his head to look at the blue creation in his hand. Perturabo frowned as he listened, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a reason to refute. In the end, he just snorted and said, I only know that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You'll all come to a bad end sooner or later. Standing nearby, Qin Xia, who was also listening, looked at Avita with a complex expression. Given the specific time and conditions as a premise, namely the early 30th millennium, what Avita said was indeed correct. Why were the people of the 15th Legion so obsessed with the warp? Why were they so infatuated with psychic power? And why did they believe a group of demons? Were the Thousand Suns like this? A few blue-haired demons ran up to them and said, we are demons, but if you give us your souls, you can get some benefits? And then the Thousand Suns happily agreed. They weren't that brain dead. Before and after the 15th Legion became the legendary Thousand Suns, the warp was friendly to them. What Xiange demons? Weren't those just warp blue elves? In short, it boils down to one sentence. The warp blue elves are truly reliable, they genuinely teach knowledge, genuinely give benefits, and genuinely help when needed. When a dark god wants to win over a legion, it's very difficult for that legion not to believe that 90% of the things in the warp are good, and only a small portion are bad. In any case, the benefits of psychic power need no further elaboration. Avita's gaze fell upon Qin Xia. This original body guidance is also a psyker. He must surely empathize with what I'm saying. Upon hearing this, a complex expression appeared on Qin Xia's face hidden beneath his helmet. Qin Xia did not immediately refute, nor did he try to persuade. Instead, he pondered in his mind how to make at least Avita realize the truth of the warp as early as possible. Seeing the Grand Master of the nascent Grey Knights, the force with the strongest resistance to the chaos corruption of the Dark Gods, now in a state of being deceived by evil forces, he would probably only feel profound pain when he recalled this moment centuries later. Thinking of this, Qin Xia found it hard not to intervene. I don't care about those ridiculous supernatural powers, Perturabo said. What I care about is simple, whether you can make predictions during war, providing real-time guidance for my and my brother's armies, or whether one of you can directly go down and eliminate that so-called collective consciousness. We Psykers are already lucky not to have been eliminated by it, Asar said. Forgive us, Steel Lord, Avita and I never want to refuse anyone's request, but such an unreasonable demand is truly beyond our capabilities. Perturabo sensed the unspoken advice in their refusal. Angron's feeling was even more direct. Avita and Asar had only one thought in their minds, let's just honestly wait for the Emperor to arrive himself. Let's not make any more futile sacrifices. This is simply not an opponent we should be dealing with. 4 legions trying to solve such an enemy. Sometimes I truly feel that the Steel Lord is more arrogant than our 2 Gene Fathers. Perturabo's entire aura changed. If this were not happening on the flagship of the 12th Legion, but on the flagship of the 4th Legion, then all the Iron Warriors would realize that a few unlucky souls were about to be beaten by the Primarch to the point of needing to enter a medical bay. Brother, sometimes I really want to ask you a question, Angron began. Why do you think the Emperor chose to personally lead the entire Great Crusade? Perturabo frowned. Angron continued, perhaps he just wants to help each of our legions resolve situations like this, instead of staying in a super battleship, quietly listening to which legion has suffered over half casualties. Perturabo rolled his eyes at Angron. Qin Xia felt that Angron's words made more sense. Currently, the Emperor was still leading the Great Crusade, often personally commanding battles, with the aim of personally dealing with the terrifying and despair-inducing enemies of the Great Crusade. It was only when the Imperial War Committee became the Imperial Parliament, and mortals truly gained control of the Imperium, that the Emperor would withdraw from the Great Crusade to focus on researching the webway. At that time, the various legions would truly need to fend for themselves. Does Magnus intend to intervene? Perturabo suddenly looked at the two 15th Legion warriors. Have you received some order, sent by Magnus to obstruct us? Do you intend to delay the war until the 15th Legion arrives? Facing this question, Avita and Asar felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. They then saluted the Steel Lord, and then Angron, politely indicating their refusal to discuss the topic and their desire to withdraw and rest. Angron sensed their thoughts. I've already come to the White Knight, Qin Xia suddenly said. The White Knight is the 12th Legion think tank's dedicated warship. We have some things there that can shield souls. It would be more suitable for you to reside on the White Knight. Upon hearing that they could go to the White Knight, the two, who were clearly not ignorant of the 12th Legion think tank organization, nodded without hesitation. That would be truly excellent. White Knight Great Library. White Knight Lord's Office. The choice for the Great Library's curator had been finalized by Chief Librarian Varis, Tethys, a think tank with astonishing psychic abilities. His psychic power was closest to the thinker's gene father. As the library's administrator, Tethys completed his daily library maintenance. After the Great Library curator left, Qin Xia and the two visitors from the 15th Legion entered the library. Not all people of the 15th Legion were necessarily psychers, nor were they all scholars, but they were certainly interested in knowledge. Upon entering the Great Library, Avita and Asar made no attempt to conceal their intentions, walking directly to the bookshelves where books and collections were displayed. They knew that truly valuable items would not be placed on the shelves anyway, so they weren't afraid that doing so would anger the White Knight Lord. A psychic spell of the 12th Legion has earned the admiration of our Lord, and the envy of us sons of Magnus. Avita walked up to Qin Xia, holding a book. Qin Xia sat on a red sofa by the tea table, watching Avita sit down in front of him. Then Asar also came over with a book and sat on the only remaining sofa. This corner of the library was where tea parties were held. Qin Xia would sometimes sit here with think tank members, drinking tea and discussing the work of the White Knight. The name of this psychic spell is Communion. Avita reached out and flipped the book's cover, on which the word Communion was written. The campfire in the corner crackled. The atmosphere was peaceful and pleasant. Aside from Qin Xia himself, the other two sitting there thoroughly enjoyed this academic exchange atmosphere, accompanied by tranquility and comfort. The 15th Legion once fought alongside the 12th Legion, and we learned of the existence of Communion. Then we tried to replicate it, but it always failed. Asar wore a bright, sunny smile, his tone tinged with helplessness and self-deprecation. If our psychers attempted to shape a psychic giant, it would only result in both parties swapping souls and consciousness into each other's bodies, and then quickly being kicked back into their respective bodies. Hearing what Avita and Asar said, Qin Xia forced a smile. He thought to himself that if such a bold test were conducted 10,000 years later, it would only result in souls detaching from bodies and then being annihilated. The 15th Legion's goodwill towards the warped Blue Elves was not without reason. The Blue Elves truly helped them. Chapter 243, A Journey of Absurdity. I believe the psyker spell called Communion is a unique skill of the 12th Legion's think tank. Qin Xia stated his opinion. The Primarch of the 12th Legion has the ability to perceive others' emotions, and now this ability has evolved to perceive others' minds, so he is naturally telepathic with others. Most of the 12th Legion do not possess this ability, they are just very emotional. The Legion's apothecary believes this is a drawback caused by gene seed mutation. To counter this, the Legion establishes incredibly strict disciplinary rules to restrain everyone. Perhaps due to the Thinker's psychic powers, some of them possess the same abilities as the Primarch to a certain extent. So they can be telepathic, they can collectively use psychic power, and they can create psychic giants. After speaking, Qin Xia felt that it was indeed normal for the 15th Legion to be interested in the Communion spell. If Angron was implanted with the butcher's nails, the custodes would be torn apart if they approached the enraged Angron, but the psychic giant created by the Communion spell used by the Warhound's Thinkers could pin Angron down. A spell capable of rivaling a Primarch. It was simply incredible. Yes, we later came to believe that was the reason too. Asar nodded with a smile, but before the Lord of the 12th Legion returned, who could have imagined that the Primarch of the 12th Legion, such a fierce legion, would have a talent for telepathy and empathy. Ordinary space marines are not thinkers after all. Perhaps the power possessed by the Primarch, when it falls upon ordinary soldiers, only leaves them emotional. Qin Xia offered another conjecture. Avita and Asar exchanged glances, feeling that it was indeed the case. However, this was just a possibility, the exact truth was something the 12th Legion itself hadn't fully understood. May I ask if you are from Terra? Avita suddenly inquired about his origin, a question so abrupt that it startled Asar. Yes. Qin Xia nodded. Wait a minute, aren't you the Lord of the 12th Legion's adoptive father? How could you be from Terra? Asar asked in surprise. A long time ago, I was from Terra. Qin Xia gave a very vague answer. Avita, however, did not offer his usual habitual rebuttal or doubt, merely nodding, I can tell. I'm also from Terra. Asar smiled, from the Achaemenid Empire. You should know that before the Great Emperor completely unified Terra, the Achaemenid Empire was a prosperous and wealthy place. Then, after learning of the Emperor's cause and ideals, the Empire resolutely joined the Emperor's cause. I know. 99% of your 15th Legion's Terran-born are Achaemenid people. Qin Xia nodded. Avita, you also know the 15th Legion very well. Your question sounds like you're saying, you also know the 12th Legion very well. Qin Xia responded with a nod. Then the three of them looked at each other, and simultaneously nodded at each other, indicating that they were all people who understood each other's legions very well. However, understanding their respective legions didn't mean anything, it was merely understanding. The three fell silent for a few seconds. Avita pondered before asking, I hear your psychic power is unusual. Yes. Qin Xia admitted, I have no soul projection in the warp, and I am not affected by malicious creatures in the warp, because I have no soul projection. When Avita asked about the unusual nature of Qin Xia's psychic power, Qin Xia felt that both Avita and Asar had taken the bait. He intended to use their interest in the special nature of his psychic power to build rapport with them, establish his powerful image, and then find an opportunity to explain the dangers of the warp. However, Avita and Asar had the same sigh. Qin Xia and the two people in front of him both felt that the other had taken the bait, feeling secretly relieved, but maintaining a calm demeanor. It's incredible, a psyker without a soul projection. Avita let out a sigh, the unspoken second half of his thought being, how is that possible? But the fact was, a psyker without a soul projection did exist. During the recent prophecy ritual, Avita tried to probe Qin Xia's soul, but he couldn't find Qin Xia's soul projection in the warp at all, and thus couldn't cast psychic spells that directly affected his soul. Does having no soul projection mean one cannot make a pact with a spirit? Asar asked. Qin Xia knew that the spirits Asar referred to were warp creatures. Benevolent warp creatures, or at least temporarily benevolent ones. The 15th Legion often made pacts with spirits, and then the spirits would become protectors or assistants to a warrior of the 15th Legion, or merely perform tasks like writing and record keeping. Even Qin Xia could not deny that among the spirits the 15th Legion made pacts with, there existed benevolent warp creatures, and not all of them were malevolent warp creatures disguised by Tsianch. Of course I cannot make a pact with a spirit. Qin Xia said, even benevolent warp creatures cannot exert their power over my soul, let alone make a soul pact with me. That's truly a pity. Asar cast a sympathetic gaze at Qin Xia. That gaze was not feigned, but genuine pity and sympathy. Even Avita was the same. Because in their view, not being able to make a pact with a spirit meant lacking a powerful aid in combat, life, or other work, and it also meant that this powerful psyker before them could not experience the most beautiful part of the many beautiful parts of the warp emotional bonds. In my opinion, the warp is dangerous. Qin Xia felt the time was right, so he began to discuss what he wanted to talk about. Whenever I enter the warp, I can always sense those evil creatures watching me, countless malevolent intentions surrounding the entire ship. To Qin Xia's great surprise, the reaction of the two people in front of him to this sentence was frequent nodding, indeed. Their unexpected reaction made Qin Xia fall silent for a moment. The warp is undoubtedly dangerous, because ordinary psychers do not possess the ability to find benevolence within the warp. Asar said, malicious warp creatures and dangerous environments exist objectively, but under the guidance of benevolent warp creatures, we can easily avoid those dangers and gain benefits from the warp. As long as there's a spirit guiding you, traversing the warp isn't a dangerous thing at all. The only thing that can stop us isn't those malicious creatures, but the barrier between the warp and the reality universe, that thing called the veil. Our souls cannot cross the veil after leaving our bodies, we can only enter the warp physically, like using a warp engine. This means we are not free, we cannot be as free as those spirits. Asar's words plunged Qin Xia into complete silence. Qin Xia even felt that the warp held a very high status in the hearts of these two, and they placed a great deal of trust in it. Perhaps, in their view, the idea of the warp betraying them one day was as inconceivable and unacceptable as the Emperor betraying them one day. Qin Xia didn't know what fate awaited Asar. But Avita would eventually learn of the warp's dangers, for he was naturally a skeptic. However, at this point in time, it was simply too early. Avita was still a newcomer and was not yet aware of the deeper, darker aspects. My soul can cross the veil into the warp. Qin Xia said, my soul, like all of ours, exists within a body, but for some reason, the veil that separates the warp and the reality universe simply does not block my soul. Upon hearing this, a light gleamed in Avita and Asar's eyes, and their bodies leaned forward simultaneously. Is this true? Perhaps you can help us enter the warp in a spiritual state, free from the reality universe. All right. Qin Xia nodded with a smile. Perfect. I'll let you see the true warp, see what the warp looks like when it hasn't been whitewashed by Tsianch's demons. Then you'll know. Qin Xia thought to himself. Qin Xia even began to wonder, after entering the warp with him, and Avita suddenly realizing the truth, would the establishment of the Grey Knights be brought forward significantly? If so, perhaps without waiting many years, a specialized anti-chaos unit like the Grey Knights could be born. Then, with the addition of the White Knight, what demons? Weakened by the veil when entering the reality universe, they would simply be thrashed by two specialized anti-demon units. With this thought, under the extremely expectant gazes of Asar and Avita, Qin Xia took their hands. The three stood up simultaneously and sat cross-legged on the ground. Qin Xia felt that his soul could carry their souls across the veil, even though crossing the veil into the warp was incredibly difficult for a normal psyker. But recalling the feeling of every previous crossing of the veil, Qin Xia felt he could do it. Breathe deeply, and feel my soul. Qin Xia said. Avita and Asar were not ordinary psychers, they entered a state instantly, then, filled with anticipation, connected with Qin Xia's psychic power. The souls of the three left their bodies at the same moment. The souls of the two named individuals from the 15th Legion were as if enveloped by Qin Xia, restrained by his psychic power, rapidly departing from the veil that enveloped the reality universe and separated it from the warp. As Qin Xia promised, their souls met no obstruction, easily entering the warp. And in a free, spiritual state. Let's go, let's go. I'll show you how terrifying the malicious creatures in the warp are. And what those true warp creatures I saw every time I entered the warp before looked like, and how evil they were. Qin Xia shouted internally. Avita and Asar had no sense of caution, only feeling that they were embarking on a peculiar journey. The souls of the three had already passed through the veil and were moving further and further away from it. The threads of fate coiled upon the veil also receded further and further in their eyes. Avita was surprised to find that this process was visual. He had originally thought that he and Asar would feel tormented, like fragile, sick beasts stumbling in a storm. Once the veil was completely distant, the souls of the three saw the ever-changing, unpredictable warp. This was a chaotic mental world, devoid of logic or reason, existing only as spirit and concept. However, Qin Xia was stunned when he saw what was before him. There were no terrifying creatures or horrifying environments that he had seen every time he entered the warp before. The warp creatures that had previously attacked and hunted him in groups were completely absent, and the landscape presented in the warp was not terrifying either. What Qin Xia saw was a crystal the size of a palm. Upon the palm-sized crystal stood a castle, and within the castle's courtyard and on its walls, some soldiers were standing guard. The souls of the three drifted as if propelled by psychic tides, approaching the crystal, and then entering the castle. Avita. Asar. The soldiers guarding the castle gate recognized the 2,000 suns and immediately shouted with joy. The castle gate quickly rose. In what was originally the castle courtyard, a large group of farmers working in the fields came out and stood on both sides of the street, welcoming the visitors from the reality universe. A beautiful blue crow flew out of the farmland and landed on Asar's arm. My master, you have come in a spiritual form. The crow spoke, its voice sounding ancient and profound, like a wise elder who had experienced countless ages. This crow was Asar's little spirit. Yes, because of this lord, we are able to come to this place. Asar smiled, looking at Qin Xia, who was expressionless and whose thoughts were unknown. The crow's beautiful blue eyes, burning with fire, also turned towards Qin Xia. Then, this extremely unforgettable and absurd journey for all three began. Chapter 244 Deception. This is our first time seeing my wise master without a Geller field between us. The raven flew up from Asar's arm, cheering. After circling the plaza a few times, the raven swooped down from the sky like a fighter jet. Qin Xia thought the other party was going to attack him, so he immediately prepared to counterattack. But the raven only flew swiftly over the heads of the three souls, then sprinkled beautiful rainbows. The people standing on the lush green grass to greet the three cheered, joyfully beating gongs and drums as they welcomed the three into the town. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Xia found that the environment here had changed 3 or 4 times, and the castle he had seen earlier was completely gone. This is a classic warp situation chaos. Look, just as Qin Xia was about to discuss the chaotic situation before them with the other two, the people on both sides of the grass had already lifted the three up, cheering them into the city. Inside a house in a certain part of the city, the people stopped. The three looked into the house, and in the grand dining room on the first floor, a beautiful middle-aged woman in an apron took an apple pie out of the oven. Avita. Upon seeing Avita, the beautiful woman smiled, gently brushed a red strand of hair from her temple, and quickly walked to the table with the apple pie. Avita stood still, his body trembling very slightly. Are you waiting for your other brothers and sisters? Come quickly with your friends and eat. The woman smiled and waved. Avita showed no discernible reaction, only his nose twitched almost imperceptibly twice. Master, I have found your mother's soul, as you can see, the raven said, standing on the stove. It's not easy to find a human soul in the etheric domain, but I prayed to wisdom, and wisdom revealed her soul's location to me. Asar explained softly at this moment, the etheric domain is another name for the warp, the benevolent spirits here call psychic energy etheric energy. Thank you, and thank wisdom. Avita reached out, standing outside the door, stroking the feathers of the raven perched on the stove. The raven gently pecked Avita's hand twice, an affectionate gesture. Qin Xia watched all this, feeling only that the Tsianch concentration here had exploded. How have you been? Avita held the raven and walked to the table, trembling as he sat down. After you fell into slumber from illness, before Prospero's master and me, how has life been here? Under the protection of wisdom, everything is well. The woman busied herself by the stove, putting the roasted meat into the oven before turning back with a smile to answer. Avita nodded vigorously, murmuring, that's good. The woman continued to busy herself preparing food. Avita turned to look at his best brother and superior, and also at Qin Xia, who had brought his spirit form here. Come sit down, we are in spirit form now, and can taste the food here. Asar immediately walked over. Qin Xia looked around warily. I need to avoid some warp creature suddenly mutating here, or a warp creature popping out from somewhere and tearing our souls to shreds, dragging us into hell for never-ending torment. How could there be danger? This is paradise, the woman turned and said to Qin Xia. Qin Xia pondered. The woman continued cooking, humming a little tune. The tune she hummed grew clearer and gradually acquired lyrics. This is the most beautiful place, this is a sanctuary for everyone. As the woman sang, she suddenly began to dance. Accompaniment appeared abruptly and absurdly out of thin air. The spirit forms of the three in the magnificent hall watched the woman dancing gracefully in the spotlight on the dance floor. This is the most beautiful place. The woman spun, humming, dancing, picking up the kitchen knife used for carving roasted meat and twirling it twice by the stove. 2 pieces of roasted meat were sliced off. These 2 pieces of roasted meat bounced, with joyful expressions on their faces, singing at the same time, where else is more beautiful than here? The woman spun once and hung the kitchen knife on the wall. 2 eyes and a mouth appeared on the handle of the kitchen knife, also with a joyful expression, nowhere nowhere. The cutting board on the stove grew eyes and a mouth, taking over the lyrics and singing. The melody became visibly tangible before Qin Xia, and the entire world's art style became abstract and fluid. Facing this situation of singing and dancing at the drop of a hat, Qin Xia muttered to himself, did I wander into a Disney movie? In short, everything was singing and dancing. Whether it was stools, tables, food, or knives, forks, and even houses. Everything except the 3 visitors from reality was singing and dancing, showcasing their most joyful and lively side in this abstract and fluid environment. Qin Xia suddenly looked at Asar. Asar, who always had a smile on his face as if he had never been beaten, was now laughing heartily, clapping his hands, and at the same time, psychic energy was overflowing from his soul. This joyful person was releasing psychic energy, and his psychic energy was affecting the surrounding environment. And after realizing Qin Xia was looking at him, Asar paused, then perceived that he was continuously releasing psychic energy. Psychic energy from the warp was drawn by him, then released, in a continuous cycle. After being startled, Asar quickly controlled himself to stop releasing psychic energy, lest his soul projection attract the covetousness of malevolent creatures. Although his spirits would protect his soul, it was still dangerous, as there were not only benevolent creatures in the warp. Ah! A roar suddenly echoed through this absurd place. Qin Xia, Avita, and Asar all looked up simultaneously, only to see a massive, blood-red creature with 2 wings descending from the sky, wielding 2 axes. Angron Greater Demon. Qin Xia could identify the opponent at a glance. Qin Xia figured that this Angron Greater Demon wouldn't be giving the 1,000 Suns a good face this time. Angron didn't care about Xianzha's schemes, nor would he try to win over the 1,000 Suns. Damned one! The Greater Demon suddenly roared at Qin Xia. Qin Xia realized the other party was coming for him and suddenly remembered the Angron demons he had seen in the memories of the 2 Grey Knights, who seemed to be looking only for him. Protect the guests. The raven on Avita's arm shrieked and flew up. Everyone present, except for the cooking woman, and the 3 visitors from reality, the people who were originally standing by watching, all turned into ravens. The ravens gathered, swirling like blue flames, sweeping towards the Angron Greater Demon. Then a blue energy slammed onto the ravens and the Greater Demon, and the Greater Demon instantly vanished, the crisis resolved. It's not very safe here lately. The raven flew back to Avita's hand and said to everyone, let's leave here quickly, lest more malevolent creatures target you and come to hunt you. You are in spirit form and have no Geller field protection, I'm afraid I might overlook something and let you fall into the hands of those malevolent creatures. But malevolent creatures are very few, after all, the raven added. Most here are benevolent creatures. I don't think so. I've never seen such hospitable creatures when I came here before, Qin Xia said. The raven did not respond, soaring into the air. Avita and Asar looked at Qin Xia. The 3 held hands, passing through the veil as they had come, returning to the reality universe. Did you see that? That's what it's like to enter the warp as a spirit form. After suddenly opening his eyes, Avita looked at the other 2 in surprise. Asar was now looking down, lost in thought, the smile gone from his face, replaced by a profound expression. That's amazing. Avita slapped Asar's thigh. Yes. Asar nodded perfunctorily. But I always feel that I was uncontrollably manipulating psychic energy just now, and it wasn't because there was something wrong with me. Qin Xia remained silent, showing no reaction even when he felt Avita's excited gaze upon him. He suddenly began to understand some of the Grey Knights' actions and philosophies. 10,000 years later, the Grey Knights in Qin Xia's memory were brutal, with a single word kill for anyone who might be corrupted by chaos. As long as chaos corruption was suspected, death was certain. Even after Guilliman's return, which allowed the Grey Knights, who previously killed anyone they saw, to city walk on Terra, the policy of killing on suspicion remained unchanged. Qin Xia once didn't understand, thinking the Grey Knights were too extreme, but now he suddenly understood a little. When faced with situations like this, and people like Avita and Asar, their experiences led them to believe that the warp was good, and they didn't believe that the so-called warp sprites who served them so meticulously were demons in disguise. It was impossible to reason with them, there was no way. Qin Xia even felt that if he were Angron, even if Angron used his power to directly impart the truth to Avita and Asar through empathy, the latter 2 would still believe it was a form of brainwashing, not the truth. Sigh. At this thought, Qin Xia let out a long sigh, feeling helpless. Avita will still change his mind in the future, and will realize the truth. But what about Asar? What about the rest of the 1,000 Suns? What about Magnus? They will go down a dark path, if no one interferes. But as for how to interfere with them, the only effective method Qin Xia could think of now was to kill them, or else wait for the Emperor to arrive and just make it clear to the Emperor, letting the Emperor handle it himself. Thinking of this, Qin Xia sighed again. When do you have time next? Avita was unusually excited, leaning towards Qin Xia to ask, when can we go on our next spirit journey? Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then said, I think we should not go again, because it's too dangerous. Didn't you see that blood-red demon? But my spirits helped us. Those benevolent creatures helped us. As always. Avita said urgently. Unlike every exploration of the unknown in history, our exploration of the warp and spirits hasn't cost us much. Do you know how much less we've paid compared to the exploration of warp engine technology? Thousands of people died and 2 warships were destroyed during humanity's first warp engine test, but humanity still persevered, experimenting one after another, not scared by the terrifying sights in the warp, and we merely saw a red-skinned freak and we. Speaking of the red-skinned freak. Avita swallowed. He stopped abruptly. Qinxia was silent for another moment. Avita just looked at Qinxia with expectant eyes. 2 seconds later, Qinxia raised his fists, pressing them together. Avita looked at the two fists in confusion. Qinxia's right fist began to rotate, making a sizzling sound like a device operating, and the middle finger of his left fist slowly rose, pointing at Avita. Go to hell. Qinxia's expression changed from calm to agitated. We were just like 3 primitive men on the American continent in the super ancient times of Terra. Seeing some strange plants, a strange idea popped into our heads, and then we did a strange thing, which was to roll up the plant, light it, and then put it in our mouths. Finally, 3 idiotic upright humans had an epic lungful, embarking on an absurd journey they couldn't even dream of. We were just like 3 idiotic primitive men. Qinxia reached out and pressed Avita's shoulder, cupped Avita's face, and continued. Benevolent warp creatures? I know such creatures exist, but I also know they are so few that there aren't enough for you madmen of the 15th Legion to each have one. Think about it, think about it. The benevolence of those creatures, the soul of your mother you saw, what if they are fake? You also saw everything we experienced, did those scenes seem real? Avita suddenly pushed Qinxia away, then stood up and looked down at this guy whose attitude had suddenly done a complete 180-degree turn. Asar was still recalling the recent experience, looking bewildered and dazed, sitting aside in contemplation, completely oblivious to what was happening beside him. You're like an academic tyrant, trying to monopolize everything you know, Avita said. What? Qinxia was so angry he laughed. Your words are even more absurd than everything we just experienced. Isn't that so? Avita pointed at Qinxia's chest. You are monopolizing the knowledge you've acquired. I know that among the White Knight, some knowledge is only allowed for you to see, not allowed for anyone else, not even your chief librarian to touch. Aren't you a monopolist? The knowledge I've forbidden other think tanks from examining was written by malevolent creatures. It's fine for me to read it, but others would be in trouble if they even touched it, Qinxia said. Oh, I forgot, you don't have a soul projection, do you? Avita said with an exaggerated pout. Then you really are special, otherwise how is it that in your words, all the malevolence of the warp has been encountered by you? Qinxia's carefully prepared detailed explanation was cut short, and in the end, only a single conclusion escaped his lips. Just you wait, one day you'll be even more ruthless than me, even more skeptical of the warp, and even more hostile to everything in the warp. The Eye of Wisdom hasn't shown me such a future, Avita said, shaking his head with a smile. Asar, who had been listening to the two argue, still hadn't figured out the answer to the question in his mind, but he realized that dwelling on it was pointless, so he stood up. I think we really need to be more cautious, that experience just now, let's not have a second time, Asar said. Avita looked at Asar in confusion. Asar, looking weary, shook his head and turned to leave. I feel like I almost died in that place just now. I just want to rest now. Chapter 245, Memory. Seeing Asar's fatigue, Qinxia and Avita, who were arguing, exchanged glances, both showing confused expressions. Go rest. Someone will take you to your quarters once you leave the library, Qinxia said. You actually feel tired? Avita said. Asar's response to the two was a silent nod. Then, he walked out of the library, hunched over and with his head bowed, before following the waiting sailor to the quarters arranged for the two guests on the White Knight. Only Avita and Qinxia remained in the library. The flesh mutation that your 15th Legion fears most, do you know where this mutation problem originates from? Qinxia threw out what he believed to be the most effective topic. Every member of the 15th Legion harbored a deep-seated fear of flesh mutation, as well as an unwavering determination to rectify this flaw. Their desire to change this defect was boundless. Where does it originate from? Avita asked with a solemn expression. It originates from the warp, Qinxia said. I can sense that the elves with whom you signed soul contracts have brought you the flesh mutation. An impatient expression appeared on Avita's face, as Qinxia had talked for a long time only to circle back to the very beginning of the topic. It was rambling, repeating the same old tune. Don't be prejudiced and think I'm just trying to tie everything back to the danger of the warp, Avita. Think about it carefully. Qinxia lightly patted Avita's chest, signaling him to calm down and follow his train of thought. Without the protection of a Geller field, creatures of the reality universe exposed to the dangerous environment of the warp will go mad and mutate. Don't you see those mutated things when you are traveling through the warp, like a reality universe ship floating in the warp, propelled by ethereal energy, that might have mutated flesh? This is the influence of the warp's power. This is a fact. Avita was silent for a moment. Qinxia looked expectantly at this future Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights, who was destined to awaken. But no scientific technology can change the flesh mutation defect of the 15th Legion. Avita took 2 steps back, pointing his right index finger at the ground, as if pointing at the curse his battle brothers endured. The Emperor, the greatest scientist and leader in human history, the father of all primarchs, he researched the mutation problem of the 15th Legion and was helpless. Scientific technology of the reality universe cannot reverse the mutation, only by seeking power from the warp can we hope to succeed. Nothing is impossible in the warp. It is precisely for this reason that we delve deep into the warp to find a way to save our brothers. Qinxia shook his head helplessly. Avita wanted to continue explaining why he absolutely had to utilize and deeply research the warp, but he felt that what he said might be useless. Perhaps Qinxia was just someone who used psychic powers but disliked them. I'm not telling you all this to convince you right now, Qin Xia decided to end the discussion. I just hope you remember this conversation. Someday in the future, when you recall this and realize something, you can immediately come to me, and we can work together to do something. Avita frowned, then nodded after a moment. Qin Xia also nodded. The two looked at each other in silence, and Avita turned and walked out of the library. Without any sailor to guide him, Avita knew where his assigned quarters were, for he possessed powerful prophetic abilities. As he walked through the ship's corridors, Avita scrutinized everything around him with a questioning gaze. On matters unrelated to the warp, he was once again the skeptic who doubted everything. In the reality universe, truth and falsehood exist, certain qualities are fixed and can be hidden. It is not so in the warp, where all beings are constrained by the concepts and mental powers involved, driven by concept or spirit. Doubt and dialectics are meaningless to warp beings. After observing for a long time, Avita came to a crossroads. After glancing at the think tank coming towards him with a suspicious look, Avita entered the left passage. This was a shortcut to his quarters. He thought he could reach his quarters directly by walking to the end of the shortcut and then boarding a transport. But as he passed a cabin guarded by two thinkers, something in the ether called to Avita, making him stop. Avita looked at the cabin. All he could see was a heavy gate and two fully armed thinkers. Avita could not see what was inside the gate, as the psychic energy permeating from within blocked his vision. What's in here? Avita asked one of the guarding thinkers. What exactly is so important that it requires you to stand here as guards? Why don't you see for yourself? The think tank retorted. Avita was stunned for a moment. The reason he chose to ask instead of directly entering was because he knew he wouldn't be allowed to investigate the situation. This place was clearly a restricted area. But the thinkers. Hiss. The sound of equalizing air pressure echoed. As one of the thinkers reached out and opened the access device, the gate slowly rose. Avita saw that the cabin was a vacuum environment, but now, with oxygen rushing in, it was no longer a vacuum. Carrying his confusion as to why there would be a vacuum environment on a warship, Avita stepped into the cabin. It was pitch black inside. Then, rows of lights above the cabin lit up, their combined light forming a path of light in the vast cabin, at the end of which were two wide seats. Two space marines, covered in frost, sat on the seats. Avita now realized that this place was a freezing storage facility. Then Avita was curious about what was wrong with those two space marines that they were kept in a vacuum-sealed warehouse. He soon found out. The sound of shattering ice echoed. The ice on the two space marines gradually shattered, and they awoke from their unconscious state. Avita frowned. The two space marines opened their eyes at the same moment, psychic light flowing in their pupils, and then two psychic impacts surged towards Avita from the left and right directions. Avita reacted swiftly, extending his arms and using his psychic powers to resist the impacts coming from both directions. It was effortless. Hat. Avita slowly lowered his arms, unable to help but feel a little proud of how easily he had neutralized the attacks of the two psychers. But the next second, more psychic impacts struck, coming from all directions. Avita could still easily resist a few, but after a few, he couldn't keep up and was thrown off balance by the psychic impacts. Amidst the psychic attacks, Avita suddenly saw the near past. He saw these two warriors being called Grey Knights by others, saw the madness of the two Grey Knights, saw them suddenly attacking others in their madness, and then, after a brief moment of clarity, demanding to be sealed in a warehouse capable of creating a vacuum environment, and upon arriving at the warehouse, freezing themselves with psychic power. But before being sealed in the warehouse, the two Grey Knights had instructed the think tank responsible for taking care of them about one thing. That was, if anyone came looking for them, to allow that person to enter the warehouse. As Avita saw the recent past, a psychic impact even stronger than before landed on him. He felt as if his two hearts were grabbed and squeezed hard by someone. This excruciating pain made it difficult for Avita to even breathe. However, the psychic impacts continued relentlessly, inflicting various pains upon Avita. The two Grey Knights remained seated, mouths agape, eyes wide, psychic radiance spewing from all 7 orifices of their bodies. The two Grey Knights were out of control, and it wasn't that they wanted to test Avita with some method. If they could remain conscious now, they wouldn't want to lay a hand on the Grey Knight's first Supreme Grand Master at all. Just at this dangerous moment, the two thinkers outside rushed in. However, the two thinkers did not prove useful. What truly proved useful was Avita's contracted elf. A raven appeared out of thin air on the ship, emitting a sharp shriek, and then all the psychic attacks that would have been inflicted upon Avita were dispelled. The raven's shriek even woke the two Grey Knights. And after doing this to protect its master, the raven vanished without a trace, its task completed. Suddenly relieved, Avita recalled Qin Xia's previous words and then answered in his heart, how could I not trust my elf and instead trust others? My life has been saved by the elf several times. Sir. Gradually calming down, Avita suddenly heard someone calling him and looked up at the two individuals in his vision of the past, named Grey Knights. The two Grey Knights called out to Avita in unison. But it was only a single call, using the word sir, without any explanation, and then the two Grey Knights immediately stopped using that term. Avita held his head high, scanning their faces. The two Grey Knights sat upright, looking down at the future first Supreme Grand Master. At this moment, Avita, the first Supreme Grand Master, had no advantage over the two Grey Knights, neither in his mastery and deep understanding of psychic powers, nor in his accumulated knowledge and understanding of the warp's power. He was inferior in every aspect. He was even younger than the two Grey Knights. You seem to know me? Avita asked. The two Grey Knights did not answer the question, for they were still deep in thought. Avita was truly too important, even without considering his identity as the future first Supreme Grand Master of the Grey Knights. His influence on the Grey Knights was crucial. This meant that any small, tiny thing, as small as a word or a glance, could potentially change the fate of the Grey Knights. "I'm hungry, chef," one of the Grey Knights said. "Go get my weapon, I want to fight," the other Grey Knight said. A disappointed expression appeared on Avita's face. He had thought these two would have some profound words to say, but they turned out to be two lunatics, their words nothing but mad ramblings, utterly worthless. But just as Avita was about to turn and leave, the two Grey Knights exchanged glances, the madness on their faces gradually fading, replaced by a look of tacit understanding, like partners who had fought side by side for a long time in extremely dangerous environments. Then, a memory of empathy, like lightning from the sky, struck Avita. Surging memories entered Avita's brain. He felt those memories, like fighter jets, traveling through every gyrus in his brain, their fiery exhaust burning his brain structure, the roar of their engines and sonic booms rattling his ears. Avita felt pain, stopped in his tracks, and then experienced everything in an instant. It was a modified memory. Inside a ship crippled by an attack from malevolent warp entities, two warriors fought until they could fight no more, then struggled to survive in the terrifying environment of the warp. Eventually, their bodies became encased in layers of rotting flesh, which grew into a mass of meat, enveloping the two of them. Avita experienced everything from the subjective perspective of one of them. The unspeakable horrors of the warp, the environment that caused everything to mutate, all of it was experienced by Avita. He instantly understood why these two Grey Knights had gone mad, because even a brief subjective experience caused Avita immense suffering. "You ran into malevolent warp entities. Your luck is truly bad," Avita murmured, then turned and left the warehouse. The two Grey Knights watched Avita's retreating figure, both realizing that the memories they had just implanted in Avita had not had an immediate effect. But neither of them had expected an immediate effect. They had simply decided, after careful consideration, to use this memory to give Avita the impression that a certain part of the warp was very dangerous, and that a large number of malevolent entities existed within it. It would not change the past of the Grey Knights. At the same time, there was another benefit: it would deepen the concept of the Grey Knights as an anti-demon force in Avita's mind, lest Xia inadvertently cause the Grey Knights not to be born or to have their name changed after altering the timeline. After completing one task during their brief moment of lucidity, the two Grey Knights applied their psychic powers to themselves before the state of madness returned once more. As Avita walked out of the warehouse, the gate slammed shut. "I went to buy Eldar packs during the day and wrote 9,000 words by midnight. Consider it a day off." Chapter 246, Psyker Equipment. "Who do you think the White Knight Lord really is?" "I don't know, SR officer. I thought you would wait for me to make a judgment and then refute me, not directly admit your limited knowledge on this matter. Knowledge is power, and regarding the White Knight Lord, I lack knowledge and power, so of course, I must admit my vulnerability." Avita and SR could both see each other, but they were not communicating face to face somewhere in the reality universe. In their vision, the surroundings were dark, with only a bonfire burning between them. SR sat by the bonfire, looking utterly exhausted. The smile that had never disappeared from his face had been gone for several hours, which worried Avita. "Perhaps he's a selfish person," Avita said. Seeing the suffocating exhaustion that should never have appeared on SR's face, Avita felt a renewed fear of losing a loved one, so he casually made up an answer to ensure SR's question wouldn't go unanswered. And SR's question was, "Who exactly is the White Knight Lord?" "You know I'm not asking about character or morality." SR's right hand trembled as he picked up a piece of firewood and placed it into the bonfire. Blue flames danced on the wood. "When the White Knight Lord effortlessly led us into the warp, I began to wonder who he truly was." Avita looked at SR. SR was wrapped in a blanket, his eyes half closed, as if he were on the verge of fainting from exhaustion. "I heard your argument, but I don't think the White Knight Lord is a selfish person, nor does he want to monopolize anything. Rather, he truly has extraordinary abilities. Taking two souls, effortlessly crossing the veil, and then returning to their bodies. You know this isn't something a psyker can do, not even our two primarchs can do it, or if they can, it wouldn't be so easy." Avita listened to everything SR said. Avita remained silent for a moment, pondering another answer in his mind. Then he spoke the most absurd answer, yet one he genuinely believed to be reasonable. "Perhaps he is a part of the reality universe and the warp, I mean taking a piece of each, and then becoming such an existence. So he is not limited by reality and the warp. Just as you told me, it's written in the book you found with a warlord during the Terra Unification War, beyond the three realms, outside the five elements." By the end, Avita himself laughed. Although this was the only explanation he could think of, unable to give SR any other answer, it was truly a bit too outlandish. But SR, upon hearing it, was incredibly serious. "When I was in the warp, I uncontrollably used my psyker abilities, and at that time, I perceived many things. I could sense the White Knight Lord's uniqueness, and I could also sense..." Muttering like a dream, SR raised his bloodshot eyes and stared into Avita's eyes. He paused, then continued, "I could also sense that perhaps our thinking has always been wrong. We, every person in the Legion, the Primarchs, we have all been trapped by some kind of snare because of our ideas. You're scared, brother." Avita gently shook his head. "You and I both know the consequences of losing control of psyker abilities, so I can understand your extreme fatigue and fear after nearly losing control. What you need is rest." SR nodded gently. After a night of meditation, Avita opened his eyes to a luxurious and elegant bedroom. The decor of this bedroom had even been meticulously arranged to better suit the habits its occupant might have. For example, large bookshelves, various cultural artifacts, and an astronomical telescope for observing the void outside. There was also a clear sign that this bedroom had been specially arranged for him: screens, bed sheets, and bedding in Prospero's iconic red and gold colors. These arrangements were very exquisite, and they exceeded Avita's preconceived notions of the 12th Legion's hospitality. However, he didn't think that all of this had been specially prepared for him by the White Knight Lord. It was more likely that the White Knight Lord had given the order, and then the captain of this battleship was responsible for arranging such a room. Avita thought that if it was indeed as he suspected, and all of this was personally arranged by the captain of this battleship, then this captain must be very good at pleasing others. It was just a pity that Avita wouldn't use these arrangements. He wouldn't burrow into the covers to sleep here, but would spend night after night meditating. After his meditative communication with Isar, Avita stood up, full of energy, rising with an almost leaping motion. The Emperor had not yet arrived in this star system. The Iron Lord of the 4th Legion, like the Lord of the 12th Legion, was rational and did not choose to forcibly attack the world below. Therefore, there would be no wars to participate in today, and no new prophecy requests awaiting Avita to fulfill. Avita could arrange everything for himself today, and he had already planned to go directly to where the thinkers were receiving training. Although there were some ideological conflicts with the White Knight Lord, the White Knight Lord did not expel those whose ideas differed from his. Isar and Avita still had the freedom to move around on the ship. Therefore, when passing by some armed personnel on the battleship, they saw Avita, but merely saluted. Today, we will still be training on the psyker ability called Communion. Chief Librarian Varus stood before all the active thinkers and spoke. The reason it was all active thinkers was because 10 new thinkers were undergoing modification surgery and were currently unconscious, so they couldn't participate in the gathering, but they were undoubtedly already part of the think tank unit. The moment those psychers passed trial after trial and were allowed to become thinkers, they were already a White Knight. Do you mind if I steal some military secrets from your 12th Legion think tank unit? Avita said, leaning against the door frame. Varus frowned and turned his head, seeing Avita standing outside the training ground door. Avita saluted Varus, and Varus, frowning, also saluted. This chief librarian did not appear friendly at all, because within the 12th Legion, no one was allowed to disturb warriors who were in training. Even if some emergency occurred that required the training warriors to handle, it would be the standard bearers of different companies who conveyed the situation, and not just anyone who could stand up and interrupt everyone's training progress with a single sentence. If you want to observe something, then observe it. There's no need to make a formal request with a joke. Varus said in a deep voice. The people of your 12th Legion are not very friendly. I'm afraid if I really just swaggered in to watch you, I'd be chopped to death the next second. Avita said with a smile. Varus frowned slightly, saying nothing more. Under the gaze of the thinkers, who were completely unfazed by Avita's two jokes, he continued to issue commands for practicing the psyker ability. This was what Avita wanted to see. How miraculous was the psyker ability that everyone could unleash when their minds were connected. Besides being miraculous, Avita also felt that this psyker ability was simply a miracle of the psychic plane, because it didn't involve releasing some kind of psychic attack to affect the opponent's mind, but rather directly creating a psychic giant to decisively kill the opponent. However, the 15th Legion already had an understanding of this psyker ability. Just coming over to feast his eyes was not Avita's style, he had another agenda. Perhaps one day, those who have undergone flesh mutations will be able to exist in this state. Avita thought to himself. Existing in a spiritual state, no longer affected by flesh mutations, powerful, fearless. What a beautiful thing that would be. While Avita was thinking, the thinkers, in pairs, summoned psychic giants using the special fusion movements Xia had designed for them. Not all thinkers could summon a psychic giant, some thinkers just couldn't, no matter how hard they tried, only making some gestures and expressions. Only the most ancient humans could discern the origin of the fusion movements used by the thinkers. Avita was not one of those most ancient humans. This modern person, who wasn't even sure if the cradle world of humanity was ever named Earth, instinctively analyzed the thinkers' fusion movements after seeing them. Then Avita felt that the fusion movements designed by Xia were truly excellent. Fusion was evident everywhere. Two people becoming one, their minds connected. Avita was even quite certain that without this movement, the psychic giants summoned by the thinkers would be weaker. How did you feel just now? Avita asked. Hearing this question, Varus gestured to his thinker brothers that they could cancel the psyker ability, then looked at Avita, pondering how to answer. The feeling of being able to share all thoughts and senses with the other person. Varus answered earnestly. At this moment, the psychic giants condensed by the thinkers dissipated. Avita asked again, if I'm not mistaken, using communion consumes a lot of psychic energy. Will frequently invoking and dispelling psychic energy really not cause any problems? Varus was silent. He did not tell this outsider that the White Knight Lord could share his psychic energy with anyone else. Because when this chief librarian looked at the person before him from the perspective of a warrior of the 12th Legion and a descendant of the benevolent and loving Gene Primarch Angron, he believed that everyone in the 15th Legion was unrestrained in their use of psyker abilities. Even worse, they signed soul contracts with warp entities of unknown origin. The thinkers of the 12th Legion all had a question. Can't you people of the 15th Legion perceive the malice of those warp entities? You can actually sign contracts with such creatures, do you have to wait until those creatures have evil written all over their faces before you realize that this is a death wish? While Avita waited for a reply, Varus repeated this question in his mind. At the same time, Varus also felt that perhaps one day the 12th Legion would be sent to eliminate the 15th Legion. At that time, Avita would be an enemy. The fact that the White Knight Lord's psyker abilities could be shared with others was very important, and might become a key point for a surprise victory in a future battle, so it could not be revealed. I can feel that person's aura from you. Varus, who had said nothing on the surface but had actually uttered countless words in his mind, suddenly heard Avita say this. I can feel it from you. Avita emphasized. Your White Knight Lord seems to be able to share his psyker abilities. Perhaps he really isn't selfish and arrogant, but truly has a special quality that makes him feel safe and secure. Avita couldn't finish his sentence, a sudden alarm interrupted his speech. The alarm sound, broadcast from a dedicated alarm system, was similar to a horn, like the horn calls that would appear on battlefields in ancient wars. The special length and frequency of the alarm allowed all the thinkers and combat personnel within the battleship to discern its meaning, prepare for the upcoming military operation. What's going on? Avita instinctively glanced at the viewport. Outside the viewport, it was peaceful. The world that, in his prophecy, would be a planet-sized war machine, showed no reaction. Does your White Knight Lord intend to attack without authorization? Avita's question was not answered by anyone. In front of this person from the 15th Legion, all the thinkers in the training ground gathered like robots, then marched out of the training ground in neat formation, heading to their designated places during wartime. Avita followed behind. Although the previous conversation with the White Knight Lord had ended badly, Avita still did not want the White Knight Lord to undertake a suicidal action. If this was indeed a military operation that would be carried out without authorization, then it had to be stopped. With this thought, Avita walked faster than the thinkers. As he walked, Avita paid attention to everything around him. The thinkers had, at some point, gone to the armory to equip themselves with weapons and gear. Their speed in donning armor was truly frightening. The thinkers, clad in ordinary blue and white power armor, held their weapons and marched in tight formation along the corridor. Two thinkers in silver heavy power armor walked at the very front. Avita had not seen that model of silver power armor, but he thought it looked like a type of Terminator armor. Two thinkers wearing special Terminator tactical dreadnought armor walked at the very front, holding silver halberds and taking wide, sweeping strides. Their armor was undergoing emergency testing of its equipment and various functions. Upon reaching a narrow section, Avita stood aside. The two silver-armored thinkers passed right in front of him. The armor's functions were being debugged to the defensive force field section, and a faint blue arc of light shimmered in the air, enveloping the bodies of the two silver-armored thinkers. It really is Terminator armor. Avita was slightly surprised. To use Terminator armor for thinkers, and in the 12th Legion, a legion famous for discriminating against thinkers. Avita thought to himself that Angron being raised by a psyker was truly a blessing for these thinkers, their treatment was completely different now. While Avita was surprised that two White Knight thinkers were wearing Terminator armor, he saw something even more astonishing. After the thinkers had walked away, some drones carrying containers flew past from the right side of the floating corridor. Avita could see what was inside. Sets of neatly arranged new armor, which also appeared to be heavy Terminator tactical dreadnought armor. They were silver. They were exceptionally large, and appeared to have no space for reactors to supply energy, thus allowing for more room to carry weapons and ammunition. The technology used in those armors was different from normal power armor. Avita saw patterns like glowing white psyker energy arrays flowing within those Terminator armor suits. Chapter 247, The Experiment. When will the Primarch's Guard arrive on the White Knight? They are already here, guide. Their anti-gravity transport just docked inside the White Knight. Good. We'll begin once they arrive. Xia stood on the command deck, facing the tactical table that displayed a certain topographical environment of the planet, overseeing the entire situation. All the important figures on the White Knight were currently on the deck, gathered around the tactical table, ready to carry out any orders from the White Knight Lord. In addition to the original personnel of the White Knight, there were also some officers among those present who were not part of the original 12th Legion officers. They were new officers, promoted for their outstanding performance during the recruit training phase. These so-called officers, apart from their exceptional performance in training, were no different from recruits in any other aspect. Therefore, they could not hold very high positions, such as company commanders, they were merely leaders of combat squads. As for why some of the recruits were made officers, this was Angron's decision. Xia had never asked about this, but he felt that a large part of Angron's decision was likely due to the origin of the recruits teams that performed exceptionally well in the global gladiator selection competition. The champion team, the runner-up team, and so on. And those who immediately became captain-level officers after the recruit training were the captains of the participating gladiator teams. Although the gladiator games on Nuceria had become less brutal even before the rebellion fully ended, the reason for their reduced brutality was only due to advanced biotechnology and medical technology providing a safety net, ensuring participants wouldn't be maimed or killed. It didn't mean that gladiator teams didn't need to fight with all their might. All those who were sent to the 12th Legion after participating in the competition must have been the strongest warriors on the planet Nuceria, and these warriors must also have had deep camaraderie with each other, otherwise, they could not have achieved victory in team combat. So, even without any experience commanding Space Marines, these new officers could still perfectly execute their duties in low-intensity combat situations. The Primarch's Guard was formed by the rebellious gladiators from the World Eaters back then. Xia turned to look at the captain-level officers. The first initiators. In Nuceria's historical teachings, these brothers and sisters who fought alongside me in the Primarch are called the first initiators, but within the 12th Legion, they are known as the Primarch's Guard, the Blood Drinkers. All the captain-level officers remained silent, but their eyes responded to every word Qin Xia spoke. Therefore, you must follow them closely and absolutely not allow your respective squads to lag behind by even half a step. This is the first practical training, and I do not wish for any of you to die in this training, Qin Xia said. The captains placed their hands over their chests, silently responding to the God Emperor's instructions with the 12th Legion's salute. Then Qin Xia looked at the others, giving individual instructions, though they were mostly general pre-battle words that a commander would say to their subordinates, nothing particularly important. At this moment, the thinkers entered the command deck. Qin Xia immediately cast his gaze over, and upon seeing that the thinkers were already wearing armor, he frowned, take off all the equipment you are wearing. Though the thinkers had doubts, they complied. Avita entered the command deck at this moment, seeing those present and Qin Xia, who was making the final arrangements for a military operation. Avita was about to step forward to persuade Qin Xia to stop this military operation, but his call, which had just escaped his lips, was replaced by the roar of a large machine operating. A massive servitor entered the command deck. This servitor was specifically designed for transporting heavy objects, so it had a huge container embedded on its back. Avita noticed that the contents of the container on this servitor's back were the same as what he had just seen, indicating that this servitor was transferring items. Put on the armor from inside the container, Qin Xia ordered, Varus and commas are excluded. So the thinkers used their psyker abilities to change their armor. Avita noticed that these thinkers even used their psyker abilities to change their armor, which explained why they had changed into their regular gear and rushed out so quickly just moments ago. After watching the thinkers change their gear with a single command, Avita examined the armor worn by the thinkers. The two thinkers named Varus and commas were still wearing the armor they had on when they entered the command deck, which was the magnificent, gleaming silver Terminator tactical dreadnought armor. Avita felt that the style of this armor somewhat resembled the knight armor from Terra's ancient times, with an antique flair. He hadn't read the memories of the two Grey Knights just now, so he didn't know that one of the Grey Knights had given his armor to Varus, and because Qin Xia already had his own armor, that Grey Knight armor was also given to a thinker amidst the Grey Knight's frantic shouts. Varus and commas were dressed exactly like Grey Knights, and they even carried Grey Knight halberds. The armor on the other thinkers, the armor they had changed into, looked completely different from that of the White Knight Lord and their other two thinker brothers. It was a silver armor. Although he didn't know the detailed specifications, Avita could tell it was also a Terminator tactical dreadnought judging by the thick armor plates covering various parts of the armor and the heavy helmet that could only move 30 degrees. After a normal height Space Marine thinker put on this armor, their height could reach nearly 3 meters, with the tallest being 2.8 meters. A cannon-like weapon, which appeared to have no ammunition feed mechanism, was mounted on the right shoulder of the armor. Observing this far, Avita could conclude that the person who designed this armor must have been a novice manufacturer. Completely disregarding any advantages other than defense, completely ignoring flexibility, completely disregarding applicability, and also completely ignoring a most basic question, how could the wearer observe their surroundings after putting on this armor? Install a small radar? Avita could not see any place within this armor to house a radar, nor could he see its power supply device, which meant that this armor might only be able to maintain the most basic mobility and could not carry too much equipment, otherwise it would be paralyzed due to lack of energy before even reaching the battlefield. You will be very curious where this armor came from, Qin Xia said. It is my creation. I designed it in less than 2 days. Essentially, it is a derivative product of my most crucial research, so no matter how you view this armor, this will not be the final version. It will be perfected in the future. Upon hearing this, Avita felt that Qin Xia was insane. A person who was not skilled in manufacturing armor and weapons spent 2 days designing such a set of armor, then produced a prototype, and intended to put it into practical combat application without any testing. However, the thinkers' reactions were not the same as Avita's, they nodded. Seeing the thinkers' reactions, Avita exclaimed in his heart, this truly is the 12th Legion, whose internal atmosphere is oppressively stifling to an outrageous degree. These warriors actually expressed their obedience to such absurd matters, orders, and the actions they were about to undertake. Avita felt that only the 4th Legion could be compared to these people from the 12th Legion, but at least the people of the 4th Legion only had to serve Perturabo, while these people from the 12th Legion also had to serve the Primarch's connections. This is too insane. Avita walked directly towards Qin Xia, attempting to dissuade him. Qin Xia looked at Avita approaching him and picked up his communicator, placing it to his ear. We are also ready for observation here, Alina's voice came through the communicator. At this very moment, in a compartment on the ship specifically used for observing the upcoming battle, Qin Xia's several distinctive close friends and comrades were gathered, responsible for different tasks in front of various observation equipment. Let's not talk about this military operation for now, just about the armor those thinkers are wearing. Avita had not finished speaking when Qin Xia silently bumped Avita's shoulder and walked out of the command deck. All those who would follow him to the planet occupied by dangerous psyker greenskins followed behind. Avita looked at Qin Xia's back, feeling utterly helpless. A person's biggest flaw is not listening to advice and acting willfully. They only realize their mistake when they hit a dead end. Avita shouted loudly at Qin Xia's back. Qin Xia merely turned his head and gave Avita a complicated look. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Avita quickly followed. All participants proceeded to a gathering platform on the White Knight specifically used for psyker teleportation. The new recruits who had just undergone reconstructive surgery were gathered there, standing in neat formations, silently inspecting the weapons in their hands. Avita noticed that the weapons in these new recruits' hands were somewhat different from those held by regular Space Marines. Although they were also a type of weapon similar to a bolter, they had no magazine, and a reddish crystal was connected to the underside of the chamber. Avita recalled seeing this kind of crystal on the heavy armor of those thinkers as well, though it wasn't exposed on the surface but embedded inside the armor. This kind of crystal could also be seen on some other equipment. Some of the new recruits wore something similar to an amulet, whose main component was that red crystal. In addition to the Space Marine recruits, there were also some mortals present. Those mortals also appeared to be warriors, but they were somewhat different from regular warriors. Their attire was not uniform, which indicated that they did not come from the Nuceria Mortal Army but from other organizations. Nuceria Professional Anti-Psyker Organization. Avita remembered this newcomer. He still recalled the day he entered this star system, seeing the ships from Nuceria, and the ships loaded with a large number of untouchables that filled him with disgust. I need to know if your people will affect the weapons I'm testing. Qin Xia, walking at the front, spoke to a man in a suit who had actively approached him. Please rest assured, these soulless ones have been carefully selected, their talents are just right, the man said with a smile. Initially, we used psyker weapons against those psykers who interfered with the normal operation of the stock market, and it remained so for a long time afterward. So, we specifically select soulless ones who will not cause our weapons to become useless. Why? Avita took a few quick steps and asked the man, why don't you just use units composed entirely of soulless ones? Wouldn't that be better for targeting psykers? Hearing this question, the man smiled. Soulless ones are not as common as cattle in this universe. Besides, we old spirit hunters have put in so many years of effort, dealing with so many psykers. If all of us were replaced by soulless ones, how would we survive, having learned nothing but how to deal with psykers? Avita looked around. The number of soulless ones was indeed scarce, but the reason Avita asked why they didn't use all soulless ones was because he felt that ordinary people were superfluous in a war against psykers. Compared to soulless ones, no matter how many ordinary people there were, it was useless. No matter how few soulless ones there were, they were the main force. Remember, this is just a test before a true major battle. Both the weapons in your hands and our upcoming combat are part of the test, Qin Xia instructed. So, don't fight with a mindset of fighting to the death, just perform as you normally would. If it were an ordinary army or ordinary warriors, Qin Xia would never give such instructions. But facing Nucereans, this instruction was very necessary. For the God Emperor of Salvation. The man stood at attention and saluted. Seeing this, Qin Xia asked, were you once a soldier? Your salute is a military salute. I was never fortunate enough to fight for you, God Emperor, the man replied. My father and mother had that fortune. As the child of two world eaters, it is a blessing for me to be able to fight for you as my parents did. Upon hearing this, Qin Xia smiled and nodded, patting the man's shoulder, then you should be even more careful. If you encounter a dangerous situation, call me immediately. No matter how you call me, I will hear you. The man saluted again. Qin Xia then walked towards the members of the Primarch's guard, but neither in his eyes nor Angron's eyes were these guard members merely legion warriors, they were people who could be called family. However, facing these family members, Qin Xia said nothing, merely nodding at the gladiators. The gladiators nodded in return. Yuechola smiled calmly, the corners of his mouth curving slightly, and patted his waist. Hanging from his waist was the new weapon Qin Xia had given him, a long sword capable of using psyker abilities to enhance its effectiveness. They had their usual tacit understanding, just a few exchanged glances were enough to understand what the other wanted to say. In such a situation, any instruction would seem like superfluous words, so Qin Xia gave none. Now all those suitable for combat were present, those who could not play a clear role in the upcoming battle were absent. Qin Xia turned to look at Avita. This person from the 15th Legion also had a role to play in the war. Chapter 248, Heavy Armor. The White Knight was the only warship in the star system that approached the planet. The large cruiser slowly passed through the blockade maintained by other friendly forces, approaching the planet targeted by various energy weapons. Before the battle, it was the usual routine, orbital bombardment to clear landing zones. However, the White Knight did not need to deploy engineering teams to build landing zones with defensive, storage, and transport capabilities. Thanks to the White Knight Lord's powerful psyker abilities, all participants could directly teleport to the surface. But as Qin Xia, inside the warship, prepared to teleport everyone down, a scene outside the warship caught his attention. It was the sight of the warship performing orbital bombardment. The lance strikes, which would normally destroy a massive war machine with a single hit on the surface, only created a few light spots near the planet's atmosphere. Orbital bombardment had no effect on that planet. Thinkers could sense that a rule on that planet had been permanently warped by psyker abilities, rendering orbital bombardment completely ineffective. That planet will be transformed into a weapon in the future, Avita said, repeating a prophecy he had made long ago. He had personally seen this planet become a weapon. An entire combat planet. It was covered in heavy ground-based weapons, rendering massive fleets harmless against it. But among the countless extensions of the threads of destiny, there was one destiny that could save all humans in this new quadrant from being annihilated by the combat planet, the arrival of the Emperor. No one but the Emperor could turn the tide. Since the Emperor has promised to come, we'll just wait for him to destroy this planet, Qin Xia said, activating his psyker abilities. Everyone was hidden within the wind and snow. This was Avita's first experience with Qin Xia's teleportation ability. Since psyker abilities are a mental force, any psyker spell will not only vary in effectiveness but also in visual appearance. For example, the same psyker spell cast by different thinkers will produce completely different effects. Avita had seen teleportation spells that opened a wooden door directly, and others that created a vortex, but this was his first time seeing a teleportation spell that generated wind and snow. It was a novel experience. Qin Xia walked at the very front of everyone, with white snow falling on his shoulders. He remained silent, focused only on trudging forward. Avita moved his steps, walking through the waist-deep snow. He felt that these people weren't truly walking, but rather, because such a long-distance teleportation wouldn't make everyone arrive instantaneously, this walking process was similar to loading. As the group trudged through the snow, the soulless ones gradually separated from the main group. They could even be teleported to the surface by Qin Xia, which Avita considered nothing short of a miracle. This separation was not a true dispersion, but rather a manifestation of dividing the team into two parts and sending them to different locations. Avita believed this to be the case. The wind and snow, which limited everyone's vision to less than 10 steps, grew denser, and then everyone felt a sense of clarity ahead. The visibility gradually improved, and the goose feather snow in the air gradually dissipated. Finally, when the first person followed Qin Xia out of the snow, they saw the surface. The soulless ones will reach the stronghold before us. Qin Xia's voice rang out in the communication channel. The greenskin have no way to deal with the soulless ones, so they will bypass them and attack us. As Qin Xia spoke, the 12th Legion recruits had already adopted the combat zone advance formation as required during recruit training, meaning they spread out from each other to avoid being wiped out by a sudden, large-scale attack. At the same time, they were divided into different grade squads based on their performance during training and before joining the Legion. The squads with relatively the worst performance were protected in the very center, responsible for carrying equipment and boxes of supplies. And the squads with the most outstanding performance walked at the very rear, guarding the other squads. Among them, those walking at the very rear were the first champions. Champion, this term is used to describe those with exceptional martial arts skills in the 12th Legion. Each company has its own champion, such as Orenst, the Warhammer champion who wanted to kill those who questioned Angron's orders. Among the recruits, champion did not refer to an individual, but to a team of gladiators. They performed most astonishingly in the Nuceria gladiator competitions, winning the championship of the Global Gladiator Games. First champions, on the other hand, meant they were the first batch of recruits. The first champions walked at the very rear of everyone, advancing while staying vigilant of their surroundings. They were all clad in Terminator armor, just like the Blood Drinker Guard members walking on either side of the formation. They had learned in training how to use the armor as the only warriors among the Legion recruits to receive Terminator armor during their recruit period. As a symbol of honor, their left shoulder pad bore the World Eaters Legion's emblem, while their right shoulder pad featured a trophy marked with an eye, signifying that they were the first team of champions after Nuceria adopted a global selection system for Space Marines recruits. The members of this squad were incredibly silent. Their internal radio communications were muted, no one spoke. But some signs indicated that they were definitely communicating, and continuously so. Eye contact, gestures, head orientations, even increasing or decreasing the frequency of their steps when walking. This was how the first champions communicated. Then, those ordered by the squad commander would carry out tasks, either changing positions or scouting the surroundings for hidden greenskin. Qin Xia paid attention to the first champions, and also to potential enemies that might appear around them. They are very elite, very strong, aren't they? Brown's voice came through the communication channel. Indeed, Qin Xia nodded. I see the shadow of the World Eaters in them. If we hadn't been so coordinated back then, the uprising wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Brown agreed, paused, and then suddenly spoke again, but they made you lose 1.2 billion. Hey! Qin Xia stopped in his tracks. Avita looked at Qin Xia in confusion. The gladiators, on the other hand, immediately realized that Qin Xia might need to deal with some issues, so a portion of them surrounded Qin Xia to protect him from being caught off guard by any sudden attack. The brothers Yuechola and Yuchuka came to Qin Xia's left and right sides. 1.2 billion. New Wei currency. Qin Xia was utterly astonished. Although he and Angron had already left Nuceria to conquer the warp, sometimes Nuceria's currency was still needed. For example, to pay the Human History Research Association, or to pay the Nuceria people in the fleet. The technical support team sent by New Guard 1 also needed to earn money, helping the Labor Council acquire Nuceria currency to purchase things only available on certain planets. But what does this have to do with the first champions? Qin Xia resumed walking. Do you remember when you asked me to help you make money? I found that betting on gladiator games was the fastest and most profitable way to earn money, Brown explained. The first champions were a group of gladiators from remote mountain villages with little hope of winning. I calculated 20 times and didn't think they could win, so I bet my money on another team with a 90% chance of winning. But you know, as the quadrant says, the potential of living beings is infinite. Qin Xia was silent for a few seconds, then spoke with a trembling voice, you certainly pick your moments to bring things up. You just had to tell me now, when I'm fighting with that team of first champions. You really pick your moments. What about the 1.2 billion deficit? Without that money, the association won't be able to expand for 5 years, and we've lost the money we used to buy intelligence information. Brown's voice carried a strong apology, but the content of the entire sentence sounded more like an observer's inquiry. Qin Xia rolled his eyes at Brown, who was not on the surface, and observed elsewhere with his psycher vision. Nuceria's war taxes are still quite a lot. Brown asked. What a terrible idea. Mixing public and private funds. Then how about asking Cromarch for a loan to cover the whole? I can't open that account. That miser always borrowed money from us back then. When did I ever spend a single coin of his? Brown was completely out of options. Finally, the Stone Man spoke with a voice full of powerlessness, "Why don't you just sell me? Anyway, Stone Man trade was quite popular 10,000 years ago. Sell me to someone else as a servant. Then I'll serve others humbly while repenting next time. I'll invest my money in Sunrise Industries, never in gladiators matches." "Shut up," Qin Xia said, annoyed. "I have a way to solve this." The solution Qin Xia thought of at this moment was the captain of the White Knight. Brown quickly shut his mouth. Hearing that there was a solution, he immediately dared not mention the matter again. He just stared at the detection equipment in the ship's cabin, which used psychic crystals as energy. This detection equipment was called a divination instrument. The divination instrument showed that in the near future, 15 minutes later, Qin Xia and his group would be attacked. Brown put this detection result into the shared information channel. The pre-battle casual conversation time ended. 15 minutes later, as displayed on the divination instrument, the green skin appeared. Brown immediately closely monitored the group on the surface, who had split into two paths. The soulless one side had already entered the underground passage leading to the stronghold, not even encountering half a green skin. As for Qin Xia's side, the anti-psyker elites of the Spirit Hunters organization, holding various equipment and protected by all the Space Marines, also detected the surging psyker signals and drew their weapons. But the information Brown saw quickly disappeared. "What's going on?" Brown looked at Quadrant, who was checking the equipment's operation. "Unstable," Quadrant said. "This thing isn't particularly reliable yet." This was also expected, so Quadrant and Brown went to monitor the surface situation with other equipment, determining that this divination instrument was unreliable. The battle on the surface had already begun. Facing the surging green skin, Qin Xia did not make a move, but waited for the most terrifying opponent to appear. However, the collective consciousness among the green skin did not appear. This was the most likely future among all the futures Evita had seen. That transcendent being was not foolish, it feared nothing but the anti-psyker power of the soulless one. It was as if, having discovered that Qin Xia, this outrageous psyker, could teleport with the soulless one, to avoid being eliminated by the soulless one suddenly teleport by Qin Xia after descending to fight in person through a green skin, the transcendent being within the green skin did not show itself. Never did. Only endless green skin surged from all directions, rushing towards the humans. Everyone fought with ease. Evita also participated, while resisting the green skin invasion with psyker power, he observed the Thinkers. The armor on the Thinkers was incredibly heavy, but their mobility did not seem to be affected by the armor, they could even run and jump. After personally watching a Thinker, holding a long halberd, jump and chop a green skin boss to death, Evita gasped in his heart. Contrary to Evita's expectations, the heavy armor on the Thinkers did not affect their mobility, nor was it limited by energy. Communion! Varus roared. Evita immediately looked at Varus, thinking that he was going to stand with Tethys and use their fused movements, which embodied the spirit of fusion in every move, to create a psyker giant. But in reality, it was not so. The Thinkers, who were fighting dispersed, tightened their battle lines and gathered together as the green skin grew in number. Each Thinker placed one arm on another Thinker's shoulder. The Thinkers closed their eyes, then opened them again. In his psyker vision, Evita found that their eyes, like Qin Xia, the White Knight Lord, had one normal eye and one eye glowing with psyker light. Then each of them seemed to merge into one. Qin Xia calmly walked, guarded by the Uchuka brothers, vigilant of his surroundings. The Thinkers advanced in different directions. When a Thinker used psyker power to focus on clearing enemies in front of him, if an enemy appeared behind him, the other Thinkers would immediately project psyker power, even without looking, to help their Thinker brother out of trouble. And in the Thinkers' subjective perception, one of their eyes saw everything they faced, while the other eye saw everything their Thinker brothers experienced. Everyone's experiences converged, forming a perfect control over the overall situation. Everyone felt that they were no longer themselves, but a collective consciousness, each of them could command any part at the appropriate moment. With the blessing of this peculiar ability, the Thinkers, who were already like killing machines, cutting through enemies with the powerful mobility and combat power provided by their armor, became even stronger, transforming into psyker killing machines. One of their psyker spells could inflict casualties on the enemy equivalent to the total firepower of a small squad. It exceeded your expectations, didn't it? Evita heard a voice echoing in his mind. Evita subconsciously looked at the speaker. Qin Xia also glanced at Evita. What's the principle behind this? Evita responded in his mind. At this moment, a Thinker stood in front of Evita, the weapon on his shoulder gathering energy, then firing a white torrent that vaporized all green skin in its path. Among the green skin, there were some individuals who could use defensive psyker power, but their defensive psyker power could not block the psyker power of the Thinkers, nor could it block the white energy fired from the bolt guns in the hands of the Space Marines. Watching all this, Evita was asking about all of it. They are all using my psyker power, Qin Xia said. This is a characteristic of my psyker talent, it can be used frequently by me and anyone I permit, without any risk of psyker power loss of control, such as exploding heads. And the armor, which took me 2 days to design and manufacture, is just an empty shell. Inside, there's a structure similar to a ritual anchor point through which psyker power flows, used as energy. I can create them simply by drawing and sketching, without having to design everything from scratch, like software, hardware. The weapons similar to bolt guns that fire psyker attacks operate on the same principle. Evita finished listening to Qin Xia's explanation and subconsciously looked at one of the Thinkers. The Thinker was taking out a crystal and inserting it into his chest. But Evita could not see inside the armor, he felt that the armor must have been subjected to some kind of psyker ritual to prevent other psykers from prying. So this is the source of your confidence, warning other psykers to be wary of psyker power in the warp, while you yourself are using psyker power like crazy. Avita said. Yes, Qin Xia's voice continued to echo in Avita's brain. Although this sounds very excessive, those things that ordinary psykers cannot touch, I can touch. The psyker spells that ordinary psykers cannot use, I can use. This is why I warn others while continuing to use psykers and research things related to the warp. I am not a very courageous person, at least I don't think I am. If I didn't have these characteristics, I would definitely be the most vigilant psyker in our race. I would even try my best not to use psyker power to reduce the probability of my psyker power going out of control and exploding my head. Unless I am driven to a dead end, I would not be willing to take any risk that could potentially lead to my death. Qin Xia did not speak aloud, nor did he look at Avita. He effortlessly invoked a volume of psyker power sufficient to drive ordinary psykers to collapse in madness, shaping a one-way psyker barrier that protected everyone from the Greenskin's firepower. Avita remained silent, unsure what to say for a moment. Chapter 249, Psychic Circuit. I still don't believe the warp is as terrifying as you say. Indeed, there are dangers in the warp, but where isn't there danger? Besides our own homes. Avita gave his final reply, then joined the thinkers in the war. As they killed and advanced, they quickly saw the tunnel connecting the previously established stronghold to the surface. Qin Xia had already projected a message into everyone's minds, immediately enter that tunnel, and then everyone would get a chance to breathe. So everyone quickened their pace. On such a dangerous world, there was actually a safe haven for temporary shelter. Although he didn't know how that stronghold was specifically established, just thinking about the difficulty of this matter made it hard not to feel admiration for the White Knight Lord. But for Qin Xia himself, establishing a stronghold was not difficult at all, it was merely about finding the right people, utilizing their correct characteristics, and completing a small matter that should have been easily accomplished. In any case, thanks to the White Knight Lord's bold actions earlier, like seeking death by coming to this hell-like planet, everyone who killed their way through the tunnel was able to enter the stronghold to rest for a while. Check material supplies, check weapon conditions for good working order, and conduct a pre-battle assessment for the upcoming fight. Disperse and rest, maintain a 2-meter distance between each person. I need to ensure that any of you can depart immediately when needed. The officers issued one order after another, and those who were not combat personnel, only coming from Nuceria to the front lines for anti-psyker operations, also issued and received orders like the officers. Everyone was orderly and unhurried, seeming not to be tired by the previous battle. No one, absolutely no one, showed any signs of post-disaster fear. Avita scanned around and found that everyone seemed at ease. During this rest period, they did whatever they wanted. Some even pulled out snacks they carried with them and munched on them noisily. Upon noticing Avita's gaze on him, the anti-psyker personnel who had previously spoken with Qin Xia offered the snack bag, motioning for Avita to take some. We were just besieged by greenskin. Those greenskins swarmed us like endless cockroaches, Avita told Qin Xia. Although we were indeed fighting with ease, isn't the performance of these mortals a bit too astonishing? It's as if a war of this scale is commonplace for them. Hearing this, Qin Xia recalled that he was also very shocked at first. However, after so much experience and understanding the characteristics of the Nuceryans, Qin Xia had grown accustomed to it and calmly replied, Nuceryans. I can't believe these people were enslaved for 10,000 years, Avita said, having some knowledge of Nuceria's history. The 15th Legion, both the Primarch and ordinary warriors, had always been interested in knowledge. Qin Xia didn't respond, turning his head to look elsewhere. A soulless one had been left in the stronghold that the Iron Warriors had helped build. That soulless one now lived underground, in a place very far from the current location of the group. This was to prevent the powerful soulless one's ability from affecting everyone, leading to non-combat related injuries. As for what that soulless one was doing now, playing games in the underground, enjoying advanced things he could never have seen in the slums during his first half of life, or experiencing wonderful things he couldn't possibly experience using Nuceria's equipment that could read human mental will and generate realistic virtual environments. Even though the soulless one's location was too far from everyone, in the underground, his ability could still affect the greenskin. Greenskin, after all, were different from humans, they were a race with strong psyker talents. The soulless ones who had split into two groups and gone ahead were also in this place, not far from the main group. They looked as if they hadn't fought at all, so smiles were on each of their faces. For these soulless ones, this operation was incredibly easy, like a picnic, outing, shopping, or a leisurely stroll. Since Nuceryans have such war potential, why were they enslaved for so long? I know it has something to do with the high technology used by the ruling class, but in my opinion, technology alone cannot enslave an entire planet of people. Qin Xia did not want to discuss the Nuceryans with Avita, because now was not the time for an academic exchange meeting. But Avita wanted to take advantage of this rest period to ask what he wanted to know. On Prospero, he was researching Nuceria and the 12th Legion. Although he already knew the academic answers to some things, he still wanted to hear what Qin Xia, as a direct participant, had to say. But the fact is, 99% of the people on the planet Nuceria were enslaved for 10,000 years by scientific and technological creations beyond their imagination. That is the fact, Qin Xia said. I know this sounds a bit arrogant, but I have to say, if Angron and I hadn't appeared, then slavery on this planet would have continued until the Empire discovered them one day in the future. No. Even after the Empire discovered them, slavery would have continued to exist. Qin Xia added. In Qin Xia's view, Evita's question was worthless, like standing far away and gesticulating and commenting on something far away. This behavior was also worthless. But Qin Xia knew why Evita believed that technology could not enslave so many people. It wasn't because of some philosophical reason, but because the information released about Nuceria was not detailed or accurate enough. Most of those ancient creations were hidden and replaced by things made up on the spot by the compilers of the publicly released information. That's why Evita didn't know how the High Knight could enslave so many people, their information was not symmetrical. And in Evita's view, Qin Xia's behavior was more like a display of impatience, he didn't want to discuss this topic, so he gave a perfunctory answer. But just as Evita thought this, Qin Xia continued to talk about the topic. In the eyes of many, Nucereans are in a superimposed state, a state of superimposed traits. They will simultaneously possess two completely contradictory traits, such as cruelty and kindness, bravery and cowardice, stupidity and intelligence. When you think they are a group of hopeless slaves, they will suddenly rise up and resist, bravely to your utter shock. In short, that's just how they are. Qin Xia watched Evita as he spoke. Evita nodded, silent for 2 seconds. Only when Qin Xia stopped speaking did he open his mouth. I was very nervous just now. I thought you were going to change the subject again and talk about how dangerous the warp is. Qin Xia licked his lips, his already open mouth closing again. He actually wanted to change the subject, but he had just formulated the words and hadn't had time to say them before Evita's last sentence interrupted him. Since that was the case, it would be impolite to say it now. Qin Xia had no choice but to pretend he had finished speaking and fell silent. After their conversation, everyone had rested and was ready to resume action at any time. Qin Xia gave orders, some people were left in the stronghold, while others were led out by Qin Xia to places where the soulless one's abilities could not reach. However, Qin Xia was not taking a large group of people to their deaths, so they went to areas near the stronghold. If any special circumstances arose, the soulless ones could immediately rush to Qin Xia's location to provide support upon receiving orders. After a series of orders were given and executed, the second phase of this experiment deep into hell began. This time, the Space Marines were going to test a newer type of weapon. To be precise, it wasn't a weapon, but a scope mounted on a rifle that could directly detect the strongest psyker targets and automatically fire at them. Because this scope was very powerful, had to be used with a weapon, and could also control the weapon, it was considered a weapon. Qin Xia did not want to correct the precise name of a piece of weaponry, nor did he want to quibble over nomenclature. The only thing he cared about was whether this thing was effective and easy to use. Under Qin Xia's supervision, the warriors immediately used the scopes mounted on their weapons after engaging the greenskin. This scope was originally on the firearms, but to collect the purest data about the firearms, the scope's function was not immediately activated. Now, Brown and his team had activated the scope's function lock. Outwardly, nothing changed for the Space Marines, and they didn't seem to notice anything, but in each of their combat fields of vision, several of the swarming greenskin were specially marked. Then, in the interval between the Space Marines pulling the trigger, the weapons automatically fired, and the psyker attacks launched flew like cruise missiles towards the specially marked enemies. Auto-aiming gun. Evita also held a weapon identical to those of the Space Marines, and he naturally perceived its special function. Everyone could think of using psychic power to track psychic power, the difficulty was applying this principle to a creation. But this didn't particularly impress Evita. What Evita cared more about was that this scope could detect the strongest psychics among the greenskin. As far as he knew, Perturabo had tried to create something similar before but failed. I never thought that one day someone could defeat the Steel Lord in invention and creation, Evita sighed. How is this defeating the Steel Lord in invention and creation? It's just using things I'm familiar with and good at, Qin Xia said. These weapon devices, and the power armor worn by the Thinkers, they are all based on one technology. What technology? Evita eagerly asked. I don't know, haven't thought of it yet. Qin Xia's honesty left Evita at a loss. Before, Qin Xia hadn't thought of a name for that technology, but he could come up with one on the spot now. This technology relies on the manipulation and application of psychic power. When this technology is applied to a creation, it's like engraving circuits on a circuit board, aiming to make psychic power flow along a stable path, forming a pattern with special functions. If the flow of psychic power is unstable, undoubtedly, it is unstable. Just as a psyker might blow his own head off, unstable psychic power will also make things created with this technology blow up. But my psychic power is stable, so I can use psychic power like I use electric current. Qin Xia explained to Evita while pondering, finally making a conclusion, this psychic technology, let's call it super invincible psychic technology. Good name. Evita instinctively didn't want to spoil anyone's fun, praising it verbally, but his expression was hard to describe. Just kidding. Qin Xia smiled. The name of this technology is Psychic Circuit. That's what I've decided. Good name. Evita nodded. This was another application of a certain characteristic or trait. Evita thought. Qin Xia seemed very adept at such things, which was to utilize and exploit a unique trait to its fullest extent. For example, the innate abilities of those soulless ones, or, for instance, Qin Xia's act of impersonating a green-tide butcher in a previous war. He could exploit the characteristics of both enemies and allies. Do you know why I'm telling you this? While Evita was thinking, Qin Xia suddenly asked. Evita shrugged. He really didn't know, because psychic circuit technology should, in theory, be kept secret. Although only Qin Xia could engrave psychic circuits and provide energy by infusing psychic power into crystals, the things Qin Xia created could be used independently after leaving him. I hope you can tell the Prospero Lord, the Lord of the 15th Legion, what you've seen today. Qin Xia said sincerely. If your 15th Legion simply cannot avoid the risks of using psychic power, then what I've created might serve as an alternative. That's what I think. Avita opened his mouth to say something but was too surprised to speak. He didn't know why Qin Xia cared so much about the fate of the 15th Legion, nor why Qin Xia always insisted that the warp was extremely dangerous, nor why Qin Xia, who had never seen anyone from the 15th Legion before, could say that elves were the source of flesh mutations. Avita no longer thought Qin Xia was trying to monopolize knowledge, or monopolize the exploration and benefits of the warp, because he had the means, he could delve into corners of the warp that ordinary psychics could not. To him, what competition could those psychics, who had a chance of blowing their heads off every time they used psychic power, possibly pose? But now, up to this point, Avita could at least be certain of one thing. That was, Qin Xia was sincere, he truly cared about the fate of the people of the 15th Legion. You are a noble person, Avita slowly raised his head, watching various psychic spells flying overhead. But I don't know why you care so much about the 15th Legion. Because the fate of certain individuals in your legion will affect the fate of many, many people, even the fate of an entire race, Qin Xia answered seriously and earnestly. Chapter 250, Soul Experience. As this war, primarily focused on new recruit training and weapon experimentation, continued, those tasked with monitoring various data and any potential situations were also fully dedicated to their missions. The Olina sisters each managed one device, while the more versatile Brown and Quadrant could simultaneously monitor the operational status and data of multiple devices. Quadrant could even directly import device data into his brain for processing, and Brown possessed the same ability. At this moment, the functions of Brown and Quadrant overlapped. This functional overlap allowed them to work together with several times the efficiency. While everyone was diligently monitoring everything on the planet below, Brown suddenly discovered something. He quickly remotely manipulated a device, adjusting the screen, and a new display page appeared before him. What did you sense? The others noticed Brown's strange behavior and immediately gathered around to ask. Brown was extremely serious at this moment, so serious that he remained silent after hearing their questions. This chatterbox was not usually so quiet. Many greenskins, Brown slowly began after a long silence. At this point, the situation Brown described also appeared on the device's screen. Everyone in the cabin noticed a massive number of greenskins gathering. This would not normally be a cause for concern. Greenskins were inherently numerous, and this kind of detection was precise down to individual units. So, the sudden appearance of a large number of greenskins being scanned by the device was not strange at all. If such a large number of greenskins weren't scanned, the people below might even forget that they were dealing with potentially the most numerous species in this galaxy. However, upon closer inspection, they found that the scan results showed a large number of greenskin war machines. I've always said that the icons for greenskin war machine detection results should be redesigned, Olia said with a helpless expression. Aside from Brown and Quadrant, no one else present had the ability to directly perceive device detection results. And Quadrant often had his own tasks, so if Brown hadn't been there just now, this special situation probably wouldn't have been discovered so quickly. This equipment was never meant for ordinary people anyway, Brown said, opening a communication channel. As soon as he finished speaking, he relinked with Qin Xia's communication system. A large amount of information was sent along the communication signal, transmitting into Qin Xia's armor processor. Then, Qin Xia directly saw the highlighted greenskin war machines. Because the intensity of the battle was not high, and the task of supervising new recruits and participants was not heavy, Qin Xia was able to chat with Avita for a while. Now, the sudden stream of information transmitted into his armor completely captured Qin Xia's attention. Avita sensed that something was wrong from Qin Xia's abrupt silence and also remained quiet, waiting for Qin Xia to explain what had happened. The equipment on the White Knight has scanned a large number of greenskin war machines, Qin Xia said. Avita heard Qin Xia use the encompassing term war machines rather than specific greenskin tanks or similar contraptions labeled in the books of the Imperium of Man's scholars. This indicated that the number of scanned greenskin war machines was alarmingly high. From Qin Xia's very brief statement, Avita could interpret multiple pieces of information and then directly ask the most crucial question: how will it affect us? The situation will become uncontrollable, Qin Xia said. I saw many weapons among those war machines that can provide fire support from a very long distance. The greenskins are still deploying artillery positions, and those cannons are aimed in our direction. After hearing Qin Xia's brief explanation, Avita instinctively thought carefully. A large number of long-range cannons, artillery positions being deployed, all of this indicated that the greenskins were trying to find a way to deal with the inaccessible soulless ones. Realizing this, Avita looked around. They were underground, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be bombed. Since the greenskins were already deploying artillery, it meant they had ways to kill those hiding underground, such as using burrowing shells. The battle had been going on for some time, and the greenskin collective consciousness, which had always been active in the shadows but whose influence on the entire war was omnipresent, had found the best solution for the soulless ones. If psychic powers didn't work on them, then use physical force. So what do we do next? Do we go eliminate those artillery, or do we evacuate? Avita asked. Of course, we evacuate, a retreat as if we're fleeing, Qin Xia said very frankly. With our small number of people, our few psychers, and our few soulless ones, do you really think we can achieve everything in one go? I never intended to achieve any battle results. This operation is for testing training results and testing weapons. I thought you would say something about fighting to the death and never retreating, Avita said. Back on the battleship, I didn't know the specific content of this military operation, so I thought we were a suicide squad. Fight to the death? I'm not Perturabo, Qin shrugged. Hearing this jab at another Primarch, Avita laughed heartily, clearly sharing the sentiment. Then Avita thought that Perturabo was currently on some battleship outside this planet, likely secretly planning a war that was no different from suicide, just wanting to quickly eliminate the greenskin on this planet before the Emperor arrived, so that the Emperor could see the fruits of his efforts. But in the end, it would be futile. At the thought of this, Avita laughed even louder, ha 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 ha. Nor am I as stubborn and unrepentant as Magnus, Qin quickly added. Avita, who was laughing, suddenly stopped as if a fly had flown into his mouth. His laughter abruptly ceased. After 2 seconds of silence, Avita raised his hand and pointed at Qin, saying as if to remind him, it's impolite to call any Primarch by their first name. A hint of confusion appeared on Qin face hidden beneath his helmet. In his impression, Avita was not a 15th Legion warrior who liked Magnus, but rather a skeptic, one who would even question Magnus. Or perhaps it was still too early, and Avita still viewed the Primarches through a filter. Then let's evacuate now, Avita turned to leave. Qin grabbed Avita, pulled the prophetic sorcerer back in front of him, and solemnly asked, if I help you, could your psychic prophecy be transformed into some kind of breakthrough psychic vision? Qin words were convoluted, but Avita quickly understood. The meaning was simple, if Qin helped him, for example, by providing some psychic assistance, could he use psychic vision to observe the entire planet? Qin could not observe the entire planet because the Greenskin collective consciousness had a higher psychic intensity than him, and there were also many facilities deployed on this planet to block external psychic energy. But Qin had a sudden idea, since Avita could see the future of this planet, he should also be able to see the present. It is possible, Avita nodded, but I cannot guarantee that we will definitely succeed, because although I can see the future of this planet, I do so by working on the web of destiny. No matter how powerful the greenskins on this planet are, they cannot alter the past and future on the web of destiny. But prophecy can only ever show disjointed scenes. If you want me to completely perceive this planet, I myself think the success rate is very slim. While Avita spoke these preconditions as if giving a disclaimer, Qin did not respond. He simply pulled Avita down to sit and then shared his psychic energy with him. Avita was exceptionally gifted and could instantly perceive Qin's psychic energy, knowing how to use it without even needing to think deeply. Avita's current experience was no different from when the thinkers on the White Knight previously perceived and utilized Qin's psychic energy. Concentrate, don't get distracted, Qin closed his eyes. Avita initially thought this reminder was unnecessary, because he sensed stability, affinity, and safety from Qin's psychic energy. But the next second, Avita knew why Qin had given the reminder. A continuous surge of psychic energy flowed from Qin's body to Avita's surroundings. This was an experience that none of the previous thinkers or others had ever had. Avita trembled all over, and in his own perception, he was roaring towards the sky. The stable and safe psychic energy would not normally cause pain, but there was too much of it, and it was forcefully compelling Avita to perceive and utilize it. A psychic shockwave spread out, and everyone nearby who was fighting the greenskins felt the impact. The greenskins, of course, also felt the impact. For an instant, those greenskins stared blankly and froze in place, as if disconnected from something, but they quickly recovered and continued fighting. Avita's soul was propelled by the psychic energy, like a small boat in a turbulent river, drifting with the current. He saw some things on this planet, seen through psychic vision. But this was not an interpretive observation of the entire planet's current state, rather, it was a journey through the threads of destiny, unraveling the changes in each thread, following the vine to find the melon. Avita's soul seemed to be watching a kaleidoscope, and each scene in the kaleidoscope came from the threads of destiny. He no longer saw those vague and loose prophetic images, but rather orderly and clear real scenes. Avita saw that greenskin collective consciousness. It was a transcendent being, entirely shaped by the greenskin's innate energy, entrenched over and enveloping the entire planet. Compared to this transcendent being, any human soul was tiny and laughable. Avita even saw the past of this transcendent being. It was not some ascended greenskin, nor was it a naturally born greenskin. A large number of greenskins, expelled from the greenskin empire of Olaner, traveled to this star system. Among them existed a belief, many greenskins believed that a transcendent being would one day be born among them, or descend into the world. Then, it would lead these failures, who had been driven from their homes, back to Olaner to destroy the emperor of that orc empire. Because this idea was so strong, it truly created such a transcendent being, and then this thing, which originally existed only as a thought, became reality due to the greenskin's innate Wadaik energy. It had a name Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar. As the name suggests, it was the combined avatar of Gork and Mork, the two supreme greenskin deities. However, Avita, who now saw a more detailed past, discovered that the origin of this transcendent being, that legend, was actually just a rumor. A greenskin calling himself the Gork, or possibly Mork, prophet fabricated this rumor to gain status among his kind. This greenskin, named Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar, now controlled his creators. He was extremely powerful and could control many greenskins to use their Wadaik energy simultaneously, which made the application of greenskin power extraordinarily efficient. And besides this Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar, Avita saw other things. For example, the war machines Qin spoke of. The greenskins had manufactured many types of war machines, a wide variety, comparable to the various artillery and armored vehicles used by the Imperium's mortal auxiliary forces. Moreover, these things were very advanced and exquisite, completely different from the common dilapidated wasteland style of the greenskins. And among those war machines, there was an especially terrifying existence: Gorksgrin. A fusion of Gorksgrin and Morksgrin, a super war machine about 70 meters in size, far exceeding the height of any large human war machine. This was not all. The most lethal part was that the transformation of the entire planet was almost complete. As for how much damage an entire transformed planet could cause, Avita saw the scene of the entire Onus sector being declared extinct by the Imperial War Committee. We should stay and fight here. Avita gradually returned to normal, anxiously and impulsively saying to Qin Xia. We should stay and fight here. We can buy some time, and we can also attack this place together with all the space marines in the star system. If this planet is fully transformed before the Emperor arrives here, we will pay a heavy price. Avita was very urgent and anxious. But Qin Xia didn't listen to what Avita was saying. It wasn't until Avita angrily started to repeat himself that Qin Xia shifted his attention from the communication channel to Avita. Sorry, I just received a notification. Qin Xia said. The Emperor has arrived. Chapter 251, The Future War Master and Angel. The survivors in the Onus sector were trembling in fear and grief. A catastrophe affecting the entire star system was still ongoing. Even though the superhuman warrior legions had arrived in the star system and begun operations to reclaim the lost areas, the pain the greenskins brought to the humans here could never be reversed. One world after another was destroyed by the greenskins. The people on one world after another were massacred by the greenskins. On the worlds furthest from the greenskins at the edge of the star system, people nervously watched newspapers in fear, calculating how many days it would take for the greenskins to reach their world, or watching ship after ship carry refugees to the rear, listening to the refugees recount horrifying stories. If it weren't for the 18th Legion, the Salamanders, fighting with a noble determination to protect mortals at all costs in the early stages of the war before other legions arrived, the death toll in the star system would likely have quadrupled. Everyone in the star system lived in fear and pain. After news of the superhuman warriors reclaiming one world after another reached the rear, people rejoiced slightly. However, Vulcan, the lord of the 18th Legion who had command over the entire star system, ordered even the furthest worlds to prepare for evacuation. Vulcan could not conceal the existence of a greenskin transcendent being and a soon-to-be-completed war planet within the star system. But the Fire Dragon Lord's benevolence also plunged the entire star system into greater fear and panic. Until 1 week before the Lord of Mankind's arrival, every single person on every planet in the star system saw the majestic figure of the Lord of Mankind in their sleep. In their dreams, they heard the Lord of Mankind promise to ensure the safety of the entire star system, but that the people here needed to provide him with some help. From a beggar on the street to the ruler of a planet, everyone saw the Lord of Mankind in their dreams and received instructions. Ultimately, everyone acted on one thing, ensuring that the massive fleet the Lord of Mankind brought would have ample supplies when operating in the star system. All ships in the star system capable of interstellar travel were conscripted, and people on one planet after another began to gather and load their planet's resources onto the ships. People on each planet were doing different things. The comfort and instructions they heard from the Lord of Mankind in their dreams were not identical. After the superscale Lord of Mankind's dream event, a continuous stream of material supplies was converged towards the star systems in the Onus sector that the fleet would pass through, or sent to the ancient giant spaceports. The entire Onus sector emerged from the chaos caused by deep fear, and after orderly transportation and concentration of material supplies, the Lord of Mankind's fleet truly arrived in the star system as stated in the dreams. Qin Xia returned to the fleet safely with everyone from the Greenskin planet. Then he came to the unyielding resolve. Angron and Qin Xia stood before the large viewport on the command deck, looking out at the edge of the star system. A dark purple opening abruptly appeared in the reality universe, and then a colossal object emerged from the warp. That was the Emperor's dream, the Lord of Mankind's personal flagship. Following the Emperor's dream were not small warships, but the flagships of all the legions that would participate in this war. The First Legion, the Dark Angel's flagship, Unwavering Truth. The Third Legion, the Emperor's Children's flagship, Emperor's Pride. The Ninth Legion, the Blood Angel's flagship, Red Tear. The 10th Legion, the Iron Hand's flagship, Iron Fist. The 16th Legion, the Shadow Wolf's flagship, Vengeful Spirit. The 18th Legion, the Salamander's flagship, Fire Forged. The 19th Legion's flagship, Emperor's Shadow. These Legion flagships were all Gloriana-class battleships, with the most powerful among them being the 16th Legion's Vengeful Spirit. The arrival of each flagship marked the arrival of its Legion's main combat strength and its primarch. Including the unyielding resolve already in the star system, and the 4th Legion Iron Warrior's flagship Iron Blood, a total of 9 flagships from 9 legions arrived in this star system along with the Lord of Mankind and the Emperor's Dream. It seems besides your brothers and their legions who were already in Onus, the Lord of Mankind has also mobilized some other legions, Qin Xia said, astonished, looking out the viewport. If I didn't know they were here to deal with the greenskins on the planet below, I would have thought this was the Third Randan War. That black ship should be Coryx's. Angron raised his hand and pointed to the 19th Legion's flagship, the Emperor's Shadow. That was indeed Coryx's. Then Angron pointed to 2 other unfamiliar ships. The Vengeful Spirit and the Red Tear, Qin Xia said. They are the flagships of the 16th Legion Shadow Wolves and the 9th Legion Blood Angels, respectively. The primarches of these 2 legions are Horus and Sanguinius. The 16th Legion's warship looks more powerful and magnificent, Angron said with a smile. Qin Xia nodded. After all, he's the lord of mankind's direct son, Qin Xia thought. Horus's flagship was more than just magnificent. The 16th Legion didn't just have one glory queen, besides the Vengeful Spirit, it had another flagship, a sister ship to the Vengeful Spirit, but unfortunately, it didn't come. But even counting the flagships of the other legions, it already looked very spectacular. After the Lord of Mankind and the Primarch's flagships entered the reality universe, the warships of the main fleet subordinate to each legion also entered the reality universe. A rough count revealed that Angron found there were at least nearly 1,500 ships. But I feel most of them are just passing through, Qin Xia said. I didn't know there was such a battle, so I think although that greenskin below is indeed tough to deal with, it's not enough to make the Lord of Mankind and so many Primarches personally come to participate in the war, even the First Legion. I think they are more likely going to participate in a major war, and then just quickly resolve this greenskin on the way. It's good if they can resolve it quickly. Angron gazed at the slowly approaching fleet. The Primarch felt that the Lord of Mankind was a showman. In Angron's impression, his adoptive father Qin Xia was a showman, always liking cool and grand ways of appearing. Now, looking at it, he felt the Lord of Mankind was even more so. The 4th Legion's flagship is approaching our left side, Lorgar Saren, the Unyielding Resolve's commander, reported as usual. The entire 4th Legion fleet was converging with the 12th Legion fleet, as if welcoming the arriving Lord of Mankind. Angron subconsciously glanced out the viewport and saw a black dot above the Iron Blood flagship. He looked closely. Perturabo. Angron patted his adoptive father's shoulder and pointed out the viewport. Qin Xia looked out. He saw Perturabo, clad in armor, floating outside the ship's hangar bay door, his body secured by a cable to the corner of the door to prevent the Steel Lord from becoming drifting space debris. Although floating outside the ship, Perturabo still looked as composed as steel. Beneath his helmet was his characteristic grim face, arms crossed over his chest, head held high, observing the gradually approaching giant fleet. The Iron Blood doesn't have a viewport, Qin Xia said with a mischievous smile, nudging Angron's waist with his elbow. This bastard didn't install a viewport on his flagship back then, which means every time he experiences something grand, he can't see it directly from inside the ship, so he has to float out of the flagship to watch. He feels watching on a screen isn't exciting enough, and he doesn't want to install a viewport because he doesn't want the warship to have weaknesses, but then he still wants to see outside. This stubborn man still needs you to discipline him. After hearing his adoptive father's words, Angron smiled at Lorgar Saren and ordered, send a communication to the Iron Blood, tell them I invite the Steel Lord to my flagship to enjoy the view. Ahem, Lorgar Saren covered her mouth, trying hard to maintain her composure, then ordered her subordinates to send the communication. Due to Perturabo's astonishing need for control, the frontline battle situation of the Iron Warriors Legion would often be directly known to Perturabo. The steel cables behind his head were used to connect to information-gathering equipment. So Perturabo immediately received the communication from the Unyielding Resolve. The Steel Lord's iron body trembled after reading the communication, and he subconsciously looked towards the Unyielding Resolve on his right. The two flagships looked like they were close together in the holographic image, but in reality, they were hundreds of kilometers apart. Perturabo had no psychic powers, so he couldn't see the detailed situation at the Unyielding Resolve. He also couldn't see if Angron and Qin Xia were standing somewhere observing him. The Steel Lord glanced again at the grand spectacle of the Lord of Mankind's fleet entering the star system, then ordered the people inside his flagship to pull him back. The warrior standing inside the open hangar bay door was looking out at the scene outside the hangar opening, which was a part of the Lord of Mankind's fleet. The flagship had no viewport, and he was not the Steel Lord, nor was he qualified to leave the ship to enjoy the void scenery. After hearing the Steel Lord's roaring command from the communication channel, the warrior absent-mindedly pulled the joystick on the control panel. Because he used too much force by accident, the chain instantly pulled the Steel Lord back into the hangar. Perturabo was pulled back into the hangar, spinning, but he was still able to control his posture and land steadily. The moment he landed, he kicked the warrior. The warrior flew backward nearly 20 meters, crashing heavily against the fuselage of a gunship, with pieces of his shoulder armor falling to the ground. Unyielding Resolve. Perturabo stood in the hangar. This was not his flagship's hangar, but the Unyielding Resolve's hangar. The Steel Lord came to the Allied flagship originally to observe the Lord of Mankind's fleet, but he couldn't get his wish. Not only could he not go to a place with a viewport, but he also had to stay here and accompany Angron to meet two people he considered idiots. Compared to the Steel Lord, Angron was much happier, standing side by side with Qin Xia, watching as the transport carrying the two Primarches entered the hangar and landed on the helipad under the guidance of ground personnel. The hatch opened, and two Primarches walked out. Their eyes first fell on the winged Primarch among them, because this Primarch was truly too resplendent. Angron had never in his life seen a more beautiful and handsome being than the winged one. Sanguinius. Angron remembered his adoptive father just mentioning this Primarch's name. Besides Sanguinius was Horus. The Primarch named Horus also gave off an extraordinary feeling, one hand rested on his sword, the other was already extended for a handshake, and his face wore a smile, giving off a sunny feeling. Angron. My brother. Horus said with a smile, shaking Angron's hand. Father has asked us to come to your flagship, inviting you to come to the Emperor's Dream with us to discuss military matters, and also to give us a chance to get to know you. Angron looked at Horus. This Primarch brother gave him a warmth like bathing in sunlight, and at the same time, he could sense the pride and confidence from deep within Horus's heart. Angron also sensed Horus's thoughts. Horus was also observing him, wanting to see how strong this constantly victorious Primarch of the 12th Legion was. Horus had once commanded the 12th Legion, he spoke highly of the brave 12th Legion. And almost all legions had been commanded by Horus when their primarchs had not yet returned. These were what he felt from Horus. And Sanguinius. Angron saw Sanguinius smiling at both him and Perturabo. After Horus shook hands with the two of them individually, he patted the shoulders of his 12th and 4th brothers in front of him, feeling very enthusiastic. But Angron felt that Sanguinius was only superficially enthusiastic. Yet this was by no means false. Sanguinius gave Angron the feeling of kindness. Angron had once felt the same kindness and great love from Vulcan, it was just that Sanguinius's heart was not particularly enthusiastic, but precisely because he didn't want his brothers to think he was difficult to talk to or get along with, he always had to appear more enthusiastic. Horus and Sanguinius then came before Qinxia. Sanguinius and Qinxia shook hands. Horus also came over to shake hands. The famous first think tank of the 12th Legion, Horus praised with a smile. I heard about you from Vulcan, you personally destroyed an alien ark world with just one warship. That rumor is true, but the specific details are slightly different, Qinxia said, looking up at Horus with a smile. I've also heard of your deeds, War Master. War Master. Horus had not heard this term for the first time. The Lord of the Shadow Wolves suddenly recalled his other brother, the brother number 2, the title of War Master was precisely the title that once existing brother had held. Horus merely assumed Qinxia had mistaken the identity of the primarch he saw, and that his words were just a polite compliment, so he didn't dwell on the title of War Master. Perturabo, Horus said, looking up at the Steel Lord. I recently read your reports on trench warfare. The 4th Legion has become infinitely stronger since your return. I must admit, I cannot surpass you in trench warfare. Your words sound like the praise of a superior, Perturabo said, holding his head high, looking at Horus with disdain. What right do you have to say that? What is your status? Do you have any special duties or astonishing achievements? As the atmosphere instantly grew awkward, Angron spoke, Perturabo is very happy you can say that, but you know, he never likes to admit that he appreciates compliments from others. Perturabo, it seems someone can put you in your place, Horus said with a chuckle. Perturabo rolled his eyes at Angron, averted his gaze, and ended the topic he didn't want to continue with silence. Subsequently, everyone except Perturabo boarded the transport, chatting and laughing, heading for the Emperor's dream. Chapter 252 The Emperor joins the battle. Lion. First, finish the war here, then go face the formidable enemies your first legion should face, and then exterminate and purge them. As for me and your other brothers, the war against the orcs here is merely the beginning of a terrifying war, and the opponents here are not the strongest of the orc barbarians we will face, so I will only give you assistance when you need it. Inside the Phantasm's command deck, the Emperor sat on his golden throne, looking down at the primarchs gathered below. All primarchs who could be summoned by the Emperor and arrive in time were present, those not present were simply unable to break away. But the naval personnel on the command deck and the retainers brought by the primarchs still felt their blood boil. So many primarchs and the Emperor himself arriving, facing a powerful enemy together. Then several legions of space marines would follow in the footsteps of the primarchs and the Emperor, heading to the planet where those damned Xenos resided, to wage a thorough war of extermination against the Xenos. What a grand event this would be. Angron stood among his primarch brothers, conversing with Korux. Since the end of the Kievar War, Korux and Angron hadn't seen each other for a while, and they spoke in the lowest of voices. Catching up, talking about what each of them had encountered during this time. And there was one more thing. About the Legion commander exiled by Korux and those warriors from the Terradrylan tribe slave owner background. They are performing very well in my legion. That's good. Just let them fight the toughest assault battles, that's how Horus used them before, anyway. I thought they were good at assassination. No, they're good at forming phalanxes and charging fortresses head-on. This is what I discovered after returning to the Legion, they didn't inherit any of my characteristics or my style. Listening to Korux's description of the differences between his own and the 19th Legion's fighting styles, Angron turned to look at the gathering place of the people brought by the primarchs on the command deck. Beside Qinxia, the former Shadow Lord of the 19th Legion, exiled by Korux, stood in silent solemnity. Angron had specifically brought him along. Qinxia paid no attention to the former Shadow Lord beside him, but instead conversed with the retainer brought by Horus. The most trusted person of the 16th Legion's Shadow Wolves primarch was not Abaddon, but a warrior named Cyanus. Qinxia still remembered Cyanus's personality, not as volatile as Abaddon, not as cold and cruel as another famous warrior in the Legion named Sidira. He was a perfectly refined officer, flawless in every aspect. He was also very handsome. In a legion like the Shadow Wolves, which was almost entirely bald, Cyanus's appearance was visually extremely out of place. Qinxia sometimes felt that Cyanus belonged to the Emperor's Children Legion because perfection and handsomeness were the pursuit of the Emperor's Children Legion and the characteristics of some of its members. The 12th Legion's think tank is the most special I've ever seen. Just like your 12th Legion's strict discipline, self-disciplined, resilient, the 12th Legion's think tank has no outrageous behavior. Cyanus's manner of speaking left Qinxia unable to find a single fault. The topic of conversation was nothing special, but Qinxia just felt a sense of familiarity. However, Qinxia's attention was not entirely focused on listening to Cyanus's conversation, he was also paying attention to Angron and Korux's discussion. The two primarchs talked about their other brothers. After you left, the Emperor came to Kievar, and he allowed me to fully control the star system where Kievar is located, ensuring no other force would interfere. Then we talked a lot, including the future of the human race, our responsibilities as Primarchs, and our other brothers. One of our brothers can never meet us again, he died in the Second Randan War. Hearing Korix's words, Angron was very surprised. Primarch 2. Sanguinius said he was a loyal and strong person, but precisely because of that, he was too persistent. The reason for his ultimate sacrifice was his persistence. He would have become the commander of us Primarchs. What Korix said was slightly different from Qin Xiao's memory. Korix and the Emperor had discussed the two lost Primarchs, namely Primarch 2 and Primarch 11. Then the Emperor stated that both Primarchs had already disappeared. So, after Korix's return, Primarch 2 and Primarch 11 should have already disappeared. Now Korix said that only Primarch 2 sacrificed himself. Qin Xiao thought about it and felt that perhaps the Emperor had modified past words and memories, erasing the past and future of a purged Primarch. Primarch 11 was still around for now. I thought we were all immortal, Angron said. No, we can die, Korix shook his head. We are just a bit stronger than mortals. I think any warship firing at us could blow us to smithereens. You once mentioned your foster father wanting to step on Perturabo. I think if a God King Titan really stepped down, it's hard to say if Perturabo would survive. Hearing this, Perturabo turned and said, so you'll stand still and let Titans step on you, and let warships bomb you. You're such idiots, like 4 or 5 meter tall targets. The only difference between you and practice targets is that you are made of flesh. You have a point, Angron nodded, then pointed beside him, so if you really want to join our conversation, why don't you stand next to us and find a topic to talk about? The Emperor was giving orders to Lion, the Lord of the First Legion. After he finished, he looked at the others. The Primarchs then focused their attention. We must eliminate the powerful enemy in this star system as quickly as possible. The Emperor rose from his throne and walked to the Phantasm's towering viewport, gazing at the planet outside that Perturabo had previously bombed. All of you, along with your warriors, will execute a decapitation strike with me. Once we eliminate the collective consciousness on that planet, the fleet will immediately concentrate fire to ensure that not even a single fragment of this planet remains. The Primarchs all nodded silently after hearing this. Qin Xia and the people brought by the Primarchs also heard the Emperor's strategy. The Emperor's strategy, in summary, was no strategy. Everyone would charge down together, eliminate the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar that could withstand orbital bombardment, and then shatter the planet. But this was precisely because the Emperor possessed overwhelming power, and the enemy was not yet strong enough to require him to meticulously plan tactics. So many Primarchs were summoned by the Emperor, and not all of them were for fighting. Angron could sense the Emperor's thoughts, which was that he wanted to use this war to accustom the Primarchs to working together. Primarchs were absolute leaders in every legion, and they did not necessarily respect each other, so the Emperor wanted them to adapt to wars where they would obey orders and fight side by side. As for the reason the Emperor thought this way, Angron also sensed it. That was, the Emperor wanted to withdraw from the Great Crusade, hand over command of the war to a qualified person, and then let that person lead the Primarchs to continue completing the Great Crusade. After the war here ended, most of these Primarchs would have to immediately follow the First Legion to the next war. Are there any questions? The Emperor asked the Primarchs present. The Primarchs all remained silent. Commence hostilities, the Emperor said. The retainers brought by the Primarchs all relayed the Emperor's orders back to their respective legions, and then prepared to leave the Phantasm and return to their legions. Qin Xia was no exception. But as he was about to leave, the Emperor looked at Qin Xia, you stay. 12 solar hours later. The Emperor stood before the viewport for a full 12 solar hours. The Primarchs stood solemnly behind the Emperor, awaiting the moment they and the Emperor would need to go to the planet to participate in the battle. Qin Xia stood behind the Primarchs. He noticed that the Emperor was not just standing idly, but was using his psychic power to break through the psychic barrier of the transcendent being known as the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar, in order to observe the situation on the planet. This was like connecting a network cable to a local area network. Qin Xia himself could also follow the network cable pulled by the Emperor to observe various parts of the planet, without needing to rely on Avita, who possessed prophetic abilities, to observe the planet in a roundabout way again. 12 solar hours earlier, all legions had begun to move. The Emperor directly transmitted his orders to the commander of each legion, allowing all legions to deploy as quickly as possible and engage in orderly combat. Then the Silent Sister forces were deployed. The Silent Sisters did not act directly with the Space Marines, but instead garrisoned near certain locations communicated by the Emperor. Members of the 4th Legion were transferred to specifically protect those Silent Sisters. Also protecting the Silent Sisters were the Custodian Guard. This resulted in the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar being isolated on the planet's largest landmass. The Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar controlled all orcs on the planet, waging a massive war against humans on that landmass. The orcs' war machines faced off against humanity's 19 Titan legions. Space Marines performed the most ordinary combat tasks on the battlefield like mortal infantry, while mortals, the mortal auxiliary forces in this war were only responsible for protecting certain areas. Qin Xia also observed some massive individuals among the orcs, similar to warlords. They formed a squad of 10, their eyes glowing with green light, protecting what appeared to be a facility used to control the entire planet, amidst countless orcs. The facility was already complete, the entire planet had effectively become a celestial-grade war machine, and as long as enough energy was injected, the facility controlling the planet would pull the entire planet into the warp. Guarding such an important place was not only the team of warlords, but also that unseen transcendent being the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar. The time has come, the Emperor said softly. The sound of a blade being drawn rang out. The Emperor drew a sword shimmering with flames and held it in his hand. His other hand, adorned with a golden power claw, clenched its 5 fingers tightly. The Primarches also drew their respective weapons. The elite custodian guard assembled on the command deck all took a step forward. Constantine Valder, the custodian guard commander, stood in golden armor before all the custodian guard. Qin Xia and Angron exchanged glances. Qin Xia did not unshoulder his long spear to hold it, because he felt it was impossible for him to get into close combat. Golden light flared and then dissipated. Qin Xia, the Primarches and the custodian guard found themselves, in the blink of an eye, at the most intense part of the battle on the surface. In the distance was the massive facility. Nearby, squadrons of fighter jets diving into the planet's atmosphere almost blotted out the entire sky. The Titans of the 19 Titan legions steadily advanced from the rear, Space Marines followed at the Titans' feet, moving forward under the protection of the Titans' void shields, clearing the endless green tide for the giant war machines. The environment outside the protection of void shields was brutal. The continuous bombardment from both sides meant that any action outside the range of void shields or similar protective devices was suicidal, ultimately resulting in being blasted to ashes by incessant, dense firepower. This forced both sides' ground forces to gather together. Qin Xia found himself and the Primarches at the center of the conflict, but any projectiles that were about to land there would arc over their heads and fall in the distance. Warlords. Vulcan thrust his Warhammer forward. The orcs seemed to have anticipated the Primarch's appearance. Those warlords controlled by the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar had already rushed towards where the Primarches would appear. The warlords roared and charged forward, followed by various war machines that couldn't match their speed. Among them was the gigantic construct named Gork's Might, which Avita had seen earlier. Attack! Lion was the first to charge towards the warlords. As the Primarches and warlords neared each other, the front lines of both warring parties also engaged. Just as Qin Xia was about to pull his God King Titan out of the warp, he suddenly saw Gork's Might raise its right arm towards his side. An unknown weapon on its right arm flashed with blinding light, and then a colossal roar that echoed across the landmass reached Qin Xia. Qin Xia stared at the beam of light emitted by the weapon, watching it arc over his head, ultimately piercing through a Titan nearby along with its void shield. The Space Marines at the Titan's feet had already run for cover under other Titans or war machines equipped with void shields, so they weren't wiped out by the rain of attacks after the void shield disappeared. However, some slower-moving Legion tanks, small Titans, were all focused fired and destroyed by the orcs. Seeing this, Qin Xia raised the hand he was preparing to open a warp portal with and pressed it against his helmet, as if checking if the helmet was secure on his neck. The Primarches had already engaged the warlords. The Space Marines also closed the distance with the orcs hiding behind psychic barriers behind the warlords. War machines exchanged fire, infantry charged each other. Neither side dared to leave the protection of their barriers or void shields, making the battle look like two ancient armies charging headlong into each other. When Gork's Might raised its weapon, no longer aiming at human Titans, but at the orcs and humans on the ground, and the warring warlords and Primarches, the Emperor appeared. Qin Xia saw the sun in the sky flicker. Then a golden figure suddenly appeared in front. It was the Emperor. He was not colossal, but radiated golden light that outshone the sun, standing on a hilltop before Gork's Might like an ant challenging an elephant. The next second, Qin Xia felt his own psychic energy being drawn by the Emperor, and then all the already rampant psychic energy on the entire planet was also drawn and utilized by the Emperor. A shining sword was unleashed with a powerful strike. Gork's Might was split in two, collapsing with a crash. The Emperor stood on the towering hilltop, raising his hand to disperse the swirling dust stirred up by Gork's Might's collapse. His words and his figure simultaneously entered everyone's eyes and ears with clarity. For humanity. Following the Emperor's roar, human warriors and war machines accelerated. Amidst the battle cry for the Emperor, humanity advanced irresistibly. The orcs could no longer withstand humanity's advance. The Emperor teleported beside the Primarches, fighting alongside them against the powerful orc warlords before them. Qin Xia watched all of this. The Primarches and the Emperor, rarely seen or never seen together 10,000 years later, were now fighting side by side, slaughtering the warlords or the powerful orcs brought by the warlords as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. 10,000 years later, Titan legions, only seen in apocalyptic level wars, had 19 deployed in this war, with hundreds of Titans striding across the battlefield. 10,000 years later, Space Marines, used as special forces, were now as numerous as cattle. Beneath countless void shields, Space Marines could be seen packed together, shoulder to shoulder, surging forward. The battle standards representing various legions and companies were densely arrayed, fluttering in the wind. This was the Great Crusade of the 30th millennium. This was the Great Crusade when the Emperor had not yet withdrawn from it. Chapter 253, I think it's feasible. What a grand occasion. A recorder, clad in armor, stood on a mountain not far from the core of the battle, camera in hand, filming the war before him. The recorder's camera shutter clicked at a furious pace, faster than a Space Marine's bolt gun firing at full auto with the secondary trigger pulled. After humanity's 10,000 years of decline, now, under the leadership of a man named the Emperor, humanity rises once again and will become the most brilliant and noble race and civilization among the stars. What a grand occasion. The Primarches, like generals, surround the Emperor, and Space Marines are so numerous their shoulders rub together. Am I seeing Legion banners flapping in the wind, stirred by the impact of a Titan's volcano cannon firing? No, I am seeing the future of the entire human race. We are dedicating everything we have to a great cause. The microphone on the recorder's chest recorded every word he spoke. This recorder had followed and documented the Emperor's great cause since the Unification Wars, and now he was doing the same thing, which he considered incredibly noble. Recording everything in the most dangerous war zones. Becoming the bravest battlefield recorder in the galaxy. The recorder believed that only his courage was worthy of this epic war. The camera continued to shoot. Among the group portrait of Space Marines, which the recorder had taken casually, there was a photo that even the recorder hadn't noticed at the moment, a photo of the 12th Legion's Thinkers. Facing the greenskin horde sweeping towards them like a torrent, two Thinkers used a psychic ability called Communion. The two Thinkers in the photo were positioned in a corner, leaning towards each other at the waist, their index fingers touching. Even if the recorder had noticed the Thinkers in a corner of that photo, he wouldn't have cared, because it merely looked like a strange psyker spell posture, nothing more. Someone who didn't understand psychic abilities couldn't analyze it at all. Even someone who understood psychic abilities would only think that this movement truly embodied communion. The recorder printed 2 copies of the photos ejected from the camera on the spot. The original was to be sent to the Imperial War Committee for propaganda purposes. As for the remaining 2 copies, 1 copy, the recorder would keep for himself, as a reward for his astonishing courage. And the other copy would be presented to the Emperor. Battlefront. The Emperor pulled his sword from the mountain-sized corpse of a warlord. A greenskin hidden in the distance suddenly seemed to transform, its aura changing instantly, its eyes glowing green as it fixed its gaze on the Emperor. That transcendent being intended to ambush the Emperor with psychic power. As a psychic torrent, imperceptible to anyone but psychers, surged from the greenskin like a towering wave towards the Emperor. The Emperor, who had just pulled his sword from the warlord's corpse, subtly shifted his gaze, not even lifting his head. Immediately, the psychic tidal wave sweeping towards him changed direction, and tens of thousands of greenskins in front of him instantly turned into ashes that flew into the sky. This psychic attack, which the Emperor had turned back on its sender, produced astonishing results. Anyone observing the battlefield from an aerial perspective would notice a vast empty space plowed through the greenskin army, which resembled a green ocean. Qin Xia saw this scene and began to analyze the Emperor's psychic power. The Emperor's psychic strength displayed in this battle exceeded Qin Xia's expectations, but the strength of psychic abilities depends not only on the user's skill but also on numerous external factors that greatly influence psychic release, such as environment and timing. The reality universe structure of this star system had been weakened to its extreme. No matter what kind of powerful psychic enemy he encountered, as long as the opponent used psychic abilities, the Emperor would have an advantage. Because for almost all psychers, psychic power is a public resource. The transcendent being born from the greenskins, I think its feasible power, its very existence, every influence it exerted on the reality universe, and every creation the greenskins produced under its control, all undoubtedly strengthened the warp's influence on the reality universe. Therefore, the Emperor's psychic power was greatly enhanced on this star system. Although the Emperor was not yet the God King Titan of the future who could manifest everywhere and even help humanity with Mars's soldiers, he was still a powerful psyker, and very likely the most powerful psyker in the reality universe today. For a psychic being that used public resource psychic power to defeat the Emperor was nothing short of a fool's dream, utterly preposterous. The moment the Emperor joined the war, the outcome was already decided. As the losers of the internal competition within the Alanar Empire, these greenskins had no chance of defeating the Emperor. All they could do was become part of the merits of all participants in this war, becoming a stepping stone for the promotion of Imperial war heroes. Charge! At this moment, everyone participating in the battle heard the Emperor's command simultaneously. Layers of dark clouds obscured the sun, and the light from the star system star could not reach the ground for a short time. As the surface environment fell into temporary darkness, the Emperor's figure, charging at the very front, shone like a lighthouse. No matter where one was, no matter who they were, no matter what they were doing, as long as they turned their head towards the direction of the voice, they could see the Emperor's figure shining with golden light. The majestic man held his sword high, his feet resting on mountains of greenskin corpses and the shattered remains of warlords slain by him in the Primarches. The naturally robust greenskins were dwarfed like ants by the man's golden radiance. No one could resist this sight. No one could refuse to obey the Emperor's command charge. In the face of the human army's unstoppable advance, the greenskins' resistance became increasingly futile. All the weapons that the transcendent being among the greenskins had envisioned might be effective now lost their function. It wasn't that he hadn't prepared special weapons for the Emperor, but that all the weapons originally created to deal with the Emperor would be destroyed by the Emperor in the future. For the transcendent beings, those battles existing in every timeline of the past and future, and every possible outcome, were important. Because it was these small steps that laid the foundation for every victory. But for those living in the present, the confrontation between transcendent beings was meaningless, because they did not live in the past or the future, but in the present. Every event that happened in the past and future, and every event that would have happened but was twisted, were merely memories that had already occurred, or imperceptible events that had not occurred. Although victory in the war was inevitably humanity's, futile struggles were inherently what intelligent beings enjoyed most. Meltis Quad. Vulcan lifted his Warhammer from a warlord's shattered skull and roared, looking at his sons catching up behind him. And in front of Vulcan, some war machines resembling iron cans with limbs swarmed forward in groups. These cans had various weapons embedded in their arms, including circular saws that looked like modified logging equipment, and even iron pots. Of course, there were also some advanced weapons that had a greenskin style but didn't entirely lack technological sophistication. And behind these war machines, known as kilogons, at the moment of a psychic fluctuation, some Gork's-Grin were teleported onto the battlefield by the transcendent being, the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar. A barrier rose around the location of this suddenly appearing armored force. The Emperor tried to dismantle the psychic barrier, but the opponent had already rushed forward. When a Gork's-Grin charged directly at the Emperor fearlessly raised his long sword, adopting a stance as if he had mustered all his strength, ready to cleave through anything that came before him. But the Emperor did not strike a single blow. A blizzard howled past. A Titan, with a glowing white psychic cloak trailing behind it, passed over the heads of the Emperor and the Primarchs, brandishing a long spear. This 25-meter-tall war machine suddenly appeared, suddenly passed over the Primarchs and the Emperor, then leaped up, plunging its long spear downwards into the head of the Gork's-Grin before it. Angron and Vulcan both recognized this war machine. It was Qin Xia's Titan, which he could produce at any time, a psychic war machine named God King Titan. Amidst the metallic symphony of shattering steel, the long spear was quickly withdrawn, and then the God King Titan charged forward, breaking through the Kilokin formation at an extremely high speed, holding its shield, and after Qin Xia's psychic power was applied to the shield, it smashed yet another Gork's-Grin. There was still one more. The Emperor raised his hand, and the Gork's-Grin shattered, scattering everywhere. With just a psychic attack, the Emperor had already dismantled a behemoth. The God King Titan charged as usual, completely disrupting the enemy's formation, then performed a slide tackle, sliding with the blizzard into an unknown place, disappearing from sight. The Emperor silently turned his head, seeing Qin Xia standing not far behind him, having just stopped releasing psychic energy. Then he turned his head back. The Emperor saw that the greenskins in front of him had already begun to retreat. Then he turned his head again. The Emperor saw the recorder in the distance, filming and documenting the entire war. Seeing that the battle here was over, Qin Xia thought about the entire course of the battle, then realized that his side had no tactics at all, everyone just charged, following the Emperor, charging before the Emperor, and now still charging. It could only be said that the Emperor chose the most effective method for propaganda. Advance. The Emperor raised his sword, pointing towards the star system control facility in the distance. The Space Marines were already continuing to advance, passing by the Emperor and the Primarchs. There's one of those creations at each of the star system's north and south poles, the Emperor said to the Primarchs and Qin Xia. It seems that the greenskins have implanted control devices in the north and south poles of this star system, forming a magnetic field, and then using that magnetic field to control the entire star system, Perturabo said, his tone cold and heavy. This kind of technological creation is like something from the pre-space civilization era of Terra, theoretically feasible, but in practice, it would yield laughable results. Perturabo looked up at the towering greenskin creation in front of him, which extended like a needle point into the sky. He could also tell that this star system could not be destroyed by orbital bombardment or other extermination weapons precisely because these two creations at the north and south poles would act as a medium for the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar's power, like a defensive force field generator. But the absurd thing is, for greenskins, if they think something is theoretically feasible, then it is feasible, Vulcan interjected. The Primarchs present nodded silently. Although some of them had only heard of the existence of the greenskin species, after this war, their understanding of greenskins had become extremely profound. Qin Xia was silent. He had judged the greenskins' outrageous innate abilities countless times and was now too lazy to judge them. It was nothing for greenskin engineers to achieve practical feasibility just because something was theoretically feasible. At least, while the greenskins' creations were absurd, they were still traceable, with at least a little bit of underlying principle. Qin Xia had also experienced truly baffling and outrageous things. For example, the Blood Axe clan's assault team infiltrating to assassinate Space Marines. Those orcs each held a bouquet of flowers, lining up and crouching on the ground, advancing towards a fortress heavily guarded by humans. As long as this team of orcs had strong psychic power and strong I think it's feasible power, they could hide behind two bouquets of flowers by believing I think no one can see me, and infiltrate into the fortress without alarming anyone, under the strict surveillance of human guards and monitoring equipment. Besides the outrageous I think it's feasible power, there was also the technology encoded into their genes. Their creators, the old ones, had also created a race with similar inventive and manufacturing capabilities, the space apes. Qin Xia had personally seen an Inquisitor's space ape take some scrap metal, tinker with it, and create a single-person piece of equipment that could see through enemies' locations. If I also had I think it's feasible power, I'd just think up a super big bomb and blow up this star system, Qin Xia muttered to himself. I think it's feasible. These words, which sounded very much like common phrases translated in real time by greenskins through psychic power to humans, instantly made the Emperor and the Primarchs present detect a key element. Perturabo immediately raised his heavy cannon and aimed it at Qin Xia. The other Primarchs either looked dazed, or, like Angron, stood in front of Qin Xia, or pushed down Perturabo's raised weapon. The Emperor probed with psychic power, then resheathed the sword he had just drawn. He has not been possessed or controlled by that entity called the Gork, or possibly Mork, avatar. With that, the Emperor turned and walked towards the colossal greenskin creation in front of them. Superhuman warriors entered the vicinity of the orc construct, engaging in a large-scale facility battle with the orcs. The Emperor and the Primarchs still led the charge, engaging powerful orc adversaries ahead of all other warriors, while behind them, the massive war machines of the Titan Legion, arrayed in a horizontal line, advanced, locking onto the construct itself. Volcano cannons, gigantic plasma weapons, various armaments were unleashed in turn, bombarding the psychic barrier protecting the construct. The transcendent entity known as the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar realized that once the construct at either the north or south pole of the planet was destroyed, the psychic barrier protecting the entire planet from orbital bombardment or other weapons would completely dissipate, and the planet would then be destroyed by humanity. It had already foreseen the possible future of that planet being destroyed by humanity. With a mindset of succeed or die trying, the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar actively manifested. An orc warlord that emerged from underground became the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar's puppet body in the reality universe. The transcendent entity controlled him, causing signs of control to appear on his body. His eyes glowed with a green light. His body expanded. Psychers suddenly felt a powerful pressure descend upon them. The Emperor sharply turned his head to look at the warlord, no longer paying attention to any surrounding enemies, and raised his sword, advancing towards the warlord and the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar controlling him. At the same time, Qin Xia heard a voice echoing in his mind. It was the Emperor's projected voice. "We will destroy it," the Emperor said. So Qin Xia likewise ignored the surrounding orcs, and Angron swiftly came to his adoptive father's side, clearing a path for him towards the Emperor. After hacking his way through the green tide to reach the Emperor, Qin Xia confronted the warlord, solemnly drawing his long spear, his mind rapidly considering what might happen and how to respond to these potential events. But the Emperor didn't think as much. In the Emperor's view, this was merely another powerful Xenos. If he couldn't even easily resolve this opponent, how could he lead the legions to directly conquer the Ulan or Greenskin Empire, which might bring cataclysmic destruction to billions of humans in the future? The Emperor considered only one thing. That was to choose the most suitable fighting style for propaganda, just like the war itself. The destruction of a planet in a sector, a disaster nipped in the bud. This was nothing surprising, and in the future, it would only become a small note in the Onus sector's history books under the Orc Cataclysm section. The Emperor ended the war by slaying the Orc commander. This event itself wouldn't bring much benefit, but if slightly leveraged for propaganda, the potential benefits would be immense. "I saw you will be killed by the Emperor. I saw it. You will all be killed by the Emperor, utterly annihilated by that damned tyrant." The voice of the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar echoed in both Qin Xia's and the Emperor's ears. The Emperor remained unmoving, his face expressionless, coldly staring at the warlord possessed by the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar. Qin Xia looked up at Sanguinius, who swooped down from the sky, then lowered his gaze to the warlord. Both men simultaneously thought that the enemy's words held no credibility whatsoever and should be dismissed as nonsense. So the Emperor and Qin Xia did not reply, but instead turned to look at each other. After their gazes met, Qin Xia and the Emperor turned back and charged towards the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar from two directions, left and right. A golden flash erupted from where the Emperor stood, forming a curtain of light. The Space Marines' tactical visors filtered the intense light, but it still made them too dazzled to open their eyes. The orcs were also stunned by this light, and their connection with the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar was severed while the light curtain persisted. In the eyes of Psychers, the light curtain was a psychic spell like a dam, used to intercept something, and at this moment, what it intercepted was, of course, the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar. This was to prevent the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar from escaping. Within the light curtain, the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar did not evade danger or flee as before, but instead directly confronted the Emperor. Two transcendent entities engaged in a fierce psychic confrontation within the warp. Both sides appeared motionless. At this moment, Qin Xia flashed out from behind the Emperor, his expression composed, his left index and middle fingers pressed to his forehead, his eyes surging with psychic energy, and snow began to fall. The Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar instantly felt a fatal threat emerge, but it had no means of escape, being firmly held by the Emperor in the psychic confrontation. That fatal threat walked out of the snow. It was precisely the strongest soulless one Qin Xia had found on a certain planet earlier. Compared to his anti-psychic talent, the talents of anyone in the Silent Sisterhood were dwarfed. However, this person was extremely timid and cowardly, possessed no combat skills, and could be easily slain by a Silent Sister. But throwing such an anti-warp bomb onto the battlefield to have him hack at enemies would be a terrible waste. I just need to stand here, right? The soulless one asked, looking at the fierce, aggressive warlord baring his fangs. No one responded to him. The Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar was utterly annihilated the moment the soulless one stepped out of the teleportation gate, and all the orcs linked to it had their heads explode. Even the towering, sky-high giant construct nearby, having lost the blessing of Wadaic energy, was regoverned by the physical laws of the reality universe and then self-collapsed due to its extremely physics-defying absurd structure. In that instant, the Emperor and Qin Xia, in their psychic vision, saw all the effects this soulless one exerted on his surroundings. He was like a miniature singularity, the Emperor thought to himself. The moment that soulless one appeared, all psychic energy, like matter captured by a singularity, flowed into the singularity. He's like a blind psychic glutton, only taking in, never giving out, just eating and never excreting. Qin Xia recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Psychic energy converged into a torrent, completely absorbed by the soulless one's singularity-like essence. Psychic energy only went in, never out. It was the same now. The soulless one stood in place, looking bewildered and innocent, but Qin Xia felt great pain. His psychic energy was being rapidly drained by the soulless one. The Emperor was not a psychic conduit and had no psychic energy within him, but the soulless one would still affect him, especially such a powerful soulless one. He could not possibly remain unaffected. However, Qin Xia observed the Emperor and found that he showed no reaction at all, standing solemnly, leaning on his sword. Even the light shimmering on the Emperor's sword and the burning flames things derived from psychic energy still existed. Qin Xia only felt that the Emperor was incredibly composed. Anyone else, at this point, would be vomiting or looking as distressed as he was. I cannot apply psychic energy to him, the Emperor said, looking at the soulless one, conveying his voice to Qin Xia's ear. But you can. Qin Xia nodded, that is my characteristic. This was precisely why he had teleported the soulless one out just now, instead of waiting for the Emperor to do it. As long as Qin Xia used himself as a medium for psychic power and had sufficient psychic energy within him, he was like a fully charged electric baton. Normal psychers were equivalent to electric batons that needed to be plugged in, so they naturally couldn't function when encountering an entity like a soulless one, which directly cut off the power. Finally, the Emperor slowly turned, looking at the devastation wrought by the war. The Space Marines had stopped, no longer continuing their advance, as there were no enemies left as far as the eye could see. The Titans also stood still. The Primarchs gathered together, and Sanguinius swooped down from the sky, landing beside Horus. At this moment, whether by choice or influenced by certain factors, people gazed upon the Emperor and the Primarchs. Even from tens of kilometers away, one could still see the clearest view of where the Emperor stood. Even a sailor on the lowest deck of a warship in the fleet could, during his labor, see the Emperor's figure displayed on a dilapidated playback device. The Emperor slowly walked towards his kin. Behind him, the reinforced body of the Orc warlord and the corpses of other orcs were piled together, resembling a mountain. The Emperor stepped on the orc corpses, slowly walking to the very top of the mountain of bodies. The recorder controlled a drone to orbit the Emperor, capturing the scene of the Emperor ascending to the top of the corpse mountain from a rotating perspective. The Emperor raised his sword. Thick dark clouds once again obscured the sky, and sunlight was again blocked by the clouds. But on the ground, a person shining like the sun raised his sword to the sky. Brilliant and dazzling. Everyone could see the kind of person they most admired in their hearts. Some saw a handsome man with golden hair and fair skin, some saw a dark-skinned, black-haired desert tribesman, and some saw a saint. All the Space Marines knelt on one knee, bowing from their hearts to the Lord of Mankind and his sons. We achieved victory, we prevented a disaster that would have led to the extinction of hundreds of billions of humans in the sector, as always. The Emperor's voice reached the ears of everyone who could see him, no matter the distance. As I promised after the Terra Unification War, when I led the fleet towards the Sea of Stars, I will end all that humanity has endured from the age of strife until now. Whether it be suffering, ignorance, slavery, or fear. I will spread civilization and reason to every corner of the galaxy, to every place humanity has set foot. My kin, the crisis is far from over. I once saw the Imperium of Man destroyed into ruins by the Ulaner Orc Empire, I once saw humanity plunge back into the abyss of darkness under the encirclement of various powerful Xenos. But we will continue to advance, eliminating crisis after crisis, accomplishing great deeds one by one, until what we have accumulated converges to form a glorious future belonging solely to the human race. For humanity. The Emperor's words brought tears to the Space Marine's eyes. Horus's eyes gazed at the Emperor's magnificent figure, he was deeply moved. The Great Crusade. The Great Crusade, where the Emperor personally led humanity in battle, was a glorious war, every action righteous and honorable. For a future of civilization and reason, for the noblest race in the entire galaxy to emerge from the dark depths. When the Emperor was on the front lines of the Great Crusade, the war was precisely like this, nothing was more exhilarating for Horus than to be part of such a glorious and grand undertaking. The Emperor is a bit like Optimus Prime giving a speech at the end of Transformers, Qin Xia thought. Angron, beside him, frowned. He realized that the Emperor's words were not his own, he could hear a voice in the Emperor's mind instructing him. The Emperor even felt a sense of shyness in his heart while saying these things. Yes, exactly, it's perfect. Just as you said, Malkador, this is the early stage of our endeavor, we need propaganda. Even if this won't be the last time, I hope next time your lines can be more profound and concise. Someone is teaching him, Angron said to his adoptive father in a language only the two of them understood. The Emperor, standing on the mountain of corpses with his sword raised, suddenly turned his head to look at Angron. Then Angron could no longer perceive the Emperor's mind, clearly, the Emperor had sealed his psychic senses. The words might be taught by someone else, but these actions were definitely choreographed by him. Qin Xia's lips curved slightly upward. The Emperor is a showman. Of course, I, Qin, am too. After the war, the Space Marines lined up, boarding their ships and evacuating. The Emperor and the Primarchs gathered together, he sat on the corpse of the Orc warlord, looking at the photos handed to him by the recorder. You've worked hard, the Emperor said, flipping through the photos one by one. Hearing the Emperor say you've worked hard to a recorder, the Primarchs were all surprised. She is an immortal, the Emperor explained, as if hearing the surprise in the Primarchs' minds, without raising his head. And she is my friend. Hello, children, the immortal smiled brightly, waving to the Primarchs. At this moment, Qin Xia walked over from not far away. Qin Xia saw the Emperor flipping through photos, and his conviction that this war was for propaganda grew stronger. At the same time, Qin Xia also saw the last photo the Emperor was looking at, which depicted a mass charge of Space Marines, and in a certain corner, 2 World Eaters think tanks were touching fingertips, using fusion technique. Qin Xia almost couldn't maintain his composure and quickly looked up to observe the Emperor. The Emperor seemed to have no impression of this action at all, silently putting down the photo and returning it to the Immortal, take it to the War Council. The Immortal nodded, took the photos, and left. The Emperor looked at the Primarchs and then said, what are you standing around for? The primarchs immediately dispersed. The Emperor's gaze shifted from the backs of his sons and landed on Qin Xia. Qin Xia was about to return to the flagship with Angron when he suddenly saw the Emperor give him a side-eye. Humph! The Emperor let out a soft snort, lowered his head, and looked at the photo in his hand displaying the think tank fusion action, his lips twitching for a moment. Nerve. Chapter 255, Special Treatment. 2 hours after the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar Annihilation battle ended. Now I can be absolutely certain, he is an immortal, just like us. Although we still don't know why he appeared on Nuceria instead of Terra, as I said, we can at least confirm that he is an immortal. An immortal. The Emperor kept emphasizing the word immortal. Even though 2 hours had passed, he was still very surprised. At this moment, the Emperor was on the command deck of the Emperor's Dream, standing by the porthole, watching the entire fleet bombard the planet below, which had been hollowed out by the orcs. All participating units had withdrawn from the surface an hour ago. Although the orcs had been eliminated, this planet had no value whatsoever. Its very existence would only attract other orcs coveting this celestial body, which could be transformed into a war planet, bringing further unwarranted disaster to all humans in the entire sector. In the Emperor's hand lay a photograph. It wasn't of his heroic posture, nor was it an inspiring scene of a powerful primarch leading a charge. It was merely a scene of space marines gathered and charging forward. In a corner of the photo, 2 12th Legion thinkers were captured by a technician at the moment they used a psychic spell. Many people were present on the command deck at this time, bustling about, but no one noticed the Emperor, because those people simply couldn't hear what the Emperor was saying or doing. Only the person the Emperor wanted to speak with could hear and see. That person was Malkador, the Imperium of Man's Chancellor, the Emperor's partner and friend, Seal-bearer Malkador. He's an immortal? How can you tell? Malkador's question reached the Emperor's ears. Because I saw this. The Emperor picked up the photo, glanced at it, then closed his eyes and projected all the content of the photo into Malkador's brain. Thus, Malkador, who was far away, saw the evidence that made the Emperor certain Qin Xia was an immortal. Malkador had thought that their speculation about Angron's adoptive father's identity would finally be concluded today, yielding a credible answer, a definitive conclusion, and then determining how to treat Qin Xia, whether to become an enemy or a friend, or simply remain silent and ignore him. But after Malkador saw the photo, saw the evidence that the Emperor believed was enough to be conclusive, Malkador fell silent for a moment. What is this? Malkador asked. Look at those 2 thinkers. The Emperor said. Malkador then carefully observed the 2 thinkers, but found nothing, a movement used to cast psychic spells. I don't understand what this proves. That is a movement from an extremely ancient human era. The Emperor replied, an artistic design product from an era very, very far from now. Tens of thousands of years ago? Does that mean the 12th Legion's psychic giant shaping spell comes from tens of thousands of years ago? Malkador still didn't understand the situation. He was focused on the movement the thinkers made in the photo itself, and the motivation behind that movement using psychic spells. How did these things connect to an immortal identity? Forget it, you are still too young, and haven't experienced that era, so you can't tell what this represents, or where it comes from. The Emperor stopped explaining further, only emphasizing his point. Qin Xia is an immortal, without a doubt, and an older immortal than you. Hearing the Emperor call him young, Malkador did not object, because it was an undeniable fact. Malkador was the youngest of all human immortals. Even though everyone who had met Malkador thought he looked much older than the Emperor, this did not change the fact that Malkador was still the youngest immortal. As for which immortal was the oldest, the Emperor was not the oldest. Erebus, who once fought alongside the Emperor for a cause, was the oldest, even older than the Emperor. All our previous speculations were meaningless. Now we know the true answer to the problem: an immortal born in a very ancient era. He certainly wasn't born in Mesopotamia. We immortals once believed that only Mesopotamia could give birth to immortals, but later many things proved we were just guessing. Qin Xia's birth time cannot be precisely determined, but it can at least be inferred that it was no later than the 1980s of the ancient Terran calendar. The Emperor stated all his deductions. After listening, Malkador felt that this information was too vague and general. Simply knowing an immortal's birth time was useless, only knowing an immortal's name was most useful. Whether to become an ally or an enemy of that immortal, having their name was the greatest advantage. Qin Xia's name was Qin Xia. But this was just a name an immortal casually made up while drifting through the long river of time. It was not an immortal's true name. An immortal's true name would be hidden in some deep corner of their endless memories, to the point where even they themselves wouldn't realize they once possessed that name. This was the true name. Through some ancient sorcery, one could control a person through their true name, and killing them would be effortless. Although the Emperor's words were vague, Malkador knew this was a huge step forward, because before this, the two of them were still guessing whether that guy was some kind of warped deity, because his characteristics, which defied all psychic rules, were too unique. Wanting to know the other party's true name now was just a meaningless anxiety. It was better to let nature take its course. Eventually, all mysteries would be revealed. Do we need to have Alpha and Omega send people to the 12th Legion to monitor him? Malkador asked. The Emperor thought to himself that this was indeed Malkador's primary method, completely in Malkador's style. Spies, infiltration, surveillance, assassination. Malkador liked these things, and as Malkador's collaborator, the Emperor simply didn't like them as much as Malkador did. But analyzing specific situations, the Emperor quickly denied it after a moment's thought. Absolutely not. 12 possesses the ability to read minds. His legion cannot be infiltrated by any spy. This ability doesn't seem to be foolproof. Malkador said. The Emperor fell silent again. The Emperor, a man of great renown, pondered for a moment and thought Malkador was right. It wasn't entirely impossible to insert spies into the 12th Legion. If one could somehow seal a person's mind, then Angron's prying could be avoided. However, Angron's already far exceeding expectations abilities were still evolving. Perhaps one day there would be no way to prevent him from prying into anyone's mind. If things were exposed then. If there is a spy within the 12th Legion, and 12 can be absolutely certain that this spy was sent by us, as long as there's any probability of this happening, we should never arrange spies within the 12th Legion. The Emperor said. Malkador, far away, slowly nodded. He understood the Emperor's meaning. If sending a spy to the 12th Legion was not 100% certain to go undetected by Angron, then under no circumstances should a spy be sent. If spies were sent to other legions, and if a spy was discovered without concrete evidence, no accusation could be made against the Imperium. But the 12th Legion was different. Everyone knew Angron had the ability to read minds. Once Angron accused someone of being an Imperium spy, everyone would believe it to be true. Some things are just like that. If there's no evidence, it's not an issue, but if there is evidence, even a tiny matter can eventually escalate into something huge. The Emperor thought exactly this, and after Malkador understood, he decided to follow the Emperor's idea, no espionage activities against the 12th Legion, and no gambling on whether Angron would one day grow to a point where no method could shield against his mind reading. Slowly, gradually. Also, there is one more thing we must pay attention to. Because of certain past events, the relationship between us and 12 has become tense. Therefore, we must consider carefully before doing anything, not just whether to insert spies into the 12th Legion, but also in all other aspects, we must be careful. For example, regarding military equipment allocation, the 12th Legion should have a relatively high priority. The Emperor continued to instruct Malkador. As the Imperial Chancellor, the seal-bearer was specifically responsible for all matters, big and small, handled by the War Council in the Imperial rear. Some things we can also turn a blind eye to, don't make them explicit, don't break them open. As long as it doesn't involve fundamental issues that we absolutely cannot tolerate, then try to avoid 12 doing impulsive things because of some of our actions. You know, Malkador, he is not a Primarch who prioritizes rationality. Everything the Emperor said was etched into Malkador's mind. The Primarch you least favored, and the Primarch with whom we are likely to have conflicts, is now to receive special treatment. Malkador's tone revealed a deep sense of helplessness, but it was not opposition, merely a jest. The Emperor did not respond. After their conversation fell silent, the psychic communication was cancelled, and they each went to do what they needed to do. Unyielding resolve. Perturabo stood with his hands behind his back, admiring the spectacular sight of the fleet unleashing destructive force upon an entire planet from the porthole. Angron and Xia sat on chairs by the tactical table, casually chatting and relaxing, just as everyone else was relaxing after the battle. Why did the Emperor call you a nerve? Angron was very confused, recalling when the Emperor suddenly looked at Xia on the ground and called him a nerve. At that time, the Emperor had also closed off his mind, and Angron couldn't sense what the Emperor was thinking. Had. Xia smiled. I made a joke, one of those tens of thousands of years old jokes, a joke only the Emperor could understand. No wonder. Angron was enlightened. The smile on Xia's face gradually faded, replaced by the serious expression of someone deep in thought. Having the thinkers use the fusion movement was a happy accident, but things were developing exactly as he intended. Xia originally wanted to get close to the Emperor, find a way to establish a connection, and then naturally bring up the Horus heresy, stating it when his words would be credible. This would be the simplest and most direct way, avoiding the need for the Fire Dragon Lord to do it later. He wanted to prevent the future where the human race would once again fall into the dark abyss. This was his goal. And things were moving in a direction favorable to his goal. Xia thought that the Emperor might now consider him an immortal, although that wasn't actually true, but if he possessed the characteristic of an immortal in the Emperor's eyes, it would certainly be more credible than being a super psychic battery, a characteristic he couldn't even explain himself. Perturabo. Angron turned to look at the porthole. Why are you standing there? Because I want to see the outside view. Perturabo said without turning his head. So, you pointed a gun at my adoptive father down there earlier, and now I have to make you an honored guest, bring you to the command deck of my flagship, in front of the porthole, to stand there with your hands behind your back like a master admiring the view. Angron stood up, flexing his wrists. Do you know you've walked right into a trap by coming here? Perturabo slowly turned around, first frowning, then looking at Xia, and finally his gaze fell back on Angron. You know he disguised himself as an orc before. If anyone is most likely to be possessed by that thing called the Gork, or possibly Mork, Avatar, I think it's him. I think you're the one who's possessed by something else. Xia looked up at Perturabo with a smile. The evidence is that you haven't done the tithe of 10 for a while. Perturabo glared at Xia. Xia leaned back, his legs propped on the tactical table, his head resting on his arm, looking relaxed and at ease, completely fearless. Perturabo clenched his fist, but after glancing at Angron, he said in a deep voice, the tithe of 10 isn't performed casually anyway, that's the reason, not because I'm possessed by something. Oh, so that's the reason. Xia smiled. I thought you stopped doing the tithe of 10 because you were afraid of Angron's flying kicks. Flying kicks? Perturabo raised his fist, his head held high, looking arrogant. The Steel Lord was about to say the kind of things he always said, like how he had devised 10,000 ways to counter Angron, or how Angron was no threat to him when he was fully armored, or perhaps he couldn't beat him in close combat, but he could build something that could beat Angron. The difference between humans and savages lies here, one knows how to use and create tools, while the other only relies on brute strength and talent for fighting, blah blah blah, such sophistry. Perturabo had even prepared what he was going to say, but he stopped abruptly after only uttering an I. Perturabo, with a myriad of words in his heart, reflexively realized a very simple truth: no matter how much he sophistries, it would be meaningless, because Angron could directly see through his mind and know that he was just trying to sophistries. Even this reflexive realization itself would be captured by Angron. Perturabo was like a pufferfish that inflated and deflated in less than a second. Xia turned to Angron. The Onus sector is completely safe. Next, we can fight to build a Nuceria sector. Finally. Angron sighed, and we can also return to Nuceria. These are two good things happening at once. Xia nodded, then looked at Perturabo. We will pass Olympia on our way back. If you are willing to come along. Unwilling. Perturabo refused expressionlessly. Chapter 256, On the Way. 2 days later. Maintain close communication with the 12th Legion. Have the Iron Blood advance alongside the 12th Legion's flagship, the Unyielding Resolve. No, that's not right. We shouldn't advance side by side. My Iron Blood needs to be a bit further ahead. I need to give off the impression that I am the leader of both legions, do you understand, Danchiok? Amidst Perturabo's series of admonishing commands, Danchiok silently relayed the orders, and then the 4th Legion's fleet merged with the 12th Legion's fleet. The Iron Blood's position was half a ship length ahead of the Unyielding Resolve, and simply from the formation, it indeed looked like the flagship of both legions. The Steel Lord stood by the viewport in the corridor, looking out with satisfaction. He knew that Danchiok, his seemingly rebellious scion, for some unknown reason, followed him around like a loyal hawk. This feeling of forcing others to obey made Perturabo happy. The Steel Lord also felt that, compared to the 12th Legion, where people dared to directly criticize Angron without being beaten to death, his 4th Legion, with only one troublemaker, had been trained to be steel inside and out. He had to admit that sometimes a hard approach was appropriate. Having given all necessary instructions, Perturabo turned and headed for the Unyielding Resolve's command deck. Along the way, the Steel Lord cleared his mind, forcing himself to think about other things, so that Angron would find it difficult to perceive what he had just done. After careful preparation, Perturabo entered the command deck. Perturabo. Angron was quite surprised to see the Steel Lord. 2 days ago, when I asked you, didn't you say you didn't want to come along? Perturabo was too lazy to explain, because he knew Angron could sense his thoughts, and asking was just another attempt to embarrass him. The Steel Lord ignored Angron's gaze, which contained a mix of confusion and exasperation, and walked directly to the holographic projection device. Lord of the 4th Legion. All the naval officers working near the holographic projection saluted Perturabo. And the Space Marines standing next to the holographic projection also saluted Perturabo due to their many previous joint operations with the 4th Legion. Plot a course. Perturabo stood with his hands behind his back, head tilted back, eyes narrowed, looking disdainfully at the mortals before him. Plot a course that will pass through Olympia. I know the environment around Olympia makes warp travel exceptionally smooth and fast. If we pass through Olympia, it will definitely save us a lot of time. Upon hearing Perturabo's command, the naval officers all looked towards the Unyielding Resolve's commander, Lorgar Saren. Saren continued with her work, completely ignoring Perturabo's command. Angron looked at Saren, quite surprised. Perturabo, on the other hand, was surprised and enraged. The Steel Lord extended a finger and easily pushed a mortal aside, then came before Saren. Saren felt a fortress arrive before her. The innate might of a Primarch could not be ignored by mortals. Are you not wearing a hearing aid? Perturabo slowly leaned down. This is not the 4th Legion's flagship, the Iron Blood. Saren put down her work, turned to face Perturabo, and met the Primarch's gaze without fear. Perturabo heard this, his nostrils flared, and his expression grew even more grim. Saren kept her right hand behind her back, meeting Perturabo's gaze without blinking. Angron was so surprised that he even forgot to step forward and reprimand Perturabo as the Lord of the 12th Legion, because he truly hadn't expected a mere human to dare face someone like Perturabo. The Primarches were transcendent beings, mortals always felt fear in their presence. Unless the Primarch had a reputation for tolerance and kindness, but even then, mortals would still be somewhat timid. Angron had experienced such things, people he had personally saved were initially afraid of him. But Saren. Angron could sense that she also had some fear in her heart, but her courage was greater. This dark-haired woman with healthy, tan skin was clearly born on a harsh planet, and that planet's cruel environment had tempered her will. This is the 12th Legion, the World Eaters, not the Warhounds. Saren spoke again. The Warhounds might have to obey your cruel commands, even giving you the illusion that you can command everyone in the 12th Legion simultaneously. The World Eaters do not need to obey you, because the difference is that we have our own lord. Perturabo's chest heaved. Anyone with even a slight understanding of the 4th Legion would know what terrible things Perturabo would do at this moment. If Saren before him wasn't the World Eater's ship commander, but a trusted Iron Warrior of the Trident's caliber, she would likely have been crippled. Wait a moment. Angron, startled by Saren's courage, raised a hand and spoke. Perturabo turned to look at Angron. Perturabo, Angron said, I know you said on the command deck in front of everyone that you didn't want to accompany me, but now you've come along. You feel quite embarrassed about this, so you need to create some distraction to divert our attention. But you really don't have to do that. I know your personality, so I'm not surprised at all that you've come along. If you hadn't insisted on creating a distracting problem, I wouldn't have exposed you. Perturabo slammed the holographic projection device, his mouth open as if he had something to say. Angron looked helpless, retreating 2 steps as if showing weakness, but then adopting a stance as if preparing for a charging run. Perturabo suddenly remembered that this was the exact posture Angron had taken before delivering his 2-footed flying kick on Nefshenko Dock 5, used for a running start, a jump, and a simultaneous 2-footed flying kick. The Steel Lord closed his mouth and silently stood aside. Angron dropped his stance. That's better, isn't it? Perturabo turned his head away. So, when are you going to pull out that treatise you wrote on defensive warfare and trench warfare and give it to me? Angron added. Perturabo reached out, took out the book he had written, and casually tossed it to Angron. This was a promise Perturabo had made to Angron at the beginning of the Onus sector campaign, and now that promise was fulfilled. Prepare for departure, Angron told Saren, but first, contact my brothers. I want to bid them farewell. Then, contact the Emperor. I want to ask why the Imperial War Committee isn't allocating new warships to the 12th Legion. Saren immediately complied. Subsequently, the unyielding resolve contacted every Legion flagship. Angron bid farewell to his brothers. The war in the Onus sector was over, and the Primarches and other legions had to continue doing what they needed to do. The only one who couldn't be reached was the Emperor. The Emperor had left the star system a day earlier. Angron was puzzled as to why the Emperor hadn't spoken with his adoptive father, given that the Emperor might be aware of another immortal's existence. Or perhaps a conversation had already taken place. Psychic conversation. For example, through dreams. Angron thought that thinkers would communicate this way because it was convenient. Qin Xia lay on the carpet in the White Knight's library. Since the White Knight Lord was almost sleepless, he not only fell asleep today but also overslept, so the thinkers and sailors didn't go in to disturb him. Snowflakes drifted throughout the library. Qin Xia lay on the carpet, but in his subjective experience, he wasn't lying on a carpet, but in a very luxurious-looking room. It was a corner deep within his memories. Qin Xia lay on a large bed, 8 meters long and 8 meters wide. Above his head was a golden chandelier, and a wall made of splicing monitors faced away from the bed, directly opposite a bathtub whose water was changed hourly. The monitor wall played his speeches from every press conference. However, this room was merely a bedroom, just a corner of Qin Xia's space on the top floor of the office building. The room was spacious, but not spacious enough to prevent Qin Xia from dreaming of his childhood home, the 24-person dormitory of the orphanage, and his bed located between 2 bunks. Another f***ing wonderful day. Qin Xia sat up from the bed, looked around, and muttered to himself expressionlessly. Then he got off the bed, put on his slippers, and groggily stepped onto a hoverboard, heading towards the bathroom in the bedroom. He reached the bathroom, splashed water on his face, grabbed his toothbrush, squeezed on toothpaste, and brushed his teeth while riding the hoverboard back to the TV wall. I believe that within 20 years, we will never be able to solve the problem of the human body rejecting foreign objects, which makes things like artificial implants, fantasized by some, unlikely to be realized. But at least we are trying. Miniaturized kidney dialysis equipment is precisely such a product. It can be worn around the waist, moving with the user, or hung somewhere while the user sleeps. And it's not expensive. You can choose to buy it outright, or you can choose to lease it with low-interest loans. Do you remember what I often say? Let the benefits of medical technology advancement reach everyone. Qin Xia watched Qin Xia pointing at something that looked like a belt with an embedded box. This was a press conference he had once participated in. Then the TV wall played the overwhelming cheers of everyone. Qin Xia looked at himself on the screen, smiling proudly. That was 10 years ago, Qin Xia muttered to himself. Now, materials that prevent the human body from rejecting foreign objects are showing promise. Perhaps in a few more years, these inventions I once prided myself on will be nothing more than discarded old junk. But it doesn't matter. I will work with the people in the company to research new things, just like we researched that new material. What I love is not a particular creation of mine, but the reverence and gratitude of those who need it when I bring that creation out. If I were to waive the interest on loans for those devices. Qin Xia turned on the hoverboard, casually tossed his toothbrush into the bathtub, and headed for the walk-in closet. After changing into a somewhat presentable outfit, Qin Xia rode the hoverboard to the bedroom door and pushed it open. Outside the door was the living room closest to the bedroom. To the right of the door was the guest receptionist, who had the same work environment as the company's front desk. Qin Xia saw this person sleeping at the desk, catching up on sleep. Then the sofas in the living room were almost full of people. Judging by their attire, they were all doctors, well over 100 of them. On the left side, in the resting area with sofas and coffee tables, stood a group of young doctors. On the right side, in the resting area, stood a group of very old-looking doctors. Even those who didn't know them could tell from their appearance alone that they came from all over the world. And Qin Xia knew that these people not only came from all over the world but were also medical elites. Some of them were young and energetic PhDs in medical fields, fresh graduates, while others were long-established and renowned veterans. The two types of people formed two medical teams. One was aggressive, the other conservative. When these people saw Qin Xia, they all stood up and gathered together. The sound of the doctors walking startled the female employee responsible for receiving guests. The employee groggily got up, mumbling, "What happened?" Nothing, your boss told you to go back to sleep, Qin Xia said. Oh. The employee lay back down to continue sleeping, but 2 seconds later, sensing something was wrong, she suddenly got up, looked awkwardly at Qin Xia, then quickly tidied herself, cleared her throat, and was about to say something to the doctors before her. But Qin Xia and the doctors had more important matters, so they ignored her. Everyone entered the bedroom together, walked to the hoverboard charging station, and each stepped onto a hoverboard. Then everyone quickly moved together in the bedroom to a place, a small room piled with various medical equipment. After entering the room, Qin Xia took off his outer clothes and lay on the bed. In silence, the doctors attached electrodes to Qin Xia's chest. A beeping sound lasted for a while. The doctors removed the electrodes from Qin Xia. So, same as before? Qin Xia asked. Yes, an elder nodded. After repeated confirmation, we have to conclude that your heart indeed has a problem, and it's not a small one. This is congenital, a blonde woman stepped forward and told Qin Xia. You've had this problem since childhood, but it was only discovered a few days ago when your body experienced a major issue, and you were willing to undergo examination. Qin Xia felt a little lost. After staring at the doctors in front of him for a while, Qin Xia opened his mouth and asked the blonde woman, "What's your name?" "Kylie," the woman replied. "Do I have someone named you in this memory?" Qin Xia asked. "Why are you appearing in my memory?" "You yourself let me in," Kylie replied. Qin Xia wanted to say more, but Kylie waved a hand. Everything restarted, only this time Kylie didn't appear, but a bronze-skinned female doctor had the exact same demeanor as Kylie. Chapter 257 Memory Review. Qin Xia found nothing else amiss. After redoing it, Qin Xia looked at the doctors in front of him. "So this is why I was abandoned by my biological parents when I was a child, haha, I knew it." Qin Xia gave a bitter smile. The doctors remained silent. The bitter smile on Qin Xia's face vanished, replaced by a serious and cold expression. "Is it curable?" Qin Xia asked. The young doctor and the older doctors exchanged glances, once again responding to Qin Xia's question with silence. When a doctor speaks about how terrible a certain disease is, it's fine, but if a doctor falls silent, then it's truly over. Qin Xia raised his hand and pointed towards the room's exit. "You can go back. Whatever my secretary promised you can be honored as normal. Although it's not curable, active treatment can at least extend your lifespan," a young doctor began. "Besides, isn't your company always researching things for direct human replacement? As long as you live one more year, it will increase your chances of waiting for an artificial heart to be developed. As for matching and heart transplant, we discussed it in a meeting before we came. Considering your age, lifestyle, and the many hidden ailments that may arise due to the congenital heart problem, this option is not very suitable. The risk is high and the hope is small. Changing it every few years, I estimate you wouldn't be able to withstand such an ordeal, plus you are in the ascendant period of your career, and after a heart transplant, you might not be able to suppress the probability of complications by changing your lifestyle. In summary, I don't think a matching heart transplant is a good idea." Qin Xia said nothing, in others' eyes he was just thinking about something. "Also, I think you have some psychological issues." Another doctor spoke. "This room is too vast, from a psychological perspective, this is a situation of excessive demand for living space. Regardless of what you may have experienced, this is abnormal and could develop in a worse direction. So what you need to treat is not only the congenital heart problem but also psychological issues." Qin Xia let these words go in one ear and out the other. Since just now, his ears had been ringing incessantly. After the doctors finished saying what they needed to say and almost all of them had left, Qin Xia slowly recovered. When he looked up, there was still a doctor standing in front of him. The doctor looked like a little Asian, with coffee-colored skin and black hair. "Who exactly are you?" Qin Xia asked. "This is my memory. I am a man like you," the doctor said. "You only need to remember one thing, you actively asked for me to appear, so stop wasting time and continue with the true recollection." Qin Xia turned his head to look elsewhere. A moment later, the sleepy employee outside the door rode his hoverboard in and said to Qin Xia, "The person you were looking for has been found. He's downstairs." Qin Xia was startled, then quickly dressed and got up, rushing out excitedly. In the reception room, Qin Xia sat on the sofa, with the doctor standing behind him. Opposite them were also two people, who appeared to be a couple. The couple had solemn expressions, their heads bowed, sitting silently on the sofa, not saying a word. Qin Xia, on the other hand, looked at them, recalling what they looked like in his very early memories. His memory had always been astonishing, he could recall anything as if watching it from a third-person perspective, down to the smallest detail, without a single error. Then Qin Xia recalled that after he was abandoned by his parents, he wandered the streets and was then found by a young couple. The young couple took him back to their rented room, cooked for him, bathed him, and then after a few days, unable to find Qin Xia's home, they sent him to the County Welfare Institute. Compared to the two people who were very young in his memory at that time, these two people in front of him. The man had a full beard, was very thin, his hands were calloused, and his face looked very handsome. The woman had gained some weight, but her appearance still showed how beautiful she was when she was young. Neither of them said a word. Qin Xia, however, talked incessantly. "I still remember that meal I had at your house. Even now, the chef specifically hired by my company cannot replicate that taste, I'm telling you honestly." As Qin Xia recounted these past events, the couple occasionally looked up and smiled. Smiles of flattery and acquiescence. Qin Xia realized something. After finishing one more thing, he swallowed the rest of his words, smiled, and then said, I'll leave you a phone number. If you have any difficulties. It was then that the couple emerged from their mental detachment, their gaze fixed on the paper Qinxia had casually torn off. We really are. The man wanted to speak. The woman immediately slapped her husband's thigh, then glared fiercely at him. The man closed his mouth, knowing it wasn't the time to speak. Qinxia finished writing the phone number and handed the paper to the couple. The woman quickly took it, folded it, and put it into her wallet. Everything changed again. Night. Qinxia lay on the rooftop of the Welfare Institute, while the doctor stood at the edge of the roof, looking down at everything below. The two had just walked out of the dormitory because there were too many people inside and some were snoring, and it was a hot and unbearable summer night. Qinxia, who hated the heat the most, really couldn't stay there, so he could only come to the rooftop. However, it wasn't to jump off, but to cool down and find a moment of peace. Do you hate them? In the evening breeze, the doctor suddenly asked. Hate who? Qinxia asked. Everything, the doctor replied, the people who abandoned you twice, this place that made you endure a tormented childhood, your life. Hearing this, Qinxia was in a daze for a long time, looking bewildered. Then he replied to the doctor, why should I hate? The doctor was silent. I've never seen what my biological parents look like, and I don't know who they are. If you say I hate them, there's some reason for that. Why should I hate those two who sent me here? They were both very young. They saw a dirty little kid running around on the street, and then they, out of kindness, took the kid home. Were they supposed to raise this child for the rest of their lives? They weren't even married. Qinxia continued. His tone, voice, and all the information contained in his words were different from himself in this memory stage. This was a judgment made from a later perspective, looking back. Those few days they took care of me, I'll remember them for a lifetime. Because at least I learned what it feels like to be cared for, even though that experience was very brief. As for this Welfare Institute, it's the turn of the millennium, the 21st century. You wouldn't not know what the situation is like here, would you? Everything this Welfare Institute provided made my head ache, but this was all it could provide. Most of the people here even came to volunteer. They also wanted to provide better, but they just didn't have the money, so what could they do? So there's no way I could hate them. This memory indeed made me suffer, and to a large extent, it affected many things in my future. Qinxia said, lowering his head and pondering. He continued speaking while contemplating. But the people and events in this memory shaped my personality and qualities. For example, an aunt here who influenced me deeply, she was a tenacious northern woman. I learned optimism, cheerfulness, and perseverance from her, as well as a corny accent. If not for these people and events, if I had just wandered the streets, I don't know what kind of person I would have been shaped into. After listening to Qinxia's words, the doctor nodded. Everything began to dissipate. Qinxia was enveloped in golden light, looking down to see his modified, muscular body and the ornate yet practical armor. The doctor also transformed into the emperor. At this moment, some things surfaced in Qinxia's mind. He had communicated with the emperor in his dream, then allowed the emperor to experience his memories, so as to fully establish his identity as an immortal he had created. To make these memories more real, Qinxia had the emperor temporarily seal his subjective consciousness. So in that memory, Qinxia was unaware that the doctor was the emperor. I have never seen a psyker as unique as you, the emperor said. When a psyker like me wishes to exert influence on you, it first requires your own willingness. Indeed unique, Qinxia said truthfully. He even performed a limited willingness on the emperor's observation, meaning he only presented a few segments of memory. Qinxia's memories of arriving in this universe were sealed, so that the emperor would not know he was a transmigrator, as he wanted the emperor to believe he was an immortal. And the identity of an immortal held great advantages for his actions. The 21st century, the emperor recalled the era, which felt a bit unfamiliar in his memory. At that time, I was in the desert with a female immortal friend, and we were protecting a ruin together. The Europeans had their eyes on that ruin. By the way, are there any immortals like me, with congenital diseases? Qinxia wasn't very interested in those Earth past events, because he knew that in this era, everything on Earth had changed and was no different from an alien planet. Even the name had changed. Malkador has premature graying, the emperor said without a ripple. Erebus and Eldar have intermittent mental illness. They are among the immortals I know, and they all have innate flaws like you. So you're the most normal one, hey? Qinxia thought to himself. The emperor spoke of some other things about immortals, but Qinxia wasn't listening. Qinxia was thinking. The emperor of this era had not yet ascended the golden throne, becoming a severely schizophrenic son in the warp. So the emperor had humanity, but not much. At this time, rationality always took precedence. Perhaps the emperor wanted to be a philosopher king, a wise monarch who would not make mistakes, but his psychic talent was as strong as his ruling talent was weak. Interacting with such an emperor, it was better to be serious and earnest, not too close, but not too distant either. From where did the gene seed you used originate? The emperor turned to stare at Qinxia's body. I don't know, Qinxia replied. How I became a space marine, whose gene seed I used, I don't know any of it. At that time, I lived in a daze, tormented to death by heart disease, my life sustained entirely by psychic power. Qinxia didn't tell the truth, but he felt that he might change the timeline of this universe, and whether the Grey Knights would be born in the future was uncertain. Considering the Eldar farsosphere of the disaster that people from the far future traversing to the present would cause, Perhaps the emperor also knew about this, so explaining how he came from the far future, something he himself didn't even know why, was even more difficult. It was better to just make something up haphazardly. I seem to have been captured by someone and experimented on. Qin Xia continued. The one who captured me was a powerful psyker. Very powerful. But he was foolish, seemed very easy to trick. He tricked me into joining his cause, and then I tricked him into thinking I had joined, to pursue an impossible endeavor together. We fought battles everywhere. Qin Xia said. Then this guy's management ability was really terrible, and he was easily fooled and not very cunning, so he was overthrown by the generals he personally trained, and I ran away. Hearing Qin Xia say this, the emperor began to ponder who could possibly have obtained Qin Seed. Qin Seed was not monopolized by him. The Space Marines project had many participants from the beginning, including Lady Astartes, a biologist. Eldar even had a Space Marine by her side, the very first Space Marine. Furthermore, Qin Seed exists within the bodies of Space Marines, capable of maturing and being harvested. If someone obtained Qin Seed on the battlefield, and also possessed powerful psychic abilities, they could preserve and fully possess the Qin Seed, then implant it into another person. This was not surprising. The foolishness of rulers is always the most fatal, the emperor said. If a ruler cannot make wise and decisive judgments, then everything he builds will only end in destruction. Indeed, Qin Xia nodded. Furthermore, you seem to have a particular grievance against me. Otherwise, how would Angron have been raised by you to hate me? The emperor added. I didn't teach him by word or deed. Qin Xia spread his hands helplessly. The key is that day you came to Nusaria, shining with golden light, and immediately made everyone prostrate themselves before you, which directly made Angron feel you were a slave owner. The emperor frowned. It wasn't me who made those people prostrate themselves before me, it was the psychic energy I released that indirectly, and without my subjective control, influenced them. Qin Xia was too lazy to say anything more. The emperor also fell silent. The two remained speechless for a long time. Qin Xia felt that the emperor still hadn't believed his explanation. He would continue to observe this matter before making a final judgment. However, this was normal, the emperor was too cautious. Qin Xia didn't want to be friends with the emperor, nor his subordinate, nor have too deep a relationship. He only wanted the emperor to at least have some way to avoid future catastrophes, or to make decisive judgments at critical moments, just as the emperor believed himself to be a decisive person. For example, when a primarch who could potentially destroy humanity's future with his psychic powers truly becomes incurable, he should issue an order to eliminate him in advance. That's enough, the emperor began to walk into the distance. We'll talk again next time. We are sure to meet again, and Angron and his brothers will certainly meet often. Qin Xia glanced at the emperor's retreating figure, then awoke on the library carpet, sitting upright and pondering. Chapter 258, Money. Just how good is the emperor's prophetic ability? After his dream conversation with the emperor, this question popped into Qin Xia's mind. The emperor is undoubtedly the most powerful psyker in the entire reality universe. Even the four gods, powerful entities in the warp, fear the emperor's psychic power, worrying that channeling psychic energy into the reality universe would grant the emperor unprecedented, terrifying power. However, strong psychic power does not necessarily mean strong prophetic ability, even if prophecy is based on psychic manifestation. So, whether the emperor can truly foresee future events is hard to say. The reason Qin Xia had doubts about the emperor's prophetic ability was that the information he knew was ambiguous and contradictory. The emperor's personality and ideas had changed repeatedly, or perhaps it could be said he had never changed, but in others' interpretations, he was not always consistent. Did he know that the rebellion was inevitable, or did he not? Was he condoning certain events, leading to the Primarch's rebellion, or were all his actions unintentional? Qin Xia pondered these questions in his mind, questions that could never be answered. The crucial point about these questions was that all the information Qin Xia had not only failed to help him determine the emperor's thoughts and state of mind at the time, but instead provided evidence for every assumption he made about the emperor's actions. In other words, the emperor was in a superposition of omnipotence and non-omnipotence. This is truly a headache. After much thought, Qin Xia decided to stop thinking. To be safe, he still chose to treat the emperor as someone who couldn't foresee too far into the future and had limited information. The emperor was indeed powerful, but if everything depended on him, the outcome for the Imperium of Man 10,000 years later, as Qin Xia had experienced, would not change at all. Qin Xia stood up from the floor, walked to his desk, pulled up a random chair, sat down, and began to contemplate his own affairs. This was about the previous incident where Brown lost 1.2 billion in a betting match on Nusaria, causing a severe financial deficit in Qin Xia's personal coffers. This matter was not huge, but it was not a trivial matter that could be easily resolved. It wasn't a big problem because Qin Xia could find people and methods to cover his losses, and there were quite a few methods. The reason it was a problem was that, in Qin Xia's opinion, relying on others to cover his losses was not very dignified. I'm a dignified man, Qin Xia murmured, as if making a firm resolution. The resolution he made was to never ask others for a bailout, no matter what. So, after much deliberation, Qin Xia had an idea. He casually sent a psychic message to a think tank, asking him to find the White Knight's captain and bring him to the library. This wasn't an idea Qin Xia had just come up with on the spur of the moment, it was an idea that had been carefully considered and matured. Qin Xia waited for a while. At this time, the White Knight, along with the 4th Legion and 12th Legion fleets, had all entered the warp and were sailing towards Nusaria. The 4th Legion's destination was not Nusaria, but because they would pass by Olympia, the 4th Legion could still accompany the 12th Legion for a while. Qin Xiao's psychic vision could penetrate the ship's hull and see outside. Upon seeing the 4th Legion's warships, he realized that Perturabo, who had previously said he didn't want to go home with the 12th Legion, had ultimately come along. He wondered what it was like when Perturabo went to the flagship to find Angron and awkwardly expressed that he wanted to accompany the 12th Legion fleet. And most importantly, what kind of predicament Perturabo fell into on the flagship, what kind of stubborn bad habits flared up, and most importantly, how Angron grilled his inarticulate, awkward brother. It's a pity I wasn't there, Qin Xiao felt a little regretful. Thinking of this, a question arose in Qin Xiao's mind, could Perturabo and Angron's relationship be described as good? After thinking it over, Qin Xiao concluded it could not. Perturabo was very strange, but he wasn't the kind of person who looked down on everyone and liked no one, otherwise, why call him strange? It wasn't that no one in this world could become friends with Perturabo, but to avoid being hurt by Perturabo's personality in their interactions, one needed 2 advantages. The first essential advantage was the ability to suppress Perturabo militarily. Secondly, the essential advantage was an unreasonable ability, to suppress Perturabo's unreasonable personality. If one could not possess both advantages simultaneously, then their relationship with Perturabo would either eventually become like that of enemies, or they would be tormented by Perturabo. Fortunately, Angron possessed both of these advantages simultaneously. These 2 advantages could even make Perturabo seem comical, even a little pitiable. If it were anyone else, and then look. Just as Qin Xiao was thinking about Angron and Perturabo, a think tank pushed open the library door and led the captain into the library. The think tank immediately saluted Qin Xiao, then slowly retreated and closed the door, leaving the bewildered captain alone. "My lord," the captain said, respectfully saluting while observing Qin Xiao's expression to gauge why he had been summoned. His attitude and demeanor were both impeccable, leaving Qin Xiao nothing to fault. However, Qin Xiao did not respond immediately. He didn't invite the captain to sit at the desk in front of him, nor did he say anything to the captain, not even raising his gaze to look at him. He simply continued to write and draw on the desk, appearing to be busy with official duties. At this moment, anyone else would probably be trembling, wondering if they had made some mistake that caused the usually amiable Qin Xiao's attitude towards them to suddenly turn cold. But the White Knight's captain was an old hand. He was the captain of a warship given as a gift by the Lion King, having served in the 1st Legion before serving in the 12th Legion. His experiences had made him shrewd. So, as the captain stood there, he thought that although the White Knight Lord appeared busy with official duties, he was probably just finding something to do to make himself seem busy. In silence, time ticked by, until Qin Xiao finally finished his current tasks. The White Knight Lord slowly raised his head, scrutinizing the captain serving him. The White Knight, a heavy cruiser, was a gift from the 1st Legion to the 12th Legion. The 1st Legion was truly wealthy, and the Lord of the 1st Legion, Lionel Johnson, was indeed generous, giving a heavy cruiser to his brother. Although most people in the 1st Legion and 12th Legion thought Lion wanted to curry favor with Angron. But Angron himself knew that Lion gave him this warship simply because he believed Angron and his legion had great potential, and also because he was genuinely pleased by Angron's kind words. Qin Xiao thought that this cruiser was the main point of the 1st Legion's gift. However, facts told him that the captain of this cruiser was also a gift from the 1st Legion. During the first Eldar attack on the Ark world of Tuwintar, the captain had performed exceptionally, holding out until the main fleet arrived with reinforcements and sinking 2 Xenos warships. In various battles thereafter, the captain's performance was also very impressive. But humans are complex beings after all. A captain who performs very well, is very brave and intelligent, is not the kind of great general character from war literature who is excellent in both combat skills and moral quality. Qin Xiao still remembered that when he took over this warship and renamed it the White Knight, Angron had warned him that this captain harbored some greed within him. "Some people are impeaching you," Qin Xiao said slowly, taking out a document and placing it on the table. "It records every one of your faults, including but not limited to, nepotism, reselling military supplies, and falsely reporting positions to collect salaries. And the thing I hate most, a sailor accused you of harassing his newly adult daughter." Every word Qin Xiao spoke reached the captain's ears accurately. The more the captain listened, the stranger he felt. Harassing a sailor's daughter? "I came from Terra, a descendant of a noble family that pledged allegiance to the Emperor very early on. Then I emerged from the Emperor's glory, left Terra, and rose step by step to become a captain on a warship through my own efforts. I absolutely never boasted about having my genetic mutation personally healed by the Emperor. A sailor's daughter was not worthy of my attention." This was the captain's first thought, and then he pondered carefully, and he already had an idea. "My lord," the captain saluted again, then defended himself. "I must admit that some of these accusations are valid and not unfounded, but I have never harassed a sailor's daughter." "I don't think you would have done that either," Qin Xiao said with a smile. "I've seen your tall, strong wife. Someone like you doesn't seem like the type to like young girls, so at least that accusation is baseless. I've received many baseless accusations like that. Perhaps it's because you still hold the captain's position after coming to the 12th Legion, so some people feel you've been in this position for too long, and they want to find a way to push you out." Qin Xiao's words were sincere, making the captain feel that the White Knight Lord was on his side and would not be easily swayed by one-sided stories. And what Qin Xiao said was indeed the truth. If all the accusations impeaching the captain were piled up, they would probably crush the desk. Some of these accusations are truly outrageously infuriating. "I have been diligent in my position, and I believe I have never offended anyone or done anything to wrong anyone, yet I am still being accused. The captain said angrily. But Qin Xia didn't hear these words, because Qin Xia knew that what the captain was saying at this moment had no value, but was rather a way to create thinking time through talking. Indeed, that was the case. The captain was outwardly expressing great anger, but inwardly he was calmly thinking. The White Knight Lord's initial choice of word was impeachment, and those few sentences just now. The captain couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, because he could at least be sure that the White Knight Lord did not intend to use this matter to dismiss or execute him. So, what was the White Knight Lord's intention in telling him all this at this moment? The captain suddenly remembered something. The servants who took care of the White Knight Lord's trusted aides had once told his wife something. Later, his wife told him, Brown, the White Knight Lord's trusted aide, lost 1.2 billion betting on a gladiatorial match on Nuceria. The servants heard Brown talking to the White Knight Lord's other trusted aides outside the room. The captain recalled how he told his wife, don't spread these things everywhere. Next time you discipline those servants, tell them to keep their mouths shut tighter. Thinking of this, the captain was still angrily complaining to Qin Xia, but his heart was filled with a calm realization. Oh, so that's it. I know I cannot hide from you, much less from the Lord of the 12th Legion. The captain's tone shifted. I must admit, to maintain my wife's lavish lifestyle, I found ways to make money, whether in the 1st Legion or the 12th Legion. As for nepotism, I also have to admit that it's true, but I don't have many relatives myself, and a starship is a closed city in the void. I can't just run off to another place to avoid those relatives, so there's really nothing I can do. After saying this, the captain took off his military cap, which was emblazoned with the imperial aquila, and held it in his hands, instinctively and habitually smoothing his handsome hairstyle of slick golden hair. I was wrong first, and I won't make any further excuses. I will accept the punishment now. I will surrender all my assets and then submit a resignation letter to the Primarch, voluntarily resigning from my post. Other punishments will be decided by you and the Primarch later. With that, the captain saluted again, awaiting his fate. Qin Xia was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, I cannot temporarily find anyone on this warship with the same abilities as you. Therefore, I will not dismiss you for now. I will observe for a period of time before making a decision. The captain saluted. Qin Xia waved his hand, signaling the captain could leave. So the captain turned and left, calculating how much money he should hand over as he pushed the door open. Qin Xia, on the other hand, was thinking that this fellow seemed quite good at making money, but all the people accusing him were officers. Among the hundreds of thousands of sailors, not many accused him, and the Thinker's investigations into the sailors at various levels of the ship also indicated that the sailors liked this captain very much. This was very strange. The captain had a good reputation, which meant he wasn't making money from the sailors. The number of officers wasn't large, and most of them supported him. Qin Xia had suspected whether this guy was truly selling weapons and military supplies, as the officer's impeachment claimed. But after having the people from the Archives Research Association investigate, it was found that not a single weapon or supply was missing from the warship. So where on earth did this guy get his money? Qin Xia was puzzled. The captain walked out of the library, closing the door with effort. Outside, his wife and adjutant stood waiting. The sister and brother were almost the same height, towering over the shorter captain like two mountains. The captain, however, had an imposing aura. He gave his brother-in-law, who served as his adjutant, a sidelong glance, snorted and strode forward. Prepare 1.5 billion Nusrian cross gold and take it to the port, the captain commanded. His wife hurriedly asked why. The captain recounted his meeting with the White Knight Lord in the library. Wilson, his wife roared. You damn bastard, you're small everywhere except your guts. You even put the blame on me. Wilson acted as if he were deaf, walking on his own, smoothing his slick golden hair before putting on his captain's military cap, emblazoned with the imperial aquila. Chapter 259, Starport Faith. An entire week passed. The fleets of the 4th Legion and the 12th Legion emerged from the warp, entering the reality universe, and received resupply in a vast and prosperous imperial star system. Qin Xia stood on the command deck, observing the situation within the entire star system alongside the two primarches. There was a starport in the star system, and if the scale of that starport were placed in the solar system, it would be even larger than a gas giant like Jupiter. That was clearly not a colossal engineering marvel built after the Imperium of Man was established. The Imperium of Man's engineering capabilities were now insufficient even to maintain it, so this was a starport born in ancient times. The colossal starport operated around the star, its surface shimmering under the star's light. No one knew how it drew energy, nor how it stored and utilized that energy. People only knew that this starport existed near the star, revolving around it, ceaselessly for millennium after millennium. That is a colossal engineering project built during humanity's golden age. Brown entered the command deck and walked over to Qin Xia and the two primarches. The stone man's eyes glowed, and his face showed pride. In this era, only he knew the origin of this engineering marvel. Born from the age of dark technology. Perturabo said with disdain, as far as I know, that was a chaotic age where humans treated other humans as playthings, using various genetic technologies and transcendent sciences to toy with their own kind. Otherwise, where did the abhumans we see now come from? Every era has its dark corners. Brown responded calmly, a little darkness cannot obscure the glory of an era, just as now, the Imperium of Man is sweeping through the star sea, reclaiming everything the human race once lost, but this Imperium of Man still has a dark side. Do you want future generations to call this era the Dark Imperial Age? What do you know? You keep talking about eras and glory, as if you truly experienced those ancient times. Perturabo frowned and said. Hearing this, Angron and Qinxia simultaneously looked at Brown, thinking that this guy had indeed experienced that era. Perhaps I didn't experience that era, but it is still the golden age in my heart. Brown said. The stone man corrected Perturabos for that peak period of humanity. The golden age. The age of dark technology. These were both names later generations of humans used to refer to humanity's former peak period. Qinxia had heard both terms. He knew that some people called that era the golden age, such as a mechanicum who encountered an ancient artificial intelligence in later generations and explicitly used the term golden age. Others called that era the age of dark technology, meaning the unrestrained abuse of technology. Regardless, it was a lost era of beauty and prosperity. How humanity referred to that era depended entirely on the perspective of later humans. Dwelling on this matter was meaningless. We all know how powerful the relics of that human peak era are, just like this starport before us. Brown looked at Qinxia, as if asking for Qinxia's agreement. Qinxia rolled his eyes at Brown and turned away. Brown knew that Qinxia was still angry about him losing 1.2 billion. He had originally wanted to explain to Qinxia certain rules regarding the application of artificial intelligence during the Golden Age. For example, if an Iron Man or a Stone Man made a mistake when clearly having a service object, the responsibility lay with that service object. If something was messed up, it should also be known that as servants, Stone Man and Iron Man were not omnipotent. But after some thought, Brown decided not to say these things. Instead, he would use the time to think about how to avoid such a situation from happening again next time. We are entering the port. Angron raised his hand and pointed at the starport. With the special permission of the local star system administrators, the two Legion fleets immediately headed towards the starport and then docked within it. Fortunately, the people in this star system had a religion that worshipped the starport. It was precisely because this religion continuously passed down the knowledge of how to use the starport from generation to generation that this starport did not eventually become a gigantic space obstruction that no one could control. Both entire armies were accommodated by the starport. Clearly, this starport was not just as large as it appeared from the outside, its internal space was even more immense. Many years had passed since humanity's beautiful peak era, but the interior of this starport was not very dilapidated. The reason was already apparent to everyone. Religion? Again with religion? These ignorant fools. Perturabo cursed angrily. As the battleship slowly entered its berth inside the starport, those standing by the viewports could see some people dressed in black on the colossal architectural structures on both sides, which resembled deep cliffs. These people were as tiny as ants, climbing up and down within the huge internal structure of the starport. Under the guidance and command of priests carrying thirstables, those dressed in black religious attire cleaned and maintained the areas they were responsible for. Their actions were incredibly devout. Just like worship. These people would never allow any dirty dust to defile a corner of the sacred creation they were responsible for. This starport, human descendants actually worship something their ancestors created as a divine creation. Brown pressed close to the viewport, his expression too complex to describe. No, how did it come to this? Everyone was silent. This starport should inherently serve present-day humanity. Just like everything humanity's ancestors once created, as long as it still remains, it should serve humanity. Brown murmured, lowering his head. This is not a generous gift from a god, but rather something like an inheritance left by human ancestors. Present-day humans should rightfully use them, rather than worshipping them as divine creations. As Brown said these things, Perturabo nodded slightly. The Steel Lord quite liked this guy. Although it could be sensed from his words that Brown's statements weren't because he thought these people were foolish, Brown definitely shared one thing with him, he felt these people were pathetic. Angron could perceive the emotions of the people in the starport and their inner thoughts about this starport. And in his heart, there was only pity. The people in this star system had no idea that this starport was built by human ancestors, they simply believed it was a gift from a god to everyone in this star system. In reality, it could indeed be called a gift. Because of the existence of this starport, the Imperium of Man strictly forbade the use of any battleship weapons when attacking here, strictly forbade killing any local person, and simultaneously adopted an unlimited supply of materials to ensure that the people in this star system could live good lives, because the Imperium of Man urgently needed this gigantic starport to immediately belong to the Imperium of Man and be put into use at once. There were once mechanicum who came here to spread the faith of the god of all machines, which then angered the locals. The Imperium of Man and the Adeptus Mechanicus handled this matter by ordering the execution of those provocative mechanicum to appease the local people's anger, thereby preventing important functions of the starport from being damaged before the Imperium fully understood how to control and use it. Because of this starport, the locals gained the right to negotiate. However, Angron also sensed that the people here did not seem to be very opposed to the Adeptus Mechanicus faith. Some starport personnel, though not saying it openly, inwardly felt that the faith here and the Adeptus Mechanicus faith seemed completely consistent. If there wasn't an omnipotent god of all machines, how could the creation of this starport be explained? But he didn't need to worry about the matters here, everything here was still good. Your Highness. Saline walked behind Angron and reported, a battleship from the 15th Legion has requested to communicate with us. Upon hearing this report, Perturabo and Qinxia simultaneously turned to look at Saline in confusion. Prospero was simply too far from here, and the 15th Legion had not fully participated in the previous war. How could there be people from the 15th Legion here? But Angron's expression was calm, he had already sensed their presence. Connect the communication. Angron ordered. The communication was immediately connected. The communication image that appeared before everyone showed Avita and Asar, 2 warriors of the 15th Legion. After the war ended, the two immediately took a battleship back to Prospero, the homeworld of the 15th Legion. Their actions were so swift that they left an impression of heartlessness on others, because they left the people of the 12th Legion, with whom they had fought side by side, without even a word, slipping away like the wind. What is it? Angron asked the two. Avita first glanced at Xia, then looked at Angron. We've encountered some trouble. Asar's condition isn't very good right now, he needs help, but Prospero is simply too far from here. At this point, everyone understood Avita's intention, which was to bring his close friend and superior to the 12th Legion for treatment. Come over immediately. Angron naturally agreed without hesitation, then ordered Saline, don't waste any time, streamline all procedures, and let the two of them come to my battleship at once. Then notify the apothecary to prepare. Saline saluted and accepted the order, going to make arrangements. The communication ended. Xia frowned, recalling previous events. Asar had been dispirited and listless ever since his psychic journey in the warp. He had encountered him twice, and each time he saw him, he felt he needed a kidney tonic. But due to the unpredictable nature of the warp, Xia couldn't understand Asar's condition. He didn't know if he was suddenly undergoing flesh mutation, or if it was psychological and soul trauma caused by nearly losing psychic control in the warp before. I'll go take a look. Xia immediately walked out of the command deck. Angron followed him. Perturabo lowered his head, thought for a moment, then also quickly followed. In the corridor, Angron, Xia, and Perturabo met Avita and Asar, who had entered the unyielding resolve. The two were supporting each other, moving slowly. Avita looked normal enough, wearing the 15th Legion's distinctive red armor, his head uncovered, looking anxiously at Asar, extending an arm to support him. Compared to Avita, Asar's appearance seemed quite off. He was entirely wrapped in a black robe, not even showing his face, his sturdy frame hunched, looking like an aged space marine. Xia used his psychic sight to observe and found that Asar's left hand was constantly trembling, and one finger had already begun to grow something resembling feathers. Flesh mutation. Xia realized. This was a gene seed mutation of the 15th Legion, a curse hanging over everyone in the 15th Legion. Let's go to the White Knight. Xia suddenly spoke, don't go to the medical bay. Angron, who had instinctively wanted to ask why, as he had intended for the two to go directly to the medical bay for professional apothecary treatment, read gratitude, relief, and agreement from Avita's mind. Avita and Asar both did not want to see an apothecary. Go to the White Knight. Angron echoed. Chapter 260, The Wisdom of Future Generations. White Knight. Xia ordered Grand Librarian Tethys to arrange personnel to guard the entrances and exits, then brought some people he thought would be useful, along with Avita and Asar, into the library. The Alina sisters stood by, debugging the inspection equipment they had brought. Xia, meanwhile, motioned for Avita to take Asar to his bed. Avita immediately helped his friend and superior walk towards the narrow resting room in the inner compartment of the library. As he helped Asar lie down on the bed and pulled the covers over him, Avita looked around and noticed that although the room was narrow and a bit old, it was brightly lit. The light from the star outside the porthole streamed into the room, creating a visual effect like flowing silver springs with the metal bricks used for the floor and walls. So cold, Asar's teeth chattered incessantly. Avita, warm me with fire. Avita raised his hand, and psychic energy coalesced into flames on the wizard's hands. He then placed his hands on Asar's body to create warmth for him. But Asar's condition did not improve at all. Even though Avita continuously stopped restraining the temperature of the flames, until the bed was almost burning, Asar still felt no warmth. The more you use psychic energy, the colder he gets. Xia sat by the bed, took out a lighter, lit a candle, and placed it at Asar's bedside. Do you even need to use psychic energy to light a fire? Avita said nothing, picked up the candle, and shone it on his superior. The warmth from the candle's flame was less than that emitted by the chandelier on the room ceiling, yet it seemed to magically improve Asar's senses, making him no longer feel cold. Only then did Asar regain some of his sanity. Xia glanced at the Alina sisters who were debugging equipment outside the room, then reached out and pulled back Asar's robe. Beneath the robe was Asar's black carapace, which was already covered in frost. The feathered fingers Xia had seen on the flagship earlier, now not only were his fingers feathered, but even Asar's legs had started to grow feathers. Blue feathers. Element detected. He's possessed, Xia said with a complex expression, hesitatingly uttering this sentence. Avita looked dazed, first stunned for a moment, then looked at Xia with disbelief. He hadn't expected that the White Knight Lord, who valued knowledge so highly, would actually say a word like possessed, which sounded ignorant and foolish. In the pre-space era, when humanity struggled in ignorance and darkness, people used terms like possessed and soul lost to describe a person's temporary, medically unexplainable illness. He's possessed, Xia emphasized again. He really didn't want to use that word. But there was no way around it, it was the truth. Within the White Knight, some lower-ranking White Knight would communicate in slang, and one such slang term was possessed. To put it plainly, it was similar to being corrupted by a warp daemon, but not quite corrupted. This situation was called possessed rather than corrupted or fallen because the possessed person often collided with some demon, or something related to a demon, and then became entangled with mysterious things like karma. There was also another possibility, that he was targeted by some warp creature, and the warp creature was slowly and continuously affecting his soul projection. Although Asar's condition made it easy to associate with flesh mutations, a characteristic gene seed defect of the 15th Legion, Qin Xia felt that merely having feathers on his body could not definitively conclude that Asar was suffering from flesh mutation, because flesh mutations caused by Xianzhi's power would not be so mild. Is there a cure? Avita asked. Qin Xia thought for a moment, then nodded. Let's see the test results first. At this moment, the Olina sisters walked into the room. One controlled the equipment, while the other picked up a searchlight-like tool from the equipment and aimed it at Asar. After pressing the switch, a light capable of detecting souls enveloped Asar. What is this? Avita was immediately drawn to the device. A product of soul research, Qin Xia said. We study psychic energy, and also the possibility of psychic energy being used in other fields, because I think we will eventually encounter diseases caused by psychic energy, so we need something like this. Avita stared at the equipment for a while, then saw Qin Xia get up and walk to the two identical women, exchanging a few words with them and looking at the device's data. The data displayed by the device was not quantifiable, but it was perceptible, telling a person the result of the detection through the intuition or premonition generated when one touched the device. He's possessed, Qin Xia turned and emphasized once more. He's being affected by a warp creature. You can understand it as a mosquito-like warp creature clinging to his soul and sucking blood. Perhaps when we were on our soul journey, he nearly lost control, then quickly returned to normal, but it still allowed a warp creature to find an opportunity. Avita breathed a sigh of relief. Store this data, Qin Xia said to the sisters. The Olinas nodded, carried the device out of the library, and then discussed how this experiment went more smoothly than expected. Qin Xia, meanwhile, pulled Asar up. Where are we going? Do you even need to ask? To find a master who can cure possession. Master. White Knight storage compartment. Under the control of a sailor, the massive gate slowly rose, and cold air surged from the compartment into the corridor outside. The sailor shivered as he saluted Qin Xia, then retreated to the side. Qin Xia and Avita, supporting Asar, entered the compartment. In the storage compartment, which was filled with supplies from a recent resupply, two burly men covered in frost sat on distant steps. Grey Knights. Avita recalled entering this compartment that day and almost being killed by these two individuals called Grey Knights. If his bound spirit hadn't suddenly appeared, his soul would probably have been shattered by the torrent they unleashed. Can they do it? Avita asked with a frown. Considering the mental state of the two Grey Knights, as well as his close friend Asar's mental state, Avita truly didn't believe these two madmen could save anyone. It would be one thing if they didn't solve the possession problem, but if they suddenly went berserk and gave Asar a few punches, that would be truly disastrous. They are professionals, Qin Xia said from the heart. As far as Qin Xia knew, Grey Knights were professional anti-demon troops, but this didn't mean they only killed demons and nothing else. On the contrary, these two Grey Knights had many talents, such as ancient Terran witchcraft from various civilizations, exorcism rituals, and how to make amulets and exorcism tools. Qin Xia even planned to start recording the things these two Grey Knights knew while they were rational, and then compile them into a book specifically for anti-demon purposes. In short, in the current situation, the two Grey Knights were truly a perfect fit. Are you conscious? Qin Xia closed his eyes, probing the souls of the two Grey Knights. The next second, the two Grey Knights suddenly opened their eyes. Their expressions were calm. Clearly, they were in a rational state. Qin Xia thought to himself that Asar was truly not destined to die. He had originally thought this person was just a random extra, like a cannon fodder or 1,000 suns, but his luck was surprisingly good. This was not the first time Qin Xia had misjudged a person's destiny. He had once thought Caesar was a tough character, a future great figure, but Caesar himself blew his own head to smithereens, failing to achieve the fate of a certain great figure with the same name becoming a Nanang king. He's possessed. This was not said by Qin Xia, but by one of the Grey Knights. The Grey Knight was experienced and could tell Asar's condition at a glance. Although Asar clearly had feathers growing on him, the Grey Knight did not immediately assume it was Xianzhi's influence. The reason was simple. The Grey Knight, like Qin Xia, believed that if this truly was Xianzhi's influence, then this unfortunate soul named Asar would have already turned into a chaos spawn. The two Grey Knights thought for a moment, then came to the same conjecture as Qin Xia regarding the feathers on Asar. Perhaps this was the unconscious influence of the four gods' power existing in the warp on a real living being, just as a person who enjoys killing and has killed many might receive a slight, unintentional blessing from Kern. Theories and such could be discussed later. The immediate priority was to save the person, the two Grey Knights thought, then stood up and walked towards Asar. Then, as they walked, one of the Grey Knights suddenly went mad, placing both arms behind his back and running wildly through the compartment like a ninja. The remaining rational Grey Knight was accustomed to this situation. Have this person sit down. Please, sir. The Grey Knight walked up to Avita, instinctively saluted, and used a respectful address. Avita wondered why this fellow would use a respectful address and salute him. But he didn't dwell on it, he was more concerned about Asar's life, so he immediately complied. Asar was slowly lowered to the ground, dragged by Avita's shoulder. The Grey Knight turned and glanced at his companion who was running wildly in the compartment behind him, sighed, raised his hand, and used psychic energy to locate a piece of chalk in the compartment. That was educational and family planning material provisioned by the captain at the star system. Sailors would not leave the ship and return to a planet unless the ship was destroyed. So they were to procreate on the ship. The idealists who had enthusiastically joined White Knight for the Imperial Truth lived miserable lives on the ship, with their only amusement probably being biological activities. So the captain decided to purchase these. Those already born would be sent to the children of the Void School to learn, and those not yet born would be made to wear something to prevent the battleship's population from exploding in the future. It was also a precaution. And now, this chalk, used for educating children, was fortuitously in the Grey Knight's hands. Without it, the Grey Knight truly couldn't achieve what he wanted to achieve. This chalk is made of white pigment mixed with gunpowder and metal powder. The Grey Knight looked at Qin Xia, held the chalk to his nostrils, and sniffed hard. There was once a village on a world that made money producing this stuff, and that village was the only one in the entire star system that had not been defiled by evil and blasphemy. So. Qin Xia shrugged. The Grey Knight squatted down and began drawing and writing around Isar. Gunpowder, in some ancient Terra books I once read, was used for exorcism. And metal powder, because it comes from tempered metal that falls off during processing, it's related to concepts like fire. These two things are very useful. The Grey Knight explained as he carved a magic circle. It was a circle around Isar, with circles nested within it. Near the arcs of the circles were carved the Imperial Aquila and the Emperor's Maxims. What is this? Avito was both amused and exasperated at this point. The Grey Knight was truly a bit too mystical. This was not at all the imperial truth. Those who do not doubt, question, or think are blessed by the throne. Thought breeds heresy, and heresy breeds evil. The Grey Knight chanted maxims, while simultaneously jumping and dancing around Isar, with an extremely serious expression. This made observers unable to think he was deliberately fooling around, but rather that he truly believed these things, which was somewhat pitiful. Avito was now suppressing his urge to pull Isar away, forcing himself to watch this mystical figure dance and make strange noises like a wizard. But very soon, the next scene greatly shocked Avito. Isar no longer felt cold, he began to sweat, and at the same time, the feathers on his body gradually shrank, eventually still present but no longer so obvious. Qin Xia watched from the side with an impassive face. He found it unsurprising that what the Grey Knight did actually worked. Essentially, both witchcraft and anti-witchcraft rituals were methods of utilizing warp power. But Qin Xia still didn't want to see the Grey Knight's methods succeed in his heart, because this meant that the future had not been changed. Otherwise the Grey Knight would not be able to call upon the spiritual power imbued with mysticism and faith generated by future human worship of the God Emperor. This. Avito was incoherent. What is this? The wisdom of future generations. Qin Xia said.